Hokage I can fully level up with one click. Chapter 241 to 260. Chapter 241 _ What the hell is this? Uncle, why did you cover it up? Are you angry? Niyugito looked at the cauldron eagerly. The scent filling her nostrils made her turn on the rocking mode again. The two big-tailed beasts hanging on Chinyu's body even stared wide-eyed and yawned, and even Chinyu's clothes were directly wet. Samui and the others on the side did not ask any further questions, but their faces were full of urgency. Don't shake it, I'm not the same as your stingy bag. Chinyu raised his hand and flicked Niyugito's forehead, looking at the steaming cauldron, and said, it will probably take 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Boss, hurry up and find a place to let us out. The voices of the two-tailed beasts sounded in Chinyu's mind, and the words were full of urgency. In their eyes, the cauldron was 70 or 80 centimeters in diameter, but it was still far from their huge body. If it is restored to its original shape, it will be the best way to plug the Kiba seam. As soon as they saw the 7 or 8 little kids here, and Niyugito, the coveted lowly head, the two-tailed beasts became restless. This is Kumogakure village. There are 2 big-tailed beasts. If you cancel the transformation technique, you will shrink in size, but I am afraid you will be recognized. Chinyu raised his brows and said, why didn't you bear with me? Next time I'll give you something to eat. No, the two-tailed beasts shouted in unison. The next moment, the suggestion given made Chinyu's face instantly bewildered. Boss, we can become Erha. Monkey's transformation technique is definitely the best in the ninja world. Sanwei was the first to speak. The 4 tails on the side also nodded in agreement. Hurry up and let us out, that girl can't believe it. If it's too late, I'm afraid I can only lick the pot. These words fell, and the eyes of the two-tailed beasts became hot. Staring straight at the steaming heat of the cauldron, they completely turned the ferocious-tailed beast into Erha's life. Boss, don't hesitate, Sanwei urged urgently. There are still 6 minutes, if you delay any longer, you will miss the time. Boss, if you don't let us out, you'll go crazy. 4 tails licked the yawn at the corner of his mouth and echoed. Looking at the 2 big-tailed beasts, Chinyu helplessly rolled his eyes and said, Kimimaro, go and summon the ninja dogs. They have worked hard on the way. Ninja dog. Samui was stunned. In her eyes, Uchiha Chinyu possessed such a powerful strength that he should have signed a powerful contract beast. Although the ninja dog is loyal to humans, its role on the battlefield is to assist, track, and actually fight, but it will be minimal. However, after thinking about it, Samui quickly relaxed. Most of the powerful contracted beasts are inherited from the family. A small part of it is the directional contract scroll provided in the village for selection. In the end, it relies on personal encounters to gain the favor of the contracted beast. Among them, the inheritance of Mount Myoboku in the original work was obtained by Jiraiya by mistake. Whether it is Namikaze Minato or Naruto, even Sarutobi Konoha Maru can summon toads because it is passed down from generation to generation. If it is a slug, contracted beasts such as ape demons, etc., it is a family inheritance type. In Samui's eyes, Chinyu is just Akatsuki's little wandering ninja leader, and it's not bad to be able to come this far with his own strength alone. If you still want to have a contracted beast like Hanzo of the Salamander, then a Megakure village has already changed. Ninja dog. Kimimaro was stunned, looking at the 2-tailed beasts that Chinyu handed over and transformed into ornaments. His cheek muscles were twitching. However, with that fiery gaze, Kimimaro hurriedly summoned the ninja dog. In case of delay, let the 2-tailed beasts remember, it is not a joke. Uncle, can't you just let me enjoy it for one time? Niyugito pouted and complained. She has seen with her own eyes the pattern of the 2-tailed beasts hanging open. Now the cauldron is not big anymore. If the 2 big-tailed beasts are open 3 to 5 times, it will be a nightmare. However, before Chinyu could speak, a figure descended from the sky and landed not far from Samui. Teacher Dodai. Samui froze for a moment. Yuhi's lips parted slightly, but he stopped talking. Dodai waved his hand, frowned and looked around. When he saw the broken refugee camp, his brows were even tighter, and he said, I got a report just now that Jinmu and Silvermu came here to make trouble. It seems that you didn't. Seriously. Having said that, Dodai looked at the cauldron that Chinyu was holding, and there was a large basin several circles bigger than the wash basin. Under the steaming water, it seemed like a good day. Master Dodai, there was indeed a little conflict just now. It's just, Samui explained in a hurry. However, it was quickly interrupted by Dodai again. It's fine if nothing happens. Try to avoid conflict with their clan during this time. If you have anything to do, wait for the 4th generation of Reikage to come back and deal with it. Also, Niyugido, which is not the same as their identity, if you are hungry, you will apply for some food. Although the war control is stricter, I will open my eyes and close my eyes during this time. In Dodai's eyes, most of the refugee camps are wild vegetables, milk, and grains. If Chinyu was an outsider, he would be too lazy to care. But Niyugido, but this time the two-tailed Jinchuriki column force fits the highest container. Case she really becomes a Jinchuriki column force and feels wronged by the village, it will not be easy to increase her sense of belonging to the village in the future. This is a bit of a loss. Therefore, at this juncture, it is also the best investment to give the future people Jinchuriki column strength and sell some favors. HMPH, ignorance. Niyugido glared disdainfully, and said, how can a common man like you figure out your uncle's cooking skills? Wait a moment, don't be greedy. Ghost spirit, don't be rude. Chinyu patted Niyugido's head and said, you are also a guest when you walk through the door. Although it's just a small dessert, it's not a big deal, but Senior Dodai, if you don't mind, you can also try it. Quote. It's almost time to open the lid. As Chinyu spoke, he lifted the lid of the pot with his backhand. The transpiring water vapor rose into the sky, and the ginger juice and milk fragrance scattered with the wind rolled back the whole world, filling the nostrils. The special and unfamiliar scent caused everyone in the field to take a deep breath. Even Dodai, who was originally resisting, took a puff involuntarily. Looking at the cauldron, the white flowers were mixed with anko and ginger slag, and the ginger was bumping into milk. While giving people an inexplicable sense of joy, there is a feeling of increased appetite. What exactly is this stuff? Chapter 242 Make you qualified to be a shadow. Chinyu ignored the gazes of the others, took out the small bowl, slammed anko jang into the milk, filled a bowl, and handed it to Dodai. Try it, it's not poisonous. Uncle, give it to me quickly, otherwise those two guys will come back, and I will have no chance. Niyugido came back to his senses and became anxious. In the face of this unusually strange food, there are very few opportunities to start stealthily and grab food from the tiger's mouth. Thinking of the 3-5 split between the two big-tailed beasts, Niyugido didn't care to wait for Chinyu's approval, hurriedly grabbed the spoon and rushed over. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly, took an extra bowl, and handed it to Samui, who was hesitant, and said, it's not good for you to suffer from the cold in this special period. This thing can ward off cold and warm your stomach. You can taste it. You, how do you know? Samui's cheeks slightly yuhi, instantly stunned. For girls, this kind of thing is kept secret. Now that Chinyu's words are broken, if it weren't for the attention of others, Zhang Zhengnai would have been attracted. She can't wait to find a hole to get in. He subconsciously took over the handed Zhangzong milk, watching the trembling vibration, exuding an attractive ginger juice and milky smell. Samui couldn't help gulping down his saliva. Boss, you didn't wait for us. Two shrill roars came from a distance. Soon Samui saw two ninja dogs with extreme speeds like afterimages, instantly spanning a distance of tens of meters and appearing in front of Zhang Chong's milk. Looking at Niyugito, covering his cheeks with an intoxicated expression, Samui couldn't help but slam the Enko Zhang on the spoon into the milk and put it in his mouth. At the moment of entry, the spicy ginger juice is accompanied by the taste of milk. The tender taste, as well as the glutinous and powdery feeling of Enko, made Samui's eyes widen. The moment he swallowed and fell into his stomach, Samui's delicate body twitched. In that instant, she felt a warmth that swept her entire body in her stomach. In the village of Kumogakure, that annoying cold is gone. This kind of feeling of comfort in the whole body, as if it was touched by a high pressure at that moment. Let Samui finish a mouthful, and can't help sending another mouthful. Once this rhythm is opened, the whole person is like a demon, and the Enko-jang in the bowl is swept away. The next moment, Samui looked around the big pot that had been fighting in a ball, his eyes lit up, exuding wildness, and he rushed up directly. Seeing this unusually lively scene, Dodai, who was still hesitant, couldn't hold back even more. In his eyes, as an elite ninja with a pivotal position in Kumogakure village, he would never eat this kind of thing with lowly refugees. However, curiosity can kill the cat. Dodai would ignore it if it was a single person's behavior, but it seems that even Samui has left his usual modesty behind. Instead, Dodai couldn't hold back his breath. Looking at the spoon, it was swaying, exuding an unusually attractive fragrance. Dodai couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva, and hesitantly sent it to his mouth. Mouth and close your mouth, the smooth ginger slammed into the milk, with a spicy taste and a faint milky taste, mixed with Enko's fragrant glutinous rice, slurped, and slid directly into the mouth. The warmth that swept through his stomach gave him a warm feeling from the inside out to the cold hands and feet he had just recovered from soaking in the water. The strange feeling caused Dodai's eyes to stare, and at the same time, he hurriedly slammed the Enko-jang in the bowl into the milk and sent it to his mouth. 1, 2, 3, 4. The fist-sized bowl made Dodai gobble up, but in just a short moment, it was completely wiped out. Thinking of the Enko-jang bumping into milk on the big bowl, Dodai also had the cheeks and said anxiously, "Can you give me another bowl?" "No," Chin-Yu's voice followed. This made Dodai, who had just summoned up his courage and asked for it with a cheeky face, couldn't hang his face a little. However, when I saw clearly, the figure that almost dug through, while holding the belly lying on the ground, was stunned. Hiccup. I ate 18 bowls, and this time won. Niyugito picked Kiba's teeth, whitening 2 erhas lying on his body, and said proudly. Cut. I ate 20 bowls. I have 22 bowls. The 3 tails and the 4 tails hurriedly fought back. There must be a bottom line in being a human being, and being a tailed beast is no exception. At least, stick to the threshold of this foodie, and even bragging will make you look like Yuhi, and you won't be out of breath. I ate 7 bowls too. Samui's cheeks slightly swelled, feeling his swollen belly. He couldn't help loosening the waistband of his trousers, but his unfinished expression was clearly still on his mind. As for Karui and other little kids, although their fighting power is not as good as them, they have eaten 3 or 4 bowls, and their whole body feels warm, and even their little cheeks are a little more Yuhi moist. Watching this scene, Dodai's cheek muscles twitched uncontrollably. The taste of the fragrant teeth and cheeks, I haven't tasted it carefully, but now I tell him that it will end before it starts. This feeling is too uncomfortable to ride a horse. When he thought of the bitter fruit he got by pretending to be forced at the beginning, he could not wait to slap himself. Nagato, don't you still have a bowl in your hand? Can you give it to me? Dodai's eyes lit up, and he said cheekily. At this moment, he couldn't care too much. In order to figure out the taste of this thing, he had already poured out his face. I'm sorry, this is for the wounded. Chin-Yu glanced at the broken refugee camp with a smile, and said, however, I will continue to work on it tomorrow, and you can come here according to the time. Smelly old man, you have tasted the power of my uncle. This taste is unforgettable in a lifetime. Please be early tomorrow. Niyugito glanced frivolously. This brought Dodai to an end. Chinyu didn't think too much of it either, grabbed Enkojong into the milk, and walked straight to Darui. Are you awake? Chinyu glanced at him, and Dalui, who was still pretending to be asleep, said, is it because I hate myself for being too weak, or I am too hungry to open my eyes? If you want to become stronger, I may be able to help you. Can you help me? Darui suddenly opened his eyes. It has to be said that Darui's own physique is also pervert under the technique of rejuvenation and blood-enhancing pills, and he recovered 7 to 88 in just half a day. Looking at Darui, whose face was still pale, Chinyu handed over the Enkojong Chong milk in his hand, and said, eat it, if you feel that your strength has recovered, I should be able to make you qualified to become a shadow. Qualifications to become a movie. Darui was stunned. In his eyes, this is an unattainable goal. Samui, the eldest sister who has been guarding them, didn't have the confidence to say such a thing. The person in front of him gave him this kind of promise, and the gap was a bit big. Chapter 243_Heilei Inheritance Hall. Are you kidding? Darui couldn't help himself. The pressure he has encountered in the past few years is vivid in his mind. In particular, when the two-tailed Jinchuriki column force and the third-generation Raikage died, and when the fourth-generation Raikage was not in the village, some hawkish clans attacked them even more. If it wasn't for Samui's support, I'm afraid they would have starved to death. It is because of this kindness that Darui did everything he could to deal with Jinmu and Silverwood just now. I thought it would end in a mortal fate, but I never thought that I would be saved by the person in front of me. I'm joking, you'll know if you try it. Chinyu said with a dry smile, but if you don't try, you may be a weak person who needs protection for the rest of your life. The weak. Darui was stunned for a moment, then a flash of determination flashed on his face, and said, I want to become stronger, strong enough to protect anyone. Determination is good, courage is not bad, but the belly is not up to expectations. Hurry up and eat, recover, I will tell you how to become stronger. Chinyu smiled and glanced at Darui's belly like thunder, and handed Enkojong Chong milk over. Looking at this strange food, Darui was stunned at first, and the moment he entered, his pupils couldn't help but dilate. The next moment, the gobbling mode was directly turned on. When I ate it upside down, I found out that I didn't have to refill it, and I got an early reply tomorrow. However, it was precisely because he had tried this unusual food that Darui had an inexplicable expectation in Chinyu's mouth. Senior Dodai, the big thing is bad. A Kumogakure Anbu quickly swept up in the distance, landing on Dodai's side during several ups and downs. Looking at the sudden appearance of Anbu, Dodai's face changed drastically. He grabbed his shoulder and said, what happened? Anbu of Kumogakure looked around nervously, then lowered his voice and whispered in Dodai's ear. Few seconds, Dodai's face changed one after another, and the process was comparable to the face change of Sichuan opera. Looking at Dodai with a livid face at the end, Samui also realized that something was wrong and hurriedly asked, Mr. Dodai, if there is an emergency, I can go to support. Akatsuki's Nagato, also the Grand Master's sealing technique. Samui, don't talk nonsense. Dodai looked back at Chinyu and said, it's just a small accident on the battlefield, and the sealing technique is not needed at all. However, for safety's sake, bring Niyugito with me to meet the elders. This is an order from above, and no one can refuse it. Having said that, Dodai looked at Niyugito with a reluctant expression. However, Niyugito also knew the importance of obeying orders, and was reluctant in his heart, but after looking at Chinyu, he obediently agreed. Dodai secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, Akatsuki's Nagato, you will rest here first. After they meet the elders, they will come back to join you, and then I will arrange a new residence for you. However, during this time, I hope you don't leave here casually." In response to Dodai's seemingly kind reminder, Chinyu laughed dryly and said, "Senior Dodai, don't worry, we've been on the road all this time, we're all tired, if you have anything to do first, and I believe there is nothing in Kumogakure that you cannot solve." Quote. Dodai frowned and glanced at Chinyu, feeling a strange feeling in his heart, but the situation was critical, so he couldn't think about it. He nodded and left quickly. "Nagato, please take care of them." Samui quickly followed with Niyugito after showing grateful eyes. For a time, in the huge refugee area, there were only two big-tailed beasts who had entered a dozing state, and a group of worried little kids. "Okay, you've recovered well, and we're off." Chinyu patted the dust on his body. Darui was stunned at first, and said anxiously, "Teacher, didn't you promise not to walk around casually? Besides, Miss Samui is not here, I have to stay here to protect them." For a refugee like Darui, he would have bowed his head in the village of Kumogakure. So in the face of this kind of order, it will definitely not resist. "Do you want to become stronger, or do you want to watch Samui die soon?" Chinyu slapped Darui on the back of the head with his backhand, and said, "Also, who is stronger between you and my little brat? Now, don't you have the slightest bit of shit in your heart? I just kept saying that I want to become Hokage and become stronger, but now I'm cowardly." Looking at Chinyu who was scolding, Darui came to an end. At the critical moment, Kimimaro, who broke in, displayed a powerful strength far beyond his understanding. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that a kid younger than him would possess such terrifying strength. And the person in front of him, who can control this kind of terrifying person, is the strength even more unfathomable. However, in Darui's mind, Samui's safety is the most concerned. "Teacher, you said that Mrs. Samui will face a life and death crisis, but this is Kumogakure village." Darui couldn't help but asked. However, Chinyu was soon summoned by Byakugan, and he said in a bad mood, "I repeat, didn't you see that Dodai even took Niyugito's Jinchuiki column force away in advance, which means that Urwei will go berserk at any time. Once the tailed beast runs wild, without breakage, who can hold it? Can your eldest sister's body be able to do it? Don't ask me if I can suppress the tailed beast, I will definitely be able to." Tail beast riot. Darui's expression changed slightly. He stayed in the Kumogakure village for several years, and saw the riot of the tailed beast with his own eyes, and clearly understood how powerful it was. However, he did not expect that Chinyu would directly return his doubts to his stomach. Originally wanted to keep asking, but remembering Chinyu's warning, he bit Kiba and said, "Teacher, I want to become stronger, I want to become stronger faster, and I want to be strong enough to protect them all." Quote. "It's a good momentum, but I hope you will be able to say such things to the tailed beast and me in the future." Chinyu patted Darui's shoulder with a dry smile and said, "Take me with you. Go to the Hall of Black Thunder Inheritance." Black Thunder Inheritance Hall. Darui's expression changed drastically in an instant. He is no stranger to this name. Do not. It should be said that any ninja practicing Raiden, Thunder style, ninjutsu in Kumogakure village knows exactly what this place is. Kumogakure village is best at swordsmanship and Raiden, Thunder style, which are the characteristics of most ninjas. But really looking into it, Raiden, Thunder style, ninjutsu in Kumogakure village has to compete. The only one who can be king is only the 3 generations of Raikage, the Black Madara Thunder that he owns alone. And to wait for this special Raiden, Thunder style power, the only way is to pass the Black Thunder Inheritance Hall. Chapter 244 The Place of Inheritance of the Black Tower. The Hall of Black Thunder Heritage, within the village of Kumogakure, enjoys a special status. always been regarded as one of the important symbols of Raikage's successor due to its powerful destructive power that is said to be superior to the ordinary Raiden Thunder style. However, since the fall of the second generation Raikage, this Black Thunder has been lacking a successor. The strict selection of qualifications undoubtedly discouraged many younger generations. However, there is still no shortage of people who go to try and take their luck every day. The huge black iron tower was 30 meters high, and it was covered with mysterious spells. From time to time, thunder and lightning fell from the sky, smashing at the tip of the tower, making a deafening roar. Two Anbu Kumogakure, stationed at the entrance of the gate, looked around from time to time, seemingly attentive. However, in their eyes, not to mention the inheritance of the Black Tower, it is located in the village of Kumogakure. Just because of the rigor of the Black Thunder inheritance, no outsider would bother to come here to try their luck. As for the Kumogakure village, the place where the Black Thunder was inherited, it was originally released to all Kumogakure, so no one would be able to commit it and go to the Black Tower. Elder Mujao, why are you here? The two Anbu ninjas who were originally languid looked stunned, and when they saw the old man appearing in front of the gate, they showed suspicious expressions. In their eyes, Mujao, as the elder of the Kagaya clan, is getting old and has rarely entered the sight of outsiders. Anbu ninja who was specially instructed to monitor it would recognize the origin of this old man at a glance. Hehe, this Black Thunder inheritance tower has always been released to the outside world. You won't stop and welcome this old man's arrival. Mujao laughed dryly, and said, it's the fourth generation Raikage who issued an order that was hostile to our family. Two Kumogakure Anbu suddenly changed. Regarding the existence of the Kagaya clan, the fierceness of their behavior, and the rebellion of the former Golden Horn and Silver Horn, there are indeed objections among Kumogakure. However, as a big family in Kumogakure village, unless you have the determination to completely tear your face, you will damage the strength of the entire ninja village. Otherwise, it will be difficult to imitate the original Konoha ninja village, and only one Uchiha Itachi will destroy the clan and reduce the damage of the entire ninja village to the Uchiha clan. Since the riots of the Golden Horn and Silver Corner troops, the Kagaya family seems to be restrained and low-key. But on the side, it is to precipitate a more powerful strength. Even though it has been weakened on the battlefield, the old man in front of him is still one of the best in the Kumogakure village. What's the matter, are you still not giving way? Mujao's old face with a dry bark turned cold and shouted sharply. Kumogakure Anbu, who was still standing there, hurriedly reacted and said in a hurry, Elder Mujao, you are serious, we are just worried that the elder is not healthy. If something happens, I am afraid that it will make the fourth generation Raikage feel sad. However, Elder Mujao's idea has been decided, and we can't stop it. He spoke, the two Anbu ninjas quickly stepped aside. However, as soon as they moved away, the wooden horn moved instantly. Withered bark-like hands suddenly protruded from the sleeves, and the dazzling blade cut straight to the necks of the two Anbu ninjas. Two Anbu ninjas didn't expect the wooden horns to shoot violently, and they reacted. HMPH, the so-called Anbu is nothing more than that. Mujao snorted coldly, and there were 7 or 8 cracking sounds behind him, and finally landed behind him. Elder, Heilei has the power to seal and suppress the tailed beast, but no one in the past has been able to inherit it. Are we really sure? A burly man asked in a deep voice. As members of the Kumogakure village, of course, they also tried the experiment of accepting the Black Thunder heritage. It can be said that as long as they are members of their family, they are required to participate. After all, once the Heilei inheritance is successfully obtained, this will be the closest and most convenient way to get Raikage's location. It's just that after trying it out for themselves and entering the Thunder Pond, they only understood what the pain of 1,000 trials and tribulations is. HMPH, don't worry, this old man spent most of his life researching the Thunder Pattern Seal. Coupled with your special physique, there is a 40% chance that you will be able to plant black thunder seeds in your body. Mu Zhao said coldly. Could it be that, as the elites cultivated in our clan, are you afraid of devoting yourself to the great events of the clan? Or are you suspicious of the old man's methods? Elder Mu Zhao, don't misunderstand. We just want to understand clearly. After all, Jinmu and Silverwood have already started planning. If any link goes wrong, it may become a nightmare for our family. The burly middle-aged man hurriedly explained. Hey Wu, don't worry, this tempering is only carried out on the edge. As long as you don't go deep, the thunder marks can protect you from retreating. Mu Zhao's attitude has also slowed down. He also knows the world there is no one who is not afraid of death, especially in the face of almost 9 deaths. After receiving this answer, the originally dignified clansmen breathed a sigh of relief. As a member of Kumogakure village, they also know the danger of Thunder Pond. As long as they don't suddenly enter the center, they will be seriously injured at the edge and will not die. If the thunder mark in Mu Zhao's mouth would really work, maybe it wouldn't be a problem to retreat. Seeing that these people were relieved, Mu Zhao said again, since everyone thinks the matter is feasible, let's go ahead and talk about it. Elder Mu Zhao, let me open this door. He Wu Shen answered, and in front of everyone's eyes, he came out of the crowd and walked to the heavy black iron gate. The moment he pressed his hands on the iron door, the crackling black thunder splashed out and quickly spread to He Wu's body. Humph! He Wu snorted coldly, the muscles on the surface of his body squirmed, facing the black thunder like a silk arc. He didn't care about it at all, and he pushed the heavy door open suddenly. The roar of thunder rolled in, and black thunder light splattered wildly. What's more, like a snake coming out of a hole, it slashed towards them in a lightning-quick manner. That dense posture, like a violent storm, gave people an inexplicable feeling of suffocation. The violent scene changed their expressions drastically, and He Wu couldn't help but scream. Damn, what the hell is going on here? How could the black thunder in the Black Tower go berserk? This is not the first time they have come into contact with the Black Tower. The Black Tower has always been the place of inheritance of the Black Thunder. But most of the Black Thunders are gathered in the Thunder Pool, and the Black Thunders on the edge will be very weak. Not to mention this kind of leakage, the thunder attack that went straight to the entrance. Chapter 245_Devourer of Tailed Beast Meat. Do it, don't worry about it so much, I'll give you a thunder spell. Mu Zhao's expression also changed drastically. He Wu roared first, and his body that was like an iron tower quickly swelled up, his muscles like a rock. In the face of the black thunder coming from the frontal impact, without any fancy, he punched out. Boom! Black thunder light splashed, forming a rolling thunder echo. However, Rao is so, the huge impact, or let He Wu kick back 2 or 3 steps. After he regained his senses, his entire arm and body felt a little numb. Looking at the oncoming He Lei, I was fortunate that the 7 clansmen standing behind them also shot, forming a huge wall of flesh in front. Bang bang bang. Along with a series of thunder, the 7 clansmen were also shaken back. Compared with He Wu, they were even more unbearable. They retreated 5 or 6 steps. What's more, there was a bloodstain of the orangutan Yuhi on the corner of his mouth. Let out a groan. Witnessing this scene, the wooden horn, who had been guarded behind him, couldn't help but sank. Taking advantage of this chance to breathe, he hurriedly looked into the Black Tower. When I saw the trial ground with a width of several hundred meters, the thunder pond in the center, my pupils shrank suddenly, and the eye sockets were almost split. He Wu, who was standing at the front, exclaimed with a terrified expression on his face. Yes, someone came out of the thunder pool center. The exclamation was like a chain reaction, and the 7 people who had been shaken back were completely unable to hold back and looked at Likey. The scene of entering the goal is simply shaking the soul, making people feel a sense of air conditioning. Just now, the Black Tower seal door was pushed open, and the thunder light that splashed out caused them to suffer a lot. Some guys with slightly inferior strength suffered some internal injuries directly. This is enough to make people peep. The terror tempered by this thunder pool makes people feel discouraged. However, now someone told them that there was someone in the thunder pond that made them terrified and walked out slowly like a bath. The huge gap, if you don't see it with your own eyes, no one wants to believe it. Elder Mujao, what is going on? When did someone in the Black Tower succeed in tempering? Is this the secret weapon hidden by the fourth generation of Reikage? Heiwu couldn't help but take a half step back. Now he can't wait. He widened his eyes and saw the face in the lightning flashing clearly. Not long ago, the newly appointed fourth generation Reikage dared to take the Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force away from the village. Completely forget about the potential threat of their family. This made Heiwu even more certain that the figure in front of him, like a god and a demon, bathed in black thunder, was definitely the fourth generation Reikage, secretly staying behind to deal with them. Mu Zhao's complexion also changed. The Black Thunder riot just now had already caused them a lot of pain. Now suddenly appearing in the Black Tower, the figure that treats Lei Kai as a child's play is completely beyond his expectations. If he hadn't killed the two Anbu ninjas with his own hands, the current Mu Zhao would really have the urge to get away with it. However, now that the person has been killed, the arrow has to be shot on the string, and the only way is to kill the mysterious person in front of him with lightning speed. Otherwise, once the matter is exposed, the ambitions of their family will be completely destroyed. This time, I am afraid it will be exterminated. Heiwu, even if he is the strongest, he is only one person. Now that we have killed him, there is no way out. We will use the trump card to kill him directly in the Black Tower. Mu Zhao's withered bark-like old face shook, anxious shouted. Obviously holding the mentality of doing one and not doing two endlessly. Heiwu's expression was stagnant, and the hint of retreat that had just emerged in his heart was suppressed at this moment. As Mu Zhao said, there is no way out now. Moreover, in their family, there is still the most powerful killer. It is located in a remote place, and at the same time, most of the people rushed to the seal place of Erwei. It is not impossible to kill the people in front of them with the minimum limit. Thinking of this, the leader Heiwu's face flashed a hint of determination. The next moment his hands clasped together, his expression twisted, and an angry roar rose. Do it, use the power of the tail beast. Roar. The voice fell, and the 8 roars like tailed beasts instantly detonated Tianyu. Eyes were round, Kiba was prominent, and Yuhi's tailed beast chakra quickly emerged from their body surface, exuding an inexplicable smell of depression. The originally rough skin is constantly undergoing alternating states of burn and recovery. This is obviously the consequence of forced use and inability to control freely. However, compared with the normal tailed beast clothes, there is no tail on them that represents the strength of the tailed beast. Tailed animal clothing. You are not going to follow the example of Golden Horn and Silver Horn and go eat the tailed beast meat. Qin Yu, who was bathed in black thunder in the thunder pond, looked at the group of uninvited guests with interest. At the beginning, under the leadership of Darui, Qin Yu displayed Mangekyo Sharingan, easily hypnotized the 2 Anbu Kumobikar, and then took Darui into the Black Tower. Unfortunately, in the 4 forbidden techniques left by the 3 generations of Reikage, the Black Madara Lei obviously has the lack of the seal. Convert the Raiden Thunder style chakra in the body into a Black Thunder. The premise is that the Black Thunder in the Thunder Pool needs to be sealed in the body. Qin Yu has tried many methods. Only by using the Raiden Thunder style chakra mode and entering the center of the Thunder Pond for tempering, can he gradually improve his body through the Black Thunder and make a subtle transformation. However, this process will take at least a week, and for Qin Yu, it is already too much to wait. But it is even more impossible for Darui, who even has Raiden Thunder style chakra mode, has no master, and his body cannot adapt to Raiden Thunder style activation. Just when Qin was distressed, he didn't expect that someone would send goose feathers thousands of miles away, and the gift was light and affectionate. Qin vaguely remembered that when Darui displayed the black Madara in the original book, he was given Lei's tattoo by Hokage. This is probably the key. Boy, who are you? You actually know the secrets of our family. Mu Zhao's face changed dramatically. In the original book, Golden Horn and Silver Horn were swallowed alive when they hunted Kyubi, Nine Tails. Later, by chance, because of the inheritance of the blood of the Six Paths Immortal, the power of the tailed beast was stripped out from the Six Paths sage body, so it was a coincidence of all kinds. Golden Horn and the Silver Horn has the adaptability of the tailed beast chakra. This led to Golden Horn and Silver Horn having the means to transform into a tail beast after the catastrophe. Mutinous ambition to attack the second-generation Hokage under the Five Shadows talks. It can be said that they were able to get to this point, in addition to the props left by the Six Paths Immortal, the chance to accidentally swallow the power of the tail beast and stimulate the physique is the key. Chapter 246_Conan is possessed. Hee, how do I know? It's not important, but I'm very interested in the thunder spell seal you said. Can you give it to me? Qin smiled genially. If you give it to me, I can't see what you've done. This time, it seemed to be full of temptation, but when it fell into Mu Zhao's eyes, a smile flashed in his pupils, his withered bark-like cheeks trembled slightly, and said, Boy, it seems that Zhang is still old. Spicy. Quote. If you don't dare to be interested in my Thunder Curse seal, I'll be worried that I won't be able to kill you silently, but since you show this meaning, it proves that your strength is not enough to fear and control the Black Thunder. I will teach you the last lesson. Don't expose your weaknesses because of your greed. There was a hint of joy in the slightly elusive old voice. Heiwu said grimly, Elder Mu Zhao, don't talk nonsense with him. You immediately open the barrier, stop the movement here, and then we join forces to kill him directly. Since even Lei is not in control, let's be frightened in vain, and it will definitely cost death. Yes, the 7 clansmen standing behind Heiwu also agreed with fierce faces. The rolling voices gathered together, exuding a different kind of depressing taste. However, in the face of all this, the next moment they caught sight of the scene, their hearts jumped. He laughed. Bathed in black thunder, the man they regarded as fish on the chopping block was laughing. Kiba teeth that were as white as snow were extremely unsightly under the flash of black thunder. What makes their nerves tense the most is why the people in front of them are laughing in such a situation of certain death. It seems that kindness will also be misunderstood. Qin shook his head with a smile and said, Originally, I didn't want to cause trouble, I just wanted to act in secret. I didn't expect that I was also possessed by Conan, and trouble would catch up wherever I went. Where? Since you don't want to hand it over, I'll grab it myself. The inexplicable voice of the words seemed unusually disturbing under the rolling thunder. The moment Qin raised his head suddenly, the blood of the orangutan Yuhi, like a frenzy, quickly spread in his pupils. Nine Tomo turned, directly shaking the soul. Yes, it's Nine Tomo Mangekyo Sharingan. Mu Zhao exclaimed. As a family, acting as a think tank-like elder, he controls the intelligence network throughout the entire ninja world. Although it can't be compared with the 5 great ninja villages, it seems that the recent limelight and fierceness are prominent, and the information about the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Chinyu of Konoha missing Nin is clear. Lord, Elder, this is the rumored Nine Tomo Mangekyo Sharingan. How did Konoha missing Nin sneak into the Kumogakure village? Heiwu's expression changed drastically, facing the rumored murderer. Before he had time to think about it, he growled anxiously. Run away. The billowing sound receded like a tidal wave, and the round eyes were always locked in the thin figure bathed in the black thunder. However, as soon as his footsteps started, the next moment crackling, the raging black thunder light suddenly appeared in front of him. The ghostly Raiden thunder style instant body technique makes people's pupils shrink suddenly. The right hand wrapped with black thunder turned into a spear, and it quickly enlarged in his eyes in a manner that was too fast to cover his ears. Too fast. The thought of terror flashed in his mind, and Hei Wulai had no chance to raise his hand to block. The huge human head shrouded in the tail beast coat was thrown into the air under the hot blood. The violent scene shook the nerves of the remaining 7 people. At the same time that their eye sockets were almost split, they hurriedly pulled away and fled. In their eyes, Heiwu is dead, but with the wooden horns, there are still 8 people in total. As long as everyone chooses a common direction to escape, even if the murderer in front of him is the fastest, at least one person will be able to escape. That's a 1 in 8 chance of survival. However, just as this idea came into their minds, Chinyu's hands were slightly bluffed, and the black Madara thunder accumulated in his body exploded like a frenzy. Black bird stream thunder pond hell. Boom. The violent black thunder, as if it came from 9 days, raged with black thunder, instantly occupying a space of dozens of meters in a radius. The 8 people who originally wanted to withdraw and retreat, let out a miserable cry at the same time, and the extremely agile body, even under the activation of the tail beast clothes, was obviously occupied by a sudden sense of paralysis. They could react. Chin-Yu, who used the black thunder to display the Raiden thunder style chakra mode, like a wolf entering a flock, he raised his sword and fell. PFF'd. Blood splattered, and the 8 heads seemed to be thrown straight up at the same time. When Yuan stared at him and slammed it down heavily, the slight burst of anger caused Chin-Yu to raise his brows. The elder Mujao, who was also killed by Chin-Yu in an instant, was in the position of the corpse, like a substitute technique, and a large white smoke appeared, waiting for everything to recover. There was only one arm covered with mysterious spell marks, like a dead tree, and blood was still flowing out from the cut-off position. An ancient scroll lay quietly beside it. This old man deserves to be able to survive the betrayal. Jin-chan is decisive to escape from his shell, and even throws down the scroll. This is probably a kind of substitute forbidden technique. Chin-Yu looked at hundreds of meters away with interest, and the fast escape go figure. Just as he was about to set off to pursue, a fierce roar came from the north. Roar. The rolling sound was mixed with a gust of wind. Even if he didn't know how far apart they were, Chin-Yu felt a fierce and tyrannical smell. As long as you are not a fool, you all know clearly that this is a tailed beast riot. Forget it, let Darui take control of the Black Thunder first, so as not to call me a liar. Chin-Yu scattered the Raiden thunder style chakra pattern on his body and picked up the old scroll on the ground. As the scroll was spread out, there was a Black Thunder character in the center of the mysterious spell above. At the same time, the ethereal voice of the system echoed in Chin-Yu's mind. Ding dang, if it is detected that the host learns the thunder spell seal, is it immediately full level with 1 click? Hearing this familiar voice, Chin-Yu couldn't help but have a playful smile on his lips. If Mu Jiao knew that he had spent most of his life trying to study the Thunder Curse seal, Chin-Yu would have easily missed it. He will definitely regret it. Keep this scroll, attract Chin-Yu's attention, and give up the pursuit of him. In the original intention of the old man Mu Jiao, he made this decision because of the mentality that Chin-Yu would never be able to penetrate the Thunder Spell Seal in a short period of time even if he was powerful. Immediately 1 click full level. Chin-Yu didn't hesitate, he was able to bathe in the Thunder Pool. It was the system that fully leveled the Raiden Thunder Style Chakra mode with 1 click, which is more powerful than Raikage's Raiden Thunder Style Chakra mode in previous dynasties. Deep understanding can do it. As for the current Darui, if it wasn't for his tenacity, and the physique that was originally compatible with Heilei in the original work, I am afraid that in the marginal area, he would not only be forced into a coma 7 or 8 times, and he was rescued by Chin-Yu 7 times. 8 times. Chapter 247 _Two-Tailed Cat. Roar. The deafening roar exploded like thunder. In the open valley basin with tens of thousands of meters, rolling sand and dust waves rolled up, and more broken boulders were rolled away with the wind. Hundreds of embarrassed figures escaped in the wind and sand, and only after pulling a distance of several thousand meters did they barely stand still. Mr. Dodai, what are we going to do now? Why did the seal of the two-tailed cat loosen again? Samui's face turned pale. They came in a hurry after learning from Anbu's Kumogakure that Urwei's chakra was leaked in the seal. At the same time, in order to avoid any unforeseen events, even Niyugido, who is a human Jinchuriki column force, also brought. However, when they approached the seal land and tried to reinforce the seal again, most of the seal collapsed again. When I left, the seal was obviously reinforced, enough to last until the return of the fourth-generation Reikage to carry out the Jinchuriki column force seal. Dodai's expression turned ashen. After 4 generations of Reikage and Killer Bee Jinchuriki column forces left, Dodai became one of the highest fighting forces in the Kumogakure village. Is also the teacher of Reikage and Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force, so he can't avoid the pot before him, and he must take charge of the overall situation. Looking at the center of the dusty canyon basin, Dodai's expression suddenly changed, and he started drinking. Hurry up and retreat. Doden, Earth Style, wall. The moment Dodai pulled away and retreated, his hands flew quickly, forming a series of spell marks. At the same time as the ground roared, a wall of earth more than 10 meters high quickly swelled in front of him. The violent scene made Kumogakure, who was present, startled for a while, and he hadn't figured out what was in front of him. Then I saw a blue-black claw covered with mysterious spell marks, protruding directly from the endless sand and dust. Even more so, with a thunderous gesture, it was retaken on the earth wall. Boom! The dull collision sound rolled and dispersed like thunder, and the earth wall instantly collapsed like a broken bamboo. The huge impact force made Anbu Kumogakure, who had no time to withdraw and retreat, be instantly overturned and smashed on the rock. What's more, he fell into a coma. Samui exists as the elite Jonin in Kumogakure. When Dodai reminded him, he didn't know what happened, but Niyugido with a curious face had already withdrawn and retreated. When he landed on a rock hundreds of meters away, he could clearly see the huge body in the dust and his face turned pale. With a huge body of dozens of meters, the cat demon with special blue-black flames circulating all over its body, full of fierce eyes, looked around the field, and finally locked on Niyugido's body. Roar! The two-tailed cat roared up to the sky again, and the huge body, with an agile posture, instantly shot at Niyugido. The speed is so fast, the distance of more than 1,000 meters is just the blink of an eye. The chakra claws covered with blue flames, with a fierce and unparalleled attitude, tore the air and slapped it head-on. The violent scene made Anbu Ninja's face change drastically, and Samui's hand clenching the chakra dagger trembled slightly. The tailed beast in front of him not only exudes a fierce aura that makes people feel suffocated. The attack that he unleashed just by his gestures gave people a taste of death. However, when he thought about leaving, Chinyu entrusted Niyugido to her, regardless of her identity or not. And those little brats in the refugee camps waiting for her to return safely, Samui knew that she would never retreat. Raiden, Thunder Style, False Darkness. Samui quickly flipped his hands, and the moment the series of spells fell, the chakra in his body instantly exploded. Under the crackling thunder, with a fast thunder-like attitude, the cat's claws hit the sky. Boom! The huge thunderlight instantly hit the cat's paw that was photographed in the air. However, at the moment when the fierce offensive collided with the cat's paw, the offensive only stopped for a moment. The next moment, the cat's claws covered with blue-black mysterious spell marks, Yue slapped down with unabated force. Samui was stunned. Do not. It should be said that in the eyes of other people, it is also full of disbelief. This is the Raiden Thunder style attack of the Elite Jonin, which is an ordinary confrontation. One move is enough to instantly kill 2 or 3 Jonins of the same level. However, now it seems so pale and powerless, how to fight the tailed beast running wild in front of him. Raiden Thunder style, 4 Jinchuriki column binding techniques. Dodai's roar spread instantly. With Samui and Niyugito as the center, there are 4 Anbu ninjas headed by Dodai. The almost synchronous hand seal gesture, as well as the speed, make people dazzling at the same time. His hands clasped together suddenly, taking the last spell. Under the roar of the ground, a huge stone Jinchuriki column broke out of the ground one step ahead and hit tailed Maoyu's front chest directly. The huge impact force caused the cat's attack to be directly broken. At the same time, the remaining 3 stones, Jinchuriki column, surrounded the 2-tailed cats in a 4-sided manner, forming a simple prison. Roar. Seeing that the attack was blocked and the sneak attack was successful, the 2-tailed cat became obviously more irritable. A big mouth, chakras tumbling claws slapped directly at the Jinchuriki column while roaring up to the sky. If this blow really hits, I am afraid it will be the same as when the earth wall was broken at the beginning. With this little trick alone, it is definitely not a tailed beast to be able to subdue the tailed beast. Change the spell. Dodai roared again and again. When the surgical seal in the hand changed again, the 4-stone Jinchuriki column instantly burst into a crackling thunder. The violent power of thunder turned into a layer of electrical grid, directly covering the 2-tailed cat. The cat's claws, which were originally shot out, were also blocked in an instant. The tailed cat who was in it, let out a shrill cry under the impact of this tyrannical thunderlight. Seeing that the blow was successful, Samui not only did not smile at all, but he couldn't help but look at Dodai, bit Kiba and said, "Master Dodai, you asked me to bring Niyugito. I had expected the tailed beast to run wild, and planned to use it as a bait. Let the second tail attack her, thus enforcing the seal." For this remark, Niyugito's expression couldn't help but stagnate. That moment, if Samui hadn't reacted in time, he used the Raiden Thunder style ninjutsu to stab Erwei's attack from the front and bought a little time. I am afraid that the sealing barrier has not been set up, and they will be smashed by Erwei. The face of this blatant questioning, the surrounding Kumogakur looked as usual, obviously already aware of it. Only Dodai looked a little dark and said, "Samui, you need to know that everything I do now is for the sake of the village, and you don't want to." The person who took and became a wandering ninja again. The 4th generation of Reikage is not there. The only thing we can do is to suppress the tail beast as soon as possible. Quote. Having said that, Dodai looked at Erwei who was madly hitting the barrier. A flash of determination flashed on his face, and he shouted sharply, "Do it all for me, use that move to completely suppress the tailed beast." Chapter 248 Black Thunder from the Sky. That trick. Samui's expression changed slightly. As a disciple of the previous Jinchuriki column force, Samui is very clear that it is the 3rd generation of Reikage. In order to prevent the tailed beast from running wild when the strongest fighting force in the village is not there, the killer left on purpose. However, this move is promising and can suppress the tailed beast. However, in the face of the rampage of the tailed beast, the number of people who need to perform surgery is definitely not a small number. Samui, don't hesitate. As long as you suppress the tailed beast runaway this time, you are also the hero who rescued the village. It will be easier for people to accept those refugees. Dodai's expression gradually became ugly. Taking a look, the tailed beast madly rammed into the ceiling barrier. For the 4 casters, the transmission of this power alone was enough to make their blood churn and chakra was quickly consumed. Once you can't seal the tailed beast, if you wait for them for a long time, the chakra will be exhausted, and then you will definitely die. A hero. Samui was slightly startled, thinking of the shattered refugee camp, if the tailed beast could be suppressed before night fell. With the credit this time, Karui and others were able to live in a new house without starvation and cold. The future, he will be accepted by Kumogakure village and become one of them. For all this, Samui's face flashed a hint of determination, and he drank sternly, "Do it." Voice fell, the sealing team led by Samui shot out one after another in an instant, landing on the 16 positions. Without any hesitation, at the moment Samui flipped his hands and formed the first magic seal, the 16 people directly cast it simultaneously. Raiden Thunder Style, 16 Jinchuriki, Column Binding Technique. Boom. The earth is roaring, the entire canyon is shaking like an earthquake, and the 10-6 paths, the Jinchuriki column, are rushing out in all directions. The next moment, a huge cage was formed. When the last magic seal in Samui's hand fell, lightning surged out, and in addition to the 4 Jinchuriki column restraints, a 16 Jinchuriki column seal was formed. "Go on," Samui-one's hand shouted again anxiously. 64 Kumogakure were already preparing, and as soon as they got the order, they fell in all directions like sharp arrows. Hand seal with both hands, the ground rumbled, the rocks burst down, and the entire canyon basin was instantly surrounded by stone Jinchuriki column. Accompanied by the echoes of thunder, the thunder light splashed and bound with the stone Jinchuriki column in front, forming an even greater 64 Jinchuriki column binding technique. The canyon basin, which originally covered an area of tens of thousands of meters, was instantly submerged by endless thunder, and even Urwei's figure was obscured. If it wasn't for tailed Maoyu's fierce roar, which is extremely penetrating, I'm afraid there is no way to tell with the naked eye that the dignified tailed beast is trapped inside. Okay. Dodai said okay. Originally, this enchantment was developed, but it has never been used in actual combat. After all, in the past, the tailed beast ran wild, and there were 3 generations of Reikage who were hard and dry. Even the 8-tailed bull ghost was cut off by the 3 generations of Reikage. This kind of clumsy enchantment is even more useless. However, the success of the display now, in addition to making people feel happy, the rapid consumption of chakra in the body should not be underestimated. Hurry up and start the suppression, we can only support this formation for 10 minutes. Dodai looked at Samui and shouted hurriedly. Teacher Dodai, I understand. Samui nodded heavily, she wanted to play the role of the hero this time. Just to better protect Karui and the others standing behind her. Thinking of this, Samui let out a deep breath, a hint of determination flashed in the depths of his eyes, and the slender hand's surgical seal flew up again. Do it, suppress the tailed beast. The awe-inspiring voice suddenly came out, but Samui found that everyone's expressions changed slightly, even Dodai's expression changed. Golden wood, silverwood, what are you doing? Samui, watch your back. Dodai roared in a hurry, and Samui's nerves suddenly tensed at the words. The moment I hurriedly looked behind me, I saw the chakra broadsword, which was swirling with cold light, and quickly enlarged in my pupils. You can die, big hero. Jinmu laughed playfully. In fact, they managed to open the seal of tailed Maoyu. It is precisely to make Dodai and other Kumogakure village elites, in order to suppress the 2-tailed cat, to display this complicated formation. When they are distracted and unable to withdraw to fight, they attack again. That's half of their goal. As long as the last elders who are obstructing people are also eliminated, and the second tail is sealed with the help of Black Thunder, it will wait until the 4th generation of Reikage returns. The huge Kumogakure village has changed its name and surname, and it has become the possession of their family. Black Thunder Black Madara Pour. Boom. The Black Thunder light, which descended from the sky, was extremely dazzling, and even struck down at the golden wood with lightning speed. The violent blow was completely beyond his expectations. In their plan, this Black Thunder should have belonged to their family. Even if someone could really use it, it would be the elder Mujao who developed the Thunder Curse seal. However, now all this has subverted their cognition. The assassination attack just now, the situation has not been exhausted, and now facing this violent black thunder, it is impossible to withdraw in a hurry and retreat. Jinmu, hurry back. Silver Mew took the lead and buckled on Jinmu's shoulder, and at the same time with a sudden force, he quickly pulled away and retreated. When they retreated more than 10 steps, the black thunder that fell from the sky slammed into the place where Jinmu was standing. With a violent and fierce posture, the rock under his feet shattered. The remaining black arc of thunder made people's expressions change dramatically, and their pupils could not help shrinking when they could see clearly the boy who fell behind Samui. "Miss Samui, are you all right?" Darui said worriedly. However, if people take another look, there is an extra black thunder word on his arm, and the black thunder arcs flowing all over his body are even more eye-catching. "Darui, how could you cast the black thunder? You should not have the experience of trials." Samui's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but asked. Although Darui can have a black thunder, this is the greatest honor for her, or even for any ninja in Kumogakure village. It's just that Darui's identity is different from other Kumogakure. The origin of refugees alone makes him ineligible to enter the Black Thunder Trial Tower. At present, Darui has obtained the inheritance of Black Thunder, which means that he has violated the prohibition of Kumogakure village. People from other villages, trespassing on the Black Thunder Trial Tower, is a mortal sin. This kind of result is not what Samui wants to see. However, before Darui could speak, an old body descended from the sky, and that panicked gesture tightened everyone's nerves. Chapter 249 Can train tailed beasts as dogs. Elder Mujao, what happened to make you panic? Looking at the elder Mujao who fell from the sky, his cheeks like dry tree bark, and was covered with hot sweat, Jinmu took the lead and asked in a breathless manner. This scene, even Dodai and Samui and other Kumogakure, cannot help but become curious. For this old monster who has lived for 70 or 80 years and is coordinating the Kagaya clan behind the scenes, even if it is shown in the village, it is very deep. In the face of the third and fourth generations of Reikage, there will be no such chaotic expressions. However, this scene completely subverted their cognition. Escape, hurry up, this is a trap. No wonder that guy from Reikage of the fourth generation dared to leave the village with Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force. It turns out that you guys are secretly colluding with Konoha Missing Nin, the blood-colored Asura. Mu Jiaoyi, the hand that grabbed the golden horn and silver horn, almost scolded. In his decades of layout, half a day ago, he was still scheming and calculating the calmness of the world. However, after seeing Uchiha Chinyu with his own eyes, he walked out of the Thunder Pond as if nothing had happened. It even killed 8 of his carefully cultivated elites in an instant. This strong attitude, combined with the rumors from the outside world, directly broke the luck in Mu Jiao's heart. Mu Jiao, what nonsense are you talking about? Lord Reikage of the fourth generation, why would you cooperate with Konoha Missing Nin who killed the third generation of Reikage? Your family has betrayed, and are you planning to spray people with blood? Dodai's face changed dramatically, and the village flashed in his mind. At the same time, the only foreigner in the room couldn't help but refute. At this moment, the people he is more willing to face are the mutiny of the Kagaya family, as well as the two-tailed cat. And T want to believe that, in the Kumogakure village, Uchiha Chinyu quietly sneaked in. It's you, Samui said suddenly. Everyone present didn't have time to think, and subconsciously followed Samui's gaze, and looked at the thin figure wearing a yuhi-colored cloud cloak on the tree trunk. Looking at the well-defined cheeks that had long been covered by the transmutation technique, the pupils suddenly shrank at the same time. Dodai took the lead and shouted in a hurry, "Don't look at him, be careful of demonic illusion." As soon as these words came out, Kumogakure's heart seemed to be tightly clenched by an invisible big hand. Among them, a ninja was the first to lose his temper and said in horror, "No, I just glanced at his Mangekyo Sharingan. Me too. If it's true, like the rumors, that you can get people into demonic illusion just by looking at it, then I can't escape it. A series of exclamations gathered together like a vast ocean, hundreds of kumogakure, this subconscious action. Konoha missing nin, blood-colored Asura who wanted a reward in the whole ninja world, I couldn't help but take a look. However, this look made them completely confused as if they were being urged by the god of death. Hee, don't be nervous, I was only planning to visit Kumogakure village, but I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting rebellion. Chinyu smiled and patted Kimamaro's shoulder and said, you stay here and wait for me. I'll go down and have a look. As soon as these words fell, the crackling thunder light burst out in an instant. In the Raiden Thunder style chakra mode, the teleportation technique displayed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he came to Samui. The violent scene was as if it penetrated the soul. Even the pupils of Dodai in the distance shrank suddenly and exclaimed, Black Thunder, this is the Black Thunder chakra mode that only the second generation Raikage has. Don't be surprised, I'm here just to say goodbye. Chinyu glanced at Dodai, and when his cheeks twitched, he stopped talking, but closed his mouth, unable to speak. Dodai had no confidence in facing Chinyu whose purpose was unclear. Not long ago, at the southern stronghold of Konoha Ninja Village, hundreds of elites from Kumogakure village were killed by one move, but the whole village was sensational. Kumogakure elites gathered in this canyon at the moment, but he is worried that he will be able to hold a move in Chinyu's hands. You're injured. Chinyu looked at Samui in the hand seal, the blood stains on his face rubbed by the gravel were extremely unsightly. Niyugito had been hard selling and broke into her heart at the same time, but completely changed his appearance. Samui's expression was stagnant, and at the same time, the warm big hand was slowly approaching her. Don't be nervous, I'm just treating you. Seeing Samui's nervousness, Chinyu couldn't help but comfort him. This is the lightning curse seal I snatched from the old man, and it's a gift for you now. Take the interest of Black Thunder. Quote. Also, he is considered a gift. Although he has only just learned the chakra mode, with the help of Heilei and training, his future strength should be able to reach cage level. Teacher, what you said is really ugly. I want to leave with you. Darui suddenly became anxious. However, compared to him, Niyugito, who was standing beside him, came to Chinyu's side one step ahead, grabbed his arm, and said with a face full of reluctance, Uncle Greasy, are you leaving? Why don't you take me with you too? The small voice just tensed the nerves of everyone in the field. Not to mention Darui, who inherited Heilei, he wanted to propose to leave with Chinyu. Even the Jinchuriki column force vessel, a person who was cultivated through hard work in Kumogakure village, was poached, and he took the initiative to follow the rumors outside and the famous Konoha missing nin left. This result completely subverted their cognition. Okay, you girl just stay in Kumogakure village. They won't treat you badly, and they won't dare to treat you badly. Otherwise, I'll let Shaosun and Shaozi come here once. Chinyu rubbed with a smile. Behind Niyugito's head. The two black dogs hidden in the cloak came straight out and landed on Niyugito's shoulders. They looked around fiercely and said, Little girl, even though you eat a lot, you don't have the slightest respect for this uncle. But since you have been with the boss for a while, if you have anything in the future, I will find a place for you. Quote. The big deal, I even brought the smelly monkey, its Yoden lava style, is very good, it's not difficult to sneak in here. Also, your dead cat is obviously a woman and has such a grumpy temper. If you bark around here, the boss doesn't hit women, but be careful that the stinky monkey won't let you go. Hey, dead tortoise, if you pretend to be forceful, can't you do it yourself? Why do you have to drag me into the water? Looking at the two ninja dogs, pretending to be unscrupulous here, everyone present couldn't laugh. Aside from the gurgling sound of swallowing saliva, only Niyugito can keep giggling. In their minds, only one thought remained. To be able to train a tailed beast as a dog is simply a god. Chapter 250 _ Team up and fly away. Roar. The roar of fierce tears resounded like thunder, as if responding to Sanwei's provocative words. Faced with this scene, Santai, who had turned into a ninja dog, sank and roared up to the sky. Roar. With a sound, the dormant chakra in Sanwei's body instantly detonated, rising into the sky like a volcano erupting. The powerful air wave swept away in a rolling posture, and it even stirred up sand and dust. The violent scene, like an invisible big hand, instantly clenched everyone's heart. Just relying on one two-tailed cat and another, they have already made them deal with the dread. Now there is one head, 3 tails, and 4 tails. Once the fight really starts, I am afraid that the entire Kumogakure village will be destroyed in one fell swoop. Smelly mother-in-law, don't act wild in front of the boss, or I will tear apart your bones. Santai's voice sounded like thunder, and with a bang, he shook his body to reveal his body. The giant tortoise of dozens of meters, with its hideous appearance and 3 tails representing strength, stirred the circulation of the air in this piece of heaven and earth. The two-tailed cat, who was still rioting at first, was obviously alarmed by the actions of the 3-tailed, and the tyrannical gesture suddenly stopped. Little Sanner is enough. Chinyu interrupted. Don't forget, our purpose this time. Boss, I understand. Sanwei opened his mouth to agree. His huge body, with a bang, returned to the size of Erha, with a pleasing expression on his face. There was no trace of that murderous, fierce flame-like attitude just now. Okay, the scar on your face has completely healed. Chinyu pulled his hand back, looked at Samui's restored cheek, and turned to look at Jinmu and Silvermu. This glance immediately made everyone's faces change dramatically. Samui couldn't hold back his breath. He grabbed Chinyu's wrist and said, Long. Uchiha Chinyu, what do you want to do? What? Chinyu smiled and flicked his hand on Samui's forehead, and said, I will make compensation for taking something from someone else's house. Don't they bother you? I'll help you out. The small voice seemed to carry an undeniable taste. Jinmu's face changed, and he roared in a hurry. You bastard, I didn't bother you with that punch half a day ago, but you are so arrogant, you plan to interfere in the affairs of our Kumogakure village, I have to kill you. Quote. Jinmu, shut up. Silvermu interrupted Jinmu's words, but still didn't look Chinyu's eyes directly, piled up a smile and said, Uchiha Chinyu, it's the first time we met, but I know your subordinates are gathered together. After a lot of missing nin, the 5 major countries also held the 5 Shadows Conference, intending to join forces to deal with you, and the attitude of the 4 generations of Reikage is even more endless. Quote. It's better, let's work together to take the lead, take this Kumogakure village down, and let the 5 countries know that we are not to be provoked. We can use this as a stepping stone, and at the same time use the strength accumulated by our family for many years to guard the village of Kumogakure, and take this opportunity to grow rapidly. In the future, we will command the ninja world and become the overlord of this world. The slightly elusive voice, the more he said to the end, the excitement between the lines was full of excitement, and the smell of demagogic exuded even more. With 4 generations of Reikage and Killer Bee Jinchuriki column absent, when the top power of Kumogakure village is half gone, it is not a daydream to join forces with the Kagaya clan to seize the power of Kumogakure village. Once it really succeeds, with the missing nin power under Uchiha Chinyu and the chess pieces of the Kagaya clan lurking in Kumogakure village, it is not difficult to achieve this goal. It can be said that if anyone acts as the current Uchiha Chinyu, they will definitely yearn for this grand plan to dominate the ninja world. However, for Dodai and the others, this can definitely be called a nightmare. For a time, the eyes of everyone in the field turned, locked on Uchiha Chinyu's body, and there was a hint of urgency in the depths of their pupils. Samui couldn't hold his breath, and asked anxiously, Uchiha Chinyu, I hope you can see my sake. Raise your hand once, and let go of the Kumogakure village. For these words, Samui didn't know what he was doing to make Chinyu raise his hand. Friends or something else. But the scene in front of her made Samui too concerned about it. As long as there was a chance, she must try. Even offering yourself. No, I think his proposal is very tempting. Chinyu smiled warmly. Words fell into Samui's ears, making her nerves tense, and while her expression froze, she showed a self-deprecating smile. For this result, she also thought about it, just as she thought at the beginning. Between her and Chinyu, it was just a chance encounter, so what qualifications are there? Let Chinyu look at her and raise your hand. However, this thought just came into her mind, and the words that fell in her ear made her startled again. It's just, are you qualified to discuss cooperation with me? Chinyu's smile gradually disappeared, looking at Silver and said lightly, I seem to remember that you gave me harsh words not long ago, saying that next time when we meet, Jinmu will tear me apart, and now that we have met, I am a little impatient to wait. Quote. The sudden change made the smile that just appeared on Silver's face stiffen. Seeing Chinyu barely wriggling the corners of his mouth, he said, Uchiha Chinyu, everything that happened before was a misunderstanding. As long as we cooperate, we will definitely be able to dominate Ninja World. Really? Chinyu replied indifferently, and as soon as he took a step, the sound of crackling thunder suddenly resounded. The next moment, the whole person appeared directly in front of Jinmu 20 or 30 meters away, as if spanning time and space, and the voice suddenly echoed. I said, do you have the qualifications to hear what exactly? The small voice, with an unquestionable taste, the pitch-black lightning flashed out a fierce gesture. Without any hesitation, the moment the ghostly figure appeared, the 5 fingers of his right hand were suddenly clenched, and he punched Jinmu's abdomen with a heavy punch. Boom! The dull sound of collision resounded like thunder, and the huge impact poured down. As soon as Jinmu reacted, he flew out like a cannonball with the sound of bones shattering. With a tenacious posture, he smashed heavily on the rock wall 50 or 60 meters away. The seemingly indestructible rock wall cracked open like a cobweb, and collapsed immediately the next moment. The dust storm that rolled up, at the same time as it rolled back, a shocking blood arrow splattered directly from Jinmu's mouth. The power of a punch was so terrifying, seeing the pupils of everyone present shrinking, an inexplicable warmth sprouted in Samui's heart. However, as soon as the warmth came out, the joking voice of the pretty life fell into my ears. Sister Fierce, you can also see that the greasy uncle is full of security, or we will form a team to fly away. Chapter 251_Unbeatable Xiaoqiang. Team up to fly away. Samui couldn't help being stunned. Looking at Niyugito who was eager to try, there was a little bit of excitement in his heart. However, as soon as this feeling of affection was born, it was suppressed by Samui. Not to mention whether Chinyu can fight against the 5 great powers, just because the refugee camp behind her exists, and the young Karui and others will not allow her to be willful. Jin Mu. Silver Mu suddenly woke up. Looking at Chinyu who was close at hand, he didn't have time to think about it. His hands clasped together suddenly, and at the same time he pulled away and retreated. A shrill cat meow came out of his mouth. If Chinyu really wanted to find an adjective, it would feel a bit like a cat calling Chun. A chakra breath that is very similar to the 2-tailed cat quickly swept away. Uchiha Chinyu, you're forcing me. Silver roared fiercely, and the blood-colored chakra quickly overflowed, accompanied by a fierce smell. Silver Mu, you stop him, I'll save Jin Mu, and it's not difficult for you to join forces to kill Uchiha Chinyu. Mu Jiao also quickly retreated. That seemingly old body, on the run away, the speed is simply not too much. A few ups and downs, it landed on Jinmu's side. Looking at the golden wood lying in the rubble, with his chest completely collapsed, his bones completely shattered, and even his internal organs spit out, the miserable appearance is even more terrible than half a day ago. Faced with such a fatal injury, I am afraid Tsunade will have to shake his head when he arrives. However, Mu Jiao didn't care. When the old bark-like face flashed a tinge of pain, he took out a wooden box with his backhand, and then directly opened the spell used as a sealing path on it. A piece of yuhi, a piece of meat that exudes a different chakra flavor, made Chinyu also interested. Is this the meat of a stinky fox? Sanwei raised his brows, looking a little surprised. The bodies of their tailed beasts are transformed by the chakra of the Six Paths Fairy, so any inch of meat has a strong chakra reaction. Most importantly, once you enter the tailed beast form, no matter how much you are injured, you will be able to recover as before. Of course, this ability of pervert also has a great load on the body. However, now facing the Konoha missing nin blood-colored Asura rumored in the ninja world, Mu Jiao obviously has no more choices. As soon as he took out the sealed piece of Kyubi, Nine Tails, he shoved it directly into Jinmu's mouth. The moment when the meat piece entered, perhaps it was because of the chakra, the tailed beast that originally existed in Jinmu's body. Jinmu, who was dying, released a tyrannical tailed beast chakra from his tightly closed mouth. The next moment, while his eyes were widening, his collapsed chest healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The tailed beast chakra, which was full of fierce taste, exploded like a dam burst. The sharp kiba, the knife-like fingertips, the rapidly peeling skin, the oozing blood, and the tailed beast clothing covering the body's surface converged. A disgusting smell of blood filled the air. Roar. The same roar came from the mouths of Kaneki and Silverwood at the same time. The huge chakra brought by the tailed beast, and the fierce consciousness originally contained, made them even more violent. Without any fancy, the moment his eyes fell on Chinyu, his 4 feet suddenly kicked on the ground. Boom. The ground shattered, and everyone just felt 2 blood-colored rays of light, like a tiger descending the mountain, with a posture like horns, and attacked Chinyu together. The speed is so fast, the distance of tens of meters is just a short distance away. The blood-colored claws, without any bells and whistles, photographed Chinyu head-on. Be careful, Samui exclaimed, but the next moment saw 9 Tomo Mangekyo Sharingan, turning in vain. Tong Li, which exuded the smell of disaster, instantly turned into 2 huge ribs and stopped in front of Chinyu. Boom. The claws lined up heavily on the phantom ribs. The huge impact force even set off a hurricane and rolled back around. The ground under his feet seemed to be unable to withstand the impact, and there was a cracking sound like cracking. However, in the face of this fierce and unparalleled attack, Chinyu, who was in his ribs, seemed to have nothing to do with himself, and smiled genially in front of everyone's eyes. Is this your confidence? No wonder the old man ran away. The small voice, at this moment, is like an invisible big hand tensing everyone's nerves. He hurriedly followed the trail of Mu Jiao, and even half of his figure was gone. Recalling the scene when he just arrived and rescued Jinmu. That means, I'm afraid it's just to buy time for myself to escape. Jinmu and Silvermu, the only remaining will in their minds was a pause, but they were quickly covered by the fierce consciousness of the tailed beast chakra. Seeing that the blow was blocked, another sharp claw slapped Chinyu again. As expected, the consciousness was swallowed up. Compared with the golden horn and the silver horn, it makes people feel disappointed. Chinyu shook his head helplessly, and the speed of the 9 Tomo in his pupils suddenly increased sharply. At the same time that the furious pupil power surged out, the huge Susanoo of dozens of meters condensed in an instant. The seemingly sharp claws slammed on the armor covered on the surface. The clack-like sound of metal collisions caused no cracks at all except for a slight vibration in Yuhi's pupil power. With such a terrifying defense, one could not help but take a deep breath. It's my turn. Chinyu's eyes widened slightly, and he uttered 3 simple words, and the huge Susanoo moved instantly. With a big hand like a plantain, without any bells and whistles, with a tenacious posture, he headed towards Kaneki and Silverwood. Wherever you pass along the way, the wind blows back, setting off endless sandstorms and gravel, giving people a feeling of flying sand and rocks. Roar. Kaneki and Silverwood roared in unison, filled with tyrannical consciousness. The four tails behind him, condensed with chakra, attacked Susanoo's big hand without any hesitation. Boom. The thunder-like collision sound rolled and spread out, and the four tails that seemed to have an advantage in numbers, shattered like a piece of paper under Susanoo's big hand. Swept away towards the golden wood and silver wood without diminishing its prestige. Boom. The two figures were directly smashed into the air like cannonballs, hitting the mountain thousands of meters away. The huge impact force forcibly broke the sharp cones of the two rock mountains. Under the splash of gravel, the broken arms, thighs and other body parts. It recovered quickly in a manner that was visible to the naked eye. That feeling was like a Xiaoqiang who couldn't be beaten to death, which made Samui and the others stunned. Is this the power of the tailed beast? Samui couldn't help looking at Uchiha Chinyu. But in the face of such a terrifying recovery ability, and the chakra power that burst out in an instant, Samui's heart is more shaking. Chapter 252_1 move can be used in the finale. How strong is he? Samui clenched his hands secretly. Looking at the entire Kumogakure village, facing the golden wood and silver wood that use the power of the tail beast, Samui believes that in addition to the fourth generation of Raikage, and Killer Bee Jinchuriki column power, to find an existence that can confront them head-on, there is almost nothing. At least, Samui believes he has no chance of winning. If it wasn't for the sudden intrusion of Uchiha and Chinyu this time, I'm afraid this time the rebellion of the Kagaya clan would definitely succeed. Roar. Jinmu and Silvermu suddenly rushed out of the ruins, and while roaring up to the sky, the violent chakra surged frantically. Uchiha Chinyu, try our most powerful trump card. This blow can instantly kill hundreds of people. Silver roared. At the same time as the bloody mouth was bluffing, the tailed beast chakra, which was rolling on the surface, gathered wildly in the mouths of the two. This is a small tailed beast bomb. Dodai's expression suddenly changed, and he was the first to exclaim, "Escape, let's escape." As the teacher of Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force, of course he knows exactly what means as a human Jinchuriki column force. However, he never imagined that Jinmu and Silverwood would not only be able to transform into a tailed beast by devouring the meat of the tailed beast, but would also be able to display such attacks. However, in the face of Dodai's surprise, Kumogakure, who was present, was indifferent. An elderly elite Jonin, staring at Chinyu, suddenly muttered to himself, "Do we really need to escape?" The inexplicable words made Dodai's expression stagnate. Compared with his fuss, there are hundreds of Kumogakure on the field, but it is completely different. Tailed Beast Bomb, which claims to be comparable to the destructive power of S-rank ninjutsu, they are completely indifferent. Looking at Chinyu's gaze, there was a hint of urgency. Right. Faced with the existence of a tailed beast that can be trained as a dog, what is a small tailed beast bomb? Roar. The violent roar ripped apart the sky again, and the tailed beast bomb formed by the gathering of Yuhi's chakras burst through the air instantly. The speed was so fast that the air along the way stirred up a ripple, and the ground seemed to be overwhelmed, forcibly pulling out a hideous crack. A distance of a kilometer is just a few breaths. The blow that seemed to be able to destroy the world finally came to Chinyu. Do not. It should be said that it came to Susanoo. Facing this ultimate move, which was claimed to be able to kill hundreds of people in one blow, Chinyu moved in full view. A little, Susanoo reached out with a bland hand, and went straight to the tailed beast bomb to catch it. The next moment, the 5 fingers clenched suddenly, and a low explosion sounded with a puff. The violent explosion gust of wind gushes out like between fingers, rolling up large tracts of sand and gravel. At the same time, it also shook the minds of the people who were like sculptures. Looking at the fierce and unparalleled attack, in front of Qin Yu, he was easily crushed like an understatement. This huge gap is too much to be caught off guard. Do not. It should be said that the strength gap between the two is simply like a gulf, making it impossible to measure. The tailed beast turned Jinmu and Silverwood were also stunned. The tyranny in his mind originally seemed to be poured cold water on his head at this moment, and it was directly cooled from the head to the bottom of the feet. At this moment, he finally knew why Elder Mujao lived to the end every time. Judging the situation can make people live 100 years longer. Uchiha Qin Yu, can we talk? Perhaps, we are not qualified to cooperate with you, but we can be your subordinates, like those two dogs. Silverwood spoke hastily. However, upon seeing Qin Yu's warm smile, his spine was inexplicably chilled. It's okay to be a subordinate, but only if you take this move. Qin Yu said with a smile. Susano changed again under the watchful eyes of everyone. With 3 heads and 6 arms, a body about 100 meters high, with an Asura-like posture, it completely explained the origin of Qin Yu's nickname. The 6 pairs of eyes that were originally closed suddenly opened, and at the same time as the 6 big hands swung, various chakra attributes rushed out. My move can be used in the finale. Suiten, water style, Rasengan Shuriken. Yoden, lava style, Rasengan Shuriken. Futon, wind style, Rasengan Shuriken. Raiden, thunder style, Rasengan Shuriken. Doden, earth style, Rasengan Shuriken. Kaden, fire style, Rasengan Shuriken. The chakra of the 6 major attributes, the moment when it surges wildly, gives people an illusion like a constellation of stars. The breath exuded is like an invisible big hand tightening a person's heart. When the sound of Gulu swallowing saliva was heard in the arena, Kanamu and Silvermu didn't think about it, they pulled away and quickly retreated. Several times during the ups and downs, they jumped hundreds of meters away, and when they looked back and peeked, the Shira-like Susano moved instantly. The 6 big hands swung, and all kinds of Rasengan Shuriken burst out of the void in an instant. With a rolling gesture, he headed towards Kaneki and Silverwood. 2 was over 1,000 meters, but in the face of Susano's full-strength blow, this distance was only reached in the blink of an eye. Looking at the 6 Rasengan Shuriken rapidly expanding in their pupils, Kaneki and Silverwood only had time to let out an unwilling scream. Don't! Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded, and the violent air wave directly overturned the entire canyon. Everywhere along the way, the rocks crumbled, the ground was torn, the sand flew under the rocks, and everything was like paper. There is no way to make the explosion air wave stop for a while. Looking at the scene that seemed to destroy the world, Dodai, who was in the hurricane, roared anxiously while his pupils contracted. Remove the seal quickly and defend with all your strength. There was a burst of urgency, but this time there was no hesitation. The Raiden Thunder style sealing barrier that was fully exerted was directly abandoned. The hands flew quickly, forming a series of magic seals at the same time, and the earth walls quickly condensed and turned into thick city walls. Boom! The tyrannical air wave instantly hit the earth wall. The seemingly indestructible city wall shattered with a bang, and at the same time the rocks flew, the nerves of Dodai and the others were tensed to ultimate. Iwagakure, who was born in the land of the land, they know the art of Doden, earth style, but the defensive power of the constructed earth wall is far less than that of Iwagakure of Grandmaster Doden, earth style. Usually, it can be used to defend against some petty attacks. Rasengans that can play the finale in one move. 6 Rasengans is not something to cover. Samui, hurry up and think of a way. Dodai couldn't hold back. Thinking of it, the friendship between Samui and Chinyu a moment ago might be able to save them at this critical moment of life and death. However, after these words fell, everything in the field changed again. Chapter 253 give you two choices. Doden, Earth Style, Wall. The indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Samui only had time to see Chinyu's hands flying, and when he realized it, the ground was rumbling continuously. One after another, huge earth walls of dozens of meters surged up in all directions, instantly forming a huge circular city wall. The 10,000-meter-long canyon is shrouded in it. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. This person is more than a person, and stepping on a horse is maddening. Same as to cast Doden, Earth Style, the other party starts a big castle. That was to stop all the violent explosions. For a time, Kumogakure, who was inside the earth wall, his nerves tense, actually felt a little more fortunate in his heart. Hearing the roaring explosions coming from outside, and the huge figure of Shira, full of gorilla Yuhi blood, full of calamity, the huge scene fell into an inexplicable silence. Faced with this enemy, they couldn't even think of doing it for a while. The blast wave raged for a full minute, before everything recovered. The earthen walls built in all directions collapsed into the void after the spell and chakra dissipated, turning into loess and sinking into the ground. Susanoo, like Ashura, also disappeared. Chinyu was the only one left, standing quietly in the huge ruins thousands of meters, on the only remaining rock. The canyon basin, which was directly raised to the ground, appears to be devastated. The shattered rocks and the ravine-like earth made Chunin swallow his saliva for a while. Originally, Fierce Flame was arrogant, and kept saying that he wanted to cooperate with Konoha Missing Nin, blood-colored Asura Uchiha Chinyu on an equal footing with Jinmu and Silvermu. I am afraid it has been bombed and disappeared now. This kind of godlike existence is not something they can fight against. Next, the two sides stand on opposite sides again, and this battle will definitely die. Master Dodai. Were urgent cries from all directions, and hundreds of Kumogakure rushed to the scene. Many people were still injured and looked extremely embarrassed. Pupils shrank abruptly when they saw the thin figure wearing Yuhi-colored auspicious cloud robes. This is Konoha Scarlet Asura, how could he be here? Is he an accomplice who colluded with the Kagaya clan? Now that the fourth generation of Raikage and the eight-tailed killer bee are not around, can we stop Uchiha Chinyu? ... The scene suddenly became chaotic. The face of the rebellion of Jinmu and Silvermu, they still have the courage to fight, but in the face of the recently famous Konoha Missing Ninuchiha Chinyu in the ninja world. In their hearts, there was an inexplicable trembling. It has only been a few months since Uchiha Chinyu's strong rise to the present. And every battle shocked the ninja world. Whether it's a battle with disparity in numbers or an encounter with peak combat power, only the blood-colored Asura, Uchiha Chinyu, can survive. Stop, calm me down. Dodai's expression changed, and he shouted in a hurry. The battle just now is still vivid in my mind. Even Jinmu and Silvermu, who displayed the tail beast mode, couldn't stand Chinyu's move. Then it means that the people they are present will shoot together. The chances of winning are also close to zero. Now Dodai just looked at Samui with eager eyes. Do not. Kumogakure present who witnessed this battle with their own eyes. You, Uchiha Chinyu. Feeling the gazes from all around, Samui had an indescribable feeling in his heart. She and Chinyu have known each other for only half a day. However, it seemed to her that it was very long. From the vigilance at the beginning, to the gratitude later, to the shock now. Uchiha Chinyu in front of her gave her an inexplicable sense of security. However, just after these words fell, Chinyu's body was covered with black thunder. Like a ghost, he displayed the Raiden Thunder style instant technique and appeared in front of Samui. The violent scene shook the nerves of those who came later. In the eyes of many people, Samui, who is only 17 or 18 years old, is like a goddess in terms of strength and appearance. Facing the suddenly violent Chinyu, how could they calm down? If it wasn't for the fierce reputation of Konoha's bloody Asuras, they would have already preempted and they would be heroes. Hundreds of pairs of eyes stared at Chinyu, and the slowly raised right hand touched her forehead again. At the same time as the warm smile bloomed, the voice of the words fell. Don't worry, for your sake, I'll clean up the mess and I'll leave. You should step back first. As Chinyu spoke, his eyes crossed Samui and landed on the barrier that had lost the support of chakra and trapped tailed Maoyu. The unexpected scene made the Kumogakure, who were already worried, look stagnant for a while. Samui, who was molested by Kai Guago in public, he covered his forehead, revealing a shy face. This is undoubtedly too far from the goddess they usually know. Who would believe it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes? Roar. The roar of fierce tears echoed suddenly. The violent chakra rolled back with a tyrannical attitude at the same time. The enchantment stone Jinchuriki column, which was built by a group of Kumogakure, was shattered in an instant. Under the rolling sand, a huge body with dark blue and black mysterious spell marks appeared in front of him. This is a tailed beast riot. Is God going to destroy our Kumogakure village? A Uchiha Chinyu has already made people feel hopeless, and now there is another beast with a runaway tail. Is this still alive? The scene was chaotic all of a sudden, and many Kumogakure, who had been on the battlefield, were shaken, and their faces were also full of despair. What's more, his face was full of bitterness. Right now, in Kumogakure village, the fourth generation of Reikage and Killer Bee Jinchuriki column are all out of power to resist this crisis. That's simply not possible. Calm down, everyone calm down, don't shoot casually. Dodai spoke suddenly. After taking a look at Uchiha Chinyu, he slowly drew back and said, let Samui handle it here. In Dodai's eyes, instead of provoking Chinyu's anger, he pushed Kumogakure to ruin. It is better to obediently withdraw from the battle between Chinyu and the tail beast. After all, right now, whether it's tailed Maoyu or Uchiha Chinyu, it's not an existence they can provoke. The inexplicable and wonderful scene made the Kumogakure reinforcements who hurriedly rushed in for a while, and while hurriedly looking at Chinyu, the words that fell in his ears shook his nerves even more. I'll give you two choices, the first is to follow me obediently, and the second is to follow me after you get beaten up by me. Chapter 254 Who is going to stop how to stop? These two options. It's too aggressive. Kumogakure, who was present, was stunned. In the face of the tailed beast, that ninja village is not ready for battle. Who is like this scene in front of me, so lightly, not caring at all? Lord Dodai, what should we do now? The two elderly Kumogakure, who fell directly beside Dodai, couldn't help asking. If Konoha Ashura and Futuro fight here, our Kumogakure village will suffer. Do we need an advance order of evacuation? Right now, this place is Kumogakure village. If Uchiha Chinyu is allowed to run wild here, there will always be something wrong. Moreover, once the battle begins, the scale of this battle is not a small fight, it is more likely to overturn an entire shinobi village. You don't need it. You can see his fighting style clearly. Maybe you will meet him on the battlefield in the future. This battle will end in an instant. Dodai said solemnly. Not long ago, this expression and tone appeared on other people. But now it's completely different. At least, after witnessing the scene of Jinmu and Silvermu being crushed, Dodai's cognition was overturned. The inexplicable words fell, instantly tense everyone's nerves, and they felt uneasy in their hearts, but in the depths of their eyes, there was also an inexplicable urgency. One is the legendary Konoha Scarlet Asura, and the other is the Wraith Demon Cat, the second ranked among the nine-tailed beasts. If it is possible, this battle does have great reference significance. For a time, on the huge ruins, the atmosphere that emerged in the field became more and more depressing. After the two-tailed cat broke through the barrier again, the blue chakra was flipping, and the blood moon-like eyes turned in vain and locked on Chin Yu's body. The bloody mouth bluffed, and the moment when the voice was swallowed, it shook everyone's nerves. I would like to leave with you. The simple 7 characters echoed on the ruins for a long time without dispersing. Dodai, who was prepared to give up his life at any time in order to block the aftermath of the battle, was immediately stunned. A moment ago, he was saying that this battle would end quickly. But he never thought that the dignified tailed beast would surrender to a young man in front of everyone's eyes. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid not many people in the field would like to believe that all this is true. Are you really going to surrender? Sanwei took the lead in crawling out of Chin Yu's cloak, and said anxiously, Stinky cat, why don't you surrender? Let the boss beat you first, otherwise it will not conform to the rules. Look at the bones of the boss, maybe you really have a chance to smash him with one paw. I don't want it, boss, let's go. The two-tailed cat glared at him again, under the impression that it did not match the Kumogakure village. With a bang, the body exuded a large white mist, and it turned directly into a sky-blue house cat size under the body. In the ruins, during several ups and downs, they landed on Chin Yu's shoulders. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he rubbed his head against Chin Yu's neck affectionately. That appearance is simply a familiar face, completely forgetting the cruel appearance of the past. Okay, don't argue, it's getting late, and it's time for us to leave here. Chin Yu glanced at the three-tailed beast, and then looked at Niyugito with a face full of reluctance. There is no such thing as a feast in the world. Next, listen carefully to the words of Big Sister Fierce and work hard to improve your strength. It's not easy to be a Jinchuriki column, but now you don't have to. Chin Yu rubbed Niyugito's head. Looking at the expression that was hesitant to speak, after shaking his head, he looked at Kimimaro and said, let's go. Abandoning these words, Chin Yu turned around and left first. Kimimaro, who had been standing by and watched the battle, didn't hesitate, and quickly chased after him. After a few ups and downs, the two figures that disappeared in front of him were compared with Niyugito, who was full of reluctance. After a moment of silence, Samui muttered to himself. Who is fierce? The next time we meet, I'm afraid it will be on the battlefield. Minutes passed by. 2 slightly old figures, guarded by 7 or 8 Anbu ninjas, quickly landed on the ruins. Looking at the land full of Kangyi, the withered bark-like cheeks had a hint of iron blue. Especially when I saw that the Matsuri altar, which had originally banned the two-tailed cat, was abruptly destroyed. This made the two elders feel bad, their old faces sank, and they shouted sharply, Dodai, where is the two-tailed cat? According to Anbu's report just now, Konoha missing Nin, the blood-colored Asura, appeared in this place, you have stopped him. Whether it's Uchiha Chinyu's invasion of Kumogakure village, or tailed Maoyu's seal riot, if anything goes wrong, you can't escape the relationship. Stop him. Kumogakure, who was present, was stunned at first, and then Dodai said with a livid expression, Elder, are you planning to stop us, Konoha missing Ninuchiha Chinyu? That's an existence that even the rebellious Jinmu and Silverwood can easily beheaded, and even the two-tailed cat and also voluntarily surrender. Speaking of this, Dodai's face became more determined, and he shouted sharply, May I ask the elders, how do you stop us? Are you using life and corpses to build a wall to stop Uchiha Chinyu's steps? If this is the case, I can tell you clearly that this will destroy the entire Kumogakure village. It can be said that now that Urwei has been taken away, the departure of Uchiha Chinyu is for our Kumogakure village. Result. Quote. A tailed beast, perhaps for a village, is a powerful weapon for the icing on the cake. However, if even the village no longer exists, what is the role of having a tailed beast? Although Dodai's remarks are a bit sentimental, but it makes one feel irrefutable. At least that sentence, what to use to stop it and how to stop it, did express the aspirations of many people. Looking at the indifferent Kumogakure, the two elders turned ashen, their cheeks like dry tree bark twitched, and hurriedly shouted, "Okay, very good, I didn't expect Dodai to turn against you." Openly refuting the elders' decision, "Then I want to ask, how do you explain to the fourth generation Reikage when such a big event happened?" This time, Jinmu and Silvermu lead the riot, the tailed beast is lost, and Uchiha Chinyu makes a scene in Kumogakure village. Any of these can be called a capital crime for Dodai, who has been entrusted so much. Right now, just as the two elders said, the god of plague is sent away, but once the charges are investigated, who will be responsible? Hey, don't worry, I will personally go to the Five Shadows meeting held in the Iron Country and report to the fourth Reikage Lord. Dodai said coldly. Of course, the next defense of the village will be handed over to the two of you. Elders, you pray that Uchiha Chinyu will not hear your words in return, and then release the three-headed tailed beast for a walk. For the two elders who hid when there was something to do, and only came out when there was nothing to do, not to mention Dodai, and even Kumogakure who was present was no exception. Chapter 255 The Whereabouts of Uchiha Itachi. These words, Dodai turned around and walked straight out of the village with several henchmen. The huge ruins, the leftovers, hundreds of pairs, and even thousands of pairs of eyes, all locked on the two elders. Facing the last cruel words, Raoshi and the others had no way to refute them. They could only watch for a while, then snorted angrily, turned around and left. Outside, Uchiha Chinyu took Kimimaro to the green light all the way in Kumogakure village and left the village directly. After all, the place where the two-tailed cat was originally sealed was conveniently located on the edge of the desolate area. The riot just now, those Kumogakure who were stationed had already been alerted to go to support. Even Kumogakure, who stayed behind, obviously knew what happened just now. In the face of the fierce Uchiha Chinyu, who dares to stop him and how to stop him? The only thing he could do was to watch Uchiha and Chinyu leave with respect. Boss, is this stinky cat going to be sealed? Monkey and I can help. Sanwei couldn't hold back. Along the way, we have to fight again and again. If it weren't for the existence of Uchiha Chinyu, I'm afraid the earth would have been destroyed directly. Stinky turtle, why do you insist on biting me? Boss, you have to call the shots for me. The two-tailed cat is obviously familiar, the boss on the left and the boss on the right, it's just a joyous cry. It is precisely because of this attitude that Sanwei, who originally followed Chinyu's side, was completely invisible. In the end, angrily added another adjective to the two-tailed cat. Xiaolong. Okay, don't be fooling around anymore, the little three is to make things difficult for you to eat in one bite. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly. Eat, what to eat? Our tailed beasts don't need to eat. The two-tailed cat was startled again. The nine-tailed beasts have wrong tempers, and they also have their own pride, except for Shukaku and Kyubi, nine-tails Kurama, who have always been wrong. Other tailed beasts will not be divided into life and death as soon as they meet. The actions of the three tails at the moment are completely beyond its expectations. HMPH, superficial guy, don't cry and fight with us in the future. Sanwei glared angrily. He didn't continue arguing, he turned and got into Chinyu's cloak. For a time, the scene fell into a brief silence. As for the dispute from the tailed beast, Kimimaro even ignored it, raised his brows slightly, and soon saw a ninja eagle entangled in black blood vessels descending from the sky. Don't be nervous, it's your own. Chinyu instantly saw that this was Kakuzu's method. Since the last meeting, Kakuzu and the others have acted independently. Although Chinyu had also thought about letting them form a team, each of them was outstanding in strength and character. Of course, if they were willing to join forces, Chinyu would also be happy to see it. While speaking, Chinyu raised his hand, and the eagle controlled by the blood vessels descended from the sky and landed on Qin Yu's arm. With a mouth open, a small paper scroll was spit out. As this information, Four Tails became interested. For everything Qin Yu did, it did not take it to heart. But looking at the big-tailed beasts that were gradually gathered, although sometimes they were bickering. However, the feeling to them is a bit like the smell of the Six Paths Fairy when they were alive. Boss, have you encountered that unlucky ghost again? This time, you must beat him up before surrendering. Santai, who had already burrowed into the cloak, couldn't hold back his curiosity and got out again. When he thought that he was the first to be recovered by Qin Yu that day, that ignorant idea was completely to attract a fat beating. Rather than being a joke of the future, it's more willing to harm other people. It shouldn't be. Qin Yu raised his brows and untied the special intelligence seal on the scroll. Soon, an illusory figure appeared out of thin air. As expected of an old monster who has lived for 70 or 80 years, this means of communication can also be used. Qin Yu couldn't help but be amazed. However, in the original work, the members of Akatsuki were originally grandmasters in this way of communication. No matter how far apart they are, they can cast their thoughts and gather in the place of Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Then gather the strength of everyone, cast the 9 dragons ban, and seal the tailed beast. Boss, I'm Kakuzu, the illusory figure said suddenly. However, when he saw the 2-tailed cat lying on Qin Yu's shoulders, his pupils contracted slightly, and he couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that the speed of the boss is faster than ours. I just found out about the Nanwei Shigame. The whereabouts, but I also found another thing that is more important to you, boss. It's more important to me. Qin Yu raised his brows, and Sanwei, who was beside him, couldn't hold his breath and said, don't be a fool. Where is the bug? I'll beat it up first. Looking at Sanwei, who was afraid that the world would not be in chaos, Kakuzu just glanced at it one more time, did not answer, and said directly, it's Uchiha Itachi's whereabouts. When I was tracking Naneo, I accidentally found that Uchiha Itachi fell into the hands of Anbu in Taki Ninja Village. Looking at their thoughts, it seemed that they were planning to get his Sharingan. I learned from Biwajuzo before that he seems to have a good relationship with the boss. Having said that, Kakuzu didn't go any further, and smart people know what's on point. Before I figure it out, once I get to the bottom of it, I'm afraid it will be counterproductive. That boy Itachi ran out. Qin Yu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. It was indeed unexpected for Itachi to fall into the hands of Anbu of Taki Ninja Village. However, according to the original work, after Uchiha Itachi opened 3 Tomo Sharingan, he could not even do the most terrifying and powerful Konoha female Anbu ninja among the so-called Anbu roots. Taki Ninja Village is the ninja village second only to the 5 major countries, and it also bought the tailed beast in the hands of the original Hokage Senju Hashirama. But that was when Kakuzu hadn't defected and slaughtered the top. In the Taki Ninja Village in the original book, even a so-called Jonin, drinking a sip of the hero's water, can almost destroy a third-rate village. Now that Uchiha Itachi is in their hands, it does feel intriguing. Boss, what are your plans now? Kakuzu said again. Qin Yu frowned. Originally, he planned to return to Omegakure village to see the situation of Nagato and others. After all, I promised Conan to keep a low profile, and now wearing this Yuhi-colored auspicious cloud cloak, when such a big event happens, at least I have to go back and walk around. However, Uchiha Itachi suddenly left Konoha Shinobi Village and fell into the hands of Taki Shinobi Village. Qin Yu still intends to take a trip first. You leave me a coordinate, I'll go meet you first. Qin Yu said. Kakuzu didn't feel any surprise, nodded, and the illusory figure collapsed suddenly. Boss, follow this ninja eagle and you can join me. We are not too far apart. As the figure dissipated, the blood vessels on Ninja's body wriggled and fluttered. At the same time, the Kingdom of Iron also became extremely lively for the upcoming Five Shadows Conference. Chapter 256 Wind and Cloud gather the Iron Country. Come on, get ready soon. The shadows of the 5 major countries are arriving soon. The Kingdom of Iron, with the convening of the Five Shadows Conference, this one has always maintained neutrality in the ninja world, and it has become completely lively. A samurai in heavy armor and a sword on his waist gathered in front of the city gate and quickly lined up. A middle-aged man in his mid-50s with tangled hair like grass walked slowly. Compared with other samurai, this middle-aged man did not wear a helmet, but he exuded an aura of a superior. If Chinyu was there, he would definitely recognize that the middle-aged man in front of him was the first 3 ships of the undead warrior known as the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander. Mifune-sama, I'm ready. The 5 major countries suddenly held a meeting in our country of iron. This has not happened for many years. A burly warrior, nearly 2 meters tall, stood out from the crowd. In the country of iron, the samurai mainly master grandmaster swordsmanship, and then coupled with chakra, can burst into a powerful strength comparable to the ninja. Among them, Okusuke, who is shrouded in heavy armor, is good at fast ii slash. Another samurai of the same stature who was in charge of coordinating the formation was Rikakaku. In the country of iron, they are all A-rank warriors, comparable to the elite Jonin. Moreover, in the duel between the samurai and the ninja, once the ninja is in the hands of the samurai, it will fall into the inferior position. I heard that a powerful Sharingan missing nin appeared in the Konoha ninja village, with the same Mangekyo Sharingan as their ancestors. Mifune said directly without hiding. After all, their country of iron, this time is just a venue for negotiation. Konoha, S Uchiha clan. Is that the bloody Asura? Li Jiao suddenly said. Changsuke, who was beside him, patted him on the shoulder and said, I didn't expect you to be very well informed. According to my intelligence network, this blood-colored Asura was in the Konoha ninja village, but it took 16 years of dormancy before he chose to become a blockbuster. Not only did they repel the surprise attack on Kurigakure and Kumogakure villages, but in Konoha, the alliance between Danzo and Orochimaru was exposed. The whereabouts of the 3rd generation of Raikage are unknown, and the 4th generation of Jinchuriki column force was also killed by him. I am afraid that this person was the legendary power of the Uchiha clan. Having said that, Okusuke looked at Mifune. The expressions of the warriors present changed slightly, and they looked at each other in dismay. They are neutral, but it does not mean that they can really stay out of the riots in the human ninja world. It was as if Mifune fought the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander that day. It is precisely because Hanzo of the Salamander's ambitions are so great that even their Iron Kingdom intends to annex them. That person's name is Uchiha Chinyu. I heard that he is indeed a remarkable existence, and his subordinates have gathered a large number of S-rank missing nin. Mifune said. However, as soon as the voice fell, a violent wind and waves rolled back in all directions. The nerves of the warriors present were tense, and they all looked towards the gate. Sanchuan, you're still the same, and in the face of a newcomer, you are making such a random evaluation, which will encourage others' arrogance and underestimate our 5 countries. A loud voice suddenly sounded. In the sky, a thunder fell from the sky, and there was a sound of rolling thunder. As the thunderlight dissipated, a figure with arcs flowing all over his body appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It's the 4th generation Raikage. Changsuke's expression changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice. Kumogakure's temperament is also well known in the ninja world. Especially the Raikage father and son, 3 generations and 4 generations, are violent like thunder. Hehe, 4th generation Raikage, your speed is still so fast, but Mifune seniors also expressed their own opinions. Uchiha Chinyu's strength is really good, that's why we gather here. The violent water flow spun out of thin air in the void, and quickly gathered 4 figures. Karatake Yagura, a short stature with an iron rod on his back. He was followed by Terumi Mei, Zaibujian, and Ching. This is the new 4th generation Mizukage. I heard that the previous one also fell into the hands of Uchiha Chinyu. A samurai suddenly lowered his voice and said, "You bastards, can you talk nonsense?" A cold voice suddenly sounded. The footsteps of Zaibuzan suddenly took a step, and the whole person disappeared in place like a ghost, and came to the side of the samurai who was rude. The specially designed ninja sword in his hand, with a stern sound of breaking through the air, attacked the samurai in the air. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. No one would have thought that in the country of iron, if they didn't cut it again, they would make a move. Seeing that the huge beheading sword was about to fall, the sharp sound of the sword suddenly echoed. Home cut. His right hand around his waist, and Tachi was instantly unsheathed under futon, wind-style chakra. Under the watchful eyes of the public, with a posture that was too fast to cover his ears, he took the lead and stopped in front of the beheading sword that was slashed from the sky. Boom! The dull thunder-like collision sound rolled and dispersed, and the gust of wind that was set off quickly rolled back around. Boom! The rude samurai looked at the beheading sword that stopped a few inches in front of him, his pupils contracted and he fell to the ground in shock. The atmosphere of the scene suddenly became extremely depressed. Mifune-sama, there is a huge golden floating sand in the sky over there. A samurai quickly rushed into the distance. Looking at the tense atmosphere in the field, I couldn't help but stop. Haha, I didn't expect that. I was just a step late, and you all almost started fighting. It seems that this meeting is more lively than before. Jinsha Mansion approached quickly in the distance. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, he landed on the ground. By Rasa, as well as Chiyo and Maki, as representatives of Sunagakur village, they landed in front of everyone with extremely dazzling gestures. It can be said that if not for the lessons of not cutting violent attacks again, I'm afraid the people in the field will say another sentence. The death of the 3rd generation of Kazekage of the previous generation is also inseparable from Uchiha Chinyu. HMPH, Rasa, after the last battle, your way of appearing is still exaggerated as always. Be careful of being robbed in the middle. It's not good to lose your life. The 4th generation Reikage snorted coldly and said unhappily. Their country of thunder, Hefeng, also has territorial borders, so the fight has always occurred. It can be said that the cage-level powerhouses present can become the representatives of the villages, more or less because of Uchiha Chinyu. If the shadows of the villages hadn't been killed, they wouldn't have sat in this position so early. Hee, you are all new faces. It seems that only I have a longer life. Those old opponents are dead. A slightly old voice came out. 3 figures floating in the air slowly fell. However, the most eye-catching is the little old man headed. It can be said that regardless of the turmoil in the ninja world, this old man can't be beaten to death by relying on this shadow's position. Chapter 257 The Situation of the Runaway. Old man Onoki, are you saying that Iwagakure village has no successor, so you have to be carried by the old man in front of you? Reikage of the 4th generation suddenly said. Soon, the atmosphere that seemed a bit depressing in the field was pushed to the top in an instant. Little boy, you are too arrogant. Today, your father died, so let me teach you a lesson instead of him. 2 days ago, Onoki roared, and the white light in his hands instantly condensed. A terrifying and destructive aura quickly spread out. Looking for death, Reikage of the 4th generation roared, and he was also not the one who would be humble. At the same time that the thunder light on his body crackled and rang in his ears, his whole body turned into a thunderbolt, appearing in front of the 2-day Onoki as fast as a thunderbolt. The violent blow made Onoki's face change slightly. His Jinten particle style is very strong and can pierce through anything in an instant, turning it into flying dust. However, the process of performing this technique also takes a while. facing the 4th generation Reikage who was good at speed. At such a distance of more than 10 meters, it is obviously at a disadvantage. Although it can be shot in time in this situation. It's just that once the attack collides, at such a close distance, the wave of explosive air that rolls up will implicate the people in the field. Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air instantly sounded, and the golden figure suddenly appeared. The next moment, like a tiger's mouth, the two hands clasped the wrists of the 4th generation Reikage and Onoki one step ahead. The chakra, which the two of them had gathered, also dissipated with this squeeze. After all, from the very beginning, they were just paper tigers and had no real intention of doing it. No matter how exaggerated the way they appear, they are all to promote the strength of their country and to stand up in public. It's just that they never imagined that no matter how they behave, there is no such thing as a timely and rainy figure in front of them, and it will come more dashing and outstanding. Senior Onoki, we meet again. Namikaze Minato said with a smile. Now the 5 shadows are gathering to negotiate important matters. Everyone is willing to visit in person, and it is also with the same purpose. Why don't we let go of our prejudices? Let's talk about it first. Quote. Namikaze Minato also released his hands and looked at Karatake Yagura in the field. Karatake Yagura, as the backbone of the 5 Shadows Conference, quickly agreed and said, "That's right, the two of you don't give Yagura face, but should give face to the 4th generation of Hokage, right? Now the Konoha ninja village is very prosperous, and the 2 shadows coexist. That's a big happy event." The people present couldn't help but startled, but no one was willing to refute. Reikage, who has always been arrogant and rude, snorted coldly and dissipated the lightning arc from his body. As Karatake Yagura said, 2 shadows coexist. This is not to belittle other ninja villages and support Konoha. On the contrary, this is a matter of iron. HMPH, I thought it was the monkey running here, but I didn't expect him to retire so soon. Onoki snorted coldly, his body suspended in midair also landed firmly on the ground. Karatake Yagura also glanced at it and said, "If you do and come back soon, don't embarrass our Kurigakure village again." No one will believe this statement. If it wasn't for Karatake Yagura's approval, they wouldn't believe it, and they would never dare to act like this in the Iron Country. However, his approach, whether it is the 4 great nations, or Mifune and others of the Iron Country, is very clear. Everything is to prove the strength of the samurai, no worse than the ninja. It is for this reason that he is qualified to host this 5 Shadows Conference. HMPH no longer snorted coldly, turned around and left without stopping. However, on the blade that saw the cold light flowing, the slightly chipped curling blade made the face of Zaibuchu turn ashen. For him, the pursuit of forbearance and breaking the sword is precisely because it can withstand and rough treatment. No matter how you cut it, or how you use it. This broken knife will absorb enough blood to regenerate and repair itself. It can be said that this kind of ninja tool is enough to let Zaibujin kill the enemy without any worries. The newly minted beheading sword is similar in shape but completely different in nature. This undoubtedly limits Zaibuju's true strength. Okay, this is just a misunderstanding. It is my Mifune's honor to be able to visit the Iron Country. Mifune came out at the right time, his eyes turned in vain, and he landed behind Namikaze Minato. Haha, I didn't expect that there will be 2 old faces this time. The handwriting of your Konoha shinobi village is as great as ever. The inexplicable words immediately caused everyone in the field to be startled. Hurriedly following their gazes, the pupils of many people shrank slightly, even Onoki and the 4th generation Reikage were no exception. Are these 2 of the Konoha Sannin? A samurai couldn't help asking. Nodded and said, "This is a strong man with enough qualifications to become a shadow, but I didn't expect that the 3 generations of Hokage would skip them and pass the position to Konoha Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato." "Hey, Okusuke, you are still the same, talking nonsense here. Jiraiya raised her hand and looked at Mifune. Can't you let me and Tsunade hide for a while? You have to break our good times. Jiraiya, what nonsense are you talking about here? Shut up. Tsunade snorted coldly. His mouth was unhappy, but he rarely beat him. After looking around in the field, he looked at Raikage of the 4th generation and said, I didn't expect you to be a Raikage too. However, except for Tsuchikage, everyone can become shadows. I'm afraid it has something to do with Uchiha, both indirectly and directly. Tsunade, you still despised it as always. The 4th Raikage snorted coldly. This time, however, he was not as furious as he was with Onoki. Yo-yo, isn't this the one that Big Brother loves and loses love, Senju Tsunade? Is he going to make 101 confessions and fail? Killer B's voice came from the forest, and that rap gesture instantly made the 4th generation Raikage's cheeks twitch. Stand up. With a backhand toss, kunai filled with lightning, made a stern sound of breaking through the air, and shot straight towards Killer B. Boom. Kunai was directly dodged by Killer B, and was inserted into the trunk of the tree at once. The huge impact force directly broke the tree in the middle. Shut up, you bastard. Raikage of the 4th generation had already expected this result, and after a cold snort, he looked at Tsunade and said, even 2 Konoha Sannin have come. It seems that you Konoha Shinobi village are concerned about this time. The matter of Uchiha and Chinyu is taken very seriously. Quote. We want to know what your Konoha ninja village is going to do with this missing nin, which the 4th generation Mizukage has called the safety of the ninja world. Chapter 258 I am willing to cut off my head. Yo-yo, isn't this the one that Big Brother loves and loses love, Senju Tsunade? Is he going to make 101 confessions and fail? Killer B's voice came from the forest, and that rap gesture instantly made the 4th generation Raikage's cheeks twitch. Stand up. With a backhand toss, kunai filled with lightning, made a stern sound of breaking through the air, and shot straight towards Killer B. Boom. Kunai was directly dodged by Killer B, and was inserted into the trunk of the tree at once. The huge impact force directly broke the tree in the middle. Shut up, you bastard. Raikage of the 4th generation had already expected this result, and after a cold snort, he looked at Tsunade and said, even 2 Konoha Sannin have come. It seems that you Konoha Shinobi village are concerned about this time. The matter of Uchiha and Chinyu is taken very seriously. Quote. We want to know what your Konoha ninja village is going to do with this missing nin, which the 4th generation Mizukage has called the safety of the ninja world. As soon as these words came out, the situation in the field changed slightly in an instant. As any ninja village, once a missing nin appears, it will endanger the interests of other ninja villages. Not only does the major countries need to join forces to denounce it, but the country also needs to make greater efforts. For example, it is necessary to set up a special pursuit team to carry out pursuit attacks on missing nin. At the same time, it is necessary to send strong people to lead the team. In the original work, after the failed assassination of the 4th generation of Mizukage, Zaibujian obviously had this kind of treatment. Was chased and harassed by the chasing team sent by Anbu. Compared with other ninja villages, Konoha Ninja Village can be said to be a lot of strong people. Uchiha Chinyu's defection just made Konoha Ninja Village lose a dispensable Shimura Danzo. They lost the power of the Shadow and Tailed Orc's Jinchuriki column. I can't decide this matter. I leave it to Lord Hokage. I'm just here to pass the scene. Tsunade didn't answer. He just acted as a hands-off shopkeeper. Everyone's eyes turned in vain and fell on Namikaze Minato. Facing the changing atmosphere in the field, Namikaze Minato finally opened his mouth after taking a deep breath. He is very clear that since this is a plan researched by Konoha's senior management, no matter when it is, it needs to be said. What's more, if you don't hide your clumsiness and speak out as soon as possible, I'm afraid it can reduce the losses and conflicts of the major ninja villages. I want you to make peace with Uchiha Chinyu. At this moment, the small voice seemed to be filled with magical sounds, and it echoed in the field for a long time and could not be dissipated. No. Bullshit. You are dreaming. 3 violent shouts came out almost at the same time. As the convener of this 5 Shadows meeting, Karataki Yagura looked at the 4 generations of Reikage, Rasa, and 2 days of Onoki who were directly opposed, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. First to pile up a smile and said, "Fourth Hokage, did you say something wrong? This time the 5 Shadows conference was held, but to help you Konoha Ninja Village to eradicate Uchiha Chinyu who endangered the ninja world. He has assembled a group of vicious people. Could it be that you, Konoha Shinobi Village, are still trying to protect him now? I still think that the losses of our other shinobi villages are simply insignificant." The slightly long voice, obviously let the field. The grievances in it were pushed directly upwards. Namikaze Minato Rao had expected it for a long time, but looking at the other 4 shadows, the reaction was so intense, it seemed a bit surprising. However, in the current situation, the arrow had to be thrown on the string. Namikaze Minato's expression sank, and he said again, "Everyone, I persuade you to make peace with Uchiha Chinyu, not for the purpose of benefiting Konoha Shinobi Village, but also not to shirk responsibility. Quote, I just want to tell everyone here, don't underestimate Uchiha Chinyu's strength and means, or you will suffer a loss." Do you underestimate him? The 4th generation Reikage suddenly roared. 4th generation Hokage, did you come here to make a smack before you finished your hair? No matter how good he is, can he really be compared to his ancestor Uchiha Madara? Don't forget, no matter how powerful he is only one person. We are the 5 great ninja villages. You ask us to put down our posture and make peace with him alone. This is simply a fool's dream. Yes, the 4th generation of Reikage is right. 2 days ago, Onoki also agreed coldly. That kid's goal is the tailed beast. The 3rd and 4th tails have already fallen into his hands. The Uchiha family can control the tailed beast. His current approach has fully revealed his ambition. Are you planning now, let us make peace with him, and then when he opens his mouth, will he hand over the tailed beast? Having said this for 2 days, Onoki's face turned somber to ultimate, and he shouted sharply, this is simply nowhere. If he really has the sincerity to make peace, then he will hand over all the missing nins under his command, and then dig his eyes out, otherwise there will be only one battle. The awe-inspiring voice made Namikaze Minato's face turn ashen. With this stubborn attitude, there is no way to talk about it at all. For a time, the huge situation fell into an inexplicable silence. Ahem, everyone, you all came from afar to resolve the matter of Uchiha and Chinyu. Mifune, as the host, saw that the situation was not right, and hurriedly interrupted. This is not a place to talk, let's move to the meeting room, and then we will have a good discussion or two, and maybe we will get a result that will satisfy everyone. Quote. HMPH, Mifune, don't be a peacemaker here. The 3rd generation of Reikage snorted coldly. If the 4th generation of Hokage had this idea from the beginning and planned to let us 4 shadows settle down, this is not at all possibly. Since this matter is impossible, what else are we worth discussing? No matter how powerful Uchiha Chinyu is, could he really be able to break through our ninja village? If this is the case, my 4th generation Reikage is willing to take this. The head was cut off and sent away. Yes. Karataki Yagura also nodded in agreement. Our 5 major ninja villages have been standing in the ninja world for a long time. Whether it has gone through many battles or turmoil, but has become stronger and stronger, it is all because of unity. In the eyes of the 4th generation of Hokage, Uchiha Chinyu's strength, no matter how powerful, is it still as powerful as his ancestor Uchiha Madara. As Reikage of the 4th generation said, since Uchiha Chinyu's purpose is to collect tailed beasts, he intends to use Mangekyo to control the tailed beasts to invade the 5 kingdoms and even the entire ninja world. Then, if he really dares to challenge and break through a ninja village for a tailed beast, my 4th generation Mizukage Karataki Yagura is also willing to cut off his head, give it to him, and write an extra word of service. I would too. 2 days ago, Onoki also spoke. Rasa, who was watching the play on the side, felt the gaze of the other 3 shadows, and his behavior was obviously forcing him to choose to stand in line. Look at the helpless Namikaze Minato, he said with a smile. If he can really break through a ninja village for a tailed beast, I would also be willing to cut his head and give it to him. Looking at the one-sided situation, Namikaze Minato's face was ashen, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, "But, in our ninja world, there is no ninja as powerful as the first Hokage, nor has it been able to detect the depth of Uchiha Chinyu. I just want to persuade you, don't really come. Let Uchiha Chinyu break the ninja village and regret it." Chapter 259 _ Is there one thing I should say? The huge situation instantly became audible. In the face of the common position of the 4 shadows, Namikaze Minato dared to say this. Falling in the ears of others, there is no doubt that there is a taste of contempt. Jiraiya and Tsunade's expressions also changed slightly, and they also felt a headache. After looking at each other, they secretly cheered up. Although Namikaze Minato's remarks are too reckless, his current identity is Hokage, which represents the attitude of Konoha Shinobi Village. No matter who the other party is, they have to protect Namikaze Minato well. Okay, what a Konoha ninja village, what a 4th generation Hokage. The 4th generation Raikage said goodbye twice, and the lightning suddenly skyrocketed on his body. When the crackling sounded endlessly, under the stride, it was like a thunderous strike from the air. The violent scene suddenly changed the expressions of everyone in the field. Waiting for them to react, the 4th generation of Raikage has appeared in front of Namikaze Minato. The right hand wrapped around the violent thunder light shot out with a low sonic boom. Thunder Plow Hot Knife. The first shot is the ultimate move. With the Raiden Thunder style chakra mode, under the blessing of the tyrannical speed, a sudden thunderbolt burst out. In this way, the head can be brought up in an instant. However, the attack was close enough. Namikaze Minato's right hand flicked, and Hiraishin flew out. The next moment, the whole person disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. When it reappeared, Namikaze Minato had already come behind the 4th Raikage, while holding Hiraishin Kunai in his hand. It is directly on the neck of the 4th generation Raikage. Big brother, Killer Bee roared, and the tailed beast chakra erupted on his body, and the tailed beast clothing immediately appeared on his body. However, under this delay, he was no longer allowed to shoot. Jiraiya clasped his hands together suddenly, and the lion's hair was like a long whip. Stop right in the path of Killer Bee's attack. Tsunade also faltered, falling behind Namikaze Minato and looking around vigilantly. HMPH, as expected of Konoha's Golden Flash, the speed is really not slow, but if you want to convince us to reconcile with Uchiha Chinyu just by this means, it's impossible. 4th Raikage snorted angrily, covering his entire body. The thunder light exploded like a frenzy. Don't put that stinky together, gather this group of waste, and plan to be on an equal footing with our Kumogakure village. He will never know that Kumogakure village is an iron wall and unbreakable. The voice of the rolling words fell, and the violent thunder light detonated again. Namikaze Minato, who was standing behind him, to retreat in an instant. Watching this scene, Namikaze Minato's expression changed slightly. He grabbed Tsunade's shoulder, and quickly cast the Hiraishin technique and disappeared out of thin air. Boom! The fist wrapped around Li Guang, without any fancy, hit the ground directly. At the same time as the ground shattered, the gravel splashed, and the cracks spread quickly. The crowd of shadows and warriors who seemed to surround them all pulled away and retreated. After the scene calmed down, the rolling sand and dust dissipated, leaving only the broken ground and the four-generation wreckage standing on the ruins. As for Namikaze Minato, Tsunade and Jiraiya, they have already landed more than 10 meters away, and their expressions are a little more solemn. The current situation says it all. The proposal made by Namikaze Minato was rejected by the 4 major ninja villages at the same time. Then, Konoha Ninja Village will probably be isolated by the 4 major ninja villages, and even the sniper battle in the Iron Country. HMPH, the speed of escape is really fast. The person who came out of Konoha is really unusual. The 4th generation wreckage snorted coldly. After this blow, he was obviously angry, and the thunderlight flowing around his body dissipated a little or two. Afterwards, Shen Sheng said, "You Konoha are whimsical and intend to reconcile us. However, don't say we don't give you Hokage face. Let that kid choose. If he can really break through a ninja village, we may consider 1 or 2. It's just, don't blame us for not telling him in advance. To attack Ninja Village, that's the stupidest thing, and it's even more self-defeating. I really hope he chooses Kumogakure Village, so that I will wait for him to be delivered to the door, and then personally bring him hang the head on the sealed gate." Unbridled laughter echoed in the heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, Mifune secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how nasty the 4th generation wreckage said. In Mifune's eyes, it was enough as long as this group of big men didn't fight. What's more, in the eyes of Mifune, if you really want to choose between Namikaze Minato and the 4th generation of wreckage, he leans more towards the 4th generation wreckage. A missing nin leading a group of missing nin, to be able to capture a ninja village, is simply bullshit. Minato, let's forget it. Jiraiya dissipated the ninjutsu and couldn't help saying, maybe, it's really too much. Lord Wreckage. A hurried voice came, instantly tensing everyone's nerves. He hurriedly followed the voice, and the first thing that caught his eye was a figure descending from the sky. Dodai, what's going on? Aren't you stationed in the village? Wreckage the 4th generation froze and shouted in a deep voice. In Kumogakure Village, Dodai, as the teacher of 4 generations of wreckage to practice thunder plow hot knife, has always been favored by him. It is for this reason that when wreckage of the 4th generation went to the Iron Country, he did not bring Dodai with him, but brought Killer Bee out instead. In order to be able to better defend the village of Kumogakure. Yes, it was the rebellion of the Kagaya clan that made her way go mad. Dodai said anxiously. But as soon as the words blurted out, the 4th generation wreckage grabbed his shoulders. That group of bastards actually rebelled again. If I knew that day, I would kill them all as soon as I came to power. The rolling words were filled with awe-inspiring murderous intent. Facing this violent scene, the expressions of the people present changed drastically. To the so-called Kagaya clan. After all, the riots that broke out in the Golden Horn and Silver Corner that day were not small. It just made them never expect that when the 5 Shadows Conference was held, the 2 major forces in Kumogakure Village left the village. They even chose to riot again at this juncture, and they also borrowed our way to implement it. Brother, let's go back immediately. Killer Bee said anxiously. In their opinion, in the current Kumogakure Village, no one can suppress the rebellion of the 2 Tails and the Kagaya clan. Dodai also desperately escaped from the village to tip off the news. The face of this crisis, Kumogakure Village is in dire straits, even if it does survive. Seeing that Killer Bee and the 4th generation of wreckage were about to leave, Dodai looked around and said hesitantly, Sir Wreckage, don't worry, I have something. I don't know if I should say it, or we should find a place to talk in private. Report. Chapter 260 _ good to go. Bastard, at this time, what else should I say? Is there anything I can't be ashamed of? Wreckage in front of them. The 4th wreckage roared. In his eyes, now Kumogakure Village is in dire straits, and Dodai still intends to sell off, which is something he cannot tolerate. That, Lord Rakage, you asked me to say it. Dodai looked around hesitantly and said, when Jinmu and Silvermu rebelled and Erwei rioted, Uchiha Chinyu just sneaked into Kumogakure village. Then, he seemed to have a little friendship with Niyugito and Samui, and he took care of Kaneki and Silverwood, and then Neo also surrendered in public and left with him. The timid voice swept the audience like a hurricane at this moment. Whether it is the fourth generation Rakage, or Rasa and others who echoed the statement not long ago, their cheeks are twitching involuntarily. A moment ago, they were still boasting about Heiko, and they never thought that this slap in the face would come too quickly. Kumogakure village, which is known as the most powerful military force, was able to infiltrate, and he also helped Kumogakure village to solve the rebellion, and together with Futao surrendered and left. Is a huge gap compared with the copper wall and the iron wall that the fourth generation Rakage just mentioned. The twitching cheeks of the fourth generation Rakage, Dodai couldn't help but ask, Sir Rakage, would you allow me to continue to explain one or two? Explain. The fourth generation Rakage was furious, and in full view of the public, his whole body skyrocketed, and he went straight to Dodai and grabbed it. However, as soon as he moved, Namikaze Minato appeared in front of the fourth Rakage like a ghost and grabbed his wrist. The thunder light was crackling, but in the face of this terrifying scene, Namikaze Minato seemed to be unaware, and said in a deep voice, Fourth generation Rakage, I didn't expect that your oath just now would be tested so quickly. This time, Uchiha Chinyu just suppressed the rebellion in Kumogakure village and took away Erwei, but next time I don't know how things will evolve. Before things get out of hand, I hope that the fourth generation will Rakage, you can think carefully about what I just suggested. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the field became a little stagnant. Whether it was Rasa, or 2 days of Onoki, even Karataki Yagura's expression changed slightly. Moment ago, they were still able to hold the 5 kingdoms by themselves, and the huge shinobi village was their support, and they could despise Namikaze Minato's words. Pity that what Uchiha Chinyu is doing now has subverted their cognition. If it is really deduced according to Namikaze Minato, it is completely unimaginable to what extent the ninja world will evolve. Bastard! The fourth generation Rakage roared, and under the skyrocketing thunder, Namikaze Minato's hand smashed into the air. At the same time, the right arm suddenly swung, and swept away with a stern sound of breaking the air. The violent attack shook everyone's nerves. The face of Namikaze Minato's proposal, Rakage turned to each other, which meant the negotiations had failed. Boom! The violent sonic boom suddenly burst out, and the blow of the hand was directly missed. Namikaze Minato reappeared beside Jiraiya again. Looking at the fourth generation Rakage who was full of anger, he opened his mouth and stopped talking. However, before he could finish his sentence, Tsunade's detective stopped him. Minato, that's all for now. Now that Rakage has a choice, the Five Shadows conference held this time is meaningless. Let's go. Those words, Tsunade turned around and left first. Jiraiya also patted Namikaze Minato on the shoulder and said, Let's go back to the teacher, you have done your duty, and to what extent the ninja world will develop in the future, we Konoha Ninja Village have done our best to avoid it. Although Jiraiya and Tsunade are not Hokage, but the weight of this speech is still very large. Seeing the two of them leave, Namikaze Minato was silent for a moment, then clasped his fists and said, Since everyone has made a decision, then Minato will leave first. If there is anything that needs mutual assistance, our Konoha Shinobi Village can also provide help within our capacity. However, I'm still an old saying, don't underestimate Uchiha Chinyu. As his friend, even I can't do anything about his strength. He is a good person and a bad person. Voice fell, Namikaze Minato squeezed the surgical seal in his hand, and under Hiraishin's art, he disappeared like a ghost out of thin air. Konoha Shinobi representative who had disappeared completely, the tense atmosphere in the field eased a little, but there was obviously another inexplicable taste. The so-called Five Shadows Conference almost broke out before it even started. The purpose of joining forces was not achieved, which made many people subconsciously set their sights on Karatake Yagura. After all, the person who presided over the Five Shadows meeting this time was him. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, Karatake Yagura's cheeks twitched slightly. He thought that the convening of this meeting would promote the alliance of Five Shadows, but that was his moment of brilliance. However, the results obtained now have subverted his cognition. He really underestimated Uchiha Chinyu's means, and at the same time he didn't expect that such a mess would happen in Kumogakure village at this juncture. Thinking that the transaction plan with Black Zetsu had evolved to this point, Karatake Yagura looked at Mifune with a livid face, and forced a smile on his face. Mifune, as the leader of the Iron Country, you also know that knowing the danger level of Uchiha Chinyu and witnessing the attitude of Konoha Ninja Village, as a neutral country, I want to know what decision you will make in the end. Quote. Facing the gaze of the other three shadows, Karatake Yagura obviously intends to pour his attention and dirty water on Mifune's body. Moreover, these remarks put a tall hat on Mifune. Even the decision of the four major countries needs to seek the opinion of your country of iron. If you say this, it is simply arrogant, and your face is also covered with gold. Hehe, the fourth generation of Mizukage, you really look down on me, a small iron country. This time I just follow the usual practice, as a neutral country, to provide a venue for your five major countries to negotiate. As for how you will deal with Konoha missing Ninuchiha Chinyu, I am not qualified to comment. Shameless to say, no matter how the dispute between the five major countries Ryu and Uchiha Chinyu evolves, as long as it does not endanger the stability and peace of our iron country, we have no intention of meddling in your affairs. You. Karatake Yagura's expression suddenly turned ashen. He never thought that what he said just now would be completely useless to Mifune. Okay, since the Five Shadows Conference can't be held, the fourth generation of Reikage also has a big business to go back to deal with, and Tsuchikage and Kazekage are not here either. Then, Mr. Mizukage, I will leave. Mifune looked at it. Karatake Yagura at a glance. The country of iron has its own weight in being able to stand in a big country for so long. If there is not enough strength to control the overall situation, how can we always maintain a neutral status in the game of great powers? Hokage I can fully level up with one click. Chapter 261 to 280. Chapter 261 _ the originator of the dark turmoil. Okay, very good, Mifune. Next time we meet, I hope you won't come to beg me. Karatake Yagura's face sank, and with a sleeve, he looked at the fourth generation of Reikage and others, and said, everyone, why don't we find someone the localities continue to negotiate? Quote. Right now, Uchiha Chinyu has invaded the Kumogakure village and has retreated completely. Everyone has seen how dangerous he is. What we need to do now is to work together to fight the enemy. HMPH, the kindness of the fourth generation of Mizukage, our Kumogakure village has accepted it. In this situation, I am still worried. You invite me to Kurigakure village and kill us all. The fourth generation of Reikage snorted coldly and turned to leave. In his eyes, Karatake Yagura is simply a pot that doesn't talk about it. Seeing the fourth generation of Reikage leave, Killer Bee and Dodai didn't stop there, and quickly followed. Hehe, Reikage's words are a bit rushed. You don't mind the fourth generation Mizukage. 2 days ago, Onoki laughed dryly and said, however, the situation is not clear at the moment, and Uchiha Chinyu also doesn't know whether he will attack other ninjas. Village, if we have time to talk about forming an alliance, let's go back to the village to take a look first, so as not to be taken advantage of and end up in the old nest. We will be as embarrassed as Kumogakure village. Quote. Mizukage, see you next time. Goodbye. Rasa, who had not expressed her position for a while, casually agreed, and then turned and left. Let's go too. Mifune didn't stop for a while. After the order fell, he led a group of ninjas and turned and left. With the heavy steel gate slamming shut, in the huge ruins, only Karataki Yagura, Terumi Mei and the others were left standing there with an ashen face. Mizukage-sama, what should we do now? Terumi Mei couldn't hold back her breath. At first, she was still worried that the 5 great ninja villages would successfully form an alliance and then attack Uchiha Chinyu. I never imagined that everything had changed so quickly. Even the Kumogakure village ruled by Reikage, who was full of indifference at the beginning, was almost taken over. In other words, in their eyes, it was compared to Chinyu's smooth suppression of the rebellion and the departure of the tailed beast. Reikage was more willing to hear that Kumogakure village and Uchiha Chinyu fought for 3 days and 3 nights, and it would be better to finally repel the strong enemy. At least, it sounds, no matter how tragic the record is, it is a battle for honor. Instead of passively accepting alms from Uchiha Chinyu after Reikage boasted about Heiko. Suppress the rebellion and let the runaway tailed beast surrender. This ride is ironic. What else can we do? Of course, you should return to the village now. Karataki Yagura snorted coldly and said angrily, I will definitely return this grievance to Uchiha Chinyu. Hearing these angry words, Terumi Mei's expression froze, and said, Mizukage-sama, don't you plan to return with us? What's the matter? Do I need your approval to do things? It's you who will be Mizukage now, or I will be. Karataki Yagura's face sank, and she said gloomily, you still think I am not qualified to be Mizukage and want to replace me? The orders are given. The atmosphere in the field changed drastically. After Terumi Mei's face changed, Yuhi's lips were lightly opened and he was about to stop talking. Ching, who was on the side, spoke first. Mizukage-sama, don't misunderstand, Terumi Mei is also for Mizukage-sama. I took the liberty to ask for the safety of my own. After all, Mizukage-sama is about the coexistence of honor and disgrace in our Kurigakure village. Quote. There are some things that should be said, I will tell you, and some things that shouldn't be said. I hope you still don't bother, or do you think that I will be killed by Uchiha Chinyu's sniper? If there is nothing, you will return by yourself, there are still things to do. Karataki Yagura looked around coldly, dropped the words, turned and left. For a time, in the huge ruins, only Terumi Mei's 3 people with different expressions were left. The strength is not strong, and the temper is not too small. Zaibi Yuzan suddenly said. Taking a look, the big beheading hand with a gap in his hand, after a cold snort, backhanded it back. I'm going 1 step ahead. If you don't cut it, it will still be the same. Ching sighed helplessly. Terumi Mei, don't take what you just said to heart. Let's hurry up and keep up. I'm afraid he will cause something to happen. With Terumi Mei nodding in agreement, the 2 walked away quickly. After half a minute, a ghostly figure emerged from the soil. Yuhi the gorilla swallowed his tongue, showing a playful expression. I didn't expect the 5 Shadows Conference to become like this, but thanks to Uchiha Chinyu, I found the opportunity to infiltrate the country of iron and got a lot of specimens. I will definitely seek revenge for the revenge of the day. Cheng's words, at the end, became extremely cold. Soon, another black shadow appeared in the soil, and the black and white face also had the means to perfectly integrate with the earth, making his identity ready to appear. Orochimaru, it seems that you have found a suitable specimen again. Black Zetsu said with a smile. The Kingdom of Iron has always been neutral, although the samurai does not know ninjutsu, but the strong among them can still be comparable to Jonin, as long as bring them to the impure world reincarnation, and your undead army will rise to the next level. Quote. Orochimaru was obviously not surprised by the sudden appearance of Black Zetsu. After the defeat of Konoha Shinobi, he and Danzo are separated and encounter Black Zetsu, a mysterious being. At first, he had no interest in this guy who was more afraid of death than himself. Mokuden, wood-style ninja that only the first generation had, Orochimaru felt that his scientific achievements were being challenged. Even if he tried his best to create Tianzang by chance, which Mokuden, wood-style, survived, the Mokuden, wood-style, ninjutsu he performed was extremely difficult and infinitely weakened. However, it was almost perfectly displayed by the self-proclaimed initiator of the dark turmoil in front of him. Of course, this so-called perfection is only compared to the experimental effect in the eyes of Orochimaru, and it is still far from the original Hokage and Senju Hashirama. However, when I think of Black Zetsu's promise to give himself as an experiment, he also provides a so-called White Zetsu clone as a test. This immediately made Orochimaru agree to Black Zetsu's alliance request. After all, in Orochimaru's eyes, this so-called alliance is nothing more than a relationship between use and being used when one's ambition is fulfilled. Orochimaru, can't you keep putting on a staring face? I promise you things will be done. This is my White Zetsu clone, with Mokuden, wood-style, cells. As long as you incorporate it into your experiments it will also be of great help to impure world reincarnation in the future. Black Zetsu said with a smile again. The voice fell, his body wriggled quickly, and soon a body of White Zetsu was separated and fell to the ground. Chapter 262 _ At the border of Taki Ninja Village, Chinyu's figure flickered, appearing like a ghost outside a forest. Kimimaro, who followed behind, wore a yuhi-colored auspicious cloud cloak with a lot of cuts. However, his eyes were like falcons, and there was no hint of tiredness. The sharp eyes turned abruptly, and instantly locked on the forest in the distance. Whizzing. The sound of breaking the air suddenly echoed. One after another, the black shuriken, like a violent storm, shot straight at him. As soon as they approached, a deep and violent shout came from the forest in the distance. Blast me! Boom! The approaching kunai, wrapped in a talisman, burst into flames. The next moment, the low explosion sounded one after another. Bang bang bang. The fiery heat wave rolled back like a frenzy. The surrounding trees were directly swallowed up by the fire waves, and together with Uchiha Chinyu and others, they were not spared either. Kaden, fire style, great fireball jutsu. 3 figures flashed out in the forest. However, the movements of the hands still did not stop at all. Under the rapid flight, the fiery chakra quickly gathered in the mouth, and detonated again the next moment. As soon as the 3 fireballs blurted out, they took on a stern stance and rolled over to where Chinyu and the other were once again. Boom! The sound of the explosion was almost endless, and the flames roared into the world, burning the woods hundreds of meters in radius. Thick smoke billowed into the sky, and the firelight illuminated the foreheads of the 3 Taki shinobi. Lord Shuinen, I didn't expect that catching a Uchiha kid would attract so many chasing soldiers. It seems that the kid's identity is really not simple. A young ninja in his early 20s flashed a trace of fear on his face. When I remembered not long ago, facing the chasing team, my scalp felt a little numb. HMPH, I was able to start 3 Tomo Sharingan at the age of 7, and that talent is definitely a general existence in the Uchiha family. Taki Shinobi, known as Shuinen, looks thin, but his eyes exude murder. Decisive taste. Looking at Taki Shinobi, he can definitely be called a battle-hardened existence. Lord Shuinen, there is a boy from Uchiha in the chasing team. If we do this, will we provoke the guy in the rumor? Another man said hesitantly. The rumored guy. The expressions of Shuinen and another teenager changed slightly. Of course they knew who the people were vaguely mentioned by their companions. That was Konoha Missing Nin, the existence that shocked the whole ninja world. Thinking of the various victories rumored in the ninja world is enough to make one's scalp tingle. HMPH, that guy can't protect himself now. The 5 Shadows Conference was held to deal with him. Shui Nan snorted coldly and said, when he really pulls out to deal with it, we will have already captured Sharingan. Once he really dares to attack us, our tacky ninja village will be tied to the chariot of the 5 major countries, waiting for him. It will become the anger of the entire ninja world. He spoke in a slightly erratic manner, but his analysis was straightforward, which made the 2 tacky ninjas standing behind Shuinan also relieved. However, just as the smile on his face appeared, the next moment he looked at the eyes in the sea of fire, but suddenly shrank. Big, my lord, there's a huge cocoon of bones in there. Shuinan's expression was stagnant, and he suddenly woke up and hurriedly followed the sound. However, the childish words from behind, filled with indifference, shook their nerves. You mean, my family, are you afraid of the so-called 5 Shadows Conference? That's too naive. Kimimaro suddenly emerged from the ground. With the bones in his hand turned over, he spit out a spear and stabbed towards the south of the water with lightning speed. The violent blow made the 2 young Taki shinobu present feel caught off guard. However, in their eyes, there was a little more happiness. At least, at the moment when Shuinan was killed, they could get enough reaction time for them. However, just as this idea came to mind, a powerful big hand, like iron tongs, was instantly clasped on the shoulders of the 2 of them. With a sudden tear, the 2 of them acted as meat shields. PFF'd. Blood spattered, and the eyes of the 2 young Taki shinobi widened. Looking at the bones that pierced through their abdomens instantly, like a spear, the blood that spilled out quickly disappeared like vitality. I am afraid that even when they died, they never imagined that the seniors they admired would abandon them like chess pieces at this time of life and death. Blast me! The roar suddenly came out, and there was a hint of urgency between the words. Fell, Kimimaro frowned, and saw 2 corpses, with a lot of detonating spells obviously sticking to them. There was no time to withdraw and retreat, and the hot air wave of the explosion rolled back like a frenzy. Boom! The flames soared into the sky, and the tyrannical air waves threw even Shuinan, who had shot violently. However, it seemed to be embarrassed, but Shuinan's body was not in serious trouble. The moment he hurriedly landed, he turned around and ran away quickly without looking back. When he thought of the words that fell in his ear just now, the adult who pointed directly at the words was like an invisible big hand clenching his heart tightly. No way, that guy will never appear here, I must have heard it wrong. Shuinan couldn't help muttering to himself. However, just after taking 7 or 8 steps, the words on his lips changed quickly. No, I must be dazzled, I must be wrong, there is absolutely no chance that he will appear here. Shuinan stopped abruptly. Looking at the bone cocoon that was originally in the flame, it opened like a petal, and on that indifferent cheek, Yuhi's blood like 9 Tomo Mangekyo Sharingan made the thin figure in front of him exude a different mysterious feeling. If, really let Shuinan find an adjective. Unfathomable. My lord, what did he do? Kimimaro's indifferent voice sounded again. Shuinan, who was in shock, had a drastic change in his expression. He didn't have time to think about it. He hurriedly pulled away and looked back. The sight of the scene shook his nerves. I saw Yuhi's cloud-colored cloak, which had been torn apart, revealing Kimimaro's tender figure and cheeks. However, the white bone armor covered on the body surface, as well as the ferocious bone spurs on the back, gave people a horrified taste. Monsters, you really are monsters. Shuinan panicked. Kimimaro, who is only 6 or 7 years old, has already made him unable to obliterate it with all his efforts. Not to mention the unfathomable blood-colored Asura rumored in the ninja world. Provoking such a powerful monster for the mere pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Shuinan couldn't wait to swallow the haiku he just boasted about. Hee, don't do it yet, I admire him very much. It's better to be a dead Taoist than a dead friend. Chinyu laughed dryly. He was still thinking about how to find out about Uchiha Itachi, but he didn't expect that he had just set foot in Takino. The boundary of the village was ambushed. Konoha's squads who recovered Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 263 Let him get tired. Sir, do you admire me very much? Shuinen's face was ecstatic. Now a little kid, Kimimaro, has made him feel tricky. It can be said that there is no chance of winning in the fight. If you can get the favor of Uchiha Chinyu, it is not good to be a missing nin. But it can also save a small life. Of course I appreciate it. Chinyu's smile became more and more bright, and he changed the conversation and said, however, you have no value in existence. The inexplicable words made Shuinen startled at first, and looked at Uchiha Chinyu's warm smile. It was the first time I felt being teased. With his backhand in the ninja tool, he directly took out a stack of detonating talismans, intending to self-destruct, dragging the moment when Uchiha Chinyu committed suicide. One after another, blood vessels that were as black as ink burst out of the soil, and together with the spell, pierced his hand abruptly. Blood splattered, blood vessels as pitch black as ink, bound Shuinen into a zongzi in the blink of an eye. When he reacted, only his eyes could see clearly, the appearance of the person who came, suddenly exclaimed. You're missing nin Kakuzu. Shut up. Kakuzu glanced indifferently, then walked towards Chinyu, and said, Boss, it seems that you have picked up a good kid again, and his strength looks quite good. You also think it's good. That proves that my eyesight is not dim. Chinyu laughed dryly and said, is there any whereabouts? Yes, but I'm still a step too late. Although I killed all the leading troops, I still let the Hokage bring Uchiha Itachi back to the village. Kakuzu said and looked at Chinyu. Shuinen, who was tied into a zongzi, also showed disbelief. The troops who were the first to ambush were more numerous and more elite than their squad. However, Kakuzu is now the only one to break it, which reminds Shuinen of the horror legend that spread in Taki Ninja Village decades ago. As Taki Ninja Village, second only to the 5 major countries, it should be able to play a pivotal role in the ninja world like a megacure village. Unfortunately, because of the grudge against Yu Kakuzu, the high level of Taki Ninja Village was washed with blood, so that during this period of time, a power fault appeared. That's why Taki Ninja Village is now hiding behind the waterfall, locking the village to recuperate. Uchiha Chinyu, known as Konoha Missing Nin, the blood-colored Asura, actually recruited such murderers under his command. In the face of the provocation of Huka, what will be done? This undoubtedly tightened his nerves. It seems that you are still useful. Chinyu looked at Shuinen again and said, go back and tell the Huka to let out Uchiha Itachi unscathed. Otherwise, I don't mind going in person, you only have 3 hours. Quote. Go in and walk in person. Shuinen's face changed suddenly, and he said anxiously, Sir, there is still a long way to go from here to Taki Ninja Village. I'm afraid 3 hours is too much. Forcibly. Chinyu looked at Kakuzu and said, forcibly. Enough. Kakuzu said indifferently. If it is reluctant, then he is not qualified to continue to survive. I will go back and see for myself, and I haven't walked in my beloved village for a long time, and I don't know if the soil is or not. Yuhi color. Quote. The small voice, like an invisible big hand at this moment, instantly tightened Shuinen's heart. Feeling Kakuzu's gaze momentarily, Shuinen couldn't care too much. Whether it was 3 hours or 2 hours, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would rather die from exhaustion than die on the ground. The blood was drained from the whole body, like a mummified corpse, the high level of Taki Ninja Village, which was covered with big trees. Dying Yuhi's soil are simply vivid. Okay, I don't need 3 hours, I will be able to take back the words of the adults. Shuinen nodded in a panic. Kakuzu looked at Chinyu, and with the latter nodding in agreement, he snorted coldly, and directly lifted the resentment that had wrapped around Shuinen. However, there was still a dark blood vessel left, rooted in Shuinen's arm, extending down through the blood vessel, and there was still a trace of the heart before it stopped. Go ahead, once more than 3 hours have passed, you will be directly pierced through the heart. This is the scroll of communication. Kakuzu said coldly. It's time to start. Shuinen took the scroll with a dazed face, and he didn't have time to think about it the next moment. He turned around and ran away. The speed is so fast that even the strength of feeding milk is used, and the back disappears in a blink of an eye. Kakuzu, you don't need this. Chinyu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. Originally, in those 3 hours, he just scare 1 or 2 casually. Now it seems to have to be serious. Boss, you are still the same. Kakuzu's expression was still indifferent. He took out a scroll in his back and said, it has been 2 days since the Five Shadows conference. This is what happened that day. Oh, Chinyu was a little surprised and said with a smile, Kakuzu, you really have a hand in spying on intelligence, and even the Kingdom of Iron has an eyeliner, but I'm not interested in this Five Shadow conference, so I won't watch it. In Chinyu's eyes, the Five Shadows conference had nothing more than 2 results. The first was the success of the alliance, and the second was the failure of the alliance. However, no matter what the outcome, he is still bound to win the tailed beast. With the passage of time, the system has not triggered any opportunities, and sideline and mainline tasks. But in Chinyu's mind, there seemed to be an inexplicable voice guiding him to gather the tailed beasts. As for what will happen in the end, Chinyu doesn't care. He just cares about this process of chasing. Boss, you are still the same. Kakuzu put away the scroll with his backhand and said, however, there are some things you should know. Due to the strong opposition of Konoha Ninja Village and Namikaze Minato, the boss suddenly captured Kumogakure Village, resulting in too much disagreement among the Five Shadows. In the end, the Five Shadow Alliance failed. The 4th generation Raikage of Kumogakure Village put down his harsh words and declared that he wanted to fight with the boss. You fight to the death. Killer Bee Jinchuriki Column Force Killer Bee is in the ninja village. What should we do? Do we need to gather all together to fight against them? In Kakuzu's eyes, since Chinyu had already breached Kumogakure Village once, since he did not do it again and again, there was no need for a reason for the second time. As long as Chinyu said a word, they would never say a word. Especially Kakuzu, an old lunatic who has lived for a long time, even in his bones is crazy. Hee, Kakuzu, you are still not suitable for a generation of heroes. If a dog wants to bite you, you don't need to go back and bite you. Let him jump and get tired first, and finally find out how stupid what you did. That expression, it will be very exciting. Chinyu smiled and patted Kakuzu's shoulder. Let's settle the Taki Ninja Village first. I want to know who is the other Konoha team chasing Itachi. Have you got any information? Seeing that, Chinyu did not have the heart to deal with Kumogakure Village, and Kakuzu did not continue to persevere. With a little organization, he revealed everything about the pursuit team. When he heard the names of the 3 people in the team, Chinyu seemed a little surprised. Chapter 264 Showing Up Can Save People. Taki Ninja Village, in front of a huge waterfall. The 3 figures sneaked into the waterfall and groped away. Anbu ninjas who were stationed in front of the waterfall, the white-haired boy who took the lead made a careful gesture of stopping, and his eyes flashed a bit of coldness. Kakashi, why don't you do it? Obito's voice suddenly sounded, with a hint of urgency on his face. If it wasn't for Nohara Rin pressing his shoulders with his hands, I'm afraid he would have rushed out now. This should be the entrance of Taki Ninja Village. Uchiha Itachi fell into their hands, but this kind of thing has risen to the level of the politics of the 2 villages. If we come out suddenly, I'm afraid it will cause trouble for the teacher. Kakashi said in a deep voice. Then Kakashi, do you mean to let Itachi fall into their hands? Obito was the first to lose his temper. Don't forget, what big brother you said that day. Some people's lives are in your hands, and their mouths are on other people's bodies. As long as you think it's right, that's enough." The urgent voice made Kakashi silent. After a long time, he opened his mouth and said, "However, he defected with a bad reputation. What do you think of him under such a result?" That day, Kakashi watched his father commit suicide with his own eyes. As the hero of Konoha Shinobi Village in the past, he ended his life with infamy. All of this is very similar to Chinyu's current situation. Can I say he's too handsome? Nohara Rin clenched his hands tightly, and said with a slight yuhi on his cheeks. On that day, in the huge arena, they were also present. However, due to the insignificance of status, everything happened too much to be caught off guard. So there is not much chance of showing up. "Rin, you're wrong," Obito hurriedly retorted. "That's a super handsome man on a horse, killing someone if he doesn't agree with each other, and even beating Danzo who is pointing fingers at him. The most important thing, brother, you didn't kill innocent people indiscriminately, that's enough." "It's too handsome to ride a horse." Kakashi was startled. It was the first time he heard that as a missing nin, in the eyes of outsiders, he would be described as handsome. If this choice, when the sun sets on his father, will it also get this title? Who is it? The violent shout suddenly sounded. Of the two stationed, Anbu moved instantly, and the kunai threw out from the backhand, with an awe-inspiring cracking sound, shot towards the place where the three were hiding. The violent scene made Kakashi's nerves tense. Anbu ninjas stationed at the gate of the ninja village, one of them is a grandmaster, and the other is definitely good at detection. Just because of that comment, the aura that the three of them had hidden suddenly leaked out. This will lead to discovery. However, it was too late to regret it now. Seeing the two kunai attacking, Kakashi just wanted to attack. I saw that Obito took the lead. The Sharingan of the double Tomo suddenly turned, and his hands flew up quickly. There is a detonating talisman. If even my companions can die, then I would rather be a missing nin, at least it will be more handsome, just like Konoha White Fang, like Big Brother you. Doden, Earth style wall. Handsome. Kakashi was stunned for a moment, and the ground rumbled, and immediately a huge earth wall rose up, directly blocking the two kunai. Boom. The explosion sounded suddenly, and the hot air wave was completely blocked by the earth-style wall. At the same time, Nohara Rin, who was blocked in the back, also showed a sweet smile and said, "I also think that this is more handsome." 3 o'clock in the east. Really? Kakashi muttered to himself, his eyes bright, and said, "I also like to be handsome sometimes, who made me a genius?" The voice of narcissism came out leisurely, and under the seal of the Raiden thunder style technique that flew rapidly, crackling thunder light burst out. At the same time that the ground beneath his feet was torn to shreds, Kakashi dashed out like a single drill. Boom. The earth wall was pierced in an instant, and at 3 o'clock in the east, the pupils of the two Anbu who were waiting for an opportunity to burst into flames suddenly shrank. They never thought that these three, insignificant young ninjas, would have Sharingan and powerful perception ninjutsu. There is also such a fierce and swift Raiden thunder style, which can directly penetrate the earth wall, completely disrupting their sneak attacks. The short distance of more than 10 meters is just a blink of an eye. When they reacted, the hand wrapped around the thunder light, like a long rainbow, directly penetrated their hearts. PFF'd. Blood splattered, and the two Anbu ninjas looked at the forehead guard on Kakashi's forehead, spitting blood and said, You dare to kill us within the borders of Taki Ninja Village, whether it is Taki Ninja Village or Konoha Ninja Village. I will never let you go. Shut up, killers, people will kill them forever. If we weren't good at it, we would have already died in your hands. Obito landed on Kakashi's side and slapped Anbu on the head with his backhand. Anbu ninja, who was dying, shrank his pupils and completely burped. Don't look at me, you said it so handsomely, it was Big Brother you who said it. Obito shrugged and looked at the waterfall entrance of Taki Ninja Village. Now people have been killed and things have been done. Kakashi, you and we are different. In the same boat, let's go save people. Doesn't that look too handsome? Kakashi took off the forehead guards of the two Taki ninjas with a backhand, and then replaced Konoha shinobu's. At the same time, in the seal scroll, he took out the prepared black cloak and put it on his body. Kakashi who completely concealed his own characteristics. This act of preparedness made Obito unable to help but raise his thumb and said, "It's too handsome to ride a horse." Nohara Rin also smiled and nodded and said, "Kakashi, I didn't expect that you have learned to be flexible since you met Big Brother you, but it does look a little handsome, but compared to Big Brother you, it's still too far behind." Talking, Nohara Rin and Obito also dressed up. Although using the transformation technique, this effect can also be achieved. However, in case of encountering a powerful sensory ninja, this transformation technique is also useless. So, just in case, the identity of Konoha Ninja Village was completely hidden. You said, if Big Brother you knew that we were doing this kind of thing, wouldn't we think it was too crazy to sneak into a shinobi village to save people? That would make me excited. Obito couldn't help but said excitedly. Kakashi was soon summoned by Byakugan and said, if he is really there, it's our turn to pretend to be handsome there. What's more, if he is really close and wants to rescue Uchiha Itachi, I'm afraid he can save people by showing his face. Having said this, Kakashi's face rarely showed a little fanboy's expression. Chapter 265 The Powerful Cage Level Alliance. In Taki Ninja Village, a man with light blue hair and 3 henchmen landed in the village. Little devil, hurry up, don't give us any tricks, or we won't mind, we'll gouge out your eyes now. A confidant pushed Uchiha, who was tied into a dumpling-like shape. The face of this verbal threat, Uchiha Itachi did not resist at all, but silently followed the pace. However, if you observe carefully, it is not difficult to find that the corner of his eyes will quickly pass around. Remember everything along the way in your mind. Huka, why did you bring the Konoha ninja back? What the hell is going on? A middle-aged man walked over quickly. He has a face with a Chinese character, and his sword eyebrows and star eyes are 70% or 80% similar to the acting patriarch Shimu who appeared in the original book. Seeing the middle-aged man in front of him appear, and the 3 confidants who followed behind the hookah, their expressions changed slightly. Shisha's face sank, and before he could speak, the middle-aged man in front of him exclaimed first. Shisha, are you crazy? This kid has the Uchiha clan's emblem on his body, don't you plan to hit Sharingan? The middle-aged man shouted anxiously, his face ashen. Hurry up and let me go. Don't forget that we and the Konoha ninja village are diplomatic ties. If Hokage knows that we capture the Konoha ninja in private, it will bear the wrath of the big country. Once that time comes, our Taki ninja village's efforts to cultivate and rejuvenate all these years will be wasted. The hysterical scolding reverberated in the heaven and earth for a long time and could not be dissipated. The 3 confidants, Taki shinobi, who stood behind the hookah, changed their expressions slightly, revealing a hint of hesitation. There is nothing wrong with what Sheu Patriarch said. After all, Taki Ninja Village, after the bloodbath of Kakuzu, has regressed to the level of the 4th and 5th tier ninja village. Right now, if Konoha's wrath is provoked again, the other party will send a Sanin, or Konoha Yellow Flash at will. I'm afraid it's enough to keep them from eating Kabuto. Shisha's face was gloomy, with hawk-like eyes, staring straight at Shiyu, and said in a deep voice, Patriarch, you are still the same. Our Taki ninja village has been dormant for too long, so that people from the outside world are completely silent. Pay attention. Don't forget, we also had a seat when the first generation Hokage allocated the tailed beasts, but now that the 5 Shadows Conference is held, it is rumored that even the village of Omegakure was invited, and the Iron Country was chosen as the place for the conference to be held. Our tacky ninja village has shrunk in this corner, and has been reduced to the point where no one cares. Your self-contained thinking has pushed tacky ninja village into the abyss. Snapped. A crisp slap suddenly resounded, and the hookah's cheeks suddenly became hot. Looking at Shiyu, who was furious in front of him, he still said reluctantly, "Very well, at the moment, the 5 major ninja villages are all fighting for Konoha missing Nin's blood-colored Asura. Things, hold a meeting of the 5 shadows." Quote. Under such a desperate situation, Konoha Ninja Village will not have the chance to free up our hands to provoke our tacky ninja village. As long as we obtain Sharingan, we will have the opportunity to awaken the power of Nanao again, with the help of the Water of Heroes, and the family. It is not difficult for the elites to be on an equal footing with the 5 major countries. Quote. By then, the overall situation has been decided, and Konoha Shinobu Village has reacted. What can we do to us? Not to mention, in order to deal with the worst situation, I secretly formed an alliance with a powerful cage-level powerhouse. Looking at the crazy hookah on his face, Uchiha Itachi finally understood why he was being targeted by the hookah. Since Uchiha Madara used Mangekyo Sharingan, controlled Kyuubi, 9 Tails, and the original Hokage Senju Hashirama, and fought to the death. This incident shocked the entire ninja world. It is for this reason that many shinobi villages covet the Sharingan of the Uchiha family. However, the opening of Mangekyo Sharingan is very rare in the history of the Uchiha family. Ninja Village, who has always been covetous, stopped hunting for the eyes of ordinary Uchiha clan members after repeated failures. Instead, like Danzo, aiming at the elite and the genius. With the help of Chinyu, Uchiha Itachi started 3 Tomo Sharingan at the age of 7. This achievement, in addition to causing a sensation in the Konoha Ninja Village, also shook the ninja world. However, according to common sense, once this kind of genius ninja grows up, it is enough to become the mainstay of the family, Jinchuriki column. In addition to raising them early, they are more likely to wait until they are 12 or 13 years old before they are allowed to be dispatched to the village to perform more dangerous tasks. It is for this reason that Shisha was simply overjoyed when he met Uchiha Itachi. Think of it as an opportunity God gave him. Ask, if let him get 3 Tomo Sharingan, awakened the means to control the tailed beast. Then, with the help of Taki Ninja Village, the legendary hero's water, his strength definitely skyrocketed, reaching one of the best in the ninja world. It's hard to say, but I can still walk side by side with the 5 shadows and lead the Taki Ninja Village to the era of the 6 shadows. It is precisely because of this kind of ambition that the hookah will ignore Uchiha Itachi at the moment of encountering it. After leaving behind all his subordinates, he will also bring back Uchiha Itachi. Snapped. The crisp slap sounded again, and the beautiful longing that sprouted in the hookah's heart was instantly dispelled. Shiyu pointed at the hookah angrily and said, "You not only shot against Konoha's ninjas, but also colluded with other people. Do you still take me as the patriarch in your eyes? And the Water of Heroes, that is to deal with the life and death of the village. You will be invited out only when you are robbed. You have no right to know whereabouts at all. What if you provoke Konoha Bloody Asura? If you still take me as the patriarch, then let me go immediately, and then go to Konoha with me to apologize." The hysterical growls were almost endless. However, as soon as Shiyu finished speaking, Uchiha Itachi, who had been watching the play, suddenly changed his face. "Be careful." The urgent cry immediately made Shiyu's expression stagnate, and the next moment he felt the breath of death emerging from the soles of his feet. He didn't have time to think about it, and quickly wanted to withdraw and retreat. PFF'd. Blood splattered, and the dazzling kunai flashed instantly with the ruthless color on the hookah's face. Directly into Shiyu's abdomen. Feeling this heart-piercing pain, Shiyuan stared at her and took a few steps back, revealing an expression of disbelief on her face. "Master Patriarch, if you have anything to say, you should keep your stomach warm. I will lead the Taki ninja village next. Shisha pulled Kuwu back, stuck out Yuhi's tongue, and licked the blood remaining on it. Said, the so-called Konoha blood-colored Asura, now facing the 5 shadows, is too exhausted to deal with it, and he can't take care of it at all. In case he does come, with the help of my powerful allies, as well as the tailed beast and the technique of heroes, could he still be able to break through my ninja village? Chapter 266 Is that person him? Shisha, are you crazy? A group of Taki shinobi, who were stationed not far away, suddenly changed their faces when they saw this scene, and hurried over. The violent scene shook the 3 confidants who followed the hookah. There are thousands of reluctance in their hearts for such a violent rebellion that has forced Lengshan. But when they were in the same boat, they couldn't help thinking too much, and they quickly pulled out the kunai, planning to fight offense and defense. However, in the face of this scene, the hookah did not take it to heart. The moment the smile appeared on his face, Shiyu, who was covering his abdomen, was severely injured, his face changed drastically, and he shouted in a hurry, "Be careful, the hookah has returned with foreigners. Alien people." The 5 ninjas who arrived at the scene looked stagnant, and were about to disperse their guard and rescue Shiyu at the same time. The next moment, the awe-inspiring sound of breaking the air suddenly echoed. The dazzling ray of light blazed up like a peacock. The speed is so fast and the momentum is huge, it is simply impossible to hide. When the 5 Taki shinobi reacted, the rays of light pierced through their chests. Blood splashed. Yuan stared at him, his face full of disbelief. The vitality of the 5 Taki shinobi quickly disappeared, and with the sound of heavy objects falling, they completely turned into cold corpses. Shisha, you're crazy. Shiyu's expression froze, and he roared angrily. Watching the Xiaoguang inserted in the chest of the 5 Taki ninjas collapsed and scattered between the heavens and the earth. A dozen figures fell in all directions, headed by a man in a black cloak, and the mark on his forehead made Shiyu's expression drastically changed. Shisha, you're crazy, you actually colluded with them. Shiyu roared again and again. However, before the words were finished, he was punched in the abdomen by a hookah. The stinging pain of the injury was directly multiplied. Shiyu opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, and passed out completely in pain. Hookah, I didn't expect you to be soft-hearted, wouldn't it be nice to kill him? The black-robed man who took the lead said with a sneer. Shisha motioned the left and right confidants to step forward and said, the existence of the Water of Heroes, only the patriarchs of all dynasties know about it, and he can't die now. However, now that you are here, with your strength and my team, even if Konoha's blood-colored Asura comes, he will definitely not be able to eat Kabuto and leave. Speaking of which, Shisha seemed to have seen the result and laughed unbridled. In his eyes, he obtained Sharingan with the people invited in front of him and himself. With the Water of Heroes, the strength can definitely surpass Kakuzu, who is known as the strongest ninja in Taki Ninja Village. Once there, it's the highlight moment for Shisha. Okay, don't forget, I helped you, but don't forget to help me completely seize control of the village. The black-robed man snorted coldly. It took so much hard work to kill that old guy, but he actually gave his position to him. To another person, I can't swallow it. Hee, don't worry, as long as you and I completely seize power, and then form an offensive and defensive alliance, looking at the entire ninja world, who would dare to provoke us? Looking at the 2 people who were talking unscrupulously, Uchiha Itachi still didn't resist at all, but quietly looked at the black-robed man and his subordinates. Unlike Shiyu, Uchiha Itachi took a lot of time to discover the identities of these people. It never occurred to me, just to see where Nanao was, that I would encounter a rebellion in Taki Shinobi Village. Okay, I didn't expect you to be quite safe. The smile on Shisha's face gradually subsided, and he glanced at Uchiha Itachi with a little greed. You guys put him in and wait until I bring back the Water of Heroes. And deal with him again. Boy, I advise you to be obedient. Maybe I can save your life, but if you dare to make a fool of yourself, don't blame me for being cruel." Abandoning these words, Uchiha Itachi was still speechless. Shisha didn't say much, and turned around and left. It was followed, this time by an invited foreign aide. As for the three henchmen Taki Shinobu, they were obviously left here to guard Uchiha Itachi. Watching Shisha and the others leave completely, Taki Shinobu, the confidant who took the lead, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect Shisha-sama to see this opportunity to rebel, and even outsiders colluded, and we were still kept in the dark. Dongxing, don't complain, we only have two choices now. The first is to continue to follow the Shisha-sama, and the second is to stand in the Sheu Patriarch's camp and fight against the Shisha-sama. Another slightly older man sighed faintly. One sound. However, before the words were finished, Uchiha Itachi suddenly spoke up. "You have a third option. Let me go and help me find Neneo's whereabouts." "Let you go, and help you find Neneo's whereabouts?" Dongxing, who was standing behind Uchiha Itachi, was stunned at first, and said disdainfully, "Little devil, are you joking? With such a superficial bewitchment, do you really think we will be fooled? Also, you're looking for the whereabouts of the tailed beast. Wouldn't it be your intention to use the Sharingan to control the tailed beast, and then deal with the Hookah-sama?" Speaking of which, Dongxing flipped over Byakugan in disdain and said, "You little bastard is a fool." The two Taki shinobi who were present also smiled, in their eyes. It was a foolish move for a 7-year-old kid to leave the village alone. Now it is too ridiculous to plan to covet the tailed beast of a village. No, you misunderstood. Uchiha Itachi didn't take these hot and cold ridicules to heart, and said with the same expression, "Have you never heard that there is a person who is collecting tailed beasts? 9 big tailed beasts are distributed in the 5 great ninja villages in your Taki ninja village. Decades ago, your Taki ninja village was indeed very strong, so you got the allocation of the tail beast, but after the tossing of missing Ninkakuzu, the strength of your village has been greatly reduced. If that person really aims to collect tailed beasts, between the 5 major ninja villages and the Taki ninja village whose overall strength has been weakened, you say that person will choose to attack there first." The slightly long-sounding voice reverberated in this world. The faces of the people present changed drastically. Dongxing took the lead and couldn't help but ask, "Little devil, is that the person you are talking about?" Urgent questioning tightened the nerves of the other two. They saw Uchiha Itachi nodded in agreement. The 3 Taki shinobi's hearts seemed to be tightly clenched by an invisible big hand. Although, the Hokage just kept saying that with the support of that group of people, coupled with the hero's water, it cannot be afraid of anyone. But when he thought of the famous Konoha missing nin, the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Chinyu, his heart became hopeless. Chapter 267 The Water of Heroes. At the entrance of the waterfall, 3 figures appeared like ghosts. "Rin, have you sensed chakra's fluctuations?" Kakashi, looking around a little, asked vigilantly. After waiting for a few seconds, Nohara Rin opened his eyes, looked at a huge tree trunk not far away, and said, "There are no other Taki ninja Anbu around this entrance, but there are many chakras in the big tree in front. Fluctuation, as if something happened." The front. Uchiha Obito followed Nohara Rin's gaze. "Kakashi, what shall we do now?" To this question, Kakashi did not answer immediately. His brows furrowed, and after thinking hard for a moment, he said, "Taki Ninja Village is second only to the 5 great ninja villages. It's really hard to find someone in Taki Ninja Village, but since Taki Ninja Village has caught Uchiha Itachi, they definitely won't let him be alone. In order to avoid the anger of Konoha Shinobi Village, they will be more aggressive. I think in the current chaotic situation, they believe that Konoha Shinobi Village will never turn against a shinobi village for a dead person." Hearing these words, Nohara Rin and Obito's expressions froze. "Kakashi, You mean, Uchiha Itachi will be in a place with more people? Nohara Rin asked eagerly. This time, she dared to make up her mind to take part in an action that was designated as missing Nin at any time. All because of the relationship between Uchiha Itachi and Chinyu. Right now, if Uchiha Itachi is killed in the hands of Taki Shinobu. Nohara Rin absolutely did not want to see it. Right now, this is the greatest possibility until the exact location of Uchiha Itachi is known. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Now is the time for you to express your opinions. There are many people on the other side. We are still in Taki Ninja Village. This task is completely a near death. You can quit now, it's okay. Having said that, Kakashi looked at Nohara Rin and Uchiha Obito quietly, and did not continue talking. Some words are enough to stop, but too many words will appear inappropriate. And, it's a life or death decision. Haha, Kakashi, you really underestimate us. Didn't you have the heart to die long ago? Are you planning to test us? Obito laughed. Rin Nohara, who was on the side, slapped the back of the head heavily and made a silent motion. Don't talk nonsense, calm down. If those people know of our existence, the next infiltration will be more difficult. Nohara Rin said reproachfully in a low voice. Obito held the back of his head with a bitter face, and said weakly, Rin, you should find a chance to learn from Master Tsunade. The strength of this fist is almost enough to kill someone with one punch. You mean I'm violent? Nohara Rin said, clenching his fists in both hands. Obito shook his head quickly, using his strong desire to survive. I mean, you are as beautiful as Master Tsunade. Really? Of course. Looking at the two who instantly relieved the oppressive atmosphere, Kakashi took a deep breath and said, Okay, calm down. The next mission is about the next life, so we need a tactical strategy, Rin and you. Kakashi's arrangements and instructions. The hippie smiles on Nohara Rin and Obito's faces gradually faded away, adding a hint of solemnity. The two nodded in agreement. Kakashi's eyes turned in vain and landed on the huge tree trunk, his right hand raised. The three figures disappeared out of thin air. The entrance to the waterfall is not very far from the big tree. As soon as the three of them approached, they heard the voices of people. Through a tree hole that acts as an entrance and exit, you can clearly see what's inside. Shisha, are you crazy? Hurry up and let the clansmen go, or you won't want to open the sealed door. After she used medical treatment, her wounds were bandaged. Obviously no big deal. However, in front of him were more than a dozen ninjas of different genders kneeling on the ground side by side. It's just that I didn't see Uchiha Itachi. This scene made Obito and Rin look at Kakashi at the same time. After all, their goal was to rescue Uchiha Itachi. Not only has Itachi failed to find it now, but he has also encountered such a mutiny-like situation, which is obviously unexpected. Hehe, Patriarch Sheu, I'm not discussing with you now. I heard that your woman is pregnant. Do you think I'll kill too if I go down with this knife? Shisha laughed mischievously. The voice fell, and the water in the right hand was entangled, turning into a water jet in the blink of an eye, without any fancy. He slashed directly at the woman kneeling in front of him. The violent blow shook everyone's nerves. Rin on the side didn't intend to take care of this kind of thing, but if he watched one corpse and two lives, this kind of atrocity would happen. This is definitely not what she wants to see. However, just when Nohara Rin's nerves were tense and he couldn't help making his move, he was stopped by Kakashi's probing hand. Stop, I'm willing to tell you how to unseal the gate, but you have to promise to let the people hear, including that Uchiha kid. Shiryu shouted in a hurry. The three of Kakashi looked at each other in unison. Originally they planned to retreat, but now it seems that they have found a breakthrough. After Kakashi made a gesture to the two of them to act at any time, he looked at the field again. Hehe, the Patriarch, if you promised early, they won't have to suffer like this. The water knife in the Hokage's hand stopped an inch from the ninja's neck. However, that Uchiha kid is the key to my plan, but I can't just let it go. It's the old saying, hand over the things, or they will all die this time. Having said that, Shisha looked at Shiyu. Seeing this scene, Shiyu smiled bitterly. The whole person seemed to be drained of energy. Although the other clansmen were shaking their heads, Shiyu staggered to his feet and walked towards the tree wall in front of everyone's eyes. This time, Shiyu didn't hesitate at all, squeezed the surgical seal in his hand, and his hands quickly flew like wheels. With a series of spells falling, the originally ordinary tree wall suddenly lit up with blue light. The next moment, under the eyes of the public, a huge enchantment formation emerged. With the sound of rumbling, the tree wall slowly opened like a gate, revealing a gate with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters. In this tree-hole secret room, there is a tree-core Jinchuriki column with a blue gourd on it. The opening is open, and it receives a drop of crystal liquid from time to time. This is the water of heroes. Looking at this strange scene, the Hokage's face showed ecstasy, and he walked in quickly without much thought. Chapter 265 Acting Star Shadow. Go. Kakashi gave a cold drink. In the backhand, 3 smoke bombs were thrown directly into the tree hole. The violent scene made the Hokage and others who were originally attracted by the water of heroes startled for a while. When he reacted, the 3 smoke bombs that fell to the ground exploded. A large piece of fog exploded like a frenzy. While rolling away, it directly occupied the entire tree hole. Enemy attack, be careful. Shisha's face changed drastically, and with a roar, he quickly turned around and rushed towards the water of heroes. This is the secret method of pressing the bottom of the box in Taki Ninja Village, a drink that can be dozens of times stronger. Once he can really get this water of heroes, he can be invincible when looking at the entire ninja world. Come with me. Kakashi didn't care, his goal was to save Uchiha Itachi. And Yu is the key to it. However, as soon as Kakashi approached, there were awe-inspiring sounds of breaking through the air, and the whistling sounded. Under this thick smoke, there seemed to be a pair of invisible eyes that locked his position. Be careful, their leader is not a simple existence. Shiyu reminded anxiously. He didn't know the origin of the sudden rescue, but at least it was a change. If they were instantly defeated because of a moment of negligence, this was definitely not what he wanted to see. Whoosh! Sound of breaking the air sounded again, and a figure landed in front of Kakashi first. The gorilla Yuhi rolled his eyes, and his hands quickly flew up, forming a series of spells. Doden, Earth Style Wall. Bang bang bang. A series of shuriken, shot directly into the Earth Style Wall. The cooperation that was played not long ago, at this moment, is being performed again. The bridge section is not afraid of the old, the most important enemy has to bear it. Raiden, Thunder Style Chidori. Kakashi flipped his hands, clasped his hands together suddenly, and the whole person passed through the Earth Style Wall under the splash of lightning. Boom! The earth wall cracked and the debris flew down, shaking everyone's nerves. 3 o'clock in the east, 5 o'clock, 7 o'clock. Nohara Rin's voice sounded at the right time. Thunder light wrapped around his hands. Kakashi suddenly looked up and locked on the target. The agile figure, activated by the blessing of lightning, shot out like a sharp arrow. The short sprint of 7 or 8 meters was just a blink of an eye, and when he regained his senses, a Hokage confidant directly penetrated his heart. 1. As usual, Kakashi's figure swayed again, and Rin Nohara used his perception ninjutsu to lock tightly, although without the assistance of Sharingan. Kakashi, who has always been proficient in physical art, can still make up for it with his rich experience and combat skills. PFF'd. Thunder light bloomed, and every time Kakashi's mind, Nohara Rin's voice sounded, like a coordinate radar, showing the enemy's position. The second hot blood fell on Kakashi's cheeks, without any fancy, the moment his heels spun again. A breath of death quickly enveloped the body. The sudden scene made Kakashi's nerves tense. Although at the beginning, he was mentally prepared and knew that there was no way to obliterate all the enemies. However, at the moment, only 2 people were killed, and they were countered by the enemy, which was too fast. In the opponent's camp, there are strong people. The peacock technique strangulation. Rays of light shot in all directions, showing a closed posture, like a spider hunting. Even the ninja in front of Kakashi was not immune. It was obvious that he planned to obliterate Kakashi with one blow, and even his companions were able to give up. This is a killing game. From the very beginning, Duanfang discovered the existence of Kakashi, just to obliterate him under the circumstances of 100% sure. That's why I decided to sacrifice 2 companions to lure Kakashi into the enemy line, and take this opportunity to open the big net to ultimate. At this moment, directly close the network. Facing this fatal blow, Kakashi had no way to retreat. However, the anxiety that flashed on his face not only did not increase, but instead returned to calm. The thunder light wrapped in his hands suddenly dissipated, and at the same time, the scroll he took out with his backhand burst open. Boom! Kakashi's body directly. Looking at this scene, Kai Shing flashed a hideous smile on his face, and said, "Boy, you can't escape, I have already discovered your existence. Under my peacock technique, you will surely die." The awe-inspiring laughter echoed in the tree hole, the violent attack exploded in response, the rays of light splashed down, and the number of dozens of spears suddenly increased to hundreds. The posture of closing and strangling is even more so. Nohara Rin's expression changed slightly, but he was quickly stopped by Uchiha Obito's detective. "Don't forget, he is also a student of Big Brother Yu. Who said I was going to run away?" Kakashi's voice came out suddenly, and the crackling thunder light splashed out. The next moment, the figure entwined with thunder light shot out like a horse. Konoha Ryu Katakana middle dot 3 Moon Thunder Dance. The thunder light is like a turning wheel, and it is shot out in the air in the attitude of tearing apart the space. Wherever they passed along the way, the rosy spear transformed by the peacock's magic method was torn to shreds like a piece of paper. In an instant, a huge opening was torn out of the encirclement and rushed out. However, as soon as he got out of trouble, this attacking posture like a broken bamboo did not stop at all. The distance of more than 10 meters, but in the blink of an eye, appeared in front of Kai Shing. The twin knives entwined by the thunder light made Kai Xing's pupils shrink suddenly. Before he had time to think about it, he reached down with both hands, and directly pulled the 2 subordinates to his front. Lord Chixing. The expressions of the 2 Shinrin changed drastically. However, in the face of Kakashi's lightning-fast swordsmanship, the voice just blurted out, and it was too late to defend and dodge. The sharp blade wrapped by the thunder light has already slashed down. PFF'd. Hot blood spurted out, and 2 huge heads were thrown at the same time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kai Shing suddenly folded his hands together. The peacock technique, tiger and leopard strike. Roar. The deafening roar suddenly came out, and the tiger and leopard transformed by the rays of the sun, as soon as they condensed, broke through the 2 corpses in an instant, and slaughtered Kakashi head-on. The violent scene caused Kakashi's expression to change slightly, and the 2 knives quickly stood in front of him. Boom! The thunderball and the tiger and leopard collided instantly, and the violent explosive force detonated like a frenzy, and quickly rolled back around. Advantage of this opportunity, Kakashi rolled over and landed on the sides of Obito and Rin. The fog in the tree hole was also blown away, revealing a messy battlefield. There is also a slightly embarrassed red star. 3 teenagers. Shiyu saw clearly, and his expression changed slightly at the moment of the situation. He clearly knew how strong Kai Xing from Xingnin village, known as the agent of Xingying, was. Chapter 266 Didn't you just call me? Chixing, are you all right? The voice of the hookah sounded. Shiyu woke up suddenly, and the moment she saw the gourd in the hookah's hand, her face changed drastically. Come on, he got the heroic water, you are no match. The expressions of the 3 Kakashi changed slightly. They were living in the atmosphere of the Third Ninja War, and they were not comparable to rookies. I have also heard a little about the Water of Heroes in Taki Ninja Village. That is a legendary thing, and it is also the foundation of Taki Ninja Village. Chakra, which can increase dozens of times in an instant, is not a 1+1 opponent. Don't worry, this kind of kid has outstanding strength, but I haven't paid attention to it yet, but I'm a little surprised. The chakra knife in his hand is probably the thunder knife among the 7 great ninja knives in the village of Kurigakure. Kai Xing, the expression is yin vulture, and the mouth is saying that there is nothing. But looking at the 4 corpses that fell on the field, the last 2 died indirectly in his hands. This face is a bit unbearable. Thunder Sword. Shisha raised his brows and said, it is rumored that the 7 people of Kurigakure will challenge Konoha's blood-colored Asura, not the death of death, the surrender of surrender. This Thunder Kiba, who has the Thunder Sword, seems to be in the Battle of the Stronghold. He was killed by Uchiha Chinyu, and the Thunder Sword should have fallen into his hands. Could it be that he is Uchiha Chinyu? Kakashi, who was a bit similar in age and shrouded in black robes, Shisha's brows became even tighter. Whether it is the trophy thunder knife, or the Raiden thunder style ninjutsu he is good at, and the combat power beyond his age. Kakashi in front of him reached them one by one. The only difference was that he couldn't see Yuhi's bloody eyes. Shisha, do you think he is Konoha's Scarlet Asura? Kai Xing was startled for a while, then laughed playfully. Those 5 kingdoms are too exalted. Raiden thunder style ninjutsu is very good, and swordsmanship is also very good, but this alone makes the 5 kingdoms in chaos. It seems that they have already old. It's time for our Hoshinin village and Taki Ninja village to rise. The unbridled voices rolled away. The Kakashi trio turned the Byakugan straight. However, this cannot be blamed for Kai Xing's ignorance. His cage level is just what generations have called themselves. The Kingdom of Bears, in the ninja world, is only a small country, not to mention the Xingnan village in the small country. As for the seclusion of Taki Ninja village, it also blocked the news of hookah, and there was a feeling of arrogance. However, this beautiful misunderstanding, Kakashi didn't say anything to pierce it, and when he looked at Akashi and Shisha, he immediately gestured to Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin. Go! Kakashi shouted violently, and the thunder swords he held in both hands suddenly shot out from the air under the thundering arcs. It turned into a thunderous slash, and rolled away in a rolling posture. Thunder cut. The violent scene made Shisha and Chixing's faces sank, their hands flew down, and the spell seal quickly formed. It can unleash the power of lightning in the form of a slash. Kakashi, who has such a superb Raiden, thunder-style, swordsmanship, is the legendary Uchiha Chinyu. Sweden, water-style, water dragon bullet. The peacock technique dragon shape. 2 violent drinks suddenly came out, and the water dragon bullet and peacock's magic technique collided with thunder slash in an instant. Boom! The violent explosion roared, and the huge impact force made this tree hole reinforced with secret techniques unbearable. One after another figure was thrown out directly by the air waves rolled up inside. Rin, let's go quickly, trust Kakashi. Obito grabbed the worried Nohara Rin's shoulders, and quickly pulled away to him. However, their footsteps are just standing firm. 2 explosions roared from the tree hole again. A slightly embarrassed figure flew out and smashed heavily on the lake. After using the water surface to walk in time, after rolling for more than 10 meters, he barely managed to stand on his feet. "Ka, are you all right?" Nohara Rin's expression changed, and he shouted anxiously. "Be careful behind you." Kakashi roared in a hurry, instantly making Obito and Nohara Rin tense. "Konoha blood-colored Asura, you are paying attention to us now. It is too late, blame it, you are too defiant." The joking voices rolled and spread out, and a figure shrouded in light blue chakra waves suddenly shot out from the broken tree hole. It turned into an afterimage and appeared in front of Rin Nohara. Too soon, Uchiha Obito's face changed dramatically. Sharingan, which is exerted as much as possible, is the action of reading the hookah. However, being able to see is one thing, but whether the body can keep up with this speed is another. Watching the water jets that quickly emerged from the hands of the hookah, entwined frantically, and condensed into water jets. A mortal scene flashed through Obito's mind. PFF'd. Blood spattered, and the water jet pierced Nohara Rin's chest directly. The violent scene shook his nerves. The originally rotating twin Tomo Sharingan transformed in an instant and quickly turned into a pentagram. A huge pupil force, like a frenzy, rolled backwards in Obito's body, and exploded instantly with a roar. "Ah, I'm going to kill you." Obito's ears like thunder. "Okay, stop yelling here, demonic illusion." Obito just felt a roar in his mind, and when he reacted, the picture in front of him was distorted, and finally shattered like a mirror, revealing Rin Nohara's figure at the same time. There is also an unexpected figure. "Sir, didn't you say, give me 3 hours to persuade me to surrender?" Shuinen stormed in from a distance. Under his panting posture, his clothes were already soaked through. "If it wasn't for the remaining will, reluctantly holding one breath and standing, I am afraid that I would already be tired and lying on the ground." The sudden scene made Shisha and Chixing, and even the whole audience, bewildered. Obito still hasn't reacted in the demonic illusion just now. He also didn't know when he was implanted by Uchiha Chinyu with the seed of demonic illusion. And why cast demonic illusion on yourself? A series of questions made Uchiha Obito's head swell. But the only thing he knew and felt fortunate was that at the critical moment, Uchiha Chinyu shot and stopped the hookah's attack. Nohara Rin was rescued. Shuinen, why did you come back now? Who is he?" Shisha's expression froze, and she asked anxiously. In just a moment, he took the hero's water and obtained dozens of times of chakra power. The attack displayed, whether it is speed or power, doesn't even need a hand seal. This result made him very satisfied. However, this fatal blow was stopped by the mysterious man in front of Yuhi's cloak. However, before Shuinen could speak, Chinyu took the lead and said with a warm smile, "Didn't you just call me?" Chapter 270 _ Shisha was stunned. The scene just now evolved too fast. After Shiyu opened the tree-hole secret room to the present. This seemingly cumbersome scene, before and after, is only a short tens of seconds. He has said too much. "Brother, kneel down quickly and let that Uchiha kid go." Shuinen spoke suddenly, speaking inexplicably, making Shisha startled for a moment. However, the sound of the words that fell after that shook his nerves. He is Konoha missing Nin, Scarlet Ashura, Uchiha Chinyu. To Uchiha Chinyu. Shisha's expression suddenly changed, but this time, even if he thought about it with his toes, he could clearly know. It was a beautiful misunderstanding just now. Do not. Looking at the young man in front of him who clasped his wrist in an understatement. This misunderstanding can only be described as fatal. It's just that the arrow had to be thrown on the string. Shisha looked at the young man with a warm smile on his face, and let out a stern roar. I don't care if you are bloody, white, or golden, my hookah is the strongest in Taki Ninja Village. After taking the heroic water, even if you are a cage level strong in the 5 countries, it is not my opponent. The rolling voice fell. The hookah's right hand was buckled by Chinyu, but the left hand was shrouded in the chakra coat, holding a 10,000 fist-like posture. Hingkong slashed Chinyu's neck. The attack, which was as fast as a thunderbolt, ripped apart the air along the way, and made a series of low-pitched air sonic booms. At this close distance, the split fell on Chinyu's neck in the blink of an eye. Facing such a fierce blow, Chinyu seemed to be stunned, maintaining a warm smile. Nohara Rin and others, and the ecstasy of the hookah, they were like two people. Boom! A dull thunder-like collision sounded suddenly. Susanoo's coat that looked like blood. The seemingly fierce water jet shattered at this moment, disintegrated into the void, and disappeared as a mist of water. Looking at Chinyu's body, the huge Susanoo formed by squirming fast. Moment Yuhi's eyes were locked on the hookah, there was a grunt and the feeling of swallowing saliva. At this moment, they finally understood why Konoha missing Nin, Uchiha Chinyu, was called Scarlet Ashura. The monster in front of him alone is enough to explain all this. Okay, I've given you the opportunity to perform. You should be able to tell me why you called me just now. Chinyu said with a warm smile. This gesture, like a boy next door, fell into the eyes of the hookah, and it felt as if death was urging him to die. Susanoo, who was more than 10 meters tall and shrouded Chinyu's body in front of him, his face became anxious. He took out the gourd containing the hero's water with his left hand, and quickly poured it into his mouth under the watchful eyes of everyone. Stop him. The more you take this hero's water, the stronger the power you can increase. Shiyu reminded in a hurry. However, in the face of all this, Chinyu still did not act at all, just watched this scene with great interest. Along with the water in the gourd, more than half of it disappeared. The eyes of the hookah were round at first, and then the veins on his face became prominent at the next moment. The violent chakra exploded instantly like a frenzy. The chakra coat that was originally light blue instantly turned dark blue. The chakra that could not be contained in the body even came out through the body and rose straight into the sky. Power, this is power, did you see it? This is the strongest power in the ninja world. I am the strongest in Taki Ninja Village, and the strongest existence in the ninja world. Shisha felt the huge power in the body. Zhuangruo laughed wildly. With the expansion of confidence, his eyes suddenly turned and fell on Chinyu's body, saying, "Aren't you afraid? Why didn't you take action?" Afraid. Chinyu smiled and shook his head. As far as I know, the strongest in Taki Ninja Village is my subordinate Kakuzu. As for why not, that's because in order to make a person despair, you must first make him crazy. Kakuzu, who was hiding in the darkness, walked out slowly and said, "Boss, is he crazy?" The sudden appearance tightened everyone's nerves, especially the ninjas of Taki Ninja Village. Even more clearly, what the person in front of him means. To be able to make the local resentment Kakuzu respectfully call him the boss. It can be said that if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would want to believe Kakuzu, the local resentment that made their Taki Ninja Village almost wipe out the village. It will be easily tamed and become someone else's subordinate. It's still a little bit. Chinyu looked at him thoughtfully and said with a light smile. Worse. Shiyu and the others couldn't help but stunned, and even Xingying Kai-sheng, the representative of Xingnin in the distance, was stunned for a while. For the tyrannical chakra that comes out of the hookah, it is definitely 40 or 50 times stronger than his normal state. In the face of such a hookah, even Kai-sheng has no confidence in his heart. However, now Uchiha Chinyu actually told him that it was a little bit worse. Red Star, come and help me. Shisha roared. Oh, are you still coming? Chinyu let go of the hookah with interest and looked at Chixingdao. Don't waste your time, you two go together. Kaizing's expression froze. If just a moment ago, he didn't know who Uchiha Chinyu was. Now that he has witnessed his terrifying strength with his own eyes, there is no doubt that he has no confidence in his heart. Seeing this scene, Shisha, who had just been able to get out of trouble, changed his face, and shouted anxiously, "Chixing, we are sitting on the same boat now. Don't forget that you are the agent Xingying, and you are the strongest in Xingnan village, and your strength is sufficient. Comparing with the 5 shadows, if we join forces, with the Water of Heroes, it will not be a problem to defeat him." Quote. Kaixing was startled. The Hoka's words were not unreasonable. What's more, he also wanted to see how powerful his peacock technique, coupled with the Water of Heroes, would be. "Okay, I'm going to use your Konoha Missing Nin, the blood-colored Asura, as a stepping stone on the road to the strongest ninja world." Kaixing shouted sharply. "Xingying will win, Lord Chixing is invincible." Lord Chixing, who will compete with Peacock's magic trick. Xingren, who was present, was the first to lose his temper. Regardless of Uchiha Chinyu's strength, they are now grasshoppers on the same hemp rope. Pull one and move the whole body. The only thing that can be done at the moment is to kill Uchiha Chinyu, so that he has a chance of survival. Okay, Chixing, you will understand that this choice is the most important step for us to dominate the ninja world. Shisha looked happy, raised his head and filled half of the hero's water again, and threw it to Chixing. As Kaixing raised his head and drank, the two of them looked at each other and let out an awe-inspiring long whistle. Chapter 271 Still Young and Rich. Roar. Shisha and Chixing roared in the sky. Chakra, dormant in the body, exploded like a frenzy, and went straight to the sky. The violent stance formed ripples in the air, and even the surface of the lake was set off by large waves. Shiyu and the others who witnessed this scene couldn't help but change their expressions. Even Kakashi et al. In the face of the Hoka and the Red Star a moment ago, they may still have the strength to fight. However, the chakra fluctuations exuding now have skyrocketed at least 50 or 60 times. This kind of increased strength, looking at the entire ninja world, is not just one person who can fight against it. Haha, Uchiha Chinyu, did you see it? This is our strength to dominate the ninja world. Next, you will tremble under absolute strength. Shisha laughed unbridled. Out of the corner of the eye, Kaixing and Kaixing looked at each other and shouted angrily. Go! As soon as the roar fell, Kaixing's hands suddenly flew up, and a series of spells fell. With the help of the Water of Heroes, the star chakra in the body swelled dozens of times in an instant. Under the transmission of this huge combat power, the peacock magic technique that erupted has achieved a qualitative change in seconds. The peacock technique, the roar of the dragon. When the last magic seal fell, his hands suddenly clasped together. The star chakra, which came out of the body, went straight to the sky, and under the body, turned into a 100-meter-long glowing dragon. Accompanied by a deafening roar, he shook his head and swept his tail towards Uchiha Chinyu. Hoka, I'm suppressing him. You use the most powerful Suigen, water-style, ninjutsu to suppress him. With one move, Kaixing was the first to lose his breath and roared in a hurry. In such a situation, to win completely, the only thing that can be done is to work hard and then decline. So, this move must be decisive. However, when the voice fell, the audience was stunned, and the words that fell in his ears shook his nerves even more. That, you seem to have been sold, and you are still helping him count the money. Chinyu touched the tip of his nose helplessly and said with a smile, however, this attack is indeed worth my reluctance to shoot. The playful words fell, and Kaixing hurriedly looked behind him. The target was the Hoka, who turned around and ran away frantically. It can be said that in the short fight just now, the strength of the heroic water has been soared by dozens of times, but even Susanoo, who is protecting the body of Uchiha Chinyu, has no way to break it. Therefore, at this moment, Shisha had a plan in mind, dragged Chixing into the water, and bought enough time for himself to escape. As an ally, Shisha clearly knew the power of Peacock's magic, and felt the breath that burst out just now. He firmly believed that Chixing could buy him enough time. Thinking of this, Shisha took the lead and couldn't help but hurriedly glanced behind. However, this look made his pupils shrink suddenly, and when he saw Susano, which was instantly transformed into a hill, hundreds of meters high, his heart was suddenly tightened by an invisible big hand. The next moment, a huge hand like a mountain suddenly grabbed it in the void, and Tomo fell into his hand. Looking at the incoming dragon, Susano didn't have any fancy, and the 8-foot Chang Tomo in his hand suddenly threw out. PFF'd. The low sound of air tearing suddenly came out, and at the moment when the air ripples, the Xiaoguang giant dragon, which was the first to touch, was torn apart like paper. As the caster, Kai Xingqiu suffered the brunt of the backlash. Before he could think about it, he clasped his hands together and roared again. Peacock magic, Xiaoguang barrier. The endless star chakra is extracted from the body of the red star. In the blink of an eye, in front of Kai Xing, an indestructible wall was formed. However, before there was a hint of joy on Kai Xing's face, the next moment Xiaoguang's walls were like paper paste, and there was another puff. Tomo, like a grinding disc, had been infinitely enlarged in his pupils. Boom! The entire body, under the attack of Tomo, was instantly crushed into flesh. What acting as a star forbearance, what chakra that has exploded dozens of times. This so-called title, under absolute strength, everything seems pale. At time, the huge venue fell into an inexplicable silence. Originally, those Xingren who were still helping Kai Xing waving the flag and shouting were almost scared to death. The huge 8-footed Joan Tomo remained unabated, pierced through the void, and swept away toward the hookah. The violent scene made the hookah almost split his eyes. I thought Kai Xing, who was taking the hero's water, could give him a little time to delay. But everything seemed pale. No, I can't. Shisha panicked, feeling the violent chakra in the body with the help of the heroic water. It was originally intended to be a trump card, but unfortunately it has no confidence at all. Now the only idea of hookah is to escape. Lord Shisha, Dongxing's voice suddenly sounded. Uchiha Itachi being escorted over, Shisha immediately brightened. He clearly knew, the cause of all this is all because of greed, catching Uchiha Itachi. The only way to be rescued now is to take this little brat as a hostage. Thinking of this, Shisha was the first to lose his breath, and cast the Shunshu technique to ultimate, and quickly swept towards Uchiha Itachi. The violent scene made Nohara Rin's complexion change drastically, and it was too late to start shouting in a hurry. Big brother, you. Don't worry, Itachi is not a simple thing. If he wasn't caught on purpose, I'm afraid that 2 more hookahs would not be able to catch him. Chinyu laughed dryly and looked at Uchiha Itachi, who had a smile on his face. Said, it's better to be young, it's easy to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. The inexplicable words made the people in the field startled at first. Even the hookah that just got close to Uchiha Itachi was no exception. However, before they could react, Itachi had already started drinking violently. If you don't do it now, when will you wait? As the confidants of hookah, the 3 of Dongxing were startled at first. However, he quickly reacted, and under the flying of his hands, a series of spells were formed. Sweden water style water whip bondage. The water whip was instantly condensed in the hands of the 3 of them, and the next moment, like a poisonous snake, it quickly wrapped around the hitting hookah. The violent scene was completely beyond the hookah's expectations, but in this close proximity, everything seemed pale and powerless, and was instantly tied into a zongzi. What are you doing? Shisha suddenly reacted, roaring and struggling. He never thought that at this juncture, his subordinates would betray him. Chapter 272 Thousands of people worship. Lord Shisha, it was you who taught me to choose a good bird to live in. Now the overall situation has been decided, but I can't blame us for not persuading you that day. Dong Xing's expression was as usual, without the slightest guilt. You. The hookah gasped all of a sudden. However, a ghostly figure appeared in front of him in an instant. The figure is very thin, but the gorilla Yuhi's ink-like eyes and the chakra short knife that glows with cold light cut directly at the throat of the hookah at a tricky angle. PFF'd. Orangutan Yuhi splashed out, and the hookah's eyes were full of disbelief. Uchiha Itachi turned around and kicked the sky, and the hookah shot into the sky like a cannonball. When the vitality was dissipated, the huge shuriken that came into view occupied the memory picture of Shisha dying. PFF'd. A tyrannical force, with a rolling posture. The hookah that shot up into the sky was instantly crushed into blood foam and scattered between the heaven and the earth. Bakujang Tomo, who was still unabated, he quickly passed over the huge waterfall and mountain that Taki Ninja Village was relying on. It was accompanied by a deafening explosion. The kilometer-long mountain peak was directly cut off by the waste, accompanied by a deafening roar. 8 feet of Joan Tomo instantly crashed into the barren mountains in the distance. As if the 9 heavens divine thunder fell, it shattered a large area of the mountain, and the sand and dust billowed into the sky. Originally, Taki Ninja Village was able to close the country, but it was entirely because of the existence of this natural danger that it was isolated from all contact with the outside world. It is a pity that the mountain peak has been cut down, and the earth in the distance has been penetrated by a big hole. This violent scene just stirred everyone's nerves, and while the field fell into a dead silence, only the sound of gurgling saliva remained. The eyes that looked at Qin Yu at the same time showed a hint of panic. The power of a single blow is so terrifying. In the real fight, who can resist a few tricks? Thinking of the hookah and Chixing, the inexplicable confidence just now was simply disgusting that the grass on his grave was too long. Lord Hamura, what are we going to do? Dongxing couldn't help but move his steps, which obviously meant that he was choosing a camp. What else can I do? Of course, I kneel down and surrender. Do you still want Taki Ninja Village to be washed with blood? Shiyu couldn't care about the weak feeling in his body, and stared angrily. As soon as the voice fell, Shiyu was the first to kneel on the ground with a thud. Dongxing, who was standing beside him, and all the ninjas from Taki Ninja Village who were present followed him and knelt down. Even those Xingren who had just recovered from the shock were no exception. My lord, our Taki Ninja Village is willing to surrender and beg for the grace of not killing. Kneeling and begging for the grace of not killing. As soon as it came out, hundreds of thousands of people shouted in unison, and finally the sound wave rolled and dispersed. At this moment, the short 6 words seemed to be infused with magic sound and could not be dissipated. Moreover, there are people who came from all directions and joined the ranks. Colored Susano like a demon. The psychology of conformity was obviously aroused. Even his own village chief is worshipping, not to mention, they are ordinary people. Kakashi and others were dumbfounded by the scene of thousands of people worshipping together. Kakuzu, who was originally indifferent and who had slaughtered and bloodshed Taki Ninja Village in the past, said coldly, "Boss, now I see that you are more like an evil god than that guy Hidan. If that guy is there, I'm afraid I'll be very envious. You have so many people bowing down." Kakuzu, I didn't expect you to be joking, but it's not funny at all. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly. He is not the virgin, but he does not like to kill innocent people. Although, for Nanao, sooner or later, he will come to Taki Ninja Village. But what happened to Uchiha Itachi made him come back early. However, beheading Shisha and Chixing also acted as a deterrent. Now it may be possible to take Nanao over without any effort. Okay, Get up. Chinyu retracted his wandering thoughts, looked at Shiyu and said, this time, the rebellion between Shisha and Chixing was considered a mistake by me, and I solved it for you, Taki Ninja Village. However, Chief Hamura, you should also see the Yuhi-colored auspicious cloud cloak on me. We Akatsuki do errands, but there is a fee. Having said that, Chinyu looked at Shiyu. In Kumogakure village, Chinyu had already poured a wave of dirty water on Akatsuki. Now, but also don't mind, give it another splash. The handling fee. Shiyu was stunned at first, but his face soon became a little anxious, and said, Uchiha Chinyu, our Taki Ninja village is also a small country and a small village. I am afraid we can't pay the handling fee you said. HMPH, if you can't afford it, then pay it back with the head on your neck. As the mayor of Taki Ninja Village, you're still worth 30 million taels. Kakuzu took the lead in speaking out of surprise. In addition to being unsmiling, the most sensitive thing for Kakuzu is that I do things and you have no money. This is more painful than death. No, my lord, just say a number, we will try our best to raise it. Shiyu couldn't help shivering. With Uchiha Chinyu, for their Taki Ninja Village, Kakuzu is more fierce. After all, this is the master of Taki Ninja Village who almost bloodshed himself. In case it goes berserk now, Taki Ninja Village can't stand the second toss. Hehe, Mr. Shihamura, you are really serious. Since you have the heart, let's have a good deal. Chinyu laughed dryly. However, when everyone heard the 4 words of this happy transaction, the muscles in their cheeks twitched. This good guy is playing too fast too. Use Kakuzu to get off the horse, and then be a good guy himself. It's just one-handed shit, one-handed candy, stuffed so convincingly. Sir, please tell me. Shiyu didn't dare to think about it anymore. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, he stood there respectfully, showing an attitude of listening attentively. As for those Taki shinobi and the villagers who were kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, they didn't dare to take a breath. Just staring at Chinyu eagerly. Okay, don't be too nervous, I'm not a bad person. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, Chinyu reluctantly wiped the tip of his nose and said, this time, I came to Taki Ninja Village. In addition to saving people, your Taki Ninja Village is a small village and a small country, but there is one thing that is very valuable. Take out the tailed beasts. It is good for your village to recuperate, but the uninterrupted tailed beast riots make you tired of suppressing, and the elite power in the village is constantly being consumed as a result. Tailed beast, it's a good weapon if you use it well, but if you don't use it well, it's a sharp double-edged sword. If you're a little careless, it may make your Taki Ninja Village go back again. Give it to me, and you will know clearly. It was the right choice. Quote. Chapter 273 _ Are you Uchiha Madara? Hand over the tailed beast. The expression of Taki Shinobu who was present suddenly changed. Their Taki Ninja Village, when it was in its prime, was only slightly inferior to the 5 great ninja villages. Being able to participate in the division of tailed beasts is enough to prove his strength and status in the ninja world. However, after the bloodbath of Kakuzu, the strength of Taki Ninja Village has not been as good as before. With the 5 great ninja villages, except for the heroic water, is the only tailed beast weapon Manjinchuriki column. However, now that the water of the hero has been drank by the hookah and the red star, only the tailed beast is left, which can act as the human Jinchuriki column force, as the last trump card of Taki Ninja Village. I'm willing to hand it over, Shiyu said suddenly. As soon as these words fell, Taki Shinobu in the field immediately caused a commotion. Said Hamura, the tailed beast is our last village. If we hand it over, the strength of our Taki Ninja Village will be greatly reduced. Said Hamura, please think twice. If it's just money, we can all get together. The scene suddenly became gossip. The face of the birth without the existence of cage level, the cultivation of the power of the tailed beast Jinchuiki column has obviously become a shortcut on the road of chasing the strong. Okay. Shiyu raised his hand to stop, looked at Chinyu and said, Uchiha Chinyu, I want to confirm one thing. Although our Taki ninja village is closed to the country, it is rumored that you intend to collect the 9-tailed beasts, and you have also captured the Kumogakure village, so I want to ask, if our Taki ninja village handed over the 7 tails, the other tailed beasts in the ninja village, are they? It won't be collected by you two. Faced with this question, Taki Shinobu, who was unwilling to speak just now, changed his expression and shut up. They clearly knew that these words were what Shiyu told them. Kumogakure village, which is said to be the most powerful of the 5 ninja villages, was also captured by Uchiha Chinyu. Not to mention, their Taki ninja village. Hehe, it seems that the information about Mr. Hamura is not comparable to the hookah. Chinyu laughed dryly and said, however, what is my purpose? I don't even know it myself. It may be random, or it may be destined, but when I am in the mood, I will collect the 9-tailed beasts. After all, I am too kind, but I can't stand their suffering. Too kind. The people present couldn't help but look at him, and when they recalled the scene where Shisha and Kai Xing were killed, they still had lingering fears. If killing people without blinking an eye is considered good, then there will be no evil people in this world. Shiyu let out a deep breath, his eyes flickered, and he looked at Uchiha Itachi and said, I think, as the Lord said, you were deliberately caught by the hookah, and even Dongxing obeyed your orders. The vessel that wanted to seal the 7 tails should have fallen into your hands. When the 3 of Dongxing heard the words, a trace of embarrassment appeared on their faces. As Shiyu said, after the hookah asked them to escort Uchiha Itachi away, they really couldn't stand the coercion and temptation. At the same time, after personally suffering at the hands of Uchiha Itachi, he finally chose to believe Uchiha Itachi's bewitching words. After hearing the sound of the explosion of the tree hole, I was even more convinced of all this. After hurriedly taking Uchiha Itachi to grab the vessel sealed by the 7 tails, I came here and saw that Kai Xing was crushed. Hookah escape scene. Brother, I brought what you asked for. A rare smile appeared on Uchiha Itachi's face. In front of everyone's eyes, several ups and downs landed on Chinyu's side, and he took out an ancient gourd with his backhand. This gourd has a simple shape, surrounded by dense mysterious patterns. The shape is somewhat similar to the gourd that holds the water of heroes. But more than that is fancy. The moment the gourd started, Chinyu frowned, and a low roar came out from it. Boom! The violent chakra exploded like a frenzy. The mysterious incantation seal on the surface of the gourd, at the moment when all kinds of rays of light bloomed, a crisp cracking sound appeared under the eyes of the public. Cracks like cobwebs spread quickly on the surface of the gourd. The mysterious spell seal that was lit up quickly dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The violent scene shook Shiyu's nerves, and before he had time to think about it, he shouted in a hurry, Sir, this is the harbinger of Chongming breaking the seal. The power of this shock is stronger than before, you hurry up and hand it over to him. Give us, strengthen the seal again. HMPH, the melee in Taki Ninja Village, you still plan to seal me? The rolling voice came out from the gourd, with a roaring and harsh voice. Don't think, I was sealed in the gourd, I don't know that you just experienced a battle outside. I miss you, Taki Ninja Village, even if you can suppress the rebellion successfully, your vitality will be severely damaged. I have rioted during this period of time, and everything is to wait for this opportunity. No one can stop me today. Boom. The dull collision sound suddenly came out from the gourd, and the sound was even more louder than before. Most importantly, most of the mysterious spell seals that had been shattered in the first place were shattered again under this wave of shock. Cracks like cobwebs quickly spread over the entire surface of the gourd. Haha, there is no way you can suppress me this time. It only takes a few minutes before I will be leveled, Utaki Ninja Village. Nanao Shigeki roared unscrupulously. However, just as the voice fell, and at the moment when he was about to strike again, the gourd stopper, which was the key to the seal, was directly ripped open with a pop. Okay, don't yell at me, what if I let you out? Chinyu shook his hands, and Nanwei Shigame, who was in a daze in the gourd. Then it immediately woke up. After losing the key to seal the bottle stopper, Shigeki Nanao was stunned at first, and rushed out without thinking much. In its eyes, as a tailed beast, although it is not the strongest among the 9-tailed beasts. But for a debilitated being, it's just a matter of hand. However, when Nanao Shigeki sprang out of the gourd, he just recovered his figure. Those huge compound eyes, the huge silhouette of Susanoo was reflected, but his pupils contracted suddenly. As the 9 big-tailed beasts, among them, only 2 people can play them with applause. The first one is the original Hokage, Senju Hashirama, who has a wooden hand in his hand and will be in a daze when he touches his head. The second is the Uchiha legend, Uchiha Madara, who pretends to be cool, Sharingan stares, and becomes obsessed. And when Uchiha Madara abused them that day, he obviously used a trick similar to the one in front of him. This gigantic Susanoo, on top of its size, still pressed its head. And the 3-headed 6-armed posture is very similar to that of Uchiha Madara that day. Thinking of this, Nanao Shigeki couldn't help but look at Chinyu and said anxiously, "Are you Uchiha Madara?" Chapter 274 I will give you an advance call. Uchiha Madara. Small voices echoed in this world. Many people will not be unfamiliar with the 2 legends of the ninja world, the god of ninjas, and the legend of the Uchiha family. Now being mentioned again by Shigeki Nanao, many people couldn't help but look at Uchiha Chinyu more. After all, this is the legend of the Uchiha clan, and it is inevitable to tug at the heartstrings of the descendants of Uchiha Chinyu. Did you mean Madara? I just beheaded him not long ago. Chinyu touched the tip of his nose helplessly and said, I don't look like that short-lived bastard, right? What? Nanao Shigeki's pupils shrank suddenly. Do not. It should be said that everyone in the field was stunned. The legend of the Uchiha family is the benchmark of the ninja world, and it is the honor of the Uchiha family. Falling into Chinyu's mouth, opening and closing his mouth is slashing. This gap is a bit too big. However, after thinking about it, no matter what Chinyu said is true or false, the means displayed in front of him will not be too conceited with Uchiha Madara, right? Okay, what a boy with sharp eyes and sharp mouth, I don't care if you kill Uchiha Madara or not. Today, since I unseal the seal, you all have to die. Changming roared angrily, and his piercing chirping sounded like a sound wave. The huge impact, the air waves that set off, directly overturned Taki Shinobi, who was a little weaker than the surrounding. Is this the power of the tailed beast? Kakashi looked up at the behemoth in front of him. If it wasn't for Susanoo, which was cast by Uchiha Chinyu, he would have resisted most of the power. I am afraid that waiting for them is also a miserable end. Is this the power of the tail beast? Nohara Rin couldn't help saying. She has half of Sage Body's blood in her body, so she has a certain degree of resonance with tailed beasts. That's why he was targeted by Kurigakure village and easily sealed the 3 tails into his body. This kind of success rate can only be achieved by those with Sage Body blood. No, it's just its fur ability. The tailed beast can be used as an important weapon for a village. It's not that simple, but in this place, once a battle is launched, I'm afraid it will destroy the village. Chinyu smiled playfully, to Nanao Shigame. This time, the 3-tailed beasts rarely said anything, and their intention was obviously to hold and let Chinyu torture him first and then be a good guy. It made Chinyu a little suspicious that among the 9 big-tailed beasts, Chiwei Changming's relationship and communication were too bad to be pitted like this. However, compared to Nanao, who was kept in the dark, Shibuya, who was Taki Ninja Village, was all crying. All the riots of the tailed beasts were in the seal place of the Great Lake outside the village. This at least minimizes damage to the village. Now, because of Uchiha Itachi, Nanao Shigeki has appeared in the village. Once they fight, the aftermath of the battle will probably destroy 1/10 of the village. There is still a great god Uchiha Chinyu at the moment. After a fight, this ninja village will probably be wiped off the map. Thinking of this, Shiyu reluctantly stopped his body, knelt on the ground with a thud, and said, "Sir, aren't you going to take Nanao? I beg you to minimize the battle damage as much as possible. We, Taki Ninja Village, will definitely thank you very much, sir." "My lord, we beg you." "My lord, I have old people and young people. I hope you can be careful." The scene suddenly returned to the situation where thousands of people worshipped together. If you let outsiders know that Taki Ninja Village, which is second only to the 5 great ninja villages, actually knelt down and let people take the tailed beast away, this will definitely shock many people's jaws. Brother, Uchiha Itachi's face also turned slightly blue. As a virgin, he never thought that for one performance, it would bring such disaster to Taki Ninja Village. Facing Nanao, who was clearly planning to run wild, Uchiha Itachi knew that only Chinyu could do it when he looked around the audience. "Haha, don't worry, eating people has a short mouth and taking people softly. Since these 7 tails are all mine, I won't let them be naughty." Chinyu patted Uchiha Itachi on the shoulder with a smile, and looked at him. Obito, who was still confused, said, "Didn't you say that I gave you something just now?" "It's just to get some interest now. I just opened a plugin for you in advance, and seal the Kamui that your Mangekyo Sharingan has, a trace of power in my Mangekyo." Mangekyo. Uchiha Obito was startled at first, then quickly took off his forehead to act as a mirror. "Obito, your eyes have changed, it's a man-star Sharingan." Nohara Rin couldn't help saying. Kakashi was also taken aback, and there was also a hint of envy on his face. Although Obito's eyes were not the same as Chinyu's, he knew very well what Chinyu meant by so-called opening. If it is said that the Uchiha family is the leader among the ninjas of the same level as long as the Sharingan is turned on, then open the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan, then life is like hanging. Kakashi, who is known as a genius by the outside world, does not have enough confidence to overwhelm Uchiha Obito. Do I have my own pupil technique too?" Uchiha Obito couldn't help but touched his eyes and said anxiously, "Can I be as powerful as Brother Yu?" Looking at Uchiha Obito, who was obviously overexcited, Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "Okay, don't dawdle me, I'll hypnotize you first and let you do as I instruct." It is a guess of Chinyu to seize the pupil skills of others. In the forbidden area of the Uchiha family, he obtained the augmented eye of Uchiha Madara through the Stone of Inheritance. For others, fit and ride alone is already hard, let alone Grandmaster, and grab. But Chinyu has a one-key full-level system. As long as there is a chance, he will have the opportunity to completely master Kamui. Moreover, with the help of Kamui, Chinyu may, by extension, learn his own time-space ninjutsu. At that time, the technique of Hiraishin was just tasteless to Chinyu. "What am I going to do?" Uchiha Obito recovered a little. However, as soon as he met his gaze, Obito's spirit shuddered violently and fell directly into a state of absent hypnosis. "That feeling is there at all, and when I look at the person and confirm that it is the right person, I am directly confused." Kamui. Chinyu gave a cold drink, and the 9-tomo Mangekyo Sharingan turned frantically. Uchiha Obito's Shining Star Sharingan, like a wind demon shuriken, also turned quickly. A huge pupil power surged out of his pupils and went straight to the sky. Like a raging dragon, the next moment under the watchful eyes of everyone, he went straight to Uchiha and Chinyu, violently swept away. Boom! The powerful pupil power drilled directly into Chin-Yu's 9-tomo Sharingan, forming a huge sealing technique. Let the surface of the original 9-tomo Sharingan have a Mangekyo style similar to the Wind Demon Shuriken. As long as Chin-Yu's thoughts move, the seal of the pupil technique will be unlocked, and then he will display Kamui, Uchiha Obito's unique time and space ninjutsu. Chapter 275 The Successful Capture of Kamui. Obito, are you alright? Nohara Rin couldn't help but ask when the Mangekyo Sharingan in Uchiha Obito's eyes disappeared. What happened to me? What happened to me? Where did my Mangekyo Sharingan go? Uchiha Obito suddenly came back to his senses, looking at the eyes reflected in the forehead guard, obviously a little urgent. Mangekyo Sharingan, known as the Super Wall Hanging. Whether you can kick Kakashi in the future, pedal teacher Konoha Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato. It's all about his dreams. Don't worry, it's just that the pupil strength was too much and disappeared temporarily. Chin-Yu patted Obito on the shoulder helplessly. After all, this means of seizing is a bit unreasonable. In other words, it is a robbery and domination. If Chin-Yu's cheeks weren't a little thicker than ordinary people, he wouldn't be able to do it as a bitch. Really, Obito obviously hadn't replied in delight. For him, too much consumption is better than hallucinations. Yes, Chin-Yu replied helplessly again. Next, in return for capturing Kamui, let you see how I fight. You bastards, there's a lot of nonsense going on and on. Could it be that you really don't take me seriously? Give me death. Nanao roared. The scene just now seemed very complicated, but it was only about half a minute between before and after. However, this was a shame for Nanao, who had just escaped from the ban. The 6 wings on the back suddenly shook, setting off a huge hurricane, and under the bluff of the blood basin, the acid liquid with white smoke shot out like a machine gun. Susanoo in the blink of an eye, landed on the armor, and when it made a sizzling sound, there was also a large white smoke. Along with that madly falling offensive, Chin-Yu took a step forward under the watchful eyes of the public. Susanoo of several hundred meters also shrank rapidly under the attack, leaving only a dozen meters left to protect Uchiha Itachi and others. This strange scene shocked everyone, but Nanao Shigeki showed a hint of joy. They just couldn't understand why Uchiha Chin-Yu gave up Susanoo, who has the advantage of size and absolute defense. With his bare hands, he confronted Shigeki Nanao. Could it be that the so-called captured Kamui really has the ability to suppress the tailed beast? However, compared to other people's doubts, Uchiha Obito couldn't help clenching his fists, showing a hint of urgency. Haha, Uchiha little devil, you have been hiding in the turtle shell. I may have to work hard, but now you are so kind, and you are still thinking about saving people in front of me, then you go to death. Nanao Shigeki laughed unrestrainedly. At the same time as the huge feathered wings were bluffing, a series of acid liquids were spit out from the mouth of the blood basin again, like a machine gun. Just a few hundred meters, under the ultimate move of the tail beast, it was obviously pale and powerless, and appeared in front of Chin-Yu in the blink of an eye. The violent scene tightened everyone's nerves, and even the melon-tailed beast, who had already transferred and hid aside, also showed a look of fascination. Compared with the confusion of others, they firmly believed that Uchiha Chin-Yu could definitely beat Nanao. The only thing they have to do is to guess how long Nanwei can last in Chin-Yu's hands. However, looking at the acid that came violently, the 3-tailed beasts couldn't help holding their breaths, staring straight at Uchiha Chin-Yu, wanting to see the thunderous suppression methods. However, this idea had just emerged, and the next moment they were stunned. Do not. It should be said that everyone in the field was stunned, including Nanao Shigeki, who was flying in the air. Watching the acid like a machine gun shoot down on Uchiha Chin-Yu's body, like ripples on the surface of a lake, it pierced through his body directly. All ended up in the lake. This inexplicable scene made people's pupils shrink suddenly, revealing an expression of disbelief. Is this demonic illusion? Or an illusion? Shiyu was the first to lose his breath. However, before anyone could react, Nanao Shigeki was temporarily absent-minded in the sky, and a sharp roar was emitted from the sky. The next moment, the 6 wings on the back suddenly shook, like a cannonball, swooping down from the sky. The huge sharp horn ripped apart the air along the way, causing a series of ripples, like a sharp sword falling from the sky, stabbing Uchiha Chinyu straight away. Kamui. Facing this fierce and unparalleled attack, Uchiha Chinyu smiled genially. 9-tomo Sharingan turned in vain and turned into Mangekyo. Facing the huge swooping attack, Chinyu seemed to have no idea and let it go straight through his body. With a deafening roar, Nanao Shigeki plunged into the lake like a sharp arrow. A huge wave was set off and rolled back around. Doden Earth-style wall. Just under the escort of Susanoo, Kakashi, who left the battlefield and arrived on the shore, took the lead. Without Sharingan's mana consumption, Kakashi, who was half-baked in the original work, displayed Earth-style wall with great momentum. A shot. The earth wall of dozens of meters quickly stretched away, completely blocking the way for the lake to hit the village. The highlight moment of this large-scale operation has only appeared when Bo Ren Chuan was dealing with the psychic beast. I'm sorry, I completely forgot about you when I was thinking about practicing the handle. Chinyu glanced back, and the people in Taki Ninja Village, who were full of resentment, touched the tip of their nose helplessly. Facing this feeling of entering the body, Chinyu felt a little awkward, but I have to say that Uchiha Obito, as one of the big bosses in the original book, has a very powerful Mangekyo pupil technique. Among them, his right eye can make himself blurred, transfer everything, and enter his own unique pupil space, but this trick requires contact between himself and the target, and a connection can be established. Then, by choosing spatial coordinates, it materializes itself. As for the left eye given to Kakashi in the original book, it has the ability to tear through space. As long as the eye can see, it can absorb enemy attacks from the air and tear apart all selected objects. It can also give 8-foot Joan Tomo the role of Kamui's space tearing. It is a sharp means of attacking and defending, escaping invincible, and fighting unexpectedly. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host who has learned Kamui, the pupil technique, whether you can reach the full level immediately with one click. Ding dang! Congratulations to the host for learning time and space ninjutsu, whether you can immediately reach the full level of time and space perception with one key. The ethereal voice of the system resounded in Uchiha Chinyu's mind. This long-awaited moment also proved that the idea of capturing Kamui was feasible. Then, the next step is to take this as an opportunity to derive his own pupil technique. Chapter 276 Who said who was unfortunate? Give me one key to level up. Chinyu thought, and the ethereal voice of the system sounded again in his mind. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Ding dong, congratulations to the host Kamui, who has reached the full level in one click. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the time and space perception is full with one key. The ethereal voice of the system dissipated, a warm current filled Uchiha Chinyu's mind, adding more ways to use Kamui. When he opened his eyes, a huge sound of breaking water suddenly echoed. Boom! Nanao Shigeki broke through the water directly, and missed again with a single blow. The force was too strong, and the seemingly indestructible sharp corners were obviously still hung with silt and water plants. This all-out blow is obviously not easy to hit the wall. Looking at Chinyu, who was still unscathed, suspended in midair, Chiwei raised his head to the sky and screamed, with an indescribable anger. Roar! The sound waves are rolling, the blood basin is bluffing, and the power of the violent tail beast, like a frenzy, frantically pours into the mouth. In just a few short breaths, the violent chakra of the man's words turned into a pitch-black energy ball under the frantic compression. It's tailed beast bomb. Seeing this scene, Shiyu's face instantly turned ashen. However, in the next moment, Nanao Shigeki's behavior made him even want to die. You bastard Uchiha kid, Uchiha Madara is very cunning, but it can't compare to you. Nanao Shigeki roared again and again. The successive defeats have obviously made it extremely impatient. Otherwise, it won't be so fast, and the tailed beast bomb at the bottom of the press box will be cast. The huge compound eye turned in vain, locked in the direction of Shiyu and the others, and then roared again. You like to hide so much, I want to see if you will break your promise in the face of this blow. Boom. Soon as the voice fell, tailed beast bomb burst out in an instant, the tyrannical force was vented, and the air along the way seemed to be directly penetrated. Along with the ripples in the air, it spread across a kilometer in the blink of an eye, and went straight to the Earth-style wall displayed by Kakashi. Everyone, hurry up and use Earth-style wall. Shiyu didn't have time to think. For him, this incident is a fight between gods and mortals. Facing the attack of the tailed beast, Chinyu was able to neutralize it, but that didn't mean they could turn a blind eye. The roaring hurricane hit his face, and the hundreds of tacky ninjas led by Shiyu, their hands and legs that were flying quickly, were shaking. In the face of such violent and huge chakra fluctuations, for them who are not good at Doden Earth style, that so-called defense is nothing but a drop in the bucket. Here, Kakashi gave Chinyu another look. Kakashi couldn't help but let out a hurry due to his indifferent attitude. When the hands clasped together suddenly, the tailed beast bomb, which was quickly rolled from the void, appeared in a Uzumaki-like distortion at the space node where it was located. Tailed beast bomb, which was roaring, disappeared out of thin air. The sudden scene caused many people to rub their eyes. If it weren't for the air, there would still be chakra fluctuations. I'm afraid no one wants to believe that in the face of such a powerful tailed beast bomb attack, it will disappear out of thin air. PFF'd. A trace of spatial fluctuation appeared in the sky that Chinyu could see. The next moment, the transferred tailed beast bomb appeared out of thin air again. With the sound of a thunderous explosion, a huge wave of air impacted, setting off a big wave and rolling around. Even Shiyu and the others, who were on the ground thousands of meters apart, could clearly feel the power of the impact of this air wave. If the blow just now really landed in Taki Ninja Village, they would be completely vulnerable with their fur-like Earth-style wall alone. This method, is somewhat similar to Mr. Minato's space-time barrier, which can transfer things to the selected spatial coordinates, but the space node he selected for transfer is probably within his sight. If he doesn't take care of the safety of the tailed beast bomb, I think, he can return to Nanao Shigeki unexpectedly. Kakashi was the first to speak. He is indeed a genius. It can be said that his genius is not only reflected in his strength, but also in that it is not inferior to the brain talent of the Nara family. You can see the clues just by looking at it once, and if you place it in any ninja village, you can become a generation of military advisors. Kakashi, you mean, if this is my pupil technique, can I do it too? Uchiha Obito grabbed Kakashi's shoulder and couldn't help laughing and said, Kakashi, do you see, I am now it's not the tail of the crane anymore. I will torture you well in the future, and let you know that the 5th generation of Hokage will be me, not you. I have a Hokage dream too. Bug in the original book, except for Uzumaki Naruto's open pig's feet. Whether it is as strong as Uchiha Madara, was abused to the point of almost death. Naoki and Duan, died on the battlefield. Even the big boss Uchiha Obito is no exception. As for Uchiha Sasuke, I heard that I once had such a dream. Namikaze Minato, who will say goodbye to the 4th generation Raikage and see you next time as the queen, is a short-lived species, and in Hokage's position, he doesn't even have an ass. Sitting hot and burping. As for following in his footsteps, there is another Danzo, who has been staring at him for decades, and has even worse luck. He stopped working after a few days. It's a cursed position, so to speak, unfortunate. Only those who are unintentional can do it. Obito, I advise you not to be too happy. Kakashi rolled his eyes and said, don't forget, not everyone is Uchiha Chinyu. His talent is unfathomable, even I can't figure out the depth. The same pupil technique can be used 100% in his hands, but in your hands, whether it can be used 80% or 50% is unknown. Quote. Also, this pupil technique can deflect such powerful attacks as Tailed Beast Bomb, but it also consumes a lot of chakra and pupil power. With your small body, it is another matter whether you can do it or not. Give it to me now. When you say you want to be Hokage, be careful with your tongue-in-cheek words. Quote. Uchiha Obito suddenly became angry, and it felt as if someone had poured cold water on his head. However, there was no way to refute it. After all, as Kakashi said, not everyone is Uchiha Chinyu. Not refute Kakashi's words. He just used the pupil power of Kamui's left and right eyes to superimpose. The long-distance space absorption and transfer that was displayed was placed in the original work, and Uchiha Obito with only one eye could not do it. But at the same time, the consumption of chakra, pupil strength, and physical strength is also doubled, and there is also a 5-second time cooling. However, after this attempt, Chinyu also came up with a clue for his unique pupil technique. Chapter 277_Unique New Pupil Technique. Impossible! Nanao Chungming screamed, and the huge compound eyes suddenly turned and locked on Uchiha Chinyu's body. If the physical attack is just a test, then the tail beast pill is its killer at the bottom of the box. However, even this move was easily resolved, and the strength of the young man in front of him was still underestimated by it. The huge compound eyes flickered, and in the next moment, under the bluff of Nanwei Chungming's blood basin, endless scales and powder rushed out like a frenzy. Accompanied by the vibration of the huge feather wings, the rolled-up hurricane and the pale yellow scale powder quickly rolled back around, occupying the entire world in a blink of an eye, completely hiding Nanao Shigeki's figure. Everyone, be careful, this is Nanao Shigeki's secret technique, the technique of hiding scales and powder. As the village chief of Taki Ninja Village, Shiyu, of course, knew exactly what Shigeki Nanao had. He quickly covered his mouth and nose and shouted in a hurry. Once the scale powder enters the body, it will produce a poisonous sign of paralysis. The violent scene instantly tensed everyone's nerves. However, facing the tactics Nanao Shigeki chose, even Kakashi was shocked. After the short fight just now, he also saw that the Kamui cast by Uchiha Chinyu was able to blur himself and at the same time attack from a long distance. This method looks very defiant, but behind every ninjutsu, there is a weakness. For example, Kamui, the biggest weakness is to face saturation attacks. In the original work, Conan's Century Prodigal Battle, the technique of 600 billion detonating runes, is also to achieve this effect. And the poison scale powder cast by Shigeki Nanao also has the same effect. Now, Kakashi and the others wanted to see how Chinyu would deal with the tailed beast hiding. Rin, have you felt Nanao's chakra fluctuations? Uchiha Obito couldn't hold back his breath. After all, this is the pupil technique he possesses. Although it is Uchiha Chinyu who is fighting, his blood will inevitably boil while watching. Now Nanwei casts poison scale powder to restrain Kamui, which also makes him unhappy. There is no way, there is chakra left in this scale powder, and even my perceptual ninjutsu cannot find Nanao's figure. Nohara Rin shook his head solemnly. However, the moment he turned his eyes and landed on Chinyu, his expression suddenly changed. Chinyu's appearance has changed, that seems to be the Sage Mode owned by Mr. Minato. Sage Mode. Uchiha Obito and Kakashi were also startled. As Namikaze Minato's students, Of course, they clearly know what means their teachers have. Among them, Sage Mode is even more known as a more difficult existence than S-level forbidden technique. Even Namikaze Minato spent a lot of time collecting the power of nature when he first learned. However, now Uchiha Chinyu stepped into Sage Mode with a slap of both hands. The gap between the front and the back was a bit too big. Want to escape? Chinyu smiled playfully. In Sage Mode, these scale powders affect the perception of the ninja, but they cannot completely cover Sage Mode and are sensitive to subtle changes in natural forces. His eyes turned in vain, and he locked on the mountain rock wall thousands of meters away. Perhaps, Nanao Shigeki was worried that flying randomly would cause the scale powder to blow away, so he was found. So I chose the most conservative escape method. However, at the moment when Chinyu's eyes fell, Nanao Shigeki clearly felt something, and he let out an unbelievable long whistle. At this moment, it was obviously planning to give up hiding. God, what did I see? The tailed beast took the initiative to escape. What the hell, you go up and try it. If you run into an opponent that you can't even attack, don't you just wait to die if you don't escape. However, that Konoha blood-colored Asura, why didn't he chase? His eyes seemed to have changed. The scene suddenly became chaotic. The scale powder that originally filled the whole world, was also swept away at the moment Nanao Chungming fluttered his wings. For a time, everyone's eyes were locked on Chinyu's body. I saw that Chinyu not only did not pursue, but slowly closed his eyes, and many thoughts flashed in his mind. Of Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Kamui and other pupil techniques is completely beyond words. Uchiha Chinyu's mind like a frenzy. Boom. In the depths of his mind, there was a roar, and Chinyu suddenly opened his eyes. The right hand suddenly caught it in the air, and Yuhi's blood-like 9-tomo Mangekyo Sharingan turned frantically. Everyone in this space only felt a slight pause in the speed of the air circulation. The next moment, before they could react, Nanao Shigeki, who fled quickly in the distance, was startled. As if being clenched tightly by an invisible big hand, those wildly vibrating wings gave people a feeling of being in a quagmire and struggling to move. The most unbelievable thing is that the heaven and earth where Shigeki Nanao is located, whether it is a tree or a rocky mountain, even the earth and lake water under him, seems to be crazily backed up by invisible forces, and it suddenly collapses. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Looking at Shigeki Nanao, who seemed to be frozen in the void, struggling frantically and screaming. Kakashi's pupils shrank first, and he exclaimed. This is gravity space. Ding dang, it is detected that the host has acquired the gravity pupil, is it immediately full level with one click? The ethereal voice of the system echoed in Uchiha Chinyu's mind. Chinyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At first, he just guessed, deduced and tried, but he did not expect to succeed once. Although the gravity pupil in front of him can only change 5 times the gravity, there are still many flaws, but in front of the system, all kinds of actions are possible. Immediately one click full level. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, gravity pupil has successfully reached the full level with one click. With the ethereal system sound resounding again, a warm current emerged in Chinyu's mind, and his understanding of gravity I has undoubtedly risen to ultimate. 10 times the gravity, the longest duration is 30 seconds, and the cooling time is 5 seconds. Chinyu raised his brows. He had already deeply understood the restrictions surrounding the rules set by the world. There is no absolute invincibility in any world, and there are different worlds among creatures, including gods and humans. However, this is not important to Chinyu. Most importantly, he successfully created his own Mangekyo Sharingan pupil technique. Chapter 278_1 More step and I'll kill you. Human child, hurry up and let go, I will see how long you can last under the attack of my tailed beast bomb. Nanao Shigeki roared. As one of the nine-tailed beasts, its strength is not outstanding. But being so humiliated by people is obviously unbearable for the self-esteem of its tailed beast. In particular, at the beginning, it put down its harsh words and wanted to make Taki Shinobi Village pay enough. The air suddenly vibrated. Nanao's movement speed is limited by the gravitational space, but the mere 5 times, only at the beginning, can make it subject to the greatest restrictions. Now once you have recovered, you have to open your bloody mouth and condense the tailed beast chakra all over your body to form tailed beast bomb. This is not a difficult task. Watching, the dark chakra gathered in his mouth crazily. The chilling smell of chakra made Shiyu cry. His only thought now is to pray to Chinyu to end this battle quickly. A mortal's fight, let alone mortals like them suffer, I am afraid that even their lives will not be good. However, as soon as this thought appeared, Chinyu's eyes suddenly widened again. Nine-Tomo Sharingan turned frantically, and a larger gravity, like a frenzy, bombarded Nanao Shigeki. Tailed beast bomb that gathered together, was instantly bitten by the closed mouth. At the same time as the thunderous explosion sounded, the huge body of the 7 tails, like a meteor from the sky, smashed hard on the rocky earth that had been shattered by gravity. Boom! The ground shattered and the air waves overturned. The earth with a radius of 1,000 meters quickly collapsed as if overwhelmed. Originally, Nanao Shigeki, who is nearly 100 meters long, was buried alive in it. When the air waves rolled back, the sand and dust dissipated, the heaven and earth returned to clarity. The scene that came into view once again made Taki Shinobu, and even Kakashi and others present, feel like they were going crazy. God, am I dazzled? Tell me quickly, this scene is not real. 1, 2, 3, there are 3 more head-tailed beasts. Is this God going to destroy our Taki ninja village? Counting the 7-tailed Chongming, the 4-tailed beasts are gathered together. Can Konoha's blood-colored Asura resist it? In such a huge scene, hundreds of thousands of Taki shinobi, I thought that after the battle just now, the nerves have been trained to be extremely strong. However, it never occurred to me that this was just the beginning. Looking at the 3 huge bodies that suddenly appeared, under the shock of my heart, I can't wait to slap myself dozens of times, hoping that I can wake up in this kind of dream. No, you can see it clearly, these are the tailed beasts in the hands of Konoha's blood-colored Asura in the major shinobi villages in the intelligence. Shiyu was the first to speak. As the head of a village, no matter how useless he is, his intelligence ability is still not small. In the face of the major events happening in the ninja world, he is also well aware of it. That's Kumogakur's 2-tailed cat, Iwagakur's 3-tailed Isao, and Iwagakur's 4-tailed Sun Wukong. Shiyu's eyes flashed past the 3 hill-like figures in the field. However, the more I looked at this, the more shocked the face became, and finally a look of disbelief appeared on the face, and said, what is going on here? These tailed beasts, not only have no seal fluctuations, but also control the pupil technique. There is no shadow. Yeah, that's his charm, Kakashi said suddenly. Being able to convince the tailed beast actively, I am afraid that in the entire ninja world, only he can do it. Cough, Kakashi kid, I didn't expect us to meet again. Last time you owed Laosu a grilled fish. Don't run away later, go catch the fish for me. Sanwei's huge eyes rolled and landed on Kakashi. On his body, he said, if you dare to run away, I will send you flying with one tail. The sudden words made Kakashi's expression turn ashen, and Nohara Rin, who was beside him, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Let the dignified and depressed atmosphere in the field ease a little or two. This kind of laughing action made Taki Shinobu, who was present, have an inexplicable illusion. It turns out that the tailed beast is not very scary. You bastard, even if my body dissipates today, I will tear you to shreds. Nanao roared and rushed out of the ruins. When the wings vibrated, the hurricane brought up, and the sand and dust rolled, and the moment it rose into the sky, I suddenly realized that the scene was a little wrong. There were too many familiar faces in that scene. Haha, Xiaoqi, don't be old-fashioned, it's all a stinky tortoise and a dead monkey's idea. You have to hide and let the boss train you well before you are willing to come out and be an old man. Wei was the first to speak. Directly dirty water was poured. Second tale, you guy, who was secretly having fun just now, and now he betrayed us, we will not spare you. Sanwei suddenly blew his beard and stared. However, as soon as these words fell, Siwei, who was standing beside him, quickly shifted his pace a little and stood beside Wei. I can testify that all these nasty ideas were made by the stinky turtle. I heard that it was severely abused by the boss at the beginning, and it was unhappy that we would not come out. Dead monkey, you. Sanwei suddenly became angry, and this step on the horse is like a dumb person eating berberine. Although it is clear that the eyes of the masses are sharp. However, when Sanwei cast his hopeful eyes on the melon eaters in the field, he had already turned his head and dispersed. After seeing the monstrous might of the tailed beast with his own eyes, who would dislike the longevity of the people present to meddle with the tailed beast? This ride is looking for trouble. Okay, my pupil power has also been consumed a lot. You guys first gather together, I seem to have a guest here. Qinyu watched the three-tailed beasts hiding in the dark to watch the show appear, and he knew the actual battle. The training is unsustainable. Looking back, Nanwei Shijeming, Qinyu turned around and left. You bastard, you are a bastard. Nanwei suddenly woke up with a stunned look on his face. While screaming sharply, he intended to flutter his wings and swept away in the direction of Qinyu. However, as soon as it moved one or two times, the three-tailed beast's chakra soaring into the sky exploded like a frenzy, gathered together, formed a terrifying aura, and went straight into the sky. The clouds that were originally accumulated in the sky also penetrated in response to this blow. From a distance, it seemed as if a huge space funnel appeared in the entire sky. The violent scene made Nanao Shigeki stunned. Both tailed beasts, they thought that in the face of human enslavement, they should stand on the same front and fight violently. But now, the murderous intent of the three-tailed beasts is obviously locked on it. At this moment, Nanao Shigeki believed that as long as it moved a little or two, it would definitely die. Nanwei, if you dare to take another step, I will kill you. Chapter 279 Figure of Old Man. Take one more step and kill me. Nanao Shigeki was stunned. It never thought that the three big-tailed beasts would say such things to himself. Although, there will be disputes between their 9 big-tailed beasts. But in the face of human beings, it has always been consistent with the outside world. However, the scene in front of him completely subverted its cognition. Nanwei, I advise you to stop. The boss has shown mercy just now, otherwise you wouldn't appear in front of us alive now. Sanwei put away his usual hippie smile and said in a heavy tone. Of course, if you, who are also tailed beasts, are unilaterally killed by the boss, I think you still hope that you will die in our hands. In the face of this remark, Wei and Siwei did not agree, but the eyes locked on Nanao had already explained it all. For a time, the atmosphere of the scene fell into silence, and after more than 10 seconds, the fierce aura of Nanao was instantly restrained, and said, I want to know, why you follow him, because you feel his strength. Are you scared, intimidated? Don't forget, we didn't give in to the kid from the Senju family and the abominable Uchiha Madara that day. Until now, I'm still resisting the fate of being enslaved. Could it be that you all really forgot? The slightly elusive voice reverberated between heaven and earth, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. The three big-tailed beasts looked at each other at the same time, and said, No, you are wrong, we just saw the figure of the old man on him. Besides, he is the only one who sincerely considers us to be friends. The figure of the old man. Nanao Shigeki was stunned. For outsiders, they may not know who the old man is. But the Six Paths Immortals are like reborn parents to their tailed beasts. Most importantly, the Six Paths Fairy once told them that day. One day, they, who live in this world as tailed beasts, will also meet their own friends. Is this the friend you identify with? Nanao couldn't help but speak after a long time. This time, the three-tailed beasts didn't speak, but nodded in unison. As the chakra soaring to the sky dissipated, the creepy feeling also disappeared. Looking around the huge shinobi village, apart from Uchiha Chinyu, Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi and others, and Taki shinobi village all fell powerlessly to the ground. For them, once the four-tailed beasts faced off with swords and arrows, a battle broke out. Not to mention the destruction of the village, I am afraid that even Taki Ninja Village will be wiped off the map directly. Brother, do you really not need to worry about them? Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but glance at him. Thinking that not long ago, he had carelessly brought Nanao into the Taki Ninja Village, and almost made a big mistake, Uchiha Itachi still broods in his heart. Don't worry, they can't fight. Chinyu smiled warmly, reached out his hand dotingly, and rubbed Uchiha Itachi's head. You kid, why did you run out of the village alone? If we hadn't arrived in time, what if you were identified as Missing Nin? Missing Nin. Uchiha Itachi dodged Chinyu's hand, glared at him, and said, who told you to leave without telling me in advance? If I am judged to be Missing Nin, wouldn't it be nice to be by my brother's side? Looking at the stubborn Uchiha Itachi, if Itachi blows in the original book to know that Uchiha Itachi, in Chinyu's hands, directly destroyed the character design, I am afraid that he will spit to death. Uchiha Itachi, Chinyu raised his brows and said, you kid, don't talk nonsense, be careful your father beats you. Brother, my dad is reluctant to beat me, he still doesn't know where I am. Uchiha Itachi showed a little smugness. However, this arrogance was quickly interrupted by a stern voice from behind. Itachi, you bastard, you left the village without authorization, and you are still saying such absurd words, don't you know how to repent? Uchiha Fugaku took Shisui, like a ghost, and appeared behind Uchiha Itachi. With a big hand on Itachi's shoulder, Fugaku, the cosmic wave, looked at Obito. Did you also turn on Mangekyo? Uchiha Obito, in the Uchiha clan, is also regarded as the tail of a crane. I was 14 or 5 years old, I had not opened Sharingan, and when I opened my eyes, it was like opening. Whether it was in the original book or the current situation, Uchiha Fugaku took a second look. Moreover, Uchiha Obito has just opened his eyes and is not very proficient in the control of pupil power. Although Mangekyo has been shut down, there is still some residual pupil power. Patriarch, big brother, you helped me to open it. Uchiha Obito looked at Chinyu one more time, and said hesitantly. Don't be nervous. Apart from you, the Patriarch and Shisui also have Mangekyo. As for Itachi, they can open it later. Chinyu patted Obito on the shoulder with a smile. However, these words fell in Uchiha Fugaku's ear, and his expression suddenly changed. Chinyu, are you saying that the most important person around Itachi died? Uchiha Madara as the first Uchiha clan to open the existence of Mangekyo Sharingan. Also know the drawbacks of Mangekyo Sharingan, but also know the existence of the eternal Mangekyo. But all along, Uchiha Madara has not chosen to mass manufacture Mangekyo owners. 1. In this way, the Uchiha clan will become entangled with each other's blood, and will eventually evolve into a blood mist-like existence, which will inevitably lead to the withering of the Uchiha clan and accelerate their decline. 2. Because of Uchiha Madara's ambition, he did not want to see members of the Uchiha family who were stronger than himself. After all, the most powerful means of the Uchiha clan is not Kaden, fire style, but Mangekyo Sharingan. Once the eyes are opened, it is like opening and hanging. The gap between the front and the back cannot be measured by common sense. Third, Uchiha Madara believes in the supremacy of personal strength. Because of these three reasons, even the Uchiha clan chief, who was an exception, opened his eyes unexpectedly. How to have eternal Sharingan. Uchiha clan in all dynasties have not leaked this secret because of the consolidation of their own power. Over time, it has evolved into a secret family that cannot be declared. Chinyu, do you know the consequences of doing this? Uchiha Fugaku was the first to lose his breath. Uchiha Shisui also showed a hint of urgency and looked at Chinyu. Unlike Uchiha Fugaku, Shisui is completely conservative. In the original work, in order to prevent the Uchiha family from running away, he also offered a plan to the 3 generations of Hokage, intending to use Koto Amatsukami to change Uchiha Fugaku's choice and mentality. After experiencing the opening of the eyes, with Shisui's IQ, it was obvious that the clue was calculated. When the opening of Mangekyo, it is not anyone who can do it. It also requires talent and pure blood. Chapter 280. Let's call Sasuke. Hehe, don't worry, in the Uchiha clan, there are only a few people who can make me look right. Chinyu smiled and rubbed the head of Uchiha Itachi. Next time, if Itachi wants to turn on Mangekyo, you can find me. Hearing these words, Uchiha Fugaku secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After hesitating for a moment, he said, if a child in Makoto's belly, is there a chance? Chinyu raised his brows. He really forgot that there was another Uchiha Sasuke. In the original work, Uchiha Sasuke's early stage can only be regarded as a play, chan oil, and there is a little more drama. As for the word genius, it didn't show much. Otherwise, it wouldn't be completely obscured by Uchiha Itachi's halo. In the later stage, it was also because of Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan that he had the ability to have the air in seconds. Pity that Uchiha Itachi just kept Amaterasu in Sasuke's eyes. Tsukuyomi, known as one of the strongest demonic illusions, was annihilated in the long river of history. And Uchiha Chinyu, with the help of the booster eye, further strengthened Tsukuyomi. Demonic illusion on display is enough to take it seriously. Mangekyo Sharingan's awakening can be tricked into by surprise. For uncle's sake, reluctantly agree. Chinyu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose and said, Itachi, don't stare at me, I have promised you, Lao Su, I highly doubt that you will be a Brokon in the future. Not even women. Brother, I don't have one. Uchiha Itachi hurriedly retorted. My younger brother, I haven't given a name yet. Father, why don't you ask my brother to pick one? Let Yutori. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but startled. Due to the time of the Third Ninja World War, there have been more disputes in the Konoha ninja village recently. Dissatisfaction and ambition within the Uchiha clan gradually increased. As a result, he had no time at all to name his soon-to-be-born son. Looking at Uchiha Itachi's eager face, Fugaku hesitated for a moment and then said, You brat, you have been making a splash in the ninja world recently, and your aunt is also very worried about you. I'll let you choose this child's name. In the future, that kid may be happy and proud when he knows it. Is this okay? Chinyu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. Looking at Itachi with hot eyes, Chinyu was too lazy to work his brain cells and said, Sasuke. Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi was stunned for a while, and couldn't help but mutter a few words to himself. Then his eyes lit up and said, Father, this name is very good. My brother will be called Sasuke in the future. He will definitely be the same as me and become a loner. One-sided ninja. Looking at the excited Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui was stunned at first, and said, This seems a little wrong, right? What if my aunt doesn't like it? For Uchiha Shisui, as the new star of the Uchiha clan, he has always attracted much attention. Whether in the village or within the Uchiha clan, it is no exception. Most importantly, he has a younger brother who deeply admires him. Also, this younger brother is a genius. This kind of feeling that the genius also looks up to is simply beyond words. However, the birth of Uchiha Chinyu turned everything upside down. The aura of genius of the Uchiha family was taken away, and the much-anticipated treatment was no exception. But what made Uchiha Shisui unacceptable the most was Uchiha Itachi's admiration for Uchiha Chinyu. I thought that this time I took the risk and rescued Uchiha Itachi, which would be able to overwhelm Chinyu. In Uchiha Itachi's heart, he re-established a figure that was admired. Uchiha Shisui's heart was aching in the face of the scene that suddenly appeared again and was in the limelight. Most importantly, the current Uchiha Chinyu seems to have another little fanboy. Although, being admired by the tail of a crane like Uchiha Obito is not a glorious thing. However, if it is the little fanboy who opened Mangekyo Sharingan, it is another matter. Therefore, in this matter of naming, Uchiha Shisui still holds the mentality of being able to suppress Uchiha Chinyu. No, I didn't expect Chinyu and Makoto to think the same. They both thought that the name Sasuke was the best. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly laughed. In fact, from the beginning, he was also a little reluctant in his heart. After all, this son was not born by the old king next door. If Chinyu hadn't rescued Itachi, and Chinyu was too attention-grabbing during this time, Fugaku would not have made such a decision. He was also secretly relieved that he could now be named the same as Makoto. Uncle, did Auntie really figure it out? Uchiha Shisui asked eagerly. Fugaku frowned and said, Shisui, your aunt has already mentioned this matter, and you have also thought about asking Chinyu to choose the name, and the name Sasuke is also very good. Why are you so concerned about this matter? Is there something unspeakable? No, I just don't want my aunt and uncle to think that this name is bad and let Chinyu's heart betrayed. Uchiha Shisui explained in a hurry. Hehe, Shisui, don't worry too much. If uncle and aunt think this name is not good, just change it again. I don't mind at all. Chinyu laughed dryly and looked at Shisui with a smile. For the original, the intention is to change the Uchiha Shisui of the entire Uchiha clan by one person. Chinyu actually guessed a little about the change in his heart. Now just hope he doesn't do anything stupid. Otherwise, Chinyu would not mind, and teach him to be a good person. Boss, are you finished talking? We are all hungry. Look at this period of time, you are busy on the road, and you are all hungry and thin. Should you cook something for us? Sanwei's voice suddenly come. He jumped onto Chinyu's shoulder, and occasionally rubbed Chinyu's neck with his hideous head. Uchiha Shisui and the others who were present, together with the people from Taki Ninja Village, couldn't help being stunned when they saw the four-tailed beast that had changed into the size of Erha. After all, in the eyes of the vast majority of people, tailed beasts are extremely vicious beings. Every time it appears, it represents the coming of disaster. However, now Chinyu has trained the four big-tailed beasts to be like Erha, and he is only about to roll around. Okay, you are covered in scales, and you really intend to rub me to death. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said angrily. Are the materials ready? Yes, it's ready. When Sanwei heard this, he immediately became energetic, and hurriedly fell down to look at the huge snow-white body of more than 10 meters by the lake. Gosh, this is the king of fish in the lake, finally caught. HMPH, don't look at who shot. I'm afraid there's nothing in the water, it's the opponent of Isao Mio. Although this fish king doesn't eat people, he always attacks people in the village. It's a good thing to be caught. However, do the tailed beasts need to eat? Why are they so excited and yawning? Hokage I can fully level up with one click. Chapter 281 to 300. Chapter 281 Cooking Challenge from Taki Ninja Village. Stinky Turtle, I promised to surrender, but I have no plans. Like you, I have no morals at all. Being an erha here will make people see it as a joke. Nanao Shigeki couldn't help but said angrily. Just now, under the coercion and lure of the three-tailed beasts, Nanao also agreed to give in temporarily. However, next, I saw Sanwei taking the lead, ran into the lake to catch fish, and finally transformed into the size of erha. I almost rubbed the legs of my trousers when I ran. This kind of feeling is almost the same as the erha who sees it in daily life, raises his feet to pee, crouches down and poops. However, in the face of such a disgusting move, the three-tailed beasts were actually happy. This is something Nanao Shigeki cannot accept at all. Can you eat the morality you said? Sanwei looked around the big fish, and turned around and threw a word to Nanao. Wait a minute, don't be greedy, but we can eat a little more with one less of you. The fish is a little small, and it's not enough for me to pick Kiba. I don't know, is there any more in this lake? Seeing Sanwei running to the edge of the lake, staring at the surface of the water, with blue light in both eyes, the people of Taki Ninja Village couldn't help but give a shudder. Now it has become a tailed beast the size of erha, and it looks very cute. But if you stare at them, say a sentence that is also very delicious for human flesh. This made the whole Taki Ninja Village go away without eating Kabuto. HMPH, I don't know how to do shameful things like yours, and our tailed beasts don't need to eat. If you give up your dignity for this trivial matter, I can't do this kind of thing. Nanwei snorted coldly, one sound. The original erha-like body, with a bang, a large cloud of smoke came out, and it returned to its original shape again. However, after the hardships he suffered just now in the coercion and lure of the three big-tailed beasts, Nanwei obviously had no intention of running away. Under the vibration of a pair of huge wings, it landed on the lawn not far away, and fell asleep directly on the ground. Looking at Shigeki Nanao, who is regarded as a ferocious creature, and every time he appears is synonymous with disaster. Without the seal, he actually showed such a well-behaved gesture, completely subverting the cognition of Taki Shinobu and others. As expected of a Konoha missing nin, a blood-colored Asura, even a tailed beast can be tame and obedient. This is something that even the original Hokage and Senju Hashirama couldn't do. Shiyu said with a shocked face. Perhaps, handing over Nanao is the best thing to do. In the original work, whether it is Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama, the means of controlling the tailed beast is to suppress it by force. If the tailed beast is not angry, otherwise it will not need to be sealed and suppressed. Compared with Chinyu, it is completely different. Of course, to achieve this premise, you also need to have a strong strength that can crush the tail beast. Otherwise, in the eyes of the tailed beast, everything is nonsense. The village chief is right, but I don't know what method Uchiha Chinyu relied on to make the tailed beast obey. Now it seems that Nanwei has surrendered, but he is still dissatisfied. Dongshin couldn't help but said. Shiyu nodded and looked at Shigeki Nanao. He also knew very well how temperamental the ancestor of this tailed beast was. Oral dissatisfaction, but there is a risk of violence at any time. After all, unless a person never sleeps, he wakes up 12 minutes all the time. Otherwise, even with Kamui around, it would be difficult to resist the violent attacks that could happen all the time. Moreover, it is still a sneak attack by a tailed beast, which is not a fun thing. HMPH, I am still happy if you don't eat it, but don't even know where the morals are going after a while. Sanwei rolled her eyes with disdain, then ran to Chinyu and said, Boss, this is the fish looks succulent and not too many bones, what are you going to get us? Also, Kakashi, you and Obito, if you want something to eat, hurry up and fight Lao Su, or wait a while and I'll hit you with a tailed beast bomb. Kakashi and Obito, who were still considering how to join, immediately rolled up their sleeves to help when they said this. This scene, Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui were stunned. Like the people in Taki Ninja Village, an inexplicable idea came to mind. As a ninja with outstanding strength, and still young. That time should be spent on cultivation and study. Could it be that the ingredients of that genius, even the cooking skills, don't miss the opportunity to show? Patriarch Fugaku, Senior Shisui, remember to do it early, otherwise you won't even have the chance to taste it. Nohara Rin clasped his hands behind him and said with a smile, I won't waste time, go and help first. Leaving those words behind, Nohara Rin also hurried over. For a time, facing the food that even tailed beasts and Konoha geniuses yearn for, many people became curious about Chinyu's cooking skills. Village chief, we might as well slow down for a while, and don't repair the village for now. With them here, no one should come to sneak attack. Dongxing took the lead and couldn't help it. Also, everyone is hungry. If Uchiha Chinyu can really make something delicious, we can follow suit. Faced with this proposal, the melon-eating people present all showed their urgency. After hesitating for a moment, Shiyu looked at Chinyu, who frowned and said, okay, let the chefs in the village come out and let them know that the food in our Taki Ninja village is also very good. Although, in terms of combat power, we, Taki Ninja village, cannot compete with Uchiha Chinyu, but in terms of cooking, we must also win and revive our morale. Yes, restore morale and defeat them in cooking. Let's hurry up and catch fish. In addition to the kingfish, there are other big fish in the lake. Go, hurry up. As Taki Shinobu raised his arms and shouted, the atmosphere in the field changed completely. The Taki Ninja village, which had almost destroyed the village just a moment ago, has now become like a cooking competition, and the atmosphere is abnormally high. The gap between the front and the back made Chinyu look confused. This change in the plot is too much of a twist. Cut, a group of frogs at the bottom of a well, Firefly dares to compete with Haoyu, wait for the boss to make a move, let you understand what the gap is. Sanwei gave a disdainful glance, then stuck out his tongue and said, Boss, have you thought of what to cook? Under this kind of ignorant challenge, you must cook a dish that shakes the heavens and the ghosts and gods, or it will not be good for you to fall into the fame of your Konoha blood-colored Asura. Seeing that the character was completely substituted into Erha, the saliva was about to flow out of the ground out of the three tails of a small river. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly, and finally realized that the side dishes made in the sealed scroll seemed to have enough time. Maybe he can make the giant grass carp in front of him an authentic dish. Chapter 282 Uchiha Chinyu, I have already heard that in the ninja world, your reputation is like thunder. Silver hair and neatly ties, about 60 years old, with high spirits, came out with 8 apprentices. Looking at the chef's costume, Chin Feng basically guessed what dishes they were going to make. Hello. Chinyu, who was preparing seasonings, kitchen utensils and other things, looked at the imposing old man and replied politely. Chinyu didn't care about the culinary competition. He just wanted to cook a meal quietly and eat a meal. Hello, my name is Shamu Ren. Thank you for helping us to put down the rebellion in Taki Ninja Village this time. At the same time, you also took Naneo. The old man looked at Naneo again and said, after that, there will be no one in the village. People need to go my son's way again. However, the battle is yours to win, but in addition to talent, cooking skills also require absolute time to settle down. Next, I will show you the stunning sushi of our Taki Ninja Village, which will give you a full meal. Elder Shi, the fish is ready. Shiyu walked over quickly, maintaining the respect of the younger generation for the old man in front of him. As soon as the voice fell, he saw dozens of Taki shinobi, turning out from the lake, holding fish the size of rice in their hands. That way is similar to the fish king caught by Sanwei, but the size is more than 10 times different. Okay, although there may be a gap between us in terms of materials, but I will use my cooking skills to conquer you. Old Shi said in a deep voice. My 8 apprentices, who have all acquired my true heritage, will compete with you today. Go and slaughter the fish, and the rice is the best, I want to make the most delicious sushi. The old voice, with a hint of hoarseness precipitated by the years, inevitably gives people a taste of agitation. As soon as the voice fell, he immediately saw the 8 apprentices, and they all took out their knives and started. Looking at the scene of the large number of people, it was a bit overwhelming, causing the melon-eating crowd around Taki Ninja Village to wave their flags and shout. Chin-Yu, do you need help? It seems that wherever you go, whatever you do will cause trouble. Uchiha Fugaku smiled dryly. I have cooked at home. In Fugaku's eyes, he originally thought that the appearance of Uchiha Chin-Yu in Taki Ninja Village would bring disaster. Never thought that things would evolve to this point. Gives a sense of joy. HMPH, father, you really know how to joke. You don't even eat the puppies at the entrance of the village, so don't talk big, show your tongue, and lose your brother's face. Itachi rolled his eyes with disdain. You kid has rebelled. Uchiha Fugaku became furious after being demolished in public. Facing the uproar in the field, Chin-Yu did not take it to heart. Looking at the prepared kitchen utensils, as well as various seasonings and side dishes, Chin-Yu looked at the big fish that was still thumping, and let out a deep breath. Backhand hand seal, with a puff, white smoke came out, and the long needle in the ninja knife fell into his hand instantly. Seeing this scene, Sanwei immediately became energized. Do not. It should be said that the people present, including the old chef of Taki Ninja Village, also cast their gazes. As a well-known existence in the ninja world, the level of cooking skills he possesses is also worthy of further investigation. However, as soon as this idea came into his mind, Chin-Yu went straight into the Raiden, Thunder-style chakra mode with the electric light flowing all over his body. With one step, the whole person disappeared in place like a ghost out of thin air. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the Fish King, who was more than 10 meters away. Without any bells and whistles, the 5 fingers of the right hand were buckled on the huge fish scales, and the arm muscles bulged rapidly. In full view, the backhand threw the Fish King into the sky. The violent scene made the eyes of the people present almost split. The size of this Fish King is not much different from that of a tailed beast. Who can do this? In particular, Nanao Shigeki was awakened from his sleep, and the moment he watched this scene, his heart seemed to be tightly clenched by a big hand. It felt as if I had put myself into that Fish King. Raiden Thunder-style Chidori Current. Fish King was thrown into the air. Chin-Yu handed the hand seal with one hand in his left hand, and the thunder light on his body shot up like a frenzy. The speed was so fast that it instantly enveloped the Fish King, who was struggling frantically. Under this exact current, he was instantly paralyzed and lost the ability to struggle. To let a fish remove the earthy smell of the fish, it is absolutely not allowed to use dead fish for bloodletting. Only by letting the fish bleed while alive can the maximum umami of the fish be maintained. Looking at the Fish King, who was thrown in midair, ready to fall. Chin-Yu's eyes, Tomo Mangekyo Sharingan, suddenly turned down. The legs were slightly bent, and there was only a trace of arc left on the spot. The next moment, the huge body of the Fish King seemed to stay in the air. An electric light like an afterimage passed by quickly. The gills of the fish were quickly cut, and the blood was poured into the lake water under the traction of a special force, like a water Jinchuriki column. At the same time, under the flash of thunder, the huge scales like the mouth of a bowl bounced up in an instant. Under the sun, there were wisps of cold light flowing. The most unexpected thing is that 2 huge pieces of fish were cut neatly at an unknown time. The internal organs were also instantly separated and flew away and fell into the lake. That seemingly tedious scene was just a dozen breaths before and after. By the time they reacted, the fish had already been cut into pieces. The huge skeleton, the 2 pieces of fish meat, and the gills are one and the same, the Fish King, who obviously still maintains his vital signs. This is riding a horse, and I don't know if it was killed at a fast speed. Kaden, fire style, the art of the balsam. Chinyu fluttered his hands, and a series of spells fell, and sparks bloomed in an instant. However, the power of this fire is not great, like a spark in the sky, swaying on the two pieces of fish. The next moment, the fish meat made a crisp, sizzling sound under the spark. The originally snow-white flesh of the fish was slowly rolled up under the slight burn, and the layer of fish skin became even tighter. Very precise knife technique and precise Kaden fire style ninjutsu. The heat is so well controlled that it even locks the umami of the fish with Raiden thunder style, and then with the help of sparks, in an instant cover the whole piece of fish meat, and then completely force out the umami contained in it. On Shimujin's face, the bark-like wrinkles were pulled. Looking at the feast-like swordsmanship, combined with the Jonin technique, it turned into a magical work. In contrast to this, the 8 apprentices who satisfied him and made him proud just a moment ago. The seemingly skilled knife technique, the gesture of flipping and moving the fish on the chopping board. There is no comparison between the two, there is simply no harm. Once compared, it is just as appalling as shit. Chapter 283. Do we still have a chance of winning? His eyes have changed, someone exclaimed. Soon I saw the moment when Uchiha Chinyu put his hands together, sage mode started again. Under the powerful pupil power and sharp and subtle perception. 2 huge pieces of fish flesh appeared in Chinyu's sight as if they were seen through. The lines of the fish meat, and the fish bones hidden inside, emerged one by one like the meridians of green leaves. To make fish meat more chewy and tasteful, fish bones are one of the biggest failures. As the silk thread in the long needle of the ninja knife was pulled apart by Chinyu, his eyes suddenly condensed, as sharp as a falcon. The whole turned into lightning and disappeared out of thin air. Looking around, whether it was Kakashi or Uchiha Fugaku and others, they could only vaguely see that the silk thread in Chinyu's hand was quickly wrapped around the fish. The fish bones, where the long needle passed, were instantly and accurately removed. When the fishbone in the sky fell, Chinyu's figure suddenly stopped. His right hand grabbed the silk thread, and suddenly pulled it off. Binding the fish, the crisscross chakra steel wires, like countless sharp knives, directly cut the fish into slices of the same size and thickness at a precise angle. Bring the big pot, Chinyu, who was in the air, suddenly said. The person who had already prepared the thugs directly took out a large basin with a diameter of 8 or 9 meters. That's right. This is a cauldron secretly made by Sanwei and Siwei after watching more and more people take food from the tiger's mouth. There are also some kitchen utensils that are specially made in large size, in order to eat more. The snow-white fish fell directly into the big basin, and the huge fish head was also cut into small pieces and fell into another big basin. Chinyu glanced at the cauldron that had already burned Yuhi's pot. He lifted it with his backhand and poured the oil down. Many spices, such as peppercorns and ginger slices, quickly fell into the pot. With the sound of sizzling, the large specially made shovel in his hand also flew up quickly. For a time, the aroma of the material head, accompanied by the transpiring smoke, spread out. Brings a tantalizing spiciness. At the same time, Chinyu caught it with a backhand in the air, and the seal scroll fell into his hand, and opened with the smoke. Several huge jars fell to the ground. The lid of the altar was opened, and an inexplicable sour taste dissipated with the wind. The specially made sauerkraut gave people a feeling of mouth water. The pickled cabbage was taken out, quickly cut by Chinyu's backhand, and fell into the cauldron like a goddess scattered flowers. Quickly stir fry. When a lot of water is removed, directly add water, and fish meat and fish bones. Little C, fire it up. Chinyu made a move in his hand and said without looking back. Boss, I'm here. Smelling this seductive fragrance, Siwei couldn't hold back. As soon as the voice fell, Pai Dian ran to the cauldron, and with his hands flying, he performed Kaiden fire style ninjutsu to heat up. As for the Yoden lava style, this iron pot is still a bit overwhelming. Although the four tails are impatient, they still endure it. Boss, I just went to steal all the eggs from the whole village, are these enough? Kakuzu, who had been disappearing all the time, suddenly appeared. The huge dustpan on his back was full of eggs. Looking at that posture, he completely changed from being the #1 bounty hunter who shocked the world of ninja with fierceness and power to a little thief who stole eggs. However, in the face of such a shameless act of theft, the ant who was present did not dare to criticize. Only thing to do is to break Kiba's teeth and swallow it. At the same time, I am eager to see what kind of plane this Uchiha Chinyu, who is known as Konoha's blood-colored Ashura, wants to fly. Little Sanzi, separate the eggs and egg whites, and then mix them with the fish evenly. As Chinyu's orders came down one by one, the three big-tailed beasts, Kakashi and others who started the attack also got busy. After all, such a huge fish king really needs a lot of strength and effort to cook. Uchiha Chinyu who used them like servants. A series of sounds of Gulu swallowing saliva had already sounded in the field. It can be said that if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would want to believe that the tailed beast could be so unlimited in order to eat. Boss, the egg whites and fish have been mixed. Three Tails came running. Looking at the saliva from the corners of its mouth, the sight of looking into the pot from time to time, and the constant belly sound of beating drums. Chinyu patted its head with a smile and said, "It's almost done, sprinkle the fish meat in the fish bone soup." Boss, okay, Sanwei responded urgently. When the fish meat was evenly scattered, Chinyu poured a large amount of oil into another big pot where Yuhi was being burned, and when the oil became hot, the chili that has been prepared, soaked chili powder and other things directly fall into the hot oil. After a little bit of cooking, it was poured onto the fish in the cauldron. The sound of oil resounded, and at the same time, there was an extremely attractive spicy taste, mixed with the sweet fragrance of fish. As the breeze passed by, whether it was a tailed beast or a person, they couldn't help but twitch their noses and widen their eyes. Looking at the fish fillets that were smeared with egg whites and rolled up quickly under the hot oil, I couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Boss, can you eat it? Sanwei's eyes flashed blue. If it wasn't for the existence of Uchiha Chinyu, he would have been violent. However, compared with the third tail, the second tail and the fourth tail are not too conceited, and the attitude of staring at them gives people a feeling like the current enemy. It's completely different from the way he used to be a servant just a moment ago. In the face of the excitement in front of him, Nanwei, who was pretending to be aloof in the distance, couldn't help but glance at the boiled pickled fish. This is the first time I have seen such a spicy dish mixed with the sweet and sweet flavor of fish. Most importantly, the performance of the three-tailed beasts really made it, and even everyone in the field, feel a hint of urgency. Desperate to try it, the food that makes the tail beast crazy. After another minute or two, you can pick up your chopsticks. Chinyu patted the dust on his body and looked at the cauldron that was nearly 10 meters away. This meal is not easy to cook. When his eyes turned in vain and landed on the 8 apprentices of the Shamu people who had been stunned, they said with a smile, "Want to come and taste the delicious food of Dawaxia." As soon as these words fell, it moved people's hearts like Aquamino's lever to move the earth. After the 8 apprentices looked at each other, they couldn't help but look at the old man and said, "Master, do we still want to continue?" "Continue." Old man was startled for a moment, then said with a wry smile, looking at their expressions, "Do we still have a chance of winning?" Chapter 284 This result is too bullshit. 3 days later, with the Kingdom of Iron, the 5 Shadows talks failed. The heavily guarded Konoha ninja village, which had been sealed for 10 days, was pushed open again. The 3 figures, who seemed to be in the dust, quickly flashed through the door, and Namikaze Minato, who was the fourth generation of Hokage, took off the hat representing Hokage's identity. Fourth generation, hard work. An Anbu ninja quickly landed in front of the three and said, "Master Tsunade, Master Jiraiya has also worked hard. It's serious, it's the hardest to keep you on patrol during this period of time." Namikaze Minato yawned. He has the technique of Hiraishin, but he accidentally discovered the traces of Orochimaru and Danzo on the road, and the investigation was fruitless, and in the end a lot of time was wasted. I originally thought that after returning to the village, I would be able to squeeze some time out to rest for a while. But now seeing Huoji Huoliao appearing in front of him, after being incorporated by the three generations of Hokage, Anbu's expression changed slightly as his direct subordinate. "Did something happen?" Namikaze Minato said straight to the point. Anbu ninja was stunned at first, then said after a moment of hesitation, "Fourth generation, let the third generation tell you personally about this matter." Looking at this scene, Namikaze Minato didn't force it. "Although, this is the Konoha Shinobi village, but I don't know if there are other eyeliners discussing business affairs in such a large audience. This is not a good thing. Minato, let's go, don't keep the teacher waiting." Jiraiya also nodded and urged. He has been chasing Orochimaru's footsteps, intending to bring him back from the brink of a runaway. Unfortunately, it has never been possible to do so. Moreover, the traces of Orochimaru discovered in the past few days have one thing in common. The cemetery was stolen. This made Jiraiya think of the impure world reincarnation about the reincarnation of the dead in the forbidden technique that Orochimaru had stolen. This made Jiraiya smell something unusual, and was eager to tell the three generations of this. As the three reached a consensus, Anbu turned around and led the way. When the closed door of the Hokage building was opened, the first person to see was Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still sitting on the seat of Hokage. However, in addition to Sarutobi Hiruzen, there are people such as Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui in the office. Looking at this scene, Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment, and then said anxiously, "What happened?" "Minato, don't be rude." Jiraiya was the first to interrupt. "Teacher, this time we went to the Iron Country to participate in the Five Shadows Conference and ended in failure. On the way, we got news that Uchiha Chinyu invaded Kumogakure village and took away the two-tailed cat." Quote. After the fourth generation of Raikage learned of the result, despite our dissuasion, the final plan was completely disrupted. Following Jiraiya's narration, the three generations of Hokage, who closed his eyes and snorted, opened his eyes, and there was no surprise on his slightly old cheeks, and said with a smile, "I already know these things, Jiraiya, you should not be like this in the future with Minato. Speaking of, he said that he is also Hokage now, but his identity is higher than you." "This, I understand." Jiraiya was startled first, then glanced at Namikaze Minato's bitter face, and coughed dryly. Anyone can see that Namikaze Minato took over the position of the fourth generation of Hokage, completely taking the position, in order to suppress the storm of Uchiha Chinyu's betrayal of the village. But, Namikaze Minato is Hokage after all. Now that he is back in the office, not only is his position occupied, but he doesn't even have the right to speak, which is a bit of a loss of face. Cough, Mr. Sandai, you are serious, Mr. Jiraiya, you are right, I am too impatient. After Namikaze Minato coughed a few times, he returned to the previous topic and said, Sandai, when we came back to the village, we found traces of Danzo and Orochimaru, but all the clues were cut off by the time they reached the village of Omegakure. And Orochimaru, who keeps appearing on the battlefield, some of the camps where he is stationed, I heard that he was attacked. Having said that, Namikaze Minato glanced at Jiraiya more and said, according to the teacher's speculation, Orochimaru is probably conducting experiments related to the forbidden technique and impure world reincarnation left by the second generation Hokage-sama. Impure world reincarnation. 3 generations of Hokage could not help widening, and the slightly old-fashioned cheeks appeared solemn, and said, "That guy has never been simple. Among you Sanin, the talent is the strongest, but the temperament is the worst. That day I should have smashed him to death with a stick." Listening to this secret, Jiraiya and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. Orochimaru's betrayal that day was also because the 3 generations of Hokage discovered that Orochimaru secretly conducted human experiments, and then personally led the team to snipe. In the heyday of middle age, the 3rd generation of Hokage was known as a ninjutsu professor, and there was also the support of the King Kong 8 demon. Without a forbidden technique, Orochimaru, who has not even learned to reincarnate, is not an opponent at all, and is directly blocked in the laboratory by 3 generations of Hokage. If the 3 generations of Hokage hadn't been willing to release water, the next 3 generations of Hokage would not have been successfully counter-killed. "Teacher, you don't have to blame yourself. It's Orochimaru's obsession, and I will definitely wake him up," Jiraiya said in a deep voice. Eyes turned in vain, falling on Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui. Now the teacher can tell us what happened in the village during this time. The old days, when Danzo held the Anbu route. The garrison led by Uchiha Fugaku was rarely able to enter the Hokage office to participate in discussions. Now that Danzo is away, the situation in the village has changed. But the presence of Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui in the Hokage office together is also unpleasant. Looking at your expressions, you should be able to guess. It's not easy, right? The 3rd generation of Hokage did not directly point it out. After selling a pass, he looked at Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku was already mentally prepared, but facing the gaze of the 3 generations of Hokage, he took a deep breath and said, 6 days ago, after Uchiha Itachi left the village without authorization, he was caught by Taki Ninja Village Hookah. His purpose is to get Sharingan to control Nanao Shigeki to carry out a series of mutiny operations, among which he also colluded with the country of bears, missing Nin Akashin of Hoshinen village. However, when they betrayed, they fought with the team led by Kakashi and infiltrated the Taki Ninja village. Facing the use of the hero's hookah, Kakashi and others were defeated. At the critical moment, Uchiha Chinyu and Kakuzu appeared in the inside Taki Ninja village. The slightly long voice echoed in Hokage's office. As the expressions of Namikaze Minato and others changed one after another, Jiraiya took the lead and couldn't hold back his breath. The result is that Nanao fell into the hands of Uchiha Chinyu, and the Taki Ninja village was destroyed. Faced with this questioning, Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui couldn't help but stunned, recalling that Shigeki Nanao, who had completely threw away his morals that day, yawned and begged for a taste. There was also Taki Ninja Village, who lined up to see Uchiha Chinyu off, and the muscles in his cheeks were still twitching involuntarily. It can be said that this result is too bullshit. Chapter 285 Convening the 5 Shadows Conference again. Big Brother Fugaku, what happened? How many people died in Taki Ninja Village? Namikaze Minato's expression changed suddenly, and he asked. Not long ago, but he proposed to have peace talks with Uchiha Chinyu. Although the 5 Shadows talks were a failure, if at such a juncture, what would be a huge mistake in Taki Ninja Village? That would be a huge damage to Namikaze Minato's reputation, as well as Uchiha Chinyu's countermeasures. No, Uchiha Fugaku froze, touched the tip of his nose embarrassedly, and said, Chinyu helped Takanoin village to quell the rebellion. In the end, not only Takihata village, but also the people from Shinganon village, who had been late, also lined up. Welcome him. If you have to say it, Chinyu may have become the savior of their 2 ninja villages. Savior. Namikaze Minato and the others were stunned, unable to react at all. When they heard this, when their hearts pounded, they were already planning for the worst. Now Uchiha Fugaku not only told them that Chinyu did not destroy Taki Ninja Village, but also became the savior of the world. There is also a line up to say goodbye. This ride was not in plain sight, but in Hokage's office. They really wanted to slap themselves a few times to see if they were dreaming. Okay, when I heard the news, my thoughts were not much different from yours. The third generation of Hokage broke the silence and said, however, there is one thing I want to mention again. According to the Kakashi team and the battle witnesses provided by Taki Ninja Village, Uchiha Chinyu's strength has become more powerful, and he has also mastered a new pupil technique. Having said that, Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed slightly. That day's battle shocked the entire Taki Ninja Village. But the only thing that makes people feel fortunate is that the Kamui that Chinyu used came from Uchiha Obito, and only Shiyu and other senior officials of Taki Ninja knew about it. At the request of Uchiha Fugaku, this information was not leaked. After all, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Chinyu appeared in the Uchiha clan, and the two opened Mangekyo Sharingan, as if they were hanging. If people from the outside world know, the Uchiha clan is apart from Uchiha Chinyu, Fugaku and Shisui. A new Uchiha Obito has been added. As a result, I am afraid that even the senior management of Konoha Shinobi Village and the daimyo will be afraid. After all, the mutiny of the Uchiha clan already had precedents. Each is in existence with such terrifying strength. Now the Uchiha family has appeared all at once, so many talented and powerful Mangekyo Sharingan. It feels a bit like street cabbage. However, there is no shortage of people with the theory of danger in this world, and the Uchiha family is likely to become a huge public enemy of the ninja world. A new pupil technique. Namikaze Minato's expression changed involuntarily, and he said anxiously, in the information provided by Fugaku, doesn't it say that the Uchiha family can only have at most 3 pupil techniques once Mangekyo is activated? In the known, Chinyu has already used the strongest attack Black Flame Amaterasu, the strongest demonic illusion Tsukuyomi, and the strongest defense Susanoo. Now, what kind of pupil technique has he awakened? The voice fell. Whether it was Namikaze Minato, even Jiraiya and Tsunade, their expressions became a little more solemn. Anyone who can obtain any one of these 3 pupil techniques is enough to be called a killer. Now Chinyu not only has 3 kinds, but also continues to awaken. Is this person more alive than a human being? Thinking of this, Jiraiya and others, the urgency in the eyes is even more. You are wrong, he has awakened 3 more, and it is still related to space-time ninjutsu. The 3 generations of Hokage said in a deep voice. In his eyes, a Mangekyo pupil technique is comparable to a forbidden technique. Now Chinyu opened his eyes and had 6 kinds. This can be called a person blessed with forbidden technique. He's also a master of space-time ninjutsu. Namikaze Minato's face changed dramatically. Among the many ninjutsu, space-time ninjutsu is very rare. But every person who masters space-time ninjutsu can be called an unbeatable Shaoqiang. If you can't beat it, you can always escape. This is also the main reason why Namikaze Minato has always been selfish and did not want to teach the technique of Hiraishin privately to Chinyu. Ask a person who already possesses such terrifying strength, if he is also a master of space-time ninjutsu. In that great ninja world, unless Chinyu is determined to fight to the death, who can keep him? Moreover, in the face of his unfathomable strength, who can force him to death? Minato, you should now understand that the matter of Uchiha and Chinyu has become extremely difficult. The 3rd generation Hokage said in a deep voice, not only can it make itself blurred, it can nullify the attack, but it can also divert the attack from a long distance. At the same time, it also has the gravity to control a space of heaven and earth. 3 generations of Hokage said, taking out a scroll. This is the information that Fugaku brought back. You can see it when you look at it, the horror of space-time ninjutsu. Fugaku. Namikaze Minato was startled. Uchiha Chinyu is a member of the Uchiha family. Uchiha Fugaku should not have leaked the information in this kind of pupil technique. Moreover, just find an excuse to prevaricate the past, and with the current situation, the 3 generations of Hokage will not delve into it. After all, this person is Uchiha Chinyu. Minato, don't stare at me, this is allowed by Chinyu. He said that if there is no challenge at all, then life will be boring, but that is only approximate information, and the effect is also optional. Later, you will also find clues. Uchiha Fugaku smiled bitterly. A madman, he really is a madman, we can't compare at all. Namikaze Minato smiled helplessly. Fugaku, you can get information when you fight, but that's the premise of being able to survive. It can be said that Chinyu allowed you to hand over this information, which means that each of us has lived one more time. Faced with this remark, the people present couldn't help feeling dull, whether it was Sannin or the 3rd generation of Hokage. After all, from the rise of Uchiha Chinyu to the present, it has only been a few short months. The strength he showed was getting stronger every time. They refreshed their cognition again and again. If you are fighting alone, there is absolutely no one in the field who can confront them head-on. Okay, although Minato has grown Chinyu's ambition, I also have to admit that that kid is indeed pervert, and he may reach the level of the ancestor of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Madara, and even the first Hokage. The 3rd Hokage looked solemn and paused. After a while, he said, so next, in order to deal with it, Uchiha Chinyu's actions caused the turmoil in the ninja world. This time, the old man will personally take the lead and hold the 5 Shadows Conference. Chapter 286 Don't talk, no one will treat you dead. 3 generations, you said that the 5 Shadows Conference will be held again. Why is that? Namikaze Minato's expression changed drastically. A few days ago, the 5 Shadows meeting was held in an unhappy manner. To hold the 5 Shadows Conference again at this juncture, if it is not handled properly, it will undoubtedly be self-inflicted humiliation. Minato, I know what you are worried about. The 3rd generation Hokage said solemnly. Before, the new 4th generation Mizukage was held. With the Kurigakure village, which is currently lacking in high-level combat power, of course there is no way to deter the forces of all parties, and increase the call and cohesion. Having said that, the 3rd generation of Hokage looked around the field and said, but our Konoha shinobi village is different. The return of Tsunade and Jiraiya, the rise of Minato, the growth of Kakashi and other juniors, and the power of the Uchiha family led by Fugaku, the Hyuga family led by Hiashi, etc., these alone are enough to allow us Konoha shinobi village to completely control the initiative. Writes, quote, us. Uchiha Fugaku's expression couldn't help changing. He never imagined that the 3 generations of Hokage would bundle their Uchiha clan with the chips of Konoha shinobi village. However, this seems to be decentralization, but when thinking about it, Uchiha Fugaku can't hold back. The face of the 3 generations of Hokage, the 5 Shadows meeting suddenly held, it felt as if the heart was tightened by an invisible big hand. It can be said that looking at the audience, everyone has this idea in their hearts. Hee, you don't have to hesitate, I know what you're thinking. The 3rd generation Hokage smiled and said, this time I am holding the 5 Shadows Conference, also for Uchiha Chinyu, and under the 4 great kingdoms, provide a place for peace talks. Quote. Peace talks. Namikaze Minato raised his brows and said with a wry smile, 3 generations, it's not that I don't believe in your appeal. However, the 3rd generation of Mizukage from Kurigakure village and the Jinchuriki column force of the 4 tails from Iwagakure village were killed, the 2nd tail of Kumogakure village was captured, and the 3rd generation of Kazekage may still fall into the hands of Chinyu, Sasori of the Red Sand. Under these major premise, it is impossible for the 4 major countries to put aside their prejudice and negotiate with Uchiha Chinyu. For Namikaze Minato's remarks, many people in the field nodded secretly. Minato, you're right. The 3rd generation Hokage nodded and said, so, the premise of the peace talks is to ask Uchiha Chinyu to take out the 4-tailed beasts he got. As for the people killed by Uchiha Chinyu, under the turmoil of war, there are so many people killed, life and death are just a competition of strength. If Uchiha Chinyu is willing to take out the tailed beast, I am willing to endure it with Konoha village, put pressure on the 4 major ninja villages, and use this to bring the ninja world into chaos. Speaking of the end, the 3 generations of Hokage looked solemn and righteous, and there was an undeniable taste between the words. However, in the face of this, with the responsibility of defending the safety of the ninja world, the expressions of everyone in the field were different. Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui couldn't help but glanced at each other with strange expressions on their faces. Fugaku, Shisui, what do you mean by your expressions? The 3rd generation Hokage was startled at first, then frowned, slightly displeased. Under such a major and exciting speech by the leader, the people present should give warm applause and go to join in. This kind of deserted situation now undoubtedly makes the 3 generations of Hokage feel a sense of difficulty and resignation. 3 generations of adults, you say, those tailed beasts are screaming one by one, will Chinyu hand them over? Uchiha Fugaku said helplessly. Shisui, who was beside him, didn't say anything to agree, but with that affirmative expression on his face, he undoubtedly thought of going to the same place as Uchiha Fugaku. 3rd generation of Hokage was startled at first, but after opening his mouth, he was speechless. After a full 7 or 8 seconds, he sighed and said, no matter what, I have already sent someone to the 4 great ninja villages and proposed to reconvene the 5 Shadows Conference. Kumogakure village, which had just suffered a rebellion, the huge Hokage office was caught in an inexplicable depression. The 4th generation of Raikage stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling glass window, looking at the half-destroyed Rocky Mountain in the distance. His face became more and more blue. Damn! The 4th generation of Raikage suddenly roared, and the thunder light splashed down from his right hand, and slammed heavily on the desk. Boom! Accompanied by a dull collision sound echoed. The huge impact caused the tabletop to collapse, and under the splash of thunder, more wood fragments flew out. The violent scene made the faces of the people waiting in the arena look a little bit bitter. Of course they knew that with the temper of the 4th generation of Raikage, they would not let this kind of thing go. But now it seems that any explanation will be pale. You bastard, you know, in front of the other 4 shadows, I slapped my chest and swore to throw out harsh words. Now you tell me that Uchiha Chinyu not only entered the village unwittingly. Furthermore, he also took the 2-tailed cat, and most importantly, he helped us settle the rebellion in Kumogakure village. The 4th Raikage roared angrily, and the posture was almost as if he pressed his fingers to their foreheads, squeeze hard. Do you know what their expressions were at that time? Those warriors couldn't even hold back their laughter. You said, let me walk outside in the future. The rolling voice made Dodai's neck shrink, and said weakly, 4th generation, the situation was urgent that day, I forgot all of a sudden, keep a low profile. After all, in any ninja village, after experiencing this kind of rebellion, who would think so much about seeing a backbone-like existence other than spitting it out? I forgot a good sentence. The 4th generation Raikage said angrily, looking at Samui and said, who can tell me why you didn't make a move that day? Stop Uchiha Chinyu, and let the 4 ninja villages know that he is with us. I can come and go freely in the Kumogakure village, do I still have face? Quote. When Dodai heard the words, his expression changed slightly. The advisors and elders of the Japanese clan had also asked them to pursue and stop Uchiha Chinyu. However, in the face of this request, it was rejected by Dodai. Thinking of this, Dodai couldn't help but glance at Killer Bee, who looked like he was doing nothing next to him. Killer Bee scratched his ears, quickly recovered his thoughts, and said, brother, you can't blame the teacher. Then Uchiha Chinyu, even Erway surrendered voluntarily, who has the qualifications to stop him. If they do get on, I think whoever gets on will die first. Big brother, when you come back, you will be a bachelor commander. There's no place to run the train with a mouth full of people, and it's refreshing to scold people. The fourth generation of Hokage ended in a word, and the lightning on his body suddenly skyrocketed, and the whole person appeared in front of Killer Bee like a ghost. At the moment of roaring, he punched Killer Bee's head. "You bastard, if you don't speak, no one will kill you." Chapter 287 _ got a pennant. Bang! The dull thunder-like collision sound resounded suddenly, and the huge impact force directly hit Killer Bee on the ground. Along with the ground cracking, Killer Bee's body, in full view, made a popping sound of air piercing. Then it turned into a cloud of white smoke and collapsed in front of him. Shadow Clone. The fourth generation of Hokage was startled for a moment, then roared with rage and rage. "Killer Bee, at such a critical juncture, you are planning to sneak out of the village to play, and everyone will find him back for me." Boom! The door was pushed open in response, and everyone who was planning to take the opportunity to leave looked at Killer Bee, who came back and couldn't help but startled. For them, Killer Bee has been playing too much. But as Kumogakure Village, the most perfect person, Jinchuiki Column Force, has been kept under surveillance in the Waterfall Temple not far from the center of the village. Now that I can find an opportunity to slip out and play, I should pat my butt and slip out of sight. Yo, check. Big brother, did you know what I got just now? Killer Bee didn't care about the atmosphere in the field at all. After the Shadow Clone was defeated, he already knew what happened. "I was taken aback just now and received a request from Konoha Shinobi Village." Rap! Killer Bee took out a scroll with his backhand and swayed in front of everyone. Seeing Killer Bee, who was acting like an idiot again, the fourth generation Hokage turned gloomy to ultimate, and roared, "Don't be ashamed here, tell me, those guys in Konoha, what are you going to say? If you still hold and let me and Uchiha Chinyu have peace talks, then there is no way." Seeing the fourth generation Hokage, who almost ran wild, Killer Bee coughed dryly, then calmed down a little, and said, "Brother, you're right, Konoha Ninja still wants us to make peace with Uchiha Chinyu, but this time the situation is a little different. It was the third generation of Hokage who personally proposed to hold the Five Shadows Conference." Quote. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old guy. Fourth Hokage was startled. As for this old fritter of the same generation as his father, who at the same time coordinates the power of a village and fights against the four major forbearance villages at the same time, even he who has always been more grumpy has to pay attention. However, when he thought of the loss of the second tail, Uchiha Chinyu helped the Kumogakure village to quell the rebellion. The samurai looked like they were holding back their laughter. The fourth generation Hokage's face was ashen, and he bit Kiba and said, "HMPH, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old man, really made a wishful thinking. We don't even sell Karataki Yagura's face, why should we sell his old face?" Haha, Hokage of the fourth generation, the third generation has already expected you to say this, so let me personally bring you the latest information. An unexpected chuckle suddenly came from outside the corridor. The sudden scene made the fourth generation Hokage's expression suddenly change. Under the skyrocketing thunder light on his body, it was like a thunderbolt that appeared behind the door in an instant. Without any bells and whistles, the fourth generation Hokage's right hand was entangled with lightning, and punched through the door of the office. Boom! Lightning spewed, and the violent arc, crackling and spreading, shattered the door at the same time. Looking at the scene of the shards of sawdust flying and shattering, a slightly short figure actually blocked the heavy punch of the fourth generation Hokage with his leg skills. The violent scene caused the expressions of the people in the field to change slightly. Dodai raised his brows and his pupils shrank even more. "I didn't expect that the third generation of Hokage even sent a semi-retired existence like you. It seems that he is very confident in restarting the Five Shadows Conference." The fourth generation Hokage looked at the short man in front of him, but his face was rare. Put away disdain. After all, looking at the Konoha ninja village, the only person who can downplay his ninjutsu from the front is Konoha Dragon God Chen teacher. Hee, fourth Raikage, we haven't seen each other for a long time since the last battle. Teacher Chen laughed dryly, watching the fourth Raikage snort coldly, and at the same time as the thunderlight dissipated, he also retracted his right foot. Dodai, get the ground cleaned up. Haha, you still like to be handsome. Teacher Chen looked at Dodai with a helpless expression, clearly aware of the fourth-generation Raikage's temperament. However, he waved his hand to stop. However, I still advise you to listen to the information that the 3 generations of Hokage asked me to bring, and then clean it. HMPH, Konoha Dragon God, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. If you have any farts, just let it go, don't sell it in front of me. Is there something else that I should be more concerned about than our Kumogakure village's second tail being taken away? If you can't tell the truth, then don't blame me, I'll shoot you out. The fourth Raikage said unhappily. For Mr. Chen's physical skills, the fourth generation of Raikage values, but it does not mean that this can make him good-tempered. However, in the face of these remarks, Mr. Chen did not explain it personally, and threw a scroll to the fourth-generation Raikage with his backhand, saying, see for yourself, I don't want you to disagree, be cold and playful. HMPH, let's see, if it's not important, you dare to stay outside the office secretly, and I will punch you to death. The fourth-generation Raikage glanced coldly, and then looked at the scroll in his hand. The moment he entered, the fourth generation of Raikage was stunned at first. His expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed in disbelief. What? Brother, what's written on it? Killer Bee frowned, looking impatient. As soon as he leaned over, he saw the content on the scroll and spit out the same sentence. Facing this strange scene, Dodai, Samui and others also seemed unable to hold back their breath. When it was clear that Nanao was deprived of 4 characters, he finally understood why the fourth generation of Raikage and Killer Bee were so shocked. Not long ago, Uchiha Chinyu took the second tail in Kumogakure village. However, even Taki Ninja Village, which has always been close to the village and has no intention of participating in the war, has been reduced to almost a third-rate village, and Nanao has also been taken away. This was beyond their expectations. In 7 days, he caught 2 big-tailed beasts. That kid is amazing. The fourth-generation Raikage suddenly clenched his right hand, and the scroll in his hand was crushed under the thunder. Tell me what's going on in Taki Ninja Village now. If they want, I don't mind helping them to avenge them together and smash Uchiha Chinyu into scum. These words fell. Dodai and the others also looked at Teacher Chen, and even Samui couldn't help clenching his fists. For any ninja village, the tailed beast is regarded as the foundation of the village, and now Chinyu has also robbed Nanwei Shigame. This will undoubtedly make Taki Ninja Village violently resist. Are you talking about the reaction of Taki Ninja Village? Teacher Chen was stunned for a moment, then opened the zipper in his arms and said, on the way here, I happened to meet people from Taki Ninja Village, and they brought Chinyu a pennant. Quote. Chapter 288 A family that rivals Sharingan. The pennant. The people present were stunned. When they saw the pennant slipping from Teacher Chen's hand, the words of gratitude were written on it, and they almost split their eyes. A master chef, warm-hearted and helpful, peace-loving, a little dog training expert, and a good helper for tailed beasts. Looking at this sentence, the fourth generation of Raikage was not willing to believe it. But his eyes turned slightly, and it landed on the lower right corner of the pennant, when the 4 big characters gifted by Taki Ninja Village, plus the official seal. The fourth generation Raikage almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. This horse riding is too much. What's the matter? You also think that thanking the pennant is not distracting, right? Teacher Chen laughed and said, that kid is really good. Not only even the tailed beasts of Taki Ninja Village have been kidnapped, but also let them run away. Thank you in reverse. as expected of a little kid who has been lurking in the Konoha shinobi village and has been unknown for more than 10 years. Quote. HMPH, Konoha Dragon God, what do you mean when you say this? Do you think Konoha's missing nin is doing the right thing? The fourth Reikage shouted angrily. Looking at the pennant now, he has an inexplicable dazzling feeling. If it wasn't because of Teacher Chen, he was negotiating on behalf of Konoha Ninja Village, and he would have liked to go up and tore the pennant to pieces. Looking at the fourth generation Reikage who was full of anger, Samui's expression was also a little stiff, and he felt that the pennant was a bit unpleasant. Moreover, I was even more worried that Mr. Chen was unprepared, and came up with a sentence that made Kumogakure village follow suit. Then I am afraid, either the fourth generation Reikage vomited blood and died, or the dragon god Konoha was beaten by Habian. Haha, fourth generation Reikage, you don't have to be too nervous, I didn't intend to stimulate you. Teacher Chen smiled and put away the pennant. Everything he did was to stimulate the fourth generation of Reikage in accordance with the requirements of the third generation of Hokage. Seeing that the pennant had a good effect, he was too lazy to continue to go further and further on the brink of death. After restraining his smile, he said, 4 generations of Reikage, you should have seen it. In just 7 days, the two-tailed beasts fell into his hands. Not only did Taki Ninja not hold them accountable, but he also solved the rebellion just like your Kumogakure village. Of course, I don't have any other intentions. I just want to tell the fourth generation of Reikage that with a single Uchiha Chinyu, entering the ninja village to capture the tailed beast, it is like entering a no-man's land, just like searching for something. In case, even the vicious missing nin gathered by his subordinates, how can that ninja village be impregnable? Still, Reikage of the fourth generation intends to sit in Kumogakure village for the rest of his life, and before Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force can't leave his sight, he will tie Kumogakure village up and down, tied to the same chariot, and fight with Uchiha Chinyu to the end. The slightly long-sounding voice revealed a sonorous and powerful taste between the lines. The fourth generation Reikage, who was originally angry, also had a hint of hesitation on his face, but his mouth still did not loosen at all. He snorted coldly, and said, Konoha Dragon God, do you think that our dignified Kumogakure village will be no better than one Missing Nin's group? Missing Nin's group. Teacher Chen shook his head with a dumbfounded smile. Fourth generation Reikage, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention one thing. The current Uchiha Chinyu is not only the head of the missing nin group, he also has 4 big-tailed beasts. If he takes the tailed beast out for a walk, let alone our Konoha shinobi village, even your Kumogakure village is no exception. Take the tailed beast out for a walk. In the presence, whether it was the 4th generation Reikage, or Samui and others, even the 8-tailed bull ghost sealed in Killer Bee's body changed dramatically. Teacher Chen's remarks seem to have raised the morale of Uchiha and Chinyu a little bit, but when he really investigates it, facing the rampage of a tailed beast, a ninja village has been exhausted to deal with it. I don't know how much it will cost. Now, the missing nin group led by Uchiha Chinyu already has a series of powerful S-level missing nin as support, which is impossible to underestimate. Now there are 4 more tailed beasts in their hands, which is indeed the key point they ignore. After all, when Erwei surrendered without a fight that day, in addition to witnessing Uchiha Chinyu's powerful strength, there were also words from Sanwei and Siwei to persuade him. Being able to tame the 2 big-tailed beasts at the same time, the 3rd head and the 4th head are probably no exception. Once it's time for a head-to-head confrontation, with a Killer Bee alone, it may be possible to fight 1 against 2. But if you count the other 2-tailed beasts, there is the unfathomable Uchiha Chinyu, and the missing nin group under his command. In the face of such a lineup, who can fight against it? Reikage of the 4th generation fell into a rare silence, and his violent temper could not explode at this moment. The 4th generation of Reikage seems to know the depth of it. This is exactly what the 3rd generation of Hokage thought of. Teacher Chen laughed dryly and said, however, Don't worry, the premise of this peace negotiation is, it is your Kumogakure village to put down your prejudice. Uchiha Chinyu made the return of the captured tailed beast as a premise. As for the people who died on the battlefield, I hope you will be held accountable. Are you afraid that I will pursue my father's death? The fourth generation Raikage's eyes turned cold, and he said, if you follow the premise you said, as the fourth generation Raikage, I know what is more important. At the same time, I also understand what it means to fulfill my son's responsibilities. Oh, what do you mean? Are you going to challenge Uchiha Chinyu in your own name? Teacher Chen was startled and said unexpectedly. HMPH, of course. Fourth Raikage snorted coldly. However, Dodai, who was on the side, rubbed the back of his head awkwardly and said, however, you are still a step late. Lord Raikage of the fourth generation has already sent a special team to investigate the relationship between Uchiha Chinyu and Akatsuki. After all, this time he is escorting Niyugito back to Kumogakure village in Akatsuki's name. Special Squad. Teacher Chen was stunned for a moment and said, are you crazy? With Uchiha Chinyu's ability, no matter what team you choose, it's just going to die. Thinking of it, even Kumogakure village and Taki Ninja village, Uchiha Chinyu can come and go freely. The mere special team, not to mention, was able to investigate successfully. HMPH, Konoha Dragon God, don't worry, the special team I sent this time is mainly responsible for investigating the relationship between Akatsuki and Uchiha Chinyu's missing nin group, as well as the Hanzo of the Salamander in a Megakure village. Are they involved? It's not a direct confrontation with Uchiha Chinyu. Fourth Raikage snorted coldly. However, don't underestimate the team I sent. Those guys have pupil skills, but they are comparable to the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Comparable to the Sharingan. Teacher Chen was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered the rumors in Leiji. Powerful demonic illusion and the evil eye technique, but because of political relations, it seemed to be imprisoned and exiled, so it was not active in the later period of the Third Ninja World War. Chapter 289_Defective Mokuten, Wood-Style Ninjutsu. It turns out that the fourth generation of Raikage was able to activate that family again under the strong pressure of the great name of the Kingdom of Thunder. Raikage really has enough courage. Teacher Chen smiled and touched his chin. However, Raikage, I still suggest that in order to successfully hold the Five Shadows Conference again, I hope you can issue the latest instructions to those guys. Their clan is the Grandmaster Demonic Illusion, which claims to be comparable to the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, but you should know clearly that Uchiha Chinyu is no ordinary ninja. If something goes wrong, it may affect the entire meeting. The original intention will also be broken. Quote. Faced with this persuasion, the fourth generation Raikage's expression changed slightly. He snorted coldly, and did not refute again. Just as Mr. Chen Konoha Dragon God thought, even he didn't know what level Uchiha Chinyu's strength could reach. To mention a one-on-one confrontation, even if it is a group attack, the fourth generation Raikage has no confidence to say that it can win. Not to mention the family. Konoha Dragon God, are you going to inform Uchiha Chinyu next? If you don't mind, I hope that the fourth generation Raikage can hand over the notification task to Konoha Dragon God. This is also a prerequisite for reaching a contract. Dodai spoke suddenly. Faced with this proposal, let alone the fourth generation of Raikage, even the Dragon God of Konoha couldn't help being stunned. As Dodai said, their current cooperation is just a verbal agreement. Whether the Five Shadows Conference can really be successfully held depends on how everyone gets along and how things work in the future. If Konoha Dragon God left Kumogakure village, the fourth generation of Raikage felt unhappy, turned around and regretted it, it would not be a problem. But now Dodai's suggestion is obviously to hit the hammer in advance and give enough sincerity. Let the fourth generation of Raikage, and even the village of Kumogakure, be tied to the boat of Konoha Shinobi in advance. It also provided a basis for persuading the other three major ninja villages in the future. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the arena, Dodai's expression changed slightly, and he sighed. Fourth generation. Don't get me wrong. I just don't want a bigger conflict, causing Kumobukuro village and even the entire ninja world to pay more. The heavy loss. After all, his strength is unfathomable. Quote. I also agree with Dodai sensei's proposal. Samui clenched his fists and spoke suddenly. The sudden scene, the fourth generation Raikage's expression changed slightly, and he raised his hand and said, Dodai, immediately repair a book for me, please Konoha Dragon God, and give it to those guys along the way. Seeing that the deadlock had loosened, Mr. Chen was startled for a moment, then smiled bitterly. The fourth generation of Raikage, I really want to go to find Uchiha Chinyu, but this time the third generation of Hokage has already sent a stronger than my ninja. Go to carry out this mission. Before that, I just worry about what crazy things that clan will do because of their obsession with the Uchiha clan. Quote. A ninja stronger than you. Raikage of the fourth generation was stunned at first. In his eyes, Konoha Dragon God can already be called the elite of Jonin with his extraordinary ninjutsu alone. Now the three generations of Hokage have even sent stronger ninjas to contact Uchiha Chinyu. This not only shows that the third generation of Hokage attaches great importance to the holding of this Five Shadows conference, it is also enough to see the depth of the Konoha ninja village. Compared with the situation where the other four major ninja villages are almost unusable, Konoha ninja village is still full of talents. Whether it is the older generation or the younger generation, it is indeed much better than the turbulent four ninja villages. Perhaps, it is for this reason that the three generations of Hokage dare to hold the Five Shadows Conference again in the name of Konoha Ninja Village. At the same time, the five countries were shaken by what happened in Taki Ninja Village. A Megakure village is still in the monsoon season. The uninterrupted rain and the gray sky add to the inexplicable depression. The huge tower, wearing a battle suit and wearing a special breathing device in the mouth, was doing Hanzo of the salamander in a slumber, and suddenly opened his eyes. A slightly hoarse voice came out. Come here, don't be sneaky. This time, you asked me to suspend the eradication of Akatsuki. What is the reason? If you can't convince me, then don't be in a Megakure village, continued to stay. The sudden remark immediately caused a figure to appear in the pouring rain without warning. Walking slowly with a cane in his hand, showed a smile on his unbandaged eyes, and said, Hanzo, you are still the same, and you plan to cut the grass and root for any threat. But, do you know why you failed in the Second Ninja World War? Fell. Hanzo of the Salamander's whole body tensed slightly, and the moment he turned back to look at Danzo, the whole person disappeared into the distance like a ghost. Appearing again, the bright scythe, as cunning as a viper, slashed straight to Danzo's neck. This time, if it can hit, the sanshofish remaining on the blade is extremely poisonous, and it can definitely kill Danzo easily. Hee, Hanzo, I already expected you to be like this, but do you really think that I was in a Megakure village and was just wasting my time? Danzo smiled, his right hand wrapped in bandages, without any hesitation, directly attacked the sickle. When the crisp sound of metal collision suddenly came out, and the sharp sickle cut through the bandage on Danzo's arm in an instant, revealing the pale skin at the same time. The roots and stems of the trees quickly extended like a horned dragon, instantly entangling the scythe. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama's Mokuden wood-style ninjutsu. Hanzo of the Salamander's face changed drastically. The next moment, before he could think about it, he saw Danzo's right hand, like an octopus again, spread out several tree stems and quickly wrapped around him. If this is the case, it really ends up being a solid. I am afraid that not only will he be bound, but he will also be imprisoned in place by the root in the stem, pierced through his body. However, Hanzo of the Salamander can be called a demigod, if in the original book, it is not the open door. You will never receive a lunchbox. In a short absence, one hand has formed the immediate body seal, disappearing into place like a ghost out of thin air. Boom. Mokuden Wood-style-'s attack failed all of a sudden, directly on the roof, on the heavy floor. A nasty crack was torn apart. Hanzo of the salamander appeared again 7 or 8 meters away, looking at the half-body in front of him, like Danzo who had transformed into a grotesque tree. Especially on the arm, the dense Sharingan showed solemnity to Danzo for the first time, saying, "I never thought that since I saw Mokuden Wood-style ninja on the original Hokage, I can still see the cruelty on your body. Defective Mokuden Wood-style ninjutsu." Quote. Chapter 290 Don't take incompetence for granted. Haha, Hanzo, you are really serious. Danzo laughed dryly, not taking the evaluation of the defective product to heart. After forming a spell with the backhand, the wildly proliferating Mokuden Wood-style like a tide, quickly rewinded, and in just a few seconds, reintegrated into Danzo's arm. Accompanied by the mysterious sealing technique, it spread quickly on the arm. The arm that once turned into Mokuden Wood-style, only the dense and infiltrating posture of Sharingan remains. However, Danzo was obviously not surprised by all this, and while taking out a new bandage to wrap his arm, he did not forget to say, "Hanzo, you should know that in this world, only the first-generation Senju Hashirama has a unique Mokuden Wood-style ninjutsu." Quote. He can be known as the god of ninjas. Of course, I can't compare with him. It is very good to be able to get this part of the power. However, this time, I asked you out, you should have guessed early in the morning, whose idea was. And to refute Danzo's words, he snorted coldly, looked at the shadow under Danzo's feet, and said, "Black Zetsu, since you're here, get out of here quickly. It seems like a bad decision to keep you in the village of Omegakure. I would like to know how many troubles you have caused me during this period of time." That day Hanzo decided to keep Black Zetsu, mainly because he knew that in Akatsuki, Nagato had the secret of Rinnegan. At the same time, it also has a powerful means of organ transplantation. When I saw Danzo, the skin tone and aura of that body and Black Zetsu's other body were almost the same. Hanzo had already thought for a moment that Danzo was absolutely inseparable from Black Zetsu. Moreover, the time difference between the appearance of the two is not large, which seems to be a bit inexplicable. Haha, as expected of the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, who is reputed to be the closest to the god of ninjas in the ninja world, he saw through everything so quickly. A hoarse voice came from under Danzo's feet. Soon I saw the black shadow, and after a while of squirming, a black and white figure with a yin and yang face emerged. Seeing that Black Zetsu's appearance was in line with what he thought, Hanzo of the Salamander snorted coldly and said, "If I wasn't just trying, I really meant to take Danzo's dog's life. I'm afraid, you, lurking in the shadows, have already killed me behind my back." No, it should be said that if I was trapped by Mokuden Wood-style for a moment, you might kill me without hesitation. Having said that, the murderous intent surged out of Hanzo of the Salamander. As Black Zetsu said, being honored as a demigod in the ninja world is enough to show that his strength is not simple. Meanwhile, this is the village of Omegakure. In his own territory, being engaged in by others, once this kind of thing spreads, I am afraid it will become a laughingstock, and who can swallow this breath? Feel the tidal wave of murderous intent and the sound of fighting on the balcony. Anbu, who was stationed around, was already alarmed. With the sound of 7 or 8 breaking air, Omegakure Anbu directly blocked the balcony. For a time, the atmosphere became extremely depressing in such a huge situation. However, in the face of this waiting scene, Danzo did not worry at all, and said with a chuckle, "Hanzo, you really are the same. As I said just now, the reason you failed in the Second Ninja World War was because you were too impulsive, and you didn't know what lurking was and what was waiting for an opportunity. If you wait for the Third Ninja War to detonate the power you've accumulated, can your Omegakure village occupy a little more of the land of the 5 major countries?" Hanzo of the Salamander's gloomy face, cheek muscles twitched slightly, and said, Danzo, are you planning to let me hide in Konoha Shinobi Village like you, and secretly build some Anbu roots? Don't justify your incompetence. If you really have the ability, the Hokage sitting on it is not Sarutobi, nor the hairy boy of Namikaze Minato, but you, a black-bellied old man. You. Danzo suddenly gasped. I thought that, standing on the commanding heights of morality, Danzo could point the country. Didn't even think of Hanzo of the Salamander, and opened up the scars, one by one. Seeing that the atmosphere that had been well controlled changed in an instant, Black Zetsu couldn't help but say, okay, don't argue anymore. This public meeting is my idea, and it is also to help a Megakure village and clear Akatsuki. However, before we wipe out them, we still have one important thing to deal with. As long as we can succeed, in addition to writing Rinnegan, you may also get the strongest existing Mangekyo Sharingan in the ninja world. What? Hanzo of the Salamander's expression changed dramatically. He was not incompetent. In the gap between the 5 major countries, the village of Megakure has grown enough to dominate the Second Ninja War, but Hanzo of the Salamander is one of the few people in the ninja world who can be second only to the god of ninjas. Regardless of strength, even intelligence and commanding ability are no exception. If it weren't for the growing age, the desire for power regime, and the bewitchment of Danzo in the original book. Nor will it do anything to smother Akatsuki. However, Hanzo of the Salamander now clearly knew what Black Zetsu's words meant, and after the drastic change in his expression, he said in a deep voice, you guys are not going to show up this time, and you will use Akatsuki's people to lead out Uchiha Chinyu. Shall we hunt again? Since you were able to propose this kind of resolution, you should know that not long ago, Kumogakure village Futuro was captured. That pair of Mangekyo Sharingan is really tempting, but obviously developed by that guy to Ultimate. Instead of fighting him, why don't I go back and just deal with Akatsuki? Hanzo of the Salamander didn't continue, just stared directly at Danzo and Black Zetsu. However, before the two of them could speak, a crisp footstep sounded in the rain. Anbu Ninja who was stationed around suddenly turned around and followed the sound at the moment. Was a pair of bloody Yuhi-colored eyes that were as bright as the moon. Anbu Ninja, who was still thinking clearly and had clear eyes, stood in the same place as if he was stunned when his eyes met. People from the outside say that Hanzo of the Salamander is the being that claims to be the closest to God. Seeing it with his own eyes, it seems a bit inconsistent. Faced with a mere Uchiha clan kid, he actually retreated and asked for a second time. If I tell you that I can completely restrain the Sharingan of the Uchiha family, are you interested in cooperating with us? The small voices echoed under the rain. Hanzo of the Salamander looked at the person in front of him, and Anbu, who was trapped in the demonic illusion space, had a hint of surprise and solemnity on his face. Chapter 291 Hokage's Strongest Mouth Cannon. On a gray and rainy day, a dozen figures stood opposite each other on the huge rooftop. With the pair of blood moon-like eyes lit up, the atmosphere in the field changed obviously. Humph! Hanzo of the Salamander snorted coldly, looked at Black Zetsu and said, I didn't expect that you, this guy, not only colluded with Danzo in private. Even the Blood Pond clan, who claimed to be able to compete with the Uchiha clan and Sharingan, who were exiled by the great name of the Kingdom of Thunder, also hooked up. It seems that this time you came prepared. If I don't agree, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get out of this place. The slightly long voice echoed in this world. As if responding to Hanzo of the Salamander's words, the bloody eyes around him quickly lit up. Obviously, this one from the Blood Pond clan did not come alone. He also led the exiled clan to infiltrate the village of Megakure. And can make them silent, use blood dragon eyes to trap his men. This kind of handwriting is obviously from the hands of Black Zetsu and Danzo. However, Hanzo of the Salamander knew that it would only take another minute. His personal Anbu guards, without regular contact with other patrolling ninjas, would rush in desperately. Black Zetsu, and the Blood Dragon Eye clan gathered here. Hanzo of the Salamander, who had no interest in hunting Uchiha Chinyu at first, had ripples in his heart. Hee, Hanzo, that's not like your character. Black Zetsu laughed suddenly. It seems that this lineup, even your impulsive temperament, has begun to shake. After all, the Mangekyo Sharingan owned by Uchiha Chinyu has unfathomable abilities. Don't forget, in the history of the ninja world, there was a Uchiha Madara. It is also because of having Mangekyo Sharingan that it can stand against the ninja god. Quote. Having said that, Black Zetsu looked around the field and said, everyone can gather here, I think they are all heroes. Uchiha Chinyu, this period of time was able to go so smoothly and capture the 3 big-tailed beasts. I believe it is also because of Mangekyo Sharingan. Once he is hunted and occupied, Mangekyo Sharingan will be spliced together with powerful pupil techniques to control the tailed beasts, forming the most powerful form. The Tailed Beast Army. You said, in the huge ninja world, there is no place for you to stand. The slightly long-sounding voice revealed an inexplicable temptation between the lines. Rinnegan is known as the legendary pupil art, but that's just a legend. Exactly what power it possesses, and how to develop and mine it, is still unknown. With Mangekyo Sharingan, which has been developed by Uchiha Chinyu and seems to be ultimate, one is confusing, and the other is already famous. Obviously the latter is more attractive. Hanzo of the Salamander, whose expression changed slightly, his eyes flickered, and his mentality became more and more shaken. Black Zetsu was indeed the source of the unrest in the ninja world for thousands of years. If it is said that in Hokage, the strongest ninja with a mouth, I am afraid that Black Zetsu will dare to recognize the second, and Naruto will not dare to recognize the first. What's the matter, Hanzo? You still can't make up your mind. Black Zetsu smiled playfully. If you add another person, you should be more interested. 0 inches. Anyone else? Hanzo of the Salamander was stunned at first, then turned his gaze, and soon saw another figure walking out. Looking at the pale cheeks and the tongue that Yuhi licked outside, the identity was about to come out. I didn't expect that Konoha Sanin, who I highly praised that day, would meet on this occasion. Hanzo of the Salamander's expression sank, and said, it seems that after many years, your strength has been greatly improved in Konoha Ninja Village. Even let Black Zetsu use you as a bargaining chip to convince me to join. Quote. Faced with the appearance of Orochimaru, Danzo and the patriarch of the Blood Pond clan were obviously not surprised. Hee, Hanzo-sama, you are still the same. You liked to whip us juniors back then, but you are still so cautious now. Orochimaru laughed playfully. Now he has forbidden technique, and he has no reverence for Hanzo of the Salamander who abused their Sanin that day. Do not. It should be said that with Orochimaru's immortal urine, he has no reverence in his dictionary. Orochimaru cells remaining in any person or animal, they can be resurrected through the forbidden technique. This is more difficult than Otsutsuki Kagaya. HMPH, you were a cold snake back then. How can you become guilty now, and your yin and yang are weird? It seems that your skills have really grown, and your scars have been completely forgotten. Hanzo of the Salamander snorted coldly. However, there was a little more slack between the words, and his eyes turned in vain in the field, and said, however, even this kind of junior dares to intervene. If I still refuse, your invitation will probably fall to me, Hanzo of the Salamander. Reputation. I wonder, if we get Rinnegan and Mangekyo Sharingan, how are we going to distribute them? In the eyes of Hanzo of the Salamander, there is only one pair of eyes, and they have the power of the 5 parties here. Once it really succeeds, the division of the spoils will also become a problem. Hee, Hanzo-sama. You are still cautious as always. Orochimaru gave a strange laugh, and said, this is a world where the strong eat the weak. Of course, whoever kills them in the end, whoever takes the eyes, whoever gets the distribution rights first. As for the 2 pairs of eyes, I believe that Hanzo-sama, you won't use them all. Looking at Orochimaru's words on the left and the right, the slightly frivolous words in his words, if it was normal, Hanzo of the Salamander would have already given him a slap in the face. But now the plan given by Orochimaru is obviously the most suitable for the distribution of interests between them. Instead, after a cold snort, the topic has changed. With the passage of time, a temporary alliance was formed on behalf of the strength of the 5 parties. After a brief discussion on countermeasures, Danzo and the others did not stay any longer, and they all pulled away and disappeared in the rain. For a time, only Hanzo of the Salamander was left with a gloomy expression. Looking at the Anbu ninja under his command, he waved his big hand and said in a deep voice, "Give me to Yahiko, who passed on Akatsuki, and tell him that he will go to the Oolong Mountains in 3 days. Perform S-level missions." A series of orders, the village of Omegakure, which had been silent for many years, turned like a cog again. At the same time, at the border of Omegakure village, 2 figures, one big and one small, passed through the forest as quickly as ghosts. The black Yuhi cloud cloak, the head slowly raised, revealing the chiseled cheeks, and under the frown, Uchiha Chinyu, who had left Taki Ninja Village and successfully captured Nanao Shijeming. "Boss, are we going to change the clothes?" Kimimaro said suddenly, but the next moment his expression changed. Chapter 292 Underestimate Konoha Genin but he will die. Kaden, Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. The fiery fireball swept through the woods in the distance without warning, and the trees that passed along the way were instantly smashed by the middle. With a rolling gesture, he attacked Shinyu and the 2. Bone, Iron Wall. Kimimaro moved first, seemingly small body, but extremely agile. In the blink of an eye, he came to Chinyu's front, and his hands suddenly folded. Under the peristalsis of the muscles on the body's surface, a Dawson white bone was spurted out, and it quickly intertwined in front of him, turning it into a wall of white bones. Boom! The flames hit the white bone wall instantly, and under the huge impact, the detonated fireball rolled back like a frenzy, directly drowning the woodland with a radius of more than 10 meters. The violent scene made Kimimaro's expression sank. The muscles in his right hand squirmed and spit out a white bone. When he was about to jump out to fight, he was stopped by Uchiha Chinyu. "This is a sweeping attack. Someone is fighting over there." Chinyu looked towards the direction of the Grand Fireball's attack. With the help of Mangekyo Sharingan's insight, he saw 2 familiar faces. "Do not. It should be said that there are 3. Boss, do we need to step in? Or take a detour?" Kimimaro's tense muscles relaxed. As a crazed war-loving family, they can instantly enter a fighting state, and they can also put it down instantly. This seems very simple, but for any ninja, it is a talent that cannot be found. Just ask, a ninja of the same strength and realm, fighting each other to the death, is obviously stronger with fighting talent. And Kimimaro happens to be the talent in this area. Not only is he good at fighting, but he is also calm and good at thinking. It is for this reason that Kimimaro was chosen as the best container by Orochimaru in the original book, and the boss of the Otogakure Quartet. He also has the ability to easily suppress the rampant Shigego. "No need, let's join in the fun." Chinyu smiled and patted Kimimaro's shoulder. "You are still young, you don't need to protect me like this, and your boss is not a mediocre person." However, looking at Kimimaro who was still stubborn and did not give in at all, Chinyu gave up the idea of persuading and said, "Forget it, it's up to you. However, don't just die in front of me, I still need you to do a test to become the strongest taijutsu in this ninja world." The strongest physique expert. Are you stronger than the boss? Kimimaro was stunned. He has personally witnessed every sharp shot of Uchiha Chinyu. Even the tailed beasts are frightened, not to mention those so-called Jonin and half-cage level existences. Now that Chinyu gave these words, for the first time, Kimamaro's face showed urgency other than indifference. Of course it's impossible, but it seems that you really want to surpass me. Are you planning to avenge me for annihilating the clan? Chinyu laughed dryly, and soon saw Kimamaro shaking his head like a rattle. However, Chinyu did not dwell on this topic, patted Kimamaro on the shoulder, and hurried to the battle circle. Kimamaro, who followed closely behind, did not fall, but there was a glimmer of hope on his face that he did not usually have. If you want to make him the strongest ninja taijutsu, Kimamaro will definitely disdain him. But in the words of Uchiha Chinyu, the meaning is different. After all, everything that came out of Uchiha Chinyu's hands was so unexpected. Hadosuke, come back quickly, don't use ninjutsu casually. As soon as Chinyu and the others approached the battle circle, they heard Conan's urgent cry. The white paper in the sky was like dancing butterflies. Under the change of Conan's surgical seal, it turned into a locust-like locust. Not far away, 7 or 8 Akatsuki members wearing black auspicious cloud cloaks swept away. Clang clang. In an instant, the white paper formed a shield, and the shuriken attacking like a torrential rain was also instantly stopped. Akatsuki members headed by Hadosuke also stopped abruptly. Conan, what are you doing? These are suspicious guys in Konoha Ninja Village, and there are a group of genins in the area, as long as you catch them first, and then question them. Hadosuke's expression changed slightly. You still think that I can't compare to the Uchiha Chinyu in your heart, and even these so-called genins can't be defeated. The inexplicable words made Conan and the other Akatsuki members look unnatural. They didn't even think that Hadosuke would speak astonishingly. Chinyu, who had just arrived, also touched the tip of his nose helplessly, although in the original book, Conan, one of Akatsuki's leaders, had many suitors. This Hadosuke also confessed to Conan in private, and was directly rejected. But now Chinyu was shot while lying down. Being handsome is also a sin. Hadosuke, what nonsense are you talking about? This is a battlefield, don't mix your emotions into the mission action. Conan's face changed slightly, and he shouted in a hurry. Once a miscalculation is made, not only will you lose your life, but your teammates are no exception. These words were instantly echoed by the other members, but when they fell into Hadosuke's ears, their taste changed. Under the change of expression, he said yin and yang strangely, I knew that you only have that Konoha missing nin in your eyes. I'll let you see with your own eyes, how I beat these Konoha genins. As soon as the voice fell, Hadosuke took out a kunai with his backhand. Conan was in a hurry. These Konoha ninjas entered the country without authorization, but did not hide the identity of Konoha. Moreover, he didn't make a move, just counterattacked because of Hadosuke's attack. As soon as there is not even a chance to talk, there is a conflict. In case of conflict between the two countries, this does not meet the definition of peace in Akatsuki. They will become the sinners of a megacre village, and even lose their footing. If you underestimate Konoha genin, you will die. Chinyu brought Kimamaro to Conan's side first. The sudden scene caused the pupils of everyone in the field to shrink slightly. They had heard of the murderous name of Konoha missing nin Scarlet Asura, and this was the first time they had seen it with their own eyes. However, when I saw this new legend of the Uchiha family who was like the boy next door and also wore the black cloak of Yuhi clouds, I felt a little more fortunate in my heart. Fortunately, I didn't act as quick as Hadosuke just now, and made a slap at Uchiha Chinyu. After all, this slap in the face came too soon. Conan was also shocked, but looked at Hadosuke, whose face was livid, almost clenching Kiba's teeth. Now I'm afraid I can't wait to find a hole to dig into. Chinyu's remarks seemed to be ruthless. Just a moment ago, Hadosuke was also running the train with his mouth full, but if he really wants to face Uchiha Chinyu, it will be a challenge and it will become fatal. Looking at Hatosuke with a livid face, Conan opened his mouth hesitantly, but he soon heard that the Konoha ninja not far away spoke first. Haha, as expected of Uchiha Chinyu, we can't even find out about this kind of sneaking, but you're talking about our old bones like this, I'm afraid it's a little too high for us. Chapter 293 Eternal Genin Kosuke _ There were only 3 people in the Konoha team, and the leader was a middle-aged man in his 50s who was carrying a wok on his back. There is also a watermelon rind wearing a green tights, thick eyebrows and big eyes showing snow-white fang teeth, and a thumb. As for the other one, it should be the medical ninja accompanying the team, also wearing Genin's forehead guard. I didn't raise it, but you guys are too low-key. Chinyu smiled genially. If he remembered correctly, the one who carried the big iron pot was awarded the 2nd generation Hokage's own sweeten, water style, and even the 3rd generation Hokage personally awarded the elite Jonin, and the multiple shadow clone shuriken, the eternal Genin ancient of the Grandmaster Konoha flow fantasy sword technique. Between Might Dai, who owns a blue beast, and in the original book, one person beats 7 people with brutal swords. It can be said that these two set a precedent for the legend of Konoha's strongest genin. It seems that Your Excellency Chinyu has also heard of our name, which makes us flattered. Might Dai raised his finger, revealing his big white teeth and said, if I let my son know that his father was killed by Uchiha, the new legend remembers the name and praises it even more, and he will definitely be moved to tears. Looking at that eager face, his eyes were on fire, and he clenched his fists and called himself Might Dai. Chinyu touched the tip of his nose helplessly and said, your son, Might Dai, will become the #1 martial artist in the ninja world. What? Might Dai almost fainted with excitement, tears rolled in his eyes, and rushed up to grab Chinyu's hand. The distance of 20 to 30 meters is only between several ups and downs, and the speed is so fast that it makes people's pupils shrink a little. Being able to let the new legend of Uchiha give such an evaluation, Guy knows, he will definitely work hard. Thank you for your appreciation, I will definitely tell Guy what you said. Might Dai said excitedly. Completely forgot the identity of Uchiha Chinyu, that missing nin. However, it was precisely because of the sprint speed of the prelude of youth power just now that Hatosuke, who was originally full of resentment, couldn't help but stunned, and immediately looked at Kosuke. I'm going to challenge you, Hatosuke said suddenly, causing everyone in the field to be startled. Conan hurriedly said, Joju can't be rude, since they recognize Chinyu. It's Uchiha Chinyu again. Hatosuke turned his head suddenly and stared at Conan resentfully, is he the only one in your eyes? Jusuke, let's go back and talk about it. A middle-aged ninja standing behind Jusuke frowned and couldn't help but persuade. Uchiha Chinyu, whose fierce reputation is well known in the ninja world, has also appeared. They don't want to die with Jusuke at this juncture. If Uchiha Chinyu provokes him into a panic, then there is a dead end waiting for them. Let go. Hatosuke threw off the middle-aged ninja's hand and looked at Gyujiya with a grim face. I can't compare to the so-called Konoha blood-colored Ashura, but I have been on the battlefield for many years, in a Megakure village. In the middle, the strength is enough to be rated as a special Jonin, and against a mere Konoha Genin, it is definitely easy to capture. Quote. Today, whether you agree or not, I will let you know that I, Hatosuke, also have a time to be on my own. The awe-inspiring roar fell, and before Conan could react, Hatosuke kicked his feet and rushed straight towards Kosuke. Kunai clenched tightly in his hand, without any fancy. He swung his hand out, and at the same time with a stern sound of breaking through the air, his hands quickly flew up. The violent scene surprised everyone in the field. Conan was also eager to stop him, but Chinyu stopped him soon after. Don't go, some people don't look back until they hit the south wall. And Konoha Genin is really hard to look down on, especially the old man Kosuke. You brat, but you lifted my old man too high. Gyugia smiled helplessly, and the pan behind his waist collided with Kuu instantly. Under the splash of sparks, kunai was ejected directly. Seeing that this blow was dismissed lightly, Juzuke's face turned ashen, and at the same time, his hands flew over the seal formed by his hands. When the last seal fell, he roared fiercely. Kaden fire style, great fireball jutsu. Hot flames gushed out of his mouth. At the same time, Hatosuke took out a kunai wrapped around a detonating talisman with his backhand, and threw it towards Kosuke. The violent scene made Conan's face change drastically, and he shouted in a hurry, "Hayosuke, are you crazy? This is just a discussion. Don't be surprised here, that is to underestimate the old man Gyugia." Chinyu patted Conan's shoulder with a smile, without any intention to stop him. At this scene, the people present couldn't help but be startled, and at the same time, there was an inexplicable urgency in their eyes. To be able to make Konoha Bloody Asura, Uchiha Chinyu, give such a high evaluation. This Konoha genin, who has lived half his life, really not easy. Still uplifted. "You kid, it seems that I don't have to use all my strength, but it hurts your appreciation for me." Gyugia shook his head helplessly. The next moment, the hands moved instantly. Grand fireball so close at hand, he didn't mean to retreat at all. When you move your hands, it will fly like a wheel, giving people a dazzling feeling. When everyone reacted, 20 or 30 spells fell instantly. This seems to be a sweeten, water style, spell. If you use a sweeten, water style, in such a place, I'm afraid you won't be able to take on the grand fireball whose power is enhanced by the detonating charm. Conan's expression turned pale, his fists clenched tightly. Phalangeal joints are no exception. But seeing Chinyu's genial smile, he forcibly resisted the thought of taking action. Sweeten, water style, water formation wall. Kosuke clasped his hands together suddenly, and the water under his feet surged like a tidal wave. That kind of posture like Uzumaki's rolling back, the huge waves that were raised, instantly constructed a huge sweeten, water-style wall. With the sound of the earth-shattering explosion, the fireball and the detonating talisman instantly hit the water wall. Boom! A dull thunder-like explosion sounded suddenly, and the rewinding fire waves were directly stopped by the water wall. Seeing the powerful water wall that subverted their cognition on this kind of land, Juzuke was stunned. "It's over," Chinyu said suddenly with a smile. Conan and the others were startled at first, even Hatosuke was no exception. In their natural cognition, Kosuke, who was in the blast wave, could only passively defend. Until the explosion and the storm dissipated, there was no chance to counterattack. However, before they could ask, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the water wall. The next moment, the huge iron pot directly penetrated the water wall, and like a hurricane, it rushed towards Juzuke. The violent scene made Hatosuke's face change drastically, but he only had time to throw out some shuriken with his backhand. However, facing the iron pot made of stainless steel, the shuriken was like rain hitting a plantain, and after making a series of clanging metal collisions, it bounced out. When Yusuke's eyes darkened, Gyugia had already appeared by his side, and the chakra knife in his hand was directly on his neck. Chapter 294 You seem to be genin too. I'm sorry, it seems that my old man's bones have not been rusted. Gyugia laughed dryly and put away the chakra knife in his hand. This seemingly complicated battle was only a short 10 seconds before and after, and everyone in the field could react. Even Kimimaro showed a surprised expression. Just now, Uchiha Chinyu had high hopes for him, saying that he expected him to become the first person in the ninja world to become the strongest in taijutsu. But the next moment, he praised Might Guy for being the first. At the beginning, Kimimaro was a little unhappy, but now he saw with his own eyes that Kosuke, who was a genin, actually used a trick that even Jonin could defeat. Especially on this kind of land, the ability to perform such a powerful Suiten, water-style ninjutsu undoubtedly confirms Chinyu's evaluation. Konoha genin in front of you is definitely not simple. Might guy that Chinyu was referring to is also not simple. For a time, Kimimaro clenched his fists, and his originally indifferent heart had a little more urge to compete. Feeling the change in Kimimaro's mentality, Chinyu added a smile on his lips and said, "Old man Gyugia, you are too modest." On land, being able to display such a powerful Suiten, water-style ninjutsu is worthy of humiliating the title of the second-generation disciple. The third generation grants you the qualification of an elite jonin. This is a bit too low-key. Chinyu laughed said. This seemingly homely nonsense exploded in everyone's minds like thunder at the moment the voice fell. This eternal genin is also too prominent. Whether it was Konan or the other Akatsuki members, looking at Hotosuke's stiff cheeks, he couldn't help but feel a little more sympathy. The opponent was planning to abuse the vegetables, but he even picked an iron plate. Thinking of the moment before, Hotosuke refused to listen to the dissuasion, insisted on taking a challenge, and threatened to let go of the harsh words. Let this slap in the face at the moment, there is a kind of storm-like popping sound. However, it is precisely because of this reason that many people gave Might Die one more look. In the face of this strange watermelon skin with thick eyebrows, Chinyu also gave a lot of evaluation. You kid, you really plan to toss and break my old bones. These words can't be said casually, it will humiliate the reputation of Nadaime, second, Sama and the 3 generations of adults, but my sin, if it is not my insistent performance, that mission will not go wrong. Gyugia sighed quietly, preparing to think about the past again. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, okay, genin is genin, it's not bad to play pig and eat tiger, but the only person who can invite you to form a team should be that old man of 3 generations. Whether it is Kosuke or Might Die, this strange lineup will only be enabled for 3 generations of Hokage. Also eligible to move. As for Namikaze Minato, Chinyu would not think that he had such a strange idea of forming a team. Hehe, you are really smart, but I heard that you seem to be genin too. When it comes to pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, you seem to be more suitable. Gyugia agreed with a smile. This remark immediately shocked everyone in the field. Konoha forehead guard that Chinyu casually hung around his waist. The ninja level logo on it was genin. At this moment, they suddenly woke up. No wonder Uchiha Chinyu said that Konoha genin should not be messed with. His horse riding is the biggest genin pit. Okay, I don't want to be too high profile. If I have a choice, it's better for me to be a salted fish all my life. Don't go too far. The old man from the 3rd generation is looking for you. There should be a big deal. Is it a matter of the 5 shadows talks? Chinyu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose and changed the subject directly. Konan, who was standing beside him, and the Akatsuki members, their expressions changed drastically. Not long ago, they learned that the 5 Shadows Conference and peace talks held in the Kingdom of Iron had failed. The biggest reason is that Uchiha Chinyu sneaked into the Kumogakure village to capture the 2-tailed cat. At the same time, the rebellion in the village of Kumogakure was quelled. At first, they were reluctant to believe such grotesque rumors. However, with the passage of time, things fermented, and the 5 Shadows talks really came to an end. This made Yahiko and others at the top unable to hold their breath, so they sent a team headed by Konan to track down the whereabouts of Uchiha Chinyu. Unexpectedly, as soon as they approached the border, they met Gyugia and others who were also sneaky. The confession failed, and the jealous Yuhi didn't help out, and Yuhi made a sneak attack indiscriminately, which led to what happened just now. Gyugia's expression was slightly shocked, and after looking at Konan and the others, he said, I didn't expect it, you already expected it. It seems that you are not only unfathomable in strength, but also not inferior in resourcefulness. If you did not defect from Konoha Ninja Village, this for the 4th generation of Hokage. I am afraid that Mr. Minato will also have a strong competitor. Quote. However, this is a secret about the 5 great ninja villages. They are still not suitable for listening. Is it convenient to talk to me in detail? As soon as these words came out, Conan and others couldn't help but startled, looking at Uchiha Chinyu with a hint of urgency on their faces. In their eyes, the 5 Shadows Conference held in the 5 great ninja villages decided the fate of the great ninja world. Moreover, it is also about the customization of Akatsuki's next survival policy. However, just as the idea came to mind, Conan and the others were stunned for a moment when a figure came in a hurry. Conan-sama, Yahiko-sama and Nagato-sama, urgently call you back to the organization station. I heard that the leader of a Megakure village, the demigod His Excellency Hanzo of the Salamander, intends to negotiate with us. A middle-aged ninja landed in front of Conan. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that the occasion was a little out of place. The moment he saw Uchiha Chinyu's appearance clearly, he couldn't help but clenched kunai around his waist. Stop, don't be nervous, they don't mean anything. Conan woke up and snapped. She didn't want Akatsuki's people to be as humiliating as Hatosuke again. In case even the thick eyebrow watermelon rind is challenged, it would be a shame to throw it at my grandma's house. What's more, Conan's main concern now is the invitation of Hanzo of the Salamander. Temu, make it clear, when did Hanzo of the Salamander make an invitation, and what are Yahiko and Nagato's decision now? Conan said in a hurry. I remembered that the whereabouts of the 2-tailed Jinchuriki column force they escorted was leaked not long ago, and Akatsuki's station was attacked, which resulted in damage to a large number of people, and the strength was weakened by more than half. This made the 3 of Conan have to make a decision to temporarily stay away from a Megakure village and temporarily station in a remote and desolate land. Now that Hanzo of the Salamander has suddenly changed his mind, it is undoubtedly intriguing. Conan-sama, Yahiko and Nagato-sama have not made a decision yet, but I heard that Hanzo of the Salamander threatened to work together for peace for the prosperity of a Megakure village, and planned to hand over the richer towns of Wulong Mountain to we are at Akatsuki, which is also officially our base. Quote. Chapter 295 The hero is sad. Give us Wulong Mountain. Conan couldn't help but startled. Before the start of the Second Ninja World War, Wulong Mountain was regarded as one of the most important towns in the country of Rain. Later, because it became the main battlefield, it would lead to waste. However, under this period of recuperation, he gradually recovered. It is also one of the population gathering places of a Megakure village. Akatsuki has been unable to develop, all because of the constraints of the land. As a result, food cannot be self-sufficient, there is no source of economic taxation, and all rely on performing tasks and earn meager remuneration. All of this is the secret obstruction of Hanzo of the Salamander. However, now Hanzo of the Salamander not only does not pursue Akatsuki's involvement in the capture of the Kumogakure village tailed beast, but also assigns Wulong Mountain to them as a base. This was too unexpected. This is Captain Anbu, who is close to Hanzo of the Salamander. The message came asking us to set off today, Mr. Conan, you. Tiamu said this, and gave Uchiha Chinyu another look. Konoha blood-colored Asura, whose fierce name is resounding throughout the ninja world. After all, during this period of time, even the tailed beast, which was known as the most important village, fell into his hands one after another. What decision do Nagato and the others have now? Conan couldn't help but glance at Chinyu. Originally this was Akatsuki's top secret and should not be discussed on this occasion. But Conan had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. It seemed that only by discussing this matter in front of Chinyu could the risk be minimized. Temu hesitated, but after seeing Conan's insistence, he bit Kiba and said, Nagato-sama and Yahiko-sama seem to be very interested in this matter, so they receive the envoy of Hanzo of the Salamander. We are still negotiating. What? Are they crazy? Conan's face changed dramatically, and he said, not long ago, Hanzo of the Salamander betrayed us. If it wasn't for Uchiha Chinyu, our Akatsuki would have been completely destroyed. Now I agree to his solicitation. Promise, what if it's a trap? Conan, who was very emotional, Temu was also speechless. Chinyu patted Conan's shoulder with a smile and said, it's inflated. Time is running out, go back and have a look first. Inflated. Conan froze for a moment, then quickly remembered what those words were referring to. After giving Chinyu a blank look, he hesitated and said, can you come with me? In case they get into trouble, let me help you wipe your butt. Chinyu said helplessly, touching the tip of his nose. Conan grabbed Chinyu's arm and said anxiously, as long as you are willing to help me, you use Akatsuki's name to sneak into Kumogakure village to capture Orway, I will not pursue it with you. As soon as these words fell, Temu and other lower-level members couldn't help but startled. Not long ago, they heard about this incident, but because of their low status, they were not sure about the ins and outs of this incident. Now I have heard with my own ears that the young man in front of me really dared to break into one of the 5 major ninja villages, Kumogakure village, which is known as the strongest military force. Not only did he retreat, but he also took Orway with him. This is too shocking. Such means may be more shocking than Hanzo of the Salamander, the legendary demigod in a Megakure village, right? Thinking of this, Temu couldn't help but glance at Chinyu. Okay, it seems that I don't owe anything in my life, except that my lover has a lot of debts. Yuhi's face is miserable, and the hero is saddened by the beauty. Chinyu reached out and flicked Conan's forehead in front of everyone's eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? What a lover's calamity. Conan covered his forehead and stared at Chinyu. In the eyes of outsiders, this thin, angry and charming attitude completely changed the taste. Riding a horse is flirting, and showing affection on the street. Looking at this scene, many people subconsciously looked at Hatosuke. Those livid cheeks, those bulging blue veins, might burst blood vessels at any time. Okay, don't you have something to tell me? Let's go to see the emerging organization together. Chinyu turned back to Gyujiya and the others. Chinyu probably knew a thing or two about their intentions. However, this does not mean that he will let Kosuke and others shut the door. After all, for Kimimaro to become the strongest taijutsu ninja in the ninja world, he needs Might Dai's strongest taijutsu, the formation of the 8 inner gates. Captain Kosuke. Might Dai couldn't help looking at Kosuke. For Chinyu, his cognition has always been stuck in the rumors of the outside world. Killing without blinking, cruelty and ruthlessness, etc., are all negative effects. When they met for the first time, Might Dai also thought about it. The worst plan was to fight with Uchiha Chinyu. Moreover, this is also the reason why the 3 generations of Hokage assigned him the task. When the 8 inner gates opens, even if he is just a genin, he can instantly reach the strength of Jonin and even Kage level. As for whether it can reach the height of Guy in the original work, I am afraid there is a little gap. After all, Guy reached the level of an elite Jonin in the original book with physique alone. Might Dai is just a genin, so the two have the same 8 skills, and there is probably a gap in their quality after physical exercise. However, under this brief contact, Chinyu, who stood at the commanding heights of the ninja world, was not only able to call out his name, but also recognized Might Guy's efforts and future achievements. Whether it was a perfunctory statement or not, Konoha Scarlet Ashura could give this kind of evaluation. Enough to prove that Guy's efforts are worth it. Okay, let's go for a visit too, but we need to change our clothes. As Konoha ninjas, we can't casually interfere in the internal affairs of other countries, otherwise it will be involved in political and diplomatic disputes between the 2 countries. Gyuji nodded in agreement. For this decision, Might Dai looked happy, and immediately showed his clean white fang teeth, and when he gave a thumbs up, he took out a cyan tights with his backhand. If you want to disguise, use my tight clothes. Hey, why don't you wait for me? My youth-burning vitality battle suit has a good line beauty. And, super breathable, and absorbent. Don't you? Seeing the people walking away, Might Dai quickly followed. After the last siege, Akatsuki's number had dropped significantly. As soon as I set foot on this temporary establishment based on the valley, I felt a sense of shabby and dilapidated. The dilapidated tent, and the listless-looking wounded, with a thin and pale face, Akatsuki was obviously not having a good time during this time. Conan brought the crowd to the ground. The original Akatsuki members such as Hatosuke, Chinyu and others wore Anbu's masks. However, there is no village logo on this mask, only a simple money logo printed on the forehead. Chapter 296 I come from the land of money. Sorry, we Akatsuki have been in trouble recently, so. Conan looked around, a look of unnaturalness on his face. It's okay, maybe I can help you. Chinyu smiled and patted Conan's shoulder. As soon as these words fell, she was stunned for a moment, and soon she heard Timu's voice in her ears. Master Conan, it's Dosuo and the others. Timu hesitated and couldn't help but mention. Do so. The faces of Conan and the others changed drastically, and they followed the voice and saw a middle-aged man with a Chinese-style face walking quickly. Dosuo, where are you going? Conan hurried forward. Dosuo is nearly 2 meters tall, with a national face and prominent muscles, like an iron tower. With more than 10 people behind him, they came in a mighty manner. Master Conan, we haven't eaten for nearly 2 days. Not long ago, the Grass Ninja Village sent someone to recruit. We want to temporarily go over and earn some commissions. Dosuo said humbly. You went to Kusanagi Village. When did you come back? Did Yahiko and the others agree? Conan's expression changed. They came together because of a common idea, but this was full of blood, and after experiencing the skinny reality, everything began to change. Go hungry together. Do not. It is absolutely impossible. At least, when a catastrophe is imminent, they will fly their own way. This principle exists everywhere. We don't know when we will come back. Maybe we will come back after solving the problem at hand, or we may never come back. Duosuo glanced at Chinyu and the others and said, I don't mind if I say more words. Quote. The idea of peace is indeed very important and attractive, but an organization that does not even solve the most basic food and clothing, but it is worth looking into the ability of the leader. Having said this, Dosuo looked at Conan and said, it's not that we are cruel, it's that you are incompetent. If you have self-knowledge, you should abdicate and let the virtuous. Tiamu suddenly became anxious, but was quickly stopped by Conan's probing hand, and the pretty face turned pale, biting Yuhi's lips and trying to stop, but Chinyu patted his shoulder. Good birds choose trees to perch on. They want to fly up and down. We should say goodbye. You guys don't hurry up and make away. Chinyu took the lead to step aside with a smile. The sudden scene made Dosuo and others stunned in place. This time, they got together to go to the Grass Ninja Village. But the bigger purpose is to overthrow Akatsuki's leadership position, and then occupy the hands. After all, peace can't be eaten as a meal, and the wandering ninjas who joined Akatsuki are not entirely of one mind, but more to mess around. Now there is no way to mess around, except to leave. It is the concept of letting me lead. However, Chinyu's development is completely out of the script. In Dosuo's eyes, now Hanzo of the Salamander's messenger is coming to recruit, and he only needs to lead the crowd to make trouble in public. In this case, Conan should try his best to keep, or maybe he has the qualifications to become the fourth leader. However, now Chinyu has pushed him to a dead end. Seeing that they retreated one by one, even Conan took another look at Chinyu before biting Yuhi's lips and stepping aside. This undoubtedly made Dosuo's cheeks a little unable to hang, and he couldn't help twitching. "What's wrong? You changed your mind so soon," Chinyu said with a warm smile. Dosuo became annoyed. After staring at Chinyu for a moment, he said sharply, "Boy, don't be too arrogant. You don't even know how poor this organization is. After entering, you are hungry, but don't leave crying. I'm just waiting to hear your jokes. Of course, if you have the mind, I can also show mercy and take you away with me." Grass Ninja Village was attacked not long ago. The strength of the village was greatly damaged, and many wandering ninjas were recruited to the outside world. "If you follow me, I can better to be a genin than here." Quote. Conan's face turned ashen at the tempting words. After all, she is one of the 3 leaders of Akatsuki, although Chinyu is not a member of their Akatsuki. But being poached in public like this is simply taking her as heir. "Are you trying to tell me that Akatsuki is poor?" Chinyu looked at Dosuo with a smile and said, "I'm sorry, I like to generate electricity for love. Also, our ninjas from the land of money have nothing but the most money." As he spoke, Chinyu backhandedly took out a stack of money tickets inside the cloak and raised it. 10,000 taels, Tiamu exclaimed, looking at the denominations on the silver ticket, his eyes almost split open. "This is still a 5-nation ticket, and it can definitely be exchanged successfully." "I can't ask for this money." Conan was startled, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he stubbornly pushed the money back to Chinyu. "Haha, Conan, you are a ninja who looks down on our country of money. Our young master doesn't have much. No matter how much money you have, if you don't help him spend a little, how can our country of money be assured of hiring you Akatsuki, as our country of money?" "Ninja village power." Jia burst out laughing. Looking at that posture, he completely put himself into the role. "That's right, if you join our country of money, you will also get 3 sets of breathable, warm, and tight-fitting combat suits for free." Might Dai quickly echoed. However, as soon as the watermelon-rind clothes were taken out, they were immediately blocked by Jia. "It's a shame to ride this aesthetically. Since it comes from the country of money, then it should use local tyrant gold." "The country of money? Is there such a country in the ninja world?" A ninja following Dosuo said with a puzzled face. Dosuo and the others were no exception, looking at Conan suspiciously. Facing the gazes of everyone, Conan opened his mouth, unable to speak, and could only cast Chinyu's eyes for help. "Hehe, of course you don't know the origin of our country of money. Have you heard of the underground black market?" Chinyu smiled and put the silver ticket into Conan's hands and said, "Our country of money is the alliance of big businessmen in the underground black market. The country formed is full of wealthy businessmen and bigwigs. Yes, the origins of our young master, as well as the famous haul. Once it is released, I am afraid that even the names of the 5 major countries will stand aside. Your grass ninja village, in the eyes of our young master, is a big rubbish, and let our young master follow you go fuck, idiots." Jia instantly took over. Seeing how he boasted about not writing drafts, Chinyu couldn't help but rolled his eyes. This is worthy of the old fried dough sticks, and even when it blows, it has a firm eye. Okay, let's not get in the way of this Dosuo. We have brought you promotions to make a fortune. Hurry up and say goodbye. Chinyu stepped aside with a smile and looked at Dosuo, who took the lead. For a time, everyone's eyes fell on him, causing Dosuo's cheeks to twitch. Akatsuki members behind him also looked hesitant. After all, these ninjas in the land of money are too generous, and 10 million silver tickets can be smashed to death if you exchange them for coins. Chapter 297. Is this thigh uncomfortable? What's the matter? Are you still leaving? Hurry up and go back if you don't leave. Conan looked at everyone with a look of hesitation, and immediately shouted in a deep voice, This is the first and last time for this kind of thing, don't let this happen again. Otherwise don't blame us for being rude. Thank you Konan-sama. Akatsuki, who followed Duso, hurriedly left this sentence, turned around and left. Rather than go to the grass ninja village to eat grass roots, it is better to follow these seemingly tall and rich ninjas in front of you. 10 million taels are enough for them to eat Akatsuki for 10 or 8 years. Looking at the followers who disappeared for a while, Dosuo's cheeks turned ashen to ultimate, and after biting Kiba, gnashing his teeth, he glanced at Chinyu, and said, Master Konan, I'll go back first. Abandoning these words, Daso turned and left without stopping. Seeing this scene, Konan breathed a sigh of relief and said, Chinyu, thank you very much, we haven't paid the money back last time, and this time you helped us like this, I don't know how to repay you. Repay? Chinyu smiled and rubbed Konan's head in front of everyone's eyes. Don't say it too seriously, there is a money-making madman in my family, and this small amount of money is also a fraction of his. However, if I really want to repay me, I can accept the promise. I don't want it. Konan's cheeks suddenly turned Yuhi. Don't talk nonsense here, let's hurry in and see how Yahiko and the others have discussed. Konan, who turned and left directly, Kosuke and Might Dai couldn't help but give a thumbs up. It is not something ordinary people can do to be able to use money to create a way to chase women. Boss, if you let Senior Kakuzu know that you use his money to pick up girls like this, let him know if you will directly bloodbath this place. Kimimaro said hesitantly. Chinyu touched the tip of his nose helplessly and said, if you don't tell me, I won't tell him, he will never ask my boss for money. Kimimaro was stunned all of a sudden. These words, stepping on a horse, made him feel like he was on a pirate ship. The reception hall is set in the center of the camp. Compared with other buildings, it is only a little better. It is built with less patched tents and wood. As soon as Chinyu and others approached, they saw Yahiko and Nagato, sending 3 Anbu ninjas from a Megakure village out slowly. A few people were still talking and laughing along the way, and it seemed that the negotiation was going very smoothly. Konan. Yahiko looked at the oncoming Konan, his expression couldn't help changing, and he glanced at Chinyu and the others. He didn't ask any further questions about these uninvited guests, but he couldn't help but be more careful. Is this the only girl among the 3 Akatsuki leaders? Sure enough, she's a woman who doesn't allow men, it's amazing. Captain Megakure Anbu said suddenly. Who are those? The sudden encounter made Konan startled for a moment, and when he was about to speak, he was stopped again by Chinyu. This feeling made Konan feel completely passive by Chinyu's side. However, it is precisely for this reason that Chinyu often helps her out, but instead has an inexplicable sense of security. Underground black market, I came here to hand over tasks to Akatsuki. Chinyu said lightly. The face of these Megakures, there was no shyness in the slightest. Underground black market. Captain Megakure Anbu's expression changed slightly, but he did not continue to ask. After all, Akatsuki has always been paid to take on tasks to get by, and now he is in a difficult situation, and it is not surprising that people from the underground black market come to hand over tasks. Brother Feng, why did you come in person? Didn't you say we would visit in person and take over the mission? Yahiko quickly took over the story. Chinyu nodded and said, we have been working together for a long time. I heard that your Akatsuki was severely injured, so the people from the Alliance commissioned me to take a look. Now it doesn't seem to be a big problem. Brother Feng, your words are serious. Allow me to send the guests away before talking to you. Yahiko replied hurriedly. This kind of adaptable speech, if you say too much, it will become too many flaws, so it is good to stop. Hehe, since Yahiko and you still have guests, let's go first. Captain Megakure Anbu looked at Chinyu and said, however, don't forget the conditions and requirements of Lord Hanzo. Please go to Wulong Mountain as soon as possible. After all, where is Wujun? but it has been troubled by foreign wandering ninjas for a long time. I hope you can succeed. Thank you Hanzo-sama for your love. After Yahiko replied, he saw Captain Omegakure Anbu leaving quickly with the group. Seeing their backs disappear in front of him, the smile on Yahiko's face disappeared. Standing beside Nagato, a pair of Rinnegan exuded a penetrating light, and said in a deep voice, "You are Uchiha Chinyu." "Conan, are you crazy? You brought him to our Akatsuki camp. In case anyone else finds out, what do the 5 nations think of us? At that time, I am afraid that even the village of Omegakure will not be able to tolerate our existence." As soon as these words fell, Conan's face changed instantly. She was mentally prepared, but obviously did not expect Nagato to be so excited. After all, in Conan's eyes, Chinyu was her savior one after another. It even saved the entire Akatsuki. "Nagato, don't be impulsive." Yahiko spoke suddenly, looked at Chinyu and said, "You should have seen along the way that after the last battle, our Akatsuki had been severely damaged, and now we have experienced a lot of internal damage. So we don't want to have anything to do with you again. Get out of here now." Yahiko. Conan became anxious all of a sudden, looking at Yahiko, who has always been reasonable, and also gave an order to evict the guest, which meant that the matter was irreversible. "Young master, did you hear? They let you go." Jia took the lead and said with a yin and yang in his voice, "Then hurry up, get back the 10,000 taels of silver tickets, you shouldn't have given them Akatsuki just now. Just let them eat the mud leaves when they are full." Quote. Looking at Jia, who was disrespectful as soon as he opened his mouth, Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly. But these words immediately startled Yahiko and Nagato. After Conan brought back the money last time and solved the urgent need, that money allowed Akatsuki to expand and develop rapidly. Without Hanzo of the Salamander's secret attack, the Akatsuki would have developed into the second largest force in Omegakure village in time. Now Chinyu once again took out 10,000 taels of silver tickets. This is a big rich man. For their Akatsuki, it was just in time for rain. "Why don't you talk? Could it be that this thigh is uncomfortable to hold? Or should we return the money to our young master?" Jia spoke again suddenly, but the words were sharp. It made Yahiko, Nagato and the others bewildered. Words seem very ugly, but even with 10 million silver votes, even Hanzo of the Salamander can't get it. In comparison, the thighs do look pretty good. Chapter 298 I advise you to go together. Chinyu. Conan was anxious and couldn't help but glance at it. Chinyu patted her head and said, "Don't get me wrong, this time I came to help you for Conan's sake. And, don't you think that if you turn on Rinnegan, you will float? That's going to die." The small voice made the atmosphere in the field change suddenly. Originally, Nagato and Yahiko, who were speechless in the face of Chinyu, the rich man's thigh, couldn't help but have a tinge of iron on their faces. As Chinyu said, they accepted Hanzo of the Salamander's favor this time, and the so-called confidence came from Rinnegan who opened the Nagato. In the face of this pair, it is known as the same scorpion of the legendary Six Paths Fairy. They have absolute confidence that they can beat the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, Nagato's strength has grown even further under the recent sharp-edged pupil technique. Yahiko believes that as long as he buys more time, Nagato's strength will grow to be comparable to the cage-level powerhouses of the 5 major ninja villages. Do not. The demigod Hanzo of the Salamander is not a problem if time is long enough to surpass the legend of the village of Omegakure. Once at that time, under the premise of absolute strength, they would not have to fear Hanzo of the Salamander at all. It was for this reason that they had the confidence to agree to Hanzo of the Salamander's invitation. However, now Uchiha Chinyu has completely denied their full confidence. This made Nagato the first to lose his temper, and said coldly, "Uchiha Chinyu, we know that your strength is not simple, but please don't underestimate us. I joined forces with Yahiko to deal with Hanzo of the Salamander, and we still have confidence. Yes, we can't compare 10 days ago. I hope you don't underestimate it, otherwise you will suffer. Yahiko also agreed. Looking at Chinyu, there was a hint of provocation. Chinyu smiled playfully and said, "It seems that you are really floating. Are you planning to seek abuse?" Looking for abuse. Nagato's face suddenly sank, and he said, "Uchiha Chinyu, don't be too arrogant. I can't compete 10 days ago. If I really fight, who wins and who loses is another way of saying." Yes, Rinnegan's depth is not as superficial as you think. Yahiko agreed in a hurry. After all, agree to the invitation of Hanzo of the Salamander. But their idea, Chinyu's refusal now, is contempt for their decision. If you want to fight, fight, don't talk to me, but I advise you, it's more interesting to go together. Chinyu smiled and loosened his shoulders and walked out. Conan, who was watching this scene, panicked. However, at the moment when he was about to speak, he was stopped by Uchiha Chinyu shaking his head and said with a smile, "If you don't hit the south wall and don't look back, I will try to be gentle and wake them up." Nagato suddenly became angry. Chinyu didn't take it to heart at all. He stepped down and flickered towards the open space behind the canyon. The moment when the whole body was crackling and crackling, the Raven Thunder style instant technique that was displayed gave people a ghost-like feeling. When Yahiko, Nagato and the others reacted, Chinyu had appeared hundreds of meters away, standing quietly and waiting. This understated scene made Yahiko and Nagato look ashen. "Yahiko, let me teach him a lesson, otherwise he will only live in self-righteousness." Nagato's face sank, and he was about to rush out. However, as soon as he stepped forward, Nagato gave him a look and said, "Don't be impulsive, he is a Konoha blood-colored Asura, it's not a shame to go 2-on-1, what we need to do now is to defeat him and let him know. We are no longer able to compare 10 days ago." When Nagato heard the words, his expression changed. After looking at Chinyu, he couldn't help clenching his fists and said coldly, "Okay. Go." Along with the roar, Yahiko and Nagato disappeared like ghosts out of thin air. Appeared again, and has come to more than 10 meters away with the help of the instant body technique. The two of them, one from the left and one from the right, showed a joint attacking posture, and they detoured towards Uchiha Chinyu and charged away. Conan, who witnessed this scene, had a hint of hesitation on his face, bit Kiba and said, "I hope Nagato doesn't use Rinnegan casually, otherwise." "Otherwise what?" Kimimaro said suddenly, with a tone of indifference that did not match his age. "Otherwise, will the boss fail?" "Don't be too naive, they are improving, but the boss is unfathomable." The inexplicable words made Conan, even Kosuke and the others startled. However, before they could get to the bottom of it, an awe-inspiring roar suddenly sounded. Kaiden, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Yahiko flipped his hands quickly, and his movements were still fast, accurate and relentless even under extreme speed. More than a dozen spell seals completely fell in just a few short breaths. As the last spell fell, the fiery chakra accumulated frantically in his mouth. The next moment, it exploded instantly. Boom! As soon as the flames condensed, they turned into a huge fireball with a diameter of 13 to 4 meters in the wind, with a stern rolling posture, and attacked Chinyu across the air. The fiery wave of fire rolled back down, causing everyone present to be shocked. Hadosuke, who had suffered a lot in Chinyu's hands and lost his face, clenched his fists and said eagerly, "As expected of Lord Yahiko, the great fireball jutsu he used is simply outstanding, and this power is completely capable of comparable to Class A ninjutsu." Quote. Looking at the entire ninja world, there are very few who can master Kaiden, fire-style, ninjutsu to this level. The slightly elusive evaluation seemed to favor Yahiko, but it also attracted Kosuke and others to silently agree. However, just as the idea emerged in their minds, the pupils shrank suddenly, and the eye sockets almost split. I saw Uchiha Chinyu, looking at the rolling fireball. When approaching dozens of meters, he formed a magic seal with one hand. With breathing and breathing, the fiery fire wave exploded like a frenzy, instantly converging and turning into a huge grand fireball of dozens of meters. Without any bells and whistles, the oncoming fireballs collided together. Rolling. The violent blow, under the absolute size gap, is like rolling. Grand Fireball, originally boasted by Hotosuke, is capable of reaching A-level ninjutsu power. In the case of a huge difference in body size, it is directly rolled like paper paste. If according to Hotosuke's statement, this kind of fireball ghost is probably enough to reach the level of S forbidden technique, right? Boom. The fireball shattered like fireworks, turning into sparks that swept across the sky. Under the drastic changes in the faces of the people present, their expressions suddenly changed as they watched the fireball that was rolling towards Yahiko Yue. Sweden, water style, water formation wall. Nagata was also taken aback, but the magic seal that was placed in his hand for a while, finally took it completely. With his hands clasped together suddenly, the water waves stirred under his feet and turned into a wall of water, stopped in front of Yahiko, and collided with the huge grand fireball first. Chapter 299 Rinnegan's Imaginary Enemy. Boom. A low, thunderous explosion resounded again. The huge grand fireball collided head-on with the water wall. Sweden, water style, which was originally enough to restrain fire, facing the huge fireball like an S-class, it was instantly evaporated and penetrated through the water wall. Juzuke, who was originally rude and kept intending to make Chinyu humiliated, had a burning cheek. If there was a dog hole now, he would like to go straight into it. However, now facing the grand fireball that instantly penetrated through the water wall, transpiring a large amount of water mist, but the size of the body has shrunk, and then the grand fireball is rolling over with unabated power, and the belly of Juji's feet is also shaking slightly. If it wasn't for his final face, he would have liked to run away directly. This kid is really capable of tossing, but to be able to use the ordinary Kaiden, fire-style, grand fireball to this extent is indeed a new legend of the Uchiha family. Let the old man take care of the aftermath. Gyugia also looked surprised. However, looking at the unabated grand fireball, if he really wants to stop it, I am afraid that only he who is also good at Sweden, water style, can do it. However, just as Kosuke started walking, Kimimaro in front of him moved ahead. Grand Fireball shrunk to more than 10 meters away from a distance of hundreds of meters. He pressed his hands on the ground suddenly. Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, Dance of Early Fern. Boom. There was a dull reverberation from the ground. The smoke and dust rolled back, and the whole ground shook. Everyone was stunned at first, and then they saw the huge grand fireball 100 meters away. Needle tore the ground like hell. The huge fireball was torn apart instantly under this thrust. Accompanied by a huge rumbling explosion, it collapsed directly in the heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, Kimimaro withdrew his hands as usual. The bones that were spit out from the palm of the hand and extended into the ground were directly cut off. Looking at the bones that were squirming quickly and being reinserted into the flesh, there was a sound of gurgling swallowing saliva. For a long time, in their eyes, Kimimaro, at the age of 6 or 7, was just an orphan taken in by Uchiha Chinyu. However, they never imagined that this little conspicuous child was not only a member of the Bamboo clan who almost attacked and destroyed their organization. Even the Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, power that Lien exerted completely overturned their cognition. This move made them feel inferior to even children. Not only that kid is a monster, but everyone under his command is probably a monster. At such a young age, he was able to exert Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, to such an extent that among the Taketori clan, I am afraid that can be regarded as the strongest genius. Gyugia's face became more solemn. When he came, he heard that Uchiha Chinyu was very powerful, and his subordinates were also terribly powerful level missing nin. However, they never imagined that even a little kid could reach this level. Once it really grows up, I am afraid that in any ninja village, it will definitely be able to stand on its own. Futon, wind style, gale palm. Nagato's violent shout came out suddenly. With this delay, he was only a few dozen meters away from Chinyu. His hands clasped together suddenly, the tyrannical hurricane, under the rapid rotation of his hands, patted Chinyu head-on. At the same time, Yahiko appeared behind Nagato like a ghost, and the flames exploded like a balsam in his mouth. Kaden, fire style, the art of the balsam. The fire rises with the wind, and the wind helps the fire grow. Seeing that in gale palm, the power and range instantly soared 7 or 8 times, like a falling flame covering the sky, completely blocking Uchiha Chinyu's retreat. It's a good ninjutsu, but are you underestimating me? You don't need Rinnegan until now. Chinyu smiled genially. He wanted to know how far Nagato's Rinnegan had developed in these 10 days. After all, there is no such thing as in the original book, where the sacrifice of life forces Matsuri to summon Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, directly makes the strength run wild. Looking at the incoming fire, Chinyu's eyes suddenly turned bloody, occupying the entire pupil at the moment. Under the crazy rotation of the 9 tomo, the powerful and unparalleled pupil power came out. Meters of huge Susanoo, condensed in an instant. The next moment, the seemingly fierce and unparalleled flames rolled over, and with a wave of Susanoo's big hand, it rolled back and collapsed between heaven and earth. Susanoo, who was like a towering mountain, with Yuhi's whole body exuding the smell of disaster, making the melon-eaters who were onlookers suddenly pale. It can be said that Uchiha Chinyu was able to obtain the title of Konoha's blood-colored Asura, and everything came from this Susanoo who was like an Asura in front of him. However, in the face of this so-called absolute defensive means, Nagato and Yahiko did not retreat but advanced, and with the help of this breath-like time, they had already approached Chinyu dozens of meters away. Nagato! Yahiko roared in a hurry, and his eyes suddenly brightened to ultimate. Nagato, who had been marching side by side with him, did the same. Seeing the appearance of Susanoo, he had been waiting for a long time. The strange Rinnegan changed rapidly, turning into a pale Yuhi color, and the moment his pupils contracted, Nagato's right hand suddenly caught him. Shinra Tensai, Almighty Push, sign. The huge power of absorption makes Nagato look like a black hole at this moment. With 5 fingers suddenly clenched, Chinyu, who was originally in Susanoo, was pulled by an invisible force. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of the public, in the so-called absolute defense, it was forcibly absorbed. In just a few dozen meters, it was approaching in the blink of an eye. Looking at Chinyu who was rapidly dilating in his pupils, Yahiko, who had been waiting for a long time, flipped his hands quickly, took out 2 sealing spells, and slapped them on Chinyu. In their eyes, Uchiha Chinyu's methods were too unfathomable. To subdue this kind of enemy, only through unpredictable and unfamiliar means of attack. Then, in the blink of an eye, Uchiha Chinyu's movements were restricted with a sealing spell. At that time, no matter how powerful Uchiha and Chinyu are, as long as they can buy some time and let Nagato prepare other means, they can only watch their defeat. Looking at Chinyu who was like fish on a chopping block, let them slaughter, Nagato was the first to lose his breath and laughed unbridled. Uchiha Chinyu, have you seen it? This is the power of my Rinnegan. I forgot to tell you, from the day I started Rinnegan, Yahiko and I regarded you as Rinnegan's imaginary enemy, and all the tactics were to defeat you. Now, in this situation, I'm afraid it's hard to fly, so obediently admit defeat. Chapter 300 _ I'm sorry we're too floating. Rinnegan's imaginary enemy. Jia and the others also changed their expressions. In the face of this legendary scorpion, they have already heard of it. However, I never thought that the match between Rinnegan and Mangekyo Sharingan would be so exciting and unexpected. What makes them most eager to know is whether Uchiha Chinyu, known as the new legend of Uchiha, can turn the tide in the face of such an attack. However, after Gyujia's expression changed, he looked at Hadosuke, who was about to stop talking and planned to run the train again, and said indifferently, "Hadosuke, I advise you not to talk nonsense. I have a feeling that he may still there clumsiness." Quote. Hidden clumsy. Conan couldn't help but startled. Do not. It should be said that the nerves of all the people present seemed to be moved because of these remarks. In their eyes, Uchiha Chinyu should have been subdued under this unexpected attack. However, now Gyujia's evaluation has subverted their cognition. When he saw Chinyu's cheeks with the same expression as before, a brighter smile bloomed, his nerves were almost broken. "Is this what you rely on?" Chinyu said with a smile. "As a result, I'm afraid you will be disappointed." The small voice seemed to be infused with magic sound at this moment. Nagato's expression was stagnant, and there was a flash of urgency on his face. He didn't have time to think about it, and roared, "Yahiko, Kai is changing, hurry up and seal him." Understood. Yahiko couldn't hold back his breath either. He stepped forward, and while accelerating forward, the two sealing spells clenched in his hands went straight to Chinyu's body. However, at the moment of the touch, the solid figure in front of him stirred up a series of ripples like a reflection on the lake, causing the spell in his hand, and even his entire body, to pass through directly. The strange scene caused an inexplicable silence in the atmosphere in the field. The next moment everyone was like a ghost, their pupils shrunk to ultimate, and even their eye sockets were almost split. Raiden Thunder style, the righteous axe sinks into the thunder. As soon as he passed through Yahiko, the thunder light on Chinyu's body exploded like a frenzy. Without any fancy, his feet were like thunderstorms and hurricanes, turning over and kicking out all around. Yahiko and Nagato, who were close at hand, flew backwards like cannonballs. After flying for dozens of meters, they collided with rocks 3 to 5 meters high. The huge impact force made them vomit blood, and at the same time, it shook the rock out of cracks like spider webs. "Nagato, are you all right?" Yahiko took the lead and stood firm, looked at Nagato beside him, and asked anxiously. The two of them looked embarrassed, but this was just a one-sided battle of mistreatment, so Uchiha Chinyu didn't use his full strength at all. "Just after knocking them off a little, I gave them a little pain and let them eat first." Feeling the blood tumbling in his body, Nagato wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth while he was horrified, and hurriedly looked at Chinyu. Before he could speak, he saw the 9-tomo Sharingan and turned again in vain. "It's over." The simple 4 words were swallowed in Chinyu's mouth, and his right hand grabbed it from the air. A huge tidal wave of invisible pressure poured down on Nagato and Yahiko as if rolling down from the sky. Boom! The two slammed heavily on the ground, and the huge pressure caused the ground to reverberate. The surrounding ground seemed to be overwhelmed, sinking. The rocks in the distance were unable to withstand this surge of power, and burst into cobweb-like cracks. Looking at this extremely bizarre scene, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. What is this?" Conan was the first to lose his breath, and wanted to rush over, but was stopped by Gyujia's dignified hand. However, Kosuke was not in a hurry to draw a conclusion. He took out a kunai with his backhand and threw it directly at Yahiko and others. "I thought this was a violent assassination move." However, as soon as kunai approached Yahiko and Nagato dozens of meters away, the kunai that had originally shot out seemed to be pulled by an invisible force in an instant. The next moment, he slammed down heavily on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Gyujia's face changed drastically, and he looked at Chinyu with disbelief. The strong pupil technique can actually control the space to change the gravity in the field. If you are caught off guard, it is enough to kill in one blow. One-hit kill. The people present were stunned. Do not. It should be said that even Nagato and Yahiko, who were pressed to the ground by gravity Hitomi, were no exception. They felt the power that this huge added to their bodies, and they knew clearly that if Chinyu really wanted to kill them just now, absolutely can kill in one hit. When they thought about it, they were still full of confidence just a moment ago, and after opening with Rinnegan on their mouths, the imaginary enemy was Uchiha Chinyu. But the result I got now was like an invisible slap, a slap in the face. If there are two holes in front of them, whether it is a dog hole or not, they can't wait to dig into it directly. Chinyu, can you spare Nagato and Yahiko? Conan suddenly regained his senses and pleaded for mercy. Looking at Conan with a helpless face, Chinyu turned over Byakugan helplessly and said, "Don't worry, if I wanted to kill them, I would have already died tens of thousands of times. I just want them to know that there is no strongest Rinnegan, only the most rubbish masters. On the battlefield, don't hold a contemptuous heart, or you won't even know how to die." Nagato's expression became stagnant due to the slightly elusive voice, and after a few breaths had passed, the whole person was like a deflated balloon, and said with a wry smile, "Chinyu, thank you for your teaching, just now it's we're two floating." Haha, Yahiko is right, it was true that we were too flirtatious just now, I hope you don't take offense. Yahiko laughed in vain. After the fiasco, he obviously lost the slightest bit of restraint and returned to his usual carefree. After all, in the original work, Nagato's character is indifferent and calm, and Conan's kindness and affinity are bursting. On the contrary, Yahiko has the general halo characteristics of Pig's Feet, and the Brainless series. Now that even Nagato has voluntarily conceded defeat, he doesn't have to hold on to this position mask for his brother. It seems that the lesson is not profound enough, but forget it. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly. After the 9-tomo Sharingan quickly dissipated, the changed gravity of the space was also dissipated directly. Nagato and Yahiko, who were freed, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Without any hesitation, he turned to the sky and took a deep breath. Conan, who was approaching with a concerned look, Yahiko touched the corner of his mouth, and the remaining blood said, "Conan, don't worry, we are willing to accept the bet, and I will try to push Hanzo of the Salamander's invitation down in a while. You don't have to worry anymore. Hokage I can fully level up with one click." Chapter 301 to 320. Chapter 301 Yahiko, are you going to turn down the invitation of Hanzo of the Salamander? Conan looked overjoyed and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Akatsuki's vitality is badly injured right now, and getting involved in any dispute is enough to overturn them. The last experience, Hanzo of the Salamander's every move was enough to affect their nerves. Now all of a sudden, throwing an olive branch to them is indeed worthy of caution. Yahiko, have you really figured it out? Nagato said suddenly. In case this time, Hanzo of the Salamander really has the heart to reconcile and give us Akatsuki to guard the place on Wulong Mountain, which will be a long-term benefit for us. Development is very beneficial. Quote. Having said this, Nagato couldn't help but paused, looked at Uchiha Chinyu, and said, although we have 10,000 tales of his help, don't forget, to develop Akatsuki, the money we need, etc. How much? It's even harder for ninjas to achieve true peace. The slightly elusive voice reverberated between heaven and earth, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Conan opened his mouth and stopped. However, when it comes to speaking, there is still no way to spit it out. After all, Nagato is right, Akatsuki will continue to grow and develop without territorial support. No, we're willing to admit defeat. Yahiko shook his head, patted the dust on his body, and stood up with a little difficulty. Otherwise, it will only be looked down upon by people on the outside who think we Akatsuki don't even have the most basic credibility. No need. Chinyu patted the dust on his body and said, I just abused the vegetables and didn't stop you from attending the meeting. What's more, you have promised Hanzo of the Salamander just now, and now you suddenly refuse, which will only make Hanzo of the Salamander suspicious. If you don't say goodbye, you will be punished. The expressions of everyone present suddenly changed. Conan couldn't help but asked, Chin-yu, what should we do? Could it be that Hanzo of the Salamander is leading us by the nose? It's not us, it's you. Chin-yu said with a warm smile. I'm not a member of your Akatsuki. Also, I think who Nagato and Yahiko were just now, but I'm still determined to win the invitation of Hanzo of the Salamander in my heart. Since you are confident that you can deal with it, why don't you go to the appointment and see if they are sincere or deliberately set up a situation, so that you will not have any regrets in your hearts. Going to the appointment. Conan's expression froze, and he said, Chin-yu, are you kidding me? In case. For Chin-yu to distance himself from Akatsuki, Conan clenched like an invisible big hand in his heart. Now I heard Chin-yu even let Yahiko and Nagato make an appointment, which affected her nerves even more. However, before Conan's words were finished, Yahiko, who was beside him, was the first to say with a smile, Chin-yu, your thoughts are really different. Me and Nagato are also growing up during this time, facing you, or not an opponent, but still a little confident against Hanzo of the Salamander. So, for the future development of Akatsuki, we are still willing to gamble. Having said that, Yahiko didn't go on, just looked at Chin-yu quietly. After all, the outcome is in front of you, and as long as Chin-yu says nothing, Yahiko will never go to the appointment. Don't stare at me like that, didn't you just say that this is your Akatsuki's business and has nothing to do with me? Chin-yu rolled his eyes and said, someone is coming. The voice fell, and soon I saw 3 figures rushing towards in the distance, and the leader was the Anbu ninja from a Megakure village. It only took a dozen breaths, and finally landed in front of Yahiko and Nagato. You two, nothing happened to you Akatsuki, right? I thought I heard an explosion just now. Captain Megakure Anbu said suddenly. Yahiko hurriedly changed his smiling face, touched the back of his head and said, Nagato and I were training a combination of ninjutsu just now. We went out of the way and caused an explosion, which alarmed 3 people. I'm really sorry. Really? Captain Megakure Anbu looked around the arena with flickering eyes. After pausing on Chin-yu's body, he quickly retracted. Since the 2 leaders said there is no problem, then we are not inconvenienced. However, Lord Hanzo attaches great importance to you. If you have any problems, even if you raise them, Lord Hanzo will try to help you. Everything is for the peace of ninja world. Everything is for the peace of the ninja world. Yahiko's cheek muscles twitched slightly and patted his chest lightly. Seeing this awkward chat, Chin-yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. However, Captain Anbu of a Megakure village obviously did not intend to stay any longer, saying, if the 2 leaders have no objection, we will set off after half a day. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Hanzo, then we will meet in a long time. Yahiko nodded quickly in agreement. He saw Captain Anbu of a Megakure village, he turned around and left quickly with his 2 men. Watching the 3 of them leave, Yahiko breathed a sigh of relief, looked back at Chin-yu again and said, thank you for your accomplishment this time, but we can't figure out what Hanzo of the Salamander thinks. Why don't we gamble again? If Hanzo of the Salamander doesn't take action, then we have won, and the debt we owe you just now will be written off. In case Hanzo of the Salamander hits us, if we don't get out of here, we lose, and Akatsuki belongs to you. What? The small voice caused a commotion in the field, and even Ji-Yujiya and others were shocked. This Akatsuki has developed to this day, and it can be regarded as a second-tier force in a Megakure village. Not long ago, he experienced an ambush set up by Hanzo of the Salamander, but there are only 300 or 400 people in the current Akatsuki station. If you count the number of expatriates, it may reach 600 or 700 people. This is more than the number of people in a small ninja village. The strength among them is uneven. However, if they were allowed to join any ninja village, as long as they were systematically trained for 1 or 2 times, it would be a good fighting force. As for Nagato with Rinnegan, Yahiko and Konan are among the 5 great ninja villages, and they are also very good ninjas. Missing nin gathered, once even Akatsuki joined his command. With such numbers and powerhouses, I am afraid that even the 5 great ninja villages will be moved by it. Don't give it away, you are too weak. Chinyu waved his hands suddenly. What's more, I don't like dragging oil bottles. You should let God bless you. I hope Hanzo of the Salamander won't touch your heart. I don't want to clean up this mess. Abandoning these words, Chinyu looked at Konan and said, don't you prepare a room for your benefactor. I'll wait until the flowers are gone, get some sleep and go. Chapter 302 What if the ninja world was leveled? I'll prepare it for you right away. Konan responded hastily, then quickly followed. Looking at the distant figure, Yahiko's cheeks couldn't help twitching. Yahiko, are you crazy? Giving Akatsuki to him is a bet. He is the enemy of the 5 great ninja villages, missing nin of Konoha Ninja Village. This is contrary to our concept of peace. Nagato took the lead and couldn't hold his breath. In their eyes, Chinyu extended a helping hand to them many times. However, in the case of different ideas, they want to draw a clear line with Chinyu. However, now Yahiko has made such a crazy decision to let Chinyu take over Akatsuki, doesn't that mean that Akatsuki should be linked to the missing nin group? Kosuke and Might Dai couldn't help but look at Yahiko. They were equally eager to figure out what Yahiko was thinking. Have you ever thought about the development concept of our Akatsuki as peace? But along the way, we have experienced many wars and conspiracies, and even Hanzo of the Salamander, who has always thought that he can understand us, has secretly shot at us from behind. I wanted to make the world peaceful. In addition to having ideas, you must also have a strong backing, so that someone will listen to your ideas. Yahiko's expression sank, and he clenched his fists. What's more, under the contact during this period, Uchiha Chinyu is not the same as the rumors, and you have seen these Nagato with your own eyes. Of course, I just planned for the worst. As long as Hanzo of the Salamander really accepts us, Akatsuki will still be led by us, and, didn't you hear that? He doesn't even want a free gift. The slightly elusive voice made everyone in the field look different. The moment Nagato's cheeks couldn't help twitching when he heard this sentence, he didn't want to send it for free. He clenched his fists and bit Kiba and said, Uchiha Chinyu, look at me, I have the strongest Rinnegan in the ninja world, and I will surpass you in time. At that time, I will give you these words back. Okay, I want you to do the same, but Fairy is a little hungry, let's go eat first before we hit the road. Yahiko also patted Nagato's shoulder proudly. However, he immediately disarmed and surrendered because of the sound of drumming coming from his belly. Watching the 2 Akatsuki leaders scoff and leave, Kosuke and Might Dai couldn't help but glance at each other and fell into silence. This time they hid the identity of the Konoha ninja and infiltrated Akatsuki, which seemed a little out of place. However, it was for this reason that they were able to see that the rumors of Uchiha Chinyu in the outside world made people look at him with all kinds of madness. If you have to find an adjective. Is this Taihan tenderness? You too, don't forget our purpose this time. The medical ninja, who had never had much sense of existence, suddenly said. Don't worry, we remember our mission. Gyuji aside, turned around and followed Chinyu's footsteps with Might Dai. Under Konan's arrangement, Chinyu lived in a VIP tent that was second only to the leader in terms of luxury. Teasing Konan again and again, after the latter fled the tent with a shy face, Chinyu did not take a rest for the first time, but instead looked at the door of the tent. Since you're here, why don't you come in? Don't you have something to tell me? Chinyu smiled warmly. Haha, your skills are really good, you deserve to be known as the Konoha Ninja Village, the genius closest to the first Hokage, the god of ninjas. Kosuke took the lead in laughing and opened the curtain and walked in. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "Don't put on a tall hat for me. If I guess correctly, you are here to be a lobbyist for that old man of 3 generations. The premise of asking me to participate in the 5 shadow talks is to return the tailed beast." As soon as these words came out, the smile on Gyujia's face suddenly became unnatural, and finally he sighed softly, "Uchiha Chinyu, you are not only powerful, but also sharp-eyed and wise. However, you should be very clear that the 3rd generation of adults made this decision entirely to avoid the runaway of the times. Among the 5 major ninja villages, there are already 4 major ninja villages that have expressed hostility to you. I know that your strength and means are very strong, but your fists are no match for 4. If the 4 major ninja villages declare war on you, our Konoha ninja, the position of the village will also be shaken, and at that time, you will become the target of public criticism, and I am afraid you will be doomed." Quote. Having said that, Gyujiya looked at Chinyu with a hint of urgency in his eyes. Under this kind of reasoning with Akatsuki's emotion, they eagerly wanted to see if Chinyu would make a rational choice. "Damn old guy, get out of here, dare to let the boss hand us back to those nasty guys." Sanwei's voice suddenly came out. Soon he saw that a tailed beast the size of a fist drilled out of Chinyu's cloak. Correct. The 3 of Kosuke were not mistaken. As Kawaii's 3 tails came out, there were 2 tails, 4 tails, and 7 tails. Seeing the appearance of the 4-tailed beasts and their angry eyes, Gyujiya and the others couldn't help shivering. Is this horse still human? They already knew that Uchiha Chinyu was catching the tailed beast. But it never occurred to me that in just 10 days, not only away from Kumogakure village, but Nanao from Taki Ninja village also fell into Chinyu's hands. Moreover, these tailed beasts not only have no seals, but also carry them with them at will. This scene, placed in the major ninja villages, is simply unbelievable. Why don't you talk? If it wasn't for the boss who asked me to restrain my temper, I would just open my mouth and slap you all. After giving Sanwei a vicious look, he turned his head and said, "Boss, I did a good job." "Huh, that. Do you still have that?" Looking at the 3 tails that turned into 2 hags, Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly, and grabbed it in the space scroll. "Throw it directly into the sky." For this sudden move, Gyujiya and the others just made a sound, and then even when they saw the fierce-tailed beast in the eyes of outsiders, they jumped up and grabbed food. Looking at the group of tailed beasts arguing like Erha, the 3 of Gyujiya couldn't help rubbing their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. "Kimimaro, you can play with them." Chinyu threw a large bag of dried fish to Kimimaro with his backhand. Soon I heard the threatening voice of Sanwei shouting and killing, and went after it directly. For a time, the noisy tent suddenly became silent. Chinyu looked at Gyujiya and the others lightly, and said, "You should also see that if it wasn't for the power of the ninjas coveting the tailed beasts and intending to take them for themselves, they would never hold grudges against people, nor would they there as a tail beast riot. I'm just setting things right. If I don't hand them over, it will make the times run wild, so just let it go, and I'll wipe out the ninja world." Chapter 303 The Formation of the 8 Inner Gates. To level the ninja world. Gyujiya and the others' faces changed dramatically. They never imagined that things would evolve to such an extent. However, in the face of Chinyu's remarks just now, they were unable to refute it. "Go back and tell the 3-generation-old man that my goal is only the 9 big-tailed beasts. As long as you give me the tailed beasts, I don't mind what you will do to the ninja world." Chinyu glanced at everyone lightly. "However, I still want to remind you that this ninja world hides a black hand who promotes the war behind the scenes. I hope you don't become cannon fodder and help people with money." Behind the scenes. Gyujiya's expression changed, and he hurriedly asked, "Chinyu, what do you mean? Who is the mastermind behind the scenes?" Faced with these two consecutive questions, Chin-Yu shook his head with a smile and said, "This is impossible to say. However, if Might Dai is willing to use the 8 inner gates as a bargaining chip, I can tell you who the Black Hand is." "Do you want the 8 inner gates?" Might Dai was stunned at first, then he grabbed Chin-Yu's hand with excitement, and said excitedly, "Uchiha Chin-Yu, you really are my confidant. You know me. The 8 inner gates, which took a lifetime to learn, are powerful." Quote. "Jia, have you seen it? Some people appreciate my physical skills." Might Dai, who was almost dancing with joy, Chin-Guji's expression changed slightly, and he did not expect Chin-Yu to propose the conditions for such a transaction. He and 3 generations of Hokage have seen the 8 inner gates in action firsthand. I also know the difficulty of practicing in it. If it weren't for the ninjas who focus on physical exercise all the year round, with a physical quality that is stronger than ordinary people, it is impossible to learn. Moreover, to really exert the power of the 8 inner gates, at least the 4th and 5th gates need to be opened. Under this premise, Might Dai understands the formation of the 8 inner gates. But his physical quality is no match for Might Dai. To be able to open the 5th door for a short time and reach the level of the Little Li Chunin exam. Forcibly opening the 6th and 7th, it is also a short time of a few seconds. And the backlash afterward will be even more powerful. As for the 8th gate, unless Might Dai has a mortal mentality, even Guy can only support it for a minute or two. With his physique, as soon as the door of death is opened, I am afraid that the whole person will go to the gate of hell. Chin-Yu, although I have long heard that you know ninjutsu and have a natural talent for learning, the danger in the 8 inner gates is not as simple as you think. I advise you not to make this idea. Jia's eyes flickered, and he was the first to speak. However, if you really have to, we might as well take a gamble. Might Dai can teach you the 8 inner gates, but if you can't learn it within 3 days, then promise us to attend the 5 Shadows talks in person. Make things clear, otherwise we won't be interested in the deal you just proposed. For this suggestion, Might Dai was startled at first, but did not refuse at all. This formation of the 8 inner gates, he originally wanted to contribute to the Konoha shinobi village. It is a pity that because of the slow effect and low income, it is also accompanied by huge risks. Some people with ninjutsu talent are not stupid enough to waste time learning the 8 inner gates. Therefore, in the huge ninja village, only their father and son are working hard. It was just that Might Dai never imagined that Uchiha Chin-Yu would know about the little-known formation of the 8 inner gates. And still watching. And Might Dai valued the most, not whether Chin-Yu could learn it in 3 days. Instead, I was eager to go back and brag to my precious son, and brag to others that my technique of the 8 inner gates, even Konoha's blood-colored Asura Uchiha Chin-Yu also took a fancy to it. It can be said that for Might Dai, who has been a genin all his life, this is the pinnacle of his life. That cool but deep into the bones. Jia, do you know? You just gave me the 8 inner gates for nothing. Chin-Yu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. If there is no one-click full-level system, Chin-Yu would not dare to accept this bet. However, since Kosuke made such a request, this formation of the 8 inner gates should not be rejected in vain, and it also saved some speeches. Then you agreed to my conditions. Don't you think about it? In the 8 inner gates, even Might Dai spent most of his life barely opening the 6 gates. Jia was stunned, looking at the expression on Chin-Yu's face. Smile, there is an inexplicable feeling of being on a pirate ship. That way, it's like being sold and helping to count the money. Jia, don't talk nonsense. If I don't want to fight for my life, the 8 doors will be opened as soon as they are opened. Might Dai couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Now he is the moment of highlight, and he has waited all his life to stand out in front of the genius. Now we can't let Jia lose his style. I know. Jia reluctantly replied, looked at Chin-Yu and said, you should have heard about the 8 inner gates as well. Now, if you are willing to make a deal, Might Dai will teach you the 8 inner gates, but I advise you, even if you have enough ability, don't open the 8th gate in the future, or you will die. Don't worry, I'm still very clear about my abilities. As for the death penalty, I won't do it. Chinyu patted Jia's shoulder with a smile and said, however, I still want to thank you in advance for giving away in vain things. Looking at Chinyu with a smile on his face, Jia couldn't help being stunned. This scene made him even more delusional. But as far as this is concerned, he can no longer think about it. Might Dai couldn't say anything else, so he took out a record scroll with his backhand and gave it to Chinyu. After spreading it out, he did not forget to guide Chinyu on the key points with great enthusiasm. It can be said that the material of this scroll has been around for a long time, and the edges are still worn, and the dense annotations on it are entirely from the hands of Might Dai. Beside and even at the end, there are still some encouraging words. Although Might Dai and his son are the ultimate figures of the optimists, I have to say that as long as a person insists on one thing to the end, the world will never fail you. Chinyu, look here, this is the point. And here. As soon as Might Dai unfolded the scroll, he explained it to Chinyu like a demon. Pointing at any point and link, it is simply unwilling to let go. This scene made even Chinyu's cheeks twitch, not to mention Jia who made a bet. Hey, Might Dai, are you crazy? Don't forget the bet, do you want us to lose by telling him that? Gusuk, do you know what it's like to mentor a genius? I found my heart was beating wildly, and I almost couldn't breathe. No, I'm going to die, I feel the blood is hot. Chapter 304 Konoha Fluid Technique Full Level with 1 Button. Ding dang. Detects the host, learns the 8 inner gates array, is it full level with 1 key immediately. The clear voice of the system reverberated in his mind. Chinyu raised his brows, a little surprised. I thought it would take a few minutes to read, but I didn't expect that because of Might Dai's explanation, it could be read successfully in a short time. Immediately reach full level with 1 click. Chinyu gave a direct instruction. For outsiders, the 8 inner gates takes a long time to strengthen the body and reach a level that can withstand the 8 inner gates. But for Chinyu, the body that has been changed and optimized in the Raiden Thunder style chakra mode for a long time is far from ordinary. The most important thing now is to see how strong his body is and how many doors he can support. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the 8 inner gates have successfully reached the full level with 1 click. With the sound of the system's ethereal voice, a warm current emerged in Chinyu's mind, and everything about the 8 inner gates was imprinted in his mind. Especially all over the body, those meridians belonging to the 8 inner gates. Under the sudden surge of Raiden Thunder-style chakra, it was quickly cleared and improved. The tenacity of the meridians increased several times in the blink of an eye. Ding dong, it is detected that the host has learned the Konoha fluid technique, is it full level with 1 click? The ethereal voice of the system sounded again. Chinyu raised his brows involuntarily, revealing a look of surprise. However, I soon saw that at the end of the scroll that was spread out on the table, it was obvious that there were also physical moves that belonged to Might Dai, as well as other Konoha fluid techniques. It seems that the system detected these and improved the body to the full level capable of performing the Konoha fluid technique. However, according to this change, Chinyu can at most reach the level of Guy in the original book. Open the 7 doors casually, and the 8th doors will probably die as soon as you open them. However, all this, Chinyu did not take it to heart. Accidentally get the 8 inner gates for free, and it's too greedy to keep wanting more. Thinking of this, Chinyu thought again and gave an order. Full level immediately. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the Konoha fluid technique has successfully reached the full level with 1 click. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the physique has been successfully leveled with one click. Along with a series of system prompts, Chin-Yu's physique has undergone earth-shaking changes again. Chin-Yu, Conan's voice suddenly sounded. Conan is soon seen rushing in. Chin-Yu regained his senses, frowned slightly and said, "Did the itinerary change?" Conan was a little out of breath, and after calming his breath a little, he said, "Anbu from a Megakure village just now urgently notified that there are traces of Konoha missing Nindanzo and his subordinates in Wulong Mountain. Let us rush over as soon as possible and help Anbu in a Megakure village. Go and search for Danzo." Danzo. Kosuke's expression changed involuntarily. Not long ago, Danzo defected, but he was secretly ordered by 3 generations of Hokage to trace his whereabouts. However, as the root leader of Konoha Shinobi Village, Danzo is a cunning rabbit in the shadows, and finding his whereabouts is more difficult than reaching the sky. In the end, the task of tracing the trail was over. But Kosuke never imagined that in this Megakure village, Danzo's whereabouts would be found. This is nowhere to be found after stepping through the iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. Looks like you've also been moved, why don't you take a trip together? Chin-Yu patted Gyujia's shoulder with a smile. Gyujia came back to his senses and couldn't help but flip through Byakugan and said, "You are planning to find a free thug, but I would advise you, don't underestimate Danzo. Kosuke and 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Shimura Danzo, are the same students. However, due to being too stubborn in the execution of the mission, his companions were killed, and finally because of self-blame, he gave up promotion and served as a genin for the rest of his life. At the same time, it also secretly helped the 3 generations of Hokage to perform some special tasks. Of nature, it is similar to Jiraiya. If you tell me not to underestimate him, you are underestimating me." Chin-Yu stood up with a smile and said, "There are some old grudges that should be over." Along with Chin-Yu and others moving, in the village of Megakure, it belongs to the Iron Tower where Hanzo of the Salamander is located. The power of the guard is simply 3 layers inside and outside. In the dark room, apart from Hanzo of the Salamander sitting quietly, there was only the faint sound of breathing. "Master Hanzo, according to the report of the spies, they have all gone to Wushan Town, do we need to leave now?" An Anbu ninja appeared in the secret room like a ghost. "No, have you found the person I asked you to invite?" Hanzo of the Salamander did not rush out, his closed eyes suddenly opened, and he said in a deep voice, "They want to borrow our Megakure village to lure Uchiha Chin-Yu. Appeared. Then let's take this as an opportunity to wipe them all out. Mangekyo Sharingan is good, or Rinnegan, this will be my bag." The dull voice echoed in the room, exuding an unmistakable smell. However, for all of this, the Anbu ninja of a Megakure village has long been surprised, but if the Hanzo of the Salamander loses this kind of courage, he will lose his former style. "Hanzo, you are really ambitious, but don't forget my share." A feminine voice came out unexpectedly. "Who?" A Megakurinbu's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly followed the voice. What he saw was a man in a white robe with waist-length white hair. Even his mouth was wrapped in white bandages. This infiltrating posture like a mummy gave people an inexplicable chilling feeling. "Who are you? Dare to break into the forbidden area of our Megakure village? Where are the people outside? Don't come in quickly." Anbu ninja roared in a hurry. As Hanzo of the Salamander grows older and passes his prime, his strength declines and his attachment to power declines. In order to prevent the power group from being violated, after the activation of a large number of close relatives and confidants, a triple-layered defense was set up inside and out, and a 24-hour rotation defense was carried out. However, now it has been silently infiltrated into this place known as the most heavily fortified place in the village of Megakure. It was too unexpected. "Don't scream, everyone outside was brought down by me," the bandaged man said femininely. However, Hanzo, you are really going back as you live, and you have to arrange so many people to sleep. If I didn't have some means to get in, I'm afraid I really wouldn't be able to get in. You are courting death. The unbridled gesture made Amegakurimbu's face sink, and at the same time he slammed coldly. He took out a kunai with his backhand, and jumped to rush up. However, as soon as he started, he was quickly stopped by Hanzo of the Salamander. Chapter 305 deserves to be single. In the dark secret room, the atmosphere was a little depressing. Looking at the uninvited guest in front of him, Amegakur Anbu was puzzled, but in the face of Hanzo of the Salamander's order, he retreated. I didn't expect that I sent so many people to look for you, but you couldn't find it. Instead, you came to the door yourself. It seems that the communication scroll you left behind that day is still somewhat useful. Hanzo of the Salamander raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at the bandaged man who seemed to be getting younger. I haven't seen you for a while, and your method, even the amount of chakra, has become stronger. It seems that the forbidden technique you have been studying since you defected in Konoha Ninja Village has also achieved success. Lord Hanzo, is he the one you asked us to find? Amegakurimbu's expression changed slightly. The bandaged man in front of him looked like the sky, and he was also 17 or 18 years old, according to the information given by Hanzo of the Salamander. Compared to men in their early 30s at least, the difference is obviously too far. At this moment, he finally knew why Hanzo of the Salamander called the boy in front of him younger. Hee, Hanzo, don't make that communication scroll too important. The bandaged man grinned, tearing the bandage around his mouth, revealing Kiba's shark-like teeth. I'm a missing nin. That day, Konoha Sanin chased me and you saved my life, but these so-called kindnesses are just a joke. There is only a cooperative relationship between me and you. If you hadn't told me in the subpoena to hunt down the man who owns Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan, I wouldn't have come to you. Facing the words of Kai Guago, Amegakur Anbu, who was present, showed anger on his face. However, Hanzo of the Salamander laughed. You're still the same, full of black water. No wonder you, like Orochimaru, like to do these pervert forbidden techniques. Hanzo of the Salamander sneered. However, I prefer to work with people like you. Instead of dividing up Sharingan and Rinnegan with so many of them, it's better to work with you, reduce competitors, and get what you want after the fact. Why not do it? The bandaged boy couldn't help laughing when he heard the words. Haha, Hanzo, you're still the same, but you kindly invited me, and I don't want to bury your kindness. I will go with you this time. I heard that those guys have blood dragon eyes. I just got a new kind of power. You can try its power first. Quote. Oh, it seems that you have achieved a lot during this time. I hope you will not use these methods on me until the end. Otherwise, I don't mind and take your life. Hanzo of the Salamander expressed his forgiveness. Looked with interest. But between the words, there are more warnings. Hanzo, don't worry, I don't dare to abuse you in front of a demigod, and all I need is a Mangekyo Sharingan and a Rinnegan. The bandaged boy laughed dryly. However, after you prepare, is there any problem with the hand? To minimize the damage, it is necessary to make small movements in the dark. Don't worry, everything has been arranged properly, and at the same time, I have a new backer, and I will definitely make it impossible for them to kill one. As long as they are caught, they will be able to lead Uchiha Chinyu to appear, and then let him do it. How strong, with Orochimaru and the others leading the charge, we can also reap the benefits of the fisherman. Hanzo of the Salamander snorted nonchalantly. Accompanying Hanzo of the Salamander and the bandaged boy reach a consensus. In the huge ninja world, in addition to the 5 major ninja villages, the alliance formed temporarily began to besiege and kill Uchiha Chinyu for the first time. A day later, the border of Wulong Mountain. Akatsuki's black auspicious cloud robes, Chinyu mixed in with Akatsuki's army. Looking at the outline of the town that could be seen from a distance, his brows couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Quiet. This place is so quiet. Originally, Wulong Town was one of the most important places in Omegakure village. After the Second Ninja World War, it did enter into decline. However, after a period of recuperation, the town has not recovered as before, and it has gathered some popularity. However, in the middle of the day, in the huge town, there are not even half of the merchants, people, and even ninjas who come and go. This abnormal situation made Chinyu feel a little uncomfortable. Chinyu, did you find something? Conan kept following Chinyu's side. According to her own thinking, it was to find useful information on Chinyu in time, so that Akatsuki could avoid risks as much as possible. However, in the eyes of Yahiko and Nagato, arranging Conan to monitor Chinyu is to minimize the risk Conan encounters in the worst case. It is for this reason that Chinyu was on the way, but he smelled the fragrance of beauty and rushed all the way, which was considered a special beauty and blessing. You didn't realize that it's too quiet here. Chinyu didn't want to say anything at first, but he couldn't help reminding Conan when he saw Conan's urgent expression. Too quiet. Conan was startled for a moment, then hurriedly looked at the closed, somewhat dilapidated door, and his expression changed involuntarily. Chinyu, you go alone first, I will remind Yahiko and Nagato. Abandoning these words, Conan rushed towards Yahiko and Nagato who were leading the team in front. Seeing Conan leaving, Gyugia, who was beside him, couldn't help but leaned over to Chinyu's side, and said with a smile, Boy, Yuhi looks like a disaster, are you not afraid of this reminder and let Akatsuki's two boys win? You are kind, but you let yourself go without Kabuto. For this question, Might Dai, who has only one muscle root in his brain, also nodded again and again. In their eyes, facing the so-called gambling contract, they should put themselves in the most favorable position. People like Chinyu who have repeatedly released water over and over again have subverted their cognition. The princes of the Beacon Show are also willing to give Bo Yuhi a smile. If I release water, I can win the beauty back. Why not do it? What's more, do you think Danzo and the others will be so simple? Chinyu smiled and patted it. Tapped Kosuke on the shoulder. You don't even want to pay for this, you deserve to be single for the rest of your life. Kid you. Gyugia suddenly became angry. However, before he could attack, the mighty 200-strong team in front of them stopped first. This time, Hanzo of the Salamander threw out an olive branch and invited them to take over Oolong Town. But for safety's sake, there is still a way out for yourself. Yahiko divided the entire Akatsuki members into two units. The first echelon followed him to Oolong Town to test the authenticity. The second echelon, after confirming that Oolong Town was safe, pulled out and came to meet again. Akatsuki agrees with this robust approach. However, in Chinyu's eyes, he could only win a smile. Yahiko and Nagato, who were leading the team now, signaled for the troops to stop. Could it be that they also found something wrong? Chapter 306 Single dogs are superficial. Conan, you mean, the gate is closed, is there any ambush? Yahiko frowned and looked towards the town not far away. In the 5 countries, and even each country, every prosperous town will hire some ninjas from the ninja village, or ninja families to guard. The Oolong Town in front of him has entered a period of decline, but he should also try his best to increase the defense strength. After all, in this chaotic world, self-preservation is the foundation of development. Therefore, in this small town, ninjas were also employed in Omegakure village for defense. Yahiko, are you despising our Omegakure? Captain Omegakure Anbu rushed over not far away, and finally landed on Yahiko's side. Be the first to speak. Don't forget, your mission is to take over the ninjas of our Omegakure village and come to guard this town. This is the gift of Hanzo-sama to give you Akatsuki's growth. Having said that, Captain Anbu looked around and said, Or, your huge Akatsuki, with hundreds of people dispatched, will also be afraid of Danzo, who is like a bereaved dog. If that's the case, then I don't think you Akatsuki are qualified to guard Oolong Town. The slightly elusive voice made the expressions of everyone in the field change drastically. Among the hundreds of people, he did not shy away from speaking ill of others. If it hadn't been for Hanzo of the Salamander, I'm afraid many people in the field would go back with a sneer. It's not surprising that more people fought. When Nagato heard the words, his expression couldn't help changing, and he said, "Lie, your words are serious, we just act cautiously. As you said, our Akatsuki dispatched 300 people this time, which is enough for an ordinary small ninja village. No matter how cunning Danzo is, he can't make a big wave at all." Facing the contempt of Captain Anbu, Nagato obviously couldn't take this breath. After all, there is a bet with Chinyu behind him, but it looks like a sharp blade hanging from his head. Now he can't wait to confirm the situation in Oolong Town as soon as possible, block Captain Anbu's mouth, and at the same time pull back a city in front of Chinyu. Yahiko's expression was stagnant, and he stopped talking, and then Nagato winked and blocked the words that came to his mouth back into his stomach. "Yahiko, we have 300 people here, and you and I are here. Whether it's the remnants of Danzo, or any unexpected situation, it's enough to deal with it. Instead of wasting time here, it's better to lead the team to check it out," Nagato suggested. Yahiko's expression changed slightly, but in the face of the urgent gaze from all around and the contempt of Captain Anbu, he nodded in agreement with Kiba. Although Conan got 10,000 taels from Chinyu not long ago, the task came too suddenly. When it was too late to purchase, most of the people in Akatsuki had no idea that a ninja who claimed to be from the land of money had used such a large amount of money to make the beauty smile. Therefore, they are still in a situation of starvation and cold, and in their eyes, they are definitely fat and poor for the task of taking over Oolong Town. At least, to fill their stomachs. What's more, they clearly agreed with Nagato's remarks. After all, in their eyes, no matter how powerful Danzo is, he will face 300 of them. It's just one punch. Okay then, Yahiko sighed secretly, cheered up his spirits, and said loudly, "Everyone cheer up, because we don't know what's going on in Oolong Town, so we have to pay attention to our actions. If there is no opinion, then we shall go now." As soon as these words fell, the urgency on the faces of everyone in the field became even more intense. "Boy, don't you stop them one more time. It's a good opportunity to win Yuhi's smile." Gyugia couldn't help but tease. This is a good opportunity to show. However, as soon as the sarcastic words fell, Chinyu sneered and said, "A single dog is superficial, don't you understand what it is? Also, it's useless after reminding. Of course, I'm rushing to stage a hero to save the beauty." "Little brother, what you said is really philosophical. That day, I chased guy like this." Might Dai grinned and showed his white Kiba teeth, and gave a thumbs up. "However, let's discuss it when we have time. The 8 inner gates, there are only 2 days left to bet." Looking at your words, even Might Dai, who has thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a muscular head, gave him a contempt. Kosuke bit Kiba and looked down at his golden left hand. "This horse riding is a calamity. Let's go," Yahiko shouted again after resting the team. As soon as the voice fell, Nagato rushed out first. The rest of the people, in the case of hunger and cold, quickly followed. Yahiko stayed in the team. In addition to being behind a distance and supporting Nagato at any time, it was also to ensure more time to respond. "Yahiko, do you really need to be more careful?" Conan couldn't help saying. During the time he spent with Chinyu, the deep sense of security in his bones made Conan's reminder to Chinyu as if he was stunned. "Conan, don't be too nervous, Nagato is right, we dispatched 300 people this time, enough to deal with any sudden change." Yahiko frowned and said slightly unhappy. What's more, you don't forget that there is still a bet between us and Chinyu. Of course he wants to see us do things with our hands tied and embarrass us in public. Faced with these words, Conan's expression froze, and he explained in a hurry, but... However, before she could finish her words, Nagato's voice came. Yahiko, there are people in this town. They have opened the door and let us in. Nagato fell in front of the town gate. Looking at the slowly opened door, and the 3 civilians who came out, he breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, it's fine if you come here. The middle-aged man who took the lead glanced left and right with a tense expression, and said, the bad guys just left, but the adults in a Megakure village were also seriously injured. Hurry up and save them. While talking, the middle-aged man stepped aside and opened the door at the same time. Looking in, the first thing that caught the eye was some wounded ninjas and ordinary people, leaning on both sides of the road at the entrance. It is roughly estimated that there are at least 40 or 50 people. Nagato, how's the situation? Yahiko fell on Nagato's side and was startled at first when he saw the situation inside, and then he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. These people were injured a lot, but as long as there was someone, in Yahiko's eyes, then it was not the trap they suspected. My lords, come in quickly, otherwise those missing nins will come to sneak attack in a while. The middle-aged man urged eagerly, not forgetting to look outside with a pair of eyes to inquire. Chapter 307 It's a blessing or a disaster. Okay, everyone will go to the town. Yahiko breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly greeted everyone into the city. Akatsuki members, who had thought that a death battle would be inevitable, relaxed slightly and quickly followed. Staying at the last Nagato, he looked back and said, Chinyu, you should have seen these civilians too, right? Their existence means that your guess is wrong. Once we enter Wushan town, we will quickly start to rest and adapt, and use this as Akatsuki's new stronghold. At that time, we will definitely be able to say that in the face of various forces. It is impregnable. Having said that, Nagato stared straight at Chinyu and said, do you have anything else to say? Be careful, don't capsize in the gutter. Chinyu smiled warmly. You. Nagato suddenly became angry, watching Conan approach, bite Kiba and turn to leave. Ha, I'm sorry, Nagato is all for Akatsuki's good. After all, Wushan town is too important to us. Conan obviously saw the farce just now, and said apologetically, I hope you don't take offense. Is there really no problem here? Conan couldn't help but looked around, looking at this unusually quiet town, but he couldn't help himself. What if there is a problem? What if there is no problem? Chinyu patted Conan's shoulder with a smile. They have already made up their minds, and now they have nothing to say. I advise you to wake up. The inexplicable words made Conan startled, and when he stopped talking, he saw that all the members of Akatsuki had entered the town. Yahiko, who was standing in front of the gate, beckoned to them. Let's go, it's a blessing or a curse that can't be avoided, and there may be unexpected surprises. Chinyu said with a smile. However, as soon as he started walking, he turned around to take a look, and Yuhi's blood flashed across his pupils, looking very strange. Chinyu, are you alright? Conan's expression froze. The situation is unknown at the moment. For her, any disturbance will make her feel like a bird in fear. It's okay, let's go. Chinyu strode into the town with a smile. This inexplicable scene made Conan startled for a moment, but after hesitating for a moment, he quickly followed. Chinyu, did you see it? These wounded patients soon accepted our Akatsuki, and the treatment is on the right track. There are many villagers who said they would go back and prepare food for us. Yahiko closed the heavy door and said excitedly. It's not as dangerous as you think. Look how eager those villagers look. Looking at the middle-aged man who had opened the door, with an undisguised excited smile on his face, he stumbled towards him, and Yahiko couldn't hold his breath either. He had the courage to bet against Shinyu, and that was to fight for a breath. To really hand over Akatsuki, who had spent countless efforts, he had no guts to do. Caught! I have caught him. The inexplicable voice that came out suddenly made Yahiko's expression suddenly stagnant. Do not. It should be said that the Akatsuki members present, and even Kosuke, Conan and others were also shocked. They came to rescue Wushan Town, and these people should say thank you. Now suddenly speaking, such strange words, undoubtedly make people tense. Especially Yahiko, looking at the man who was close at hand, grabbed his arm, and looked around like crazy, and then shouted. I caught the man in the portrait, my wife and children are saved. You said that as long as I caught them, I would let my relatives go. Akatsuki members who were helping with the treatment were also grabbed by the arms. Those who were originally injured also gave people a feeling of returning to the light. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, and it made people smell an unusual taste. Yahiko, who originally believed it and thought that he would be able to mingle in a moment, was stunned. Feeling the huge strength from that arm, when Yahiko was about to break free, a voice floating behind him almost broke his nerves. Ha ha, I originally thought Akatsuki's leader was a great guy, but he was also a mere brat. As soon as the sudden voice came out, it was like thunder, completely alarming everyone in the arena. Yahiko and Nagato hurriedly followed the voice and saw a pair of blood moon-like eyes. That orangutan, Yuhi, penetrated like blood, and it made the spine chill. Facing this thin body but a ferocious uninvited guest in front of him, Yahiko took the lead and couldn't hold back his breath, and shouted in a hurry, enemy attack, hurry up and retreat. It's too late, the moment you were caught, you were already doomed to lose. The skinny Shui Lan laughed dryly. A pair of blood moon-like eyes, the bloody light that bloomed became more and more bright, and the next moment he roared fiercely. Blast me! The simple 3 words were uttered in a hurry, resounding between the heavens and the earth like thunder. Everyone present was stunned at first, and soon saw the ordinary civilians who had caught themselves, perhaps not far from them, at the moment when the voice fell. The whole body quickly inflated like a balloon. That terrified expression was matched with prominent blue veins. The terrifying aura that permeated the air rolled back like a frenzy, making people feel inexplicably frightened. The next moment, before they could react, a huge explosion suddenly ripped apart the world. Boom! The blood-colored explosion wave was like a frenzy rolling backwards. The huge impact force, and the power to convert blood into it, rolled back with a tenacious posture. Akatsuki who were a little closer were caught off guard, and there was no way to hide. The only thing he can do is to watch the blood light devour himself directly. No, Yahiko's pupils shrank suddenly. However, looking at the middle-aged man who had also become a human bomb in front of him, before he could say anything more, the booming explosion also sounded in his ears. Chapter 308 _ Blood Clan. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded. At the same time as the blood shone into the sky, the violent explosion hurricane quickly rolled back around. The huge impact directly overturned the ground, and the silhouettes were swallowed up by the explosion in an instant. The violent scene caused Nagato, who was in the midst of the explosion, to be startled at first. Seeing that Yahiko was also caught in the explosion, he roared in grief and indignation. Bansho Tenon, Universal Pull. Nagato's right hand grabbed from the air, and the invisible pulling force instantly enveloped Yahiko in the explosion. The next moment, the 5 fingers were suddenly clenched, and a bloody figure was directly pulled out. Looking at Yahiko, who was directly bombed into a bloody mess, Nagato was stunned. All this in front of him completely subverted his cognition. As the second largest force in a megacre village, hundreds of people perform a mission together, and it is matched with his Rinnegan. The result of this task should be guaranteed. However, the imagination is full, and the reality is skinny. Recalling not long ago, the reminder from Uchiha Chinyu made him look around quickly as if in a daze. "Where are you? Come and save us. I admit defeat, you hurry up and save us." A hysterical roar echoed in the ruins. Nagato fell to his knees helplessly, holding Yahiko's bloody corpse in his arms. The sound of human body explosions all around is still incessant. On the contrary, Nagato's roar seemed pale and powerless. "Haha, I thought that in the ninja world, the up-and-coming Akatsuki had some extraordinary ability, but it turned out to be just a paper tiger." Shui Lan flickered, like a ghost, and appeared in front of Nagato one step ahead. When he came, Shui Lan was the top priority, and he was repeatedly asked to treat every link with caution. Originally, Shui Lan was still holding on to the spirit of 12 points, and she never thought of thinking of the two leaders of Akatsuki. It was simply too stupid and naive. A single human bomb would directly kill them. Renegons that made him dream, couldn't help but reach out and capture. As long as you get this pair, the legendary Scorpion, coupled with the strength of the Blood Pool clan, Shui Lan firmly believes that it will be able to destroy the Kumogakure village and seek revenge for the great name who banished their clan. Thinking of this, the urgency in Shui Lan's heart became even more intense. However, the moment his right hand reached out to catch Rinnegan, the sight of his sight was lost. Do not. It should be said that the Nagato in front of him, like an illusion, was directly passed through by his hand. This strange scene, even Nagato couldn't help but froze in place. At this moment, Nagato's mind only had time to emerge, that figure that seemed to evaporate out of thin air. Only he can do such things that cannot be figured out with common sense under such a killing situation. "Shui Lan, what are you in a daze? Hurry up and cast the Blood Dragon Eye." "Shui Lan, hurry up and dodge, otherwise you will only have a dead end." Why didn't that human bomb explode? The hysterical shouting sounded one after another. Falling in Shui Lan's ear made his nerves suddenly tremble. Looking around in a hurry, all the pictures in my eyes, like paper paste, changed rapidly. In the end, along with a crisp cracking sound, the world in front of him quickly collapsed and split apart. The scene of Kingming was restored again, and what was the purpose of it? Grabbing the arm, the human bomb that had not yet had time to explode. There is also a figure that quickly enlarges in the pupil like a ghost. The thunder knife, which was swirling with cold light, danced a knife flower in his hand. The crackling thunder rang crisply and sent it directly to his throat. "Don't." Shui Lan suddenly woke up, but only had time to let out a scream. The next moment, the huge head, in full view of the public, was thrown into the air with blood splashing. In the end, it hit the ground hard, and a shocking blood flower bloomed. Boom. The remaining corpse, at the broken neck, blood gushed out wildly, and after losing the support of the body, it went straight to the ground and smashed. This seemingly tedious and strange scene is just a few short breaths between before and after, until all the dust settles. Chinyu put away the thunder knife with his backhand, and everyone present who had just reacted in demonic illusion looked at each other in dismay. Do not. It should be said that they were still immersed in the despair of death and were completely rescued. In the explosion just now, more than 300 of them were directly blown to pieces. The result now is not just a trip to the gate of hell, but a feeling of being resurrected from the dead. Patriarch, came a low and urgent cry. 7 or 8 clansmen who also hurriedly rushed to the ground with blood dragon eyes, looked at Shui Lan who fell to the ground with disbelief. The sidelines were Danzo, Hanzo of the Salamander, and Orochimaru, who was shrouded in black robes. When they saw the dead body that couldn't die any longer, with a pale face, it was enough to show that their plan had failed. However, in this critical situation, they looked more urgently at the person who killed Shui Lan. Through Facebook, the pair of gorilla Yuhi's blood-like eyes and the 9 rotating tomo exudes an inexplicable and fascinating feeling. You dare to kill our patriarch, you are simply courting death. The burly and leading blood dragon eye clansman roared up to the sky, his blood moon-like eyes twitched wildly. The next moment, the corpse that originally belonged to Shui Lan and fell to the ground was squeezed dry in an instant. Yuhi flew out and turned into a blood dragon in front of everyone's eyes. Accompanied by an awe-inspiring roar, the blood dragon of more than 10 meters suddenly swung down and attacked towards Qinyu. Don't mess around. A hurried cry came from a distance. The blood pool clansmen in the field were stunned at first, and then they saw Qinyu taking a simple Kaiden, fire-style, seal in his hand. Kaiden, fire-style, great fireball jutsu. The fiery chakra spewed out like a frenzy, and in the blink of an eye, it converged into a fireball with a diameter of tens of meters, and collided with the blood dragon head-on with a rolling posture. Boom! The fire burst, and the blood dragon was like paper paste, instantly evaporated by the high-temperature flame. When the blood pool clan people reacted, the huge fireball, Yue unabated and quickly enlarged in their pupils. With the explosion of fire, they were directly engulfed in an instant. Sweden, water style, water dragon bullet art. The young man who came in a hurry showed a hint of madness on his face, and his hands flew down quickly, forming a series of spells. The rainwater that was scattered all the year round, under the traction, quickly gathered into a huge water dragon of more than 10 meters, and went straight to the sea of fire. Chapter 309 Describing God is also an insult. Boom. The water splashed into the sky, and the backward waves suppressed the flames a little. However, in the face of this huge fireball with a diameter of tens of meters alone, the sea of fire caused by it. This water dragon bullet is obviously pale. Red Yuhi flames were everywhere, and the burning fire was only slightly stagnant. The next moment, the water vapor brought by the water dragon bullet will be directly evaporated. Such an astonishing scene completely subverted their understanding of chakra's 5 elements. Just like that sentence, fire is so powerful that even water is powerless. It's impossible, Qianyu, you can't die. The young man roared frantically. The hands that flew quickly, like wheels, received a series of spells. A water dragon, like no money, smashed into the sea of fire frantically. However, in the face of such madness, it was necessary to extinguish a great fireball jutsu thrown by Qinyu. It also took 2 or 3 minutes. After the last bit of flame was annihilated in the water, there was not even a half corpse left in the air except for the smell of burning. Seeing Akatsuki with such a fierce power, the surviving people couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Looking at Uchiha Chinyu's eyes, full of fear and awe, some people couldn't help but take a half step back. As for those human flesh bombs who had a crazy mentality at the beginning, they fell to the ground in shock and fled around. At this moment, what saves his wife and children? In front of Xiaoming, everything is a cloud. In their eyes, the blood pool clan that made them terrified, under such attacks, did not even have the strength to struggle, and they directly turned into flying ashes. Not to mention, they are ordinary people. Black Zetsu, didn't you say that this blood dragon's eye can fight against Sharingan? It's not clear why he died as soon as he played. Danzo's face was gloomy and he couldn't hold back his breath. In their plan, the Akatsuki members were first lured to Osan town by Hanzo of the Salamander's orders. Then, let Shui Lan, the patriarch of the Blood Pond clan, apply demonic illusion to the name of the village here, so that the blood in the container boils completely because of the demonic illusion and becomes explosive and aggressive. Akatsuki members such as Yahiko and Nagato, they successfully entered the town. Akatsuki members other than Nagato by surprise, including Yahiko and Konan. However, this seemingly smooth plan, after a group of human bombs succeeded. When Shui Lan appeared on the stage, The whole person seemed to be in a daze, standing in the same place and shouting and giggling. This sudden scene shocked Danzo and the others. After hurried reminders to no avail, they all pulled away from him. When they reacted, it was discovered that Akatsuki had mixed in with Chinyu, who had originally planned to use Konan and Akatsuki as a bait to lure him out. I didn't expect that the Blood Dragon Eye, which is said to be comparable to the Uchiha family's Sharingan in the ninja world, would fall into the demonic illusion without knowing it. Black Zetsu's voice came from within Danzo's shadow. It was soon to be seen that the shadow was splitting from it in full view. The figure with a yin and yang face was squeezed out of it. However, compared to Danzo and the others, the look on his face at the moment is also not good looking. Facing the last time, Uchiha Madara and Chinyu played against each other in just a few months. But the young man in front of him gave Black Zetsu the feeling that the speed of progress could be used by God. Do not. This kind of speed, even to describe it as a god is an insult. It can be said that all of this can no longer be described in words. This made Black Zetsu worried that even his old mother would not be able to fight against the young man in front of him, who even sighed at himself. Black Zetsu, we meet again. Chinyu took off his mask, looked at Orochimaru not far away, and said, originally, I planned to spend some effort to find you all, but I didn't expect that they would come to the door on their own initiative. Last time, when I killed Uchiha Madara, I let you run away with your tail tucked. I didn't expect you to gather all the people I wanted. Having said that, Chinyu looked at Black Zetsu again and smiled genially. You said, should I kill you first, or it would be better to thank you. The small voice swept the audience like a hurricane at this moment. Standing beside Black Zetsu suddenly changed. Do not. It should be said that in the iron blue, there is a little more whiteness. For them, the result in front of them was too shocking. Uchiha Madara is still alive. Danzo grabbed Black Zetsu's shoulder and shouted coldly, Black Zetsu, why are you hiding from us? Uchiha Madara was killed by this kid. For their older generation of ninjas, even the so-called half-god Hanzo of the Salamander, was facing the full god Uchiha Madara. It can only act as a little brother. It can be said that in the chaotic era of Sengoku, Uchiha Madara of Uchiha legend, and Senju Hashirama, the god of ninja world. But the mountain is pressing on the heart of every ninja. Those who once experienced, or saw with their own eyes, the way Uchiha Madara fights, can feel breathless in retrospect. However, now someone told them that even the so-called legendary ninja was beheaded by a hairy boy not long ago. This amount of information is too much. If they had known this result earlier, they would definitely weigh in on the temptation of Rinnegan and Mangekyo Sharingan. No, don't get me wrong. Feeling the almost murderous gaze around him, a trace of panic appeared on Black Zetsu's face. In the original work, Black Zetsu was not good at fighting, and was regarded as a support form. It's okay to let him escape. If you want to fight, many people can completely abuse him. Seeing Danzo and the others who were about to turn their faces, Black Zetsu explained in a hurry. He did kill Uchiha Madara, but Madara at that time was already old, and there was no way to exert the power of the heyday, according to my opinion. It is estimated that Madara's strength at that time can only play 1/2 of the heyday. Just imagine, even the original Hokage Senju Hashirama couldn't survive. Uchiha Madara was severely wounded and beheaded in the Valley of the End. It's not bad to be able to recover a small life, let alone live to be 100 years old and still be able to maintain the strength of the heyday. He was a twilight old man by then. Having said that, Black Zetsu raised 3 fingers and said anxiously, if you don't believe me, I can swear that Uchiha Madara was killed by that kid, but Madara who was killed at that time was just an old man. The hysterical explanation and roar echoed in the sky and the earth, causing many people to look at each other in the huge battlefield. Chapter 310 _ Then play a bird. The huge battlefield fell into an inexplicable silence. The face of Black Zetsu, that spittle star, spewed wildly, and raised a finger to swear. When everyone hesitated, their hearts were obviously uncertain. Okay, you still don't believe it. I originally planned to hide this thing for the end, but now I can only take it out in advance. Black Zetsu's expression changed one after another. He bit Kiba, took out a scroll with his backhand, and handed it to Orochimaru. The sudden scene stunned the people present. However, Orochimaru's eyes brightened as if he had seen a rare treasure. Is this the cell specimen you promised me, from Uchiha Madara? Orochimaru quickly took the scroll, Yuhi's tongue, and licked Yuhi's slightly dry lips, a frenzy on his face. It can be said that this time Orochimaru is involved in this mission, except to obtain the modified Mokuden, wood-style DNA sequence specimen in the hands of Black Zetsu. In addition to being known as the god of the ninja world, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the cell sequence specimen of Uchiha Madara, which is also known as the highest Uchiha legend. In Orochimaru's eyes, as long as the two legends are gathered together, and the modified Mokuden wood-style DNA cell sequence is implanted, those after the impure world reincarnation will be able to infinitely approach the strength of their lifetime, and at the same time they will not be able to easily break free from their control. It can be said that now Black Zetsu handed over Uchiha Madara's DNA sequence specimen to him so easily, completely beyond his expectations. HMPH, don't you know how to turn around? As long as you summon Uchiha Madara, you will know if what I said is true. Black Zetsu snorted coldly. However, I advise you, don't underestimate Uchiha Madara's strength, and be careful to break free from your control. The face of this kind reminder, Orochimaru obviously forgot, staring at the scroll in his hand with a frenzy on his face, and caressing the surface of the scroll with his right hand. With the crisp roar of the air, the scroll exploded, and soon you could see a white Zetsu whose intelligence had been wiped away, lying quietly on the ground like a salted fish. This sudden scene made many people in the field look stunned. Subconsciously glanced at the other half of Black Zetsu. Even Conan, who was standing beside Chinyu with a nervous face, couldn't help but ask weakly, Chinyu, he won't cut himself in half, right? However, this doesn't seem right. If you cut half of it, what is the other black half? Is it his son? Hearing these words, Chinyu almost couldn't hold back his laughter. That Black Zetsu was even darker, and cast a murderous look. If it wasn't for Uchiha Chinyu, I'm afraid the silly and sweet Conan would have been torn apart by his own hands. Conan, a vicious look. Black Zetsu suddenly looked at Orochimaru and said, originally, I planned to use this thing when I was dealing with that kid, but I didn't expect him to come uninvited. Now, with your ability, you should be able to summon them and kill him completely. Faced with these words, Danzo and Hanzo of the Salamander couldn't help but look at Orochimaru. For Black Zetsu's high hopes and the confidence that he would be able to kill Chinyu, the two were obviously interested. After all, if you can use a little less energy to solve things, why not do it? Don't worry, with the Mokuden wood-style DNA sequence sample you provided, my control over impure world reincarnation has doubled. Orochimaru recovered a little from the frenzy, licked Yuhi's lips, and looked at Chinyu said, if he comes to be an opponent, it is indeed worth me to use them. He spoke, Orochimaru took out another scroll with his backhand. Along with the white mist, another Matsuri item that he had sealed in the scroll was also summoned. Seeing this strange scene, Conan and the others couldn't help but stagnate, and Yahiko couldn't help but quickly walked to Chinyu's side and asked urgently, Chinyu, thank you for saving us just now. However, this is a trap. When I met Orochimaru for the first time that day, I found out that his mind was not right, and now it is not a good thing to suddenly use a living Matsuri product. For this statement, Nagato, who had been silent for a long time after withdrawing from demonic illusion, also showed urgency on his face. After all, the situation in front of them was caused by their own hands. Chinyu's rescue has already made them grateful, if they were killed by this sniper because of them. This is definitely not what they want to see. Hee, don't worry, Orochimaru's methods come and go is also a three-pronged axe. Chinyu laughed dryly and said, apart from immortality and reincarnation, it is impure world reincarnation. If I guessed correctly, you are planning to summon Uchiha Madara and come out against me with the original Hokage. Originally, I still didn't have much interest, but I just learned something recently. Ordinary people can't practice with me. They act as sandbags, which should be pretty good. The slightly obscure voice, the teasing between the lines, made Orochimaru's cheeks twitch uncontrollably. In his eyes, impure world reincarnation has produced two great ninja legends, which are awesome things. Once it was broken, it should have shocked the four. The audience was shocked and exclaimed, fear surging, etc., to create the atmosphere. It can be said that if you can't scare one or two people to death, Orochimaru has spent so much effort in collecting and improving impure world reincarnation. However, now this scene that should have been awesome, has become so pale in Chinyu's mouth that he doesn't care. It just gives people a feeling like a passerby. Don't hurry up, I'll be thankful for waiting. Looking at Orochimaru, who was about to kill with just his eyesight, Chinyu raised his brows and urged, if you can't, then let me do it. The small voices, like thunder, exploded in the minds of Orochimaru and the others. Chinyu's pair of 9 Tomo Sharingan turned in vain, the blood was like a tide, and the space quickly distorted. Matsuri items that were originally laid flat not far from Orochimaru's side disappeared in front of everyone's eyes as if they were swallowed up by Uzumaki. When he reacted, he had already appeared in front of Chinyu. This is space ninjutsu. Orochimaru was stunned at first, then exclaimed, hurry up, stop him quickly, that guy can also use the technique of impure world reincarnation. The sudden exclamation made Danzo and others stunned. I thought I could summon two powerful legends to kill Uchiha Chinyu. I never thought that everything I did was to make wedding dresses for others. If Uchiha Chinyu can summon Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage, then they are playing a bird. Chapter 311 Learn to tell white lies. Orochimaru's voiceless exclamation made everyone's nerves tense. For Uchiha Chinyu, two impure world reincarnation Matsuri products were suddenly snatched away. Orochimaru is not sure whether Chinyu understands the technique of impure world reincarnation. However, the rumored learning talent that was astonishing, and the impure world reincarnation scroll he carried with him during the battle that day did fall into Chinyu's hands. All of these added up, and Orochimaru's nerves were obviously tense, and he became like a bird in a panic. However, in this violent situation, the people present had no time to react. Chinyu's hands that were flying like wheels formed a series of magic seals in front of everyone's eyes. When Orochimaru's words dissipated, Chinyu suddenly put his hands together. The art of impure world reincarnation. Boom! There was a roar on the ground, and the mysterious magic spell quickly spread around like a spider web. Bodies of the two Matsuri products. Accompanied by the terrifying muscle squirming of Matsuri, it collapsed in the eyes of everyone in astonishment. Then, like clay, it was quickly reorganized, and in the blink of an eye, two divine horses were formed. A pair of impure world reincarnation, with unique dark eyes, exudes a terrifying aura. Yes, it is really the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, and the legend of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Madara. No one in the field exclaimed. Looking at the two figures that suddenly appeared, my nerves were shaken. Danzo's expression also changed slightly. As a disciple of the first Hokage and the second Hokage, he knew exactly what kind of weight these two people represented. Originally, one Uchiha Chinyu was enough for them to deal with the pain. Not to mention, 2 more ninja legends have emerged now. What happened to this horse? Orochimaru, is this your masterpiece again? I should have stopped Tobirama early in the day and developed this forbidden technique that makes the dead restless. The first Hokage turned his eyes in vain and fell on Orochimaru, saying, "But, there is no way, this time, who did you ask me to kill?" However, before the first Hokage erupted, Uchiha Madara's voice made him startled for a moment. "Hashirama, you are still the same, you are naturally stunned, let these juniors manipulate at will, don't you think that you have ruined your reputation?" The voice fell, and a huge wave of chakra detonated instantly on Uchiha Madara's body, and the rolled-up air wave rolled back in a rolling posture. Faced with this sudden outburst, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Even Hanzo of the Salamander, the so-called demigod, and Orochimaru couldn't help but take a half-step back. However, in the face of this scene, Danzo's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, "Uchiha Madara, the person who summoned you is Uchiha Chinyu behind you. I heard that he killed you with his own hands not long ago." As a second-generation Hokage student, Danzo knows exactly what flaws impure world reincarnation has. Once the controlled person is stronger than the control, impure world reincarnation will be forced to get rid of. Now Uchiha Chinyu, but threatened to kill Uchiha Madara. If all this is true, Danzo believes that Uchiha Madara's strength alone will break free from this impure world reincarnation and attack Uchiha Chinyu violently. Once that time comes, even Uchiha Madara can't be used by them. Can also deal with the original Hokage Senju Hashirama. However, this idea just sprouted in Danzo's mind, and the next moment, a ghostly figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. One-handed hand seal, the fiery chakra rushed out like a frenzy. Kaden, fire style, majestic destroyer flame, great fire annihilation. The flames that filled the sky turned into a hurricane, and directly swallowed Danzo, who was full of confusion. In a rolling posture, it rolled backwards around. Orochimaru and the others who were present were stunned for a moment, and before they could think about it, they quickly pulled away and quickly retreated. After escaping dozens of meters away, and feeling that the fiery sea of fire was not approaching, he stopped and followed Danzo's trail. However, what caught the eye was a sea of blazing fires. Is this the strength of Uchiha Madara, able to perform Kaden, fire-style, ninjutsu as well as Uchiha Chinyu? Orochimaru said with a livid face. Thinking of it, this trump card that belonged to him turned out to be a wedding dress for others. That heart hurts. Shut up, you want to die, I don't want to die. Black Zetsu shouted angrily. He had been with Uchiha Madara, and of course knew his Tsunere character. Now Orochimaru even compares Uchiha Madara with Chinyu, this is a self-destruction. However, as soon as these words fell, Uchiha Madara suddenly turned to look at the two of them. The hands flew, the spell seal formed, and the fiery flames that spit out, forming a huge fireball like a meteorite outside the sky. Kaden, fire style, great fire destruction. The distance of tens of meters was only shortened in the blink of an eye. The bursting flames directly swallowed Orochimaru and buildings hundreds of meters in radius, turning everything into an endless sea of fire. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Standing not far away, Yahiko, Nagato and others couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Watching Uchiha Madara move his hands and feet, use the mediocre Kaden, fire-style, ninjutsu to display the power of S-level ninjutsu. If they were to face each other, it would be a dead end. Thinking that not long ago, Uchiha Chinyu killed such a terrifying existence, if they hadn't heard about it, they would never have believed it. Madara, don't be impulsive. Senju Hashirama appeared on Uchiha Madara's side like a ghost, and put his hand on his shoulder. Don't mess around until things are clarified, and we were summoned, but we were not forced to do anything, so we don't have to try to break free from the impure world reincarnation technique for the time being. The last time I was summoned by Orochimaru, because Orochimaru did not have Master's deeper Mokudan wood-style chakra, and the optimization of impure world reincarnation. Therefore, at that time, Senju Hashirama had only 1/20th of the strength. Compared with the current state, it was completely different. Moreover, Chinyu summoned them out, but he did not have Master Orochimaru's means to strengthen the control of spells. To break free from this impure world reincarnation, as long as you know the order of the hand seal, it is not a problem. Hehe, Lord Hokage of the first generation is right. I didn't order you to do it. It's just that they came out of their mouths and brought disaster. Chinyu laughed dryly, touched the tip of his nose and said, sometimes, being a human being learn to tell some white lies. Quote. Madara, do you think I'm right? The small voice instantly tensed everyone's nerves at this moment. For many people, this almost heaven-defying technique of impure world reincarnation was able to channel 2 legends of the ninja world, which is already shocking. However, now Chinyu not only has no fear at all, but is relatively indifferent, which is too bold. Chapter 312 If you can kill once, you can kill a second time. Boy, you are courting death. Uchiha Madara roared. The violent chakra detonated in his body again. As soon as he stepped down, the instant body technique reached ultimate and appeared directly in front of Chinyu. The hands fluttered to form a series of jutsu marks, intending to kill Uchiha Chinyu under the Kaden fire style ninjutsu in an instant. Kaden fire style majestic destroyer flame, great fire annihilation. The awe-inspiring roar burst like thunder, and fiery flames gushed out. Boom! The flames that filled the sky burst out and turned into a sea of fire, which instantly devoured Uchiha Chinyu directly. The tyrannical method was even worse than the previous one, which was enough to show how deep his hatred for Uchiha Chinyu was. However, before Uchiha Madara could react, an invisible huge gravity fell from the sky without warning. The huge impact, in this unexpected situation, directly smashed him to the ground. Boom! A piece of dust stirred up, and the cracked ground was even more shocking. The impure world reincarnation, the body made of dust and dirt also showed signs of cracks like spider webs. However, before Uchiha Madara could react, a black flame like ink burned directly on Madara's body. Amaterasu. The indifferent voice gave people a feeling of death. The instant the black flames were generated, the clay body transformed by impure world reincarnation quickly burned. Chinyu once had a conjecture that the second-generation Hokage used the technique of detonating each other in order to deal with Madara of impure world reincarnation. With the help of the continuous explosion between the charms, a large number of detonating charms are summoned. In a split second, a multi-stage explosion at a fixed point, using a saturation attack, surpassed the recovery ability of impure world reincarnation, and may be able to directly disintegrate this undead body. In the original book, when Uchiha Itachi and Nagato after impure world reincarnation fought and cast Amaterasu. If Nagato hadn't used the Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign and bounced off the black flames on his body, he would have been restrained by Amaterasu. However, as soon as the flames rose, Uchiha Madara's body immediately burst into light blue pupil power. With Susanoo's unfolding, he directly separated the black flames on his body. Originally embarrassed, the torn and burned body turned into ashes and quickly built up. Susanoo carried all the gravity on his body. At the same time, Chinyu, who was bathed in the sea of fire, was also wrapped in the blood like Susanoo of the orangutan Yuhi, and a pair of 9 Tomo Mangekyo Sharingan like the blood moon gave people a chilling smell. This scene, Uchiha Madara's expression instantly contorted and roared in anger. You bastard, challenge me to the majesty of Uchiha Madara again and again, and I will let you die without a place to die like those two guys. However, This time, before he could make another move, a tree root like a horned dragon burst out of the ground in an instant, directly entangling Madara's body. Madara, you are still the same, as always, with the same urge to figure things out first. Senju Hashirama urged urgently. As Uchiha Madara's old rival, Senju Hashirama clearly knows how to deal with this Susanoo. The first Hokage is right. Chinyu laughed dryly. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. What's more, your attack just now seems to be very fierce, but if you feel it carefully, those two little guys have 10 lives and won't die easily. Listening to these slightly joking voices, Danzo and Orochimaru, who were hiding in the dark, were about to greet Chinyu's ancestor Tenyashira. One had intended to sow discord, but was violently set on fire. The other one, originally planned to summon two awesome guys to be his trump card. Who knew that the misfortune came out of the mouth and was almost killed? If it hadn't been a great way to escape, I would have to get a lunchbox now, and I wouldn't have a chance to show up in the next chapter. Court death. Uchiha Madara's expression froze, and the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan turned in vain, and instantly locked on the building not far away. Lord Madara, don't be impulsive, we have allied with Danzo, Orochimaru and Hanzo of the Salamander this time to eradicate this hateful boy. Black Zetsu emerged from the ground. Now, he is still bearing the identity of Uchiha Madara's will, so he is obviously a bit convincing in this situation where he wants to kill someone if he doesn't agree. Danzo and Orochimaru collaborated. The first Hokage couldn't help but look at him for a while, looked at Danzo who walked out behind the big tree, frowned and said, I remember that when you were a child, I personally guided you, and later joined because of your good talent. The team led by Tobirama is right with the monkey, how did it get mixed up with missing Nino Orochimaru? Quote. The sudden question made Danzo's nerves tense. Uchiha Madara's violent attack has already made him walk before the gate of hell. He didn't want to face the first-generation Hokage, who claimed to be the one who beat Uchiha Madara. Hehe, you don't understand why he became missing Nin, and why he survived the attack just now, right? Chinyu laughed dryly and said, look at his right hand, it will be clear. The small voice made Danzo's nerves tense, and he quickly covered the bandage on his arm. The face of Uchiha Madara's fierce Kaden fire style. Danzo cast Izanagi at the last minute, turning everything into an illusion, and was able to save his life. Uchiha Madara, who has always been a strong defender, sees it. I am afraid that the 6 or 7 lives on this arm will not be saved. Sir Madara, calm down, don't be impulsive, he is now our ally in dealing with Uchiha Chinyu. Black Zetsu was sweating hotly on his forehead, like an ant on a hot pot. He now wanted to kick Orochimaru to death. Rare for him to take out the trump card of Uchiha Madara and show it off here, so that Chinyu can take advantage of it. A good hand of cards was smashed directly. Now Black Zetsu can only pray to Uchiha Madara to be quiet and listen to him. It's the arm transplanted with Hashirama's cells, and there are a lot of Sharingan. It seems that this method is related to Orochimaru. Uchiha Madara did not have the impulse this time. He has lived in the ninja world for almost 100 years, and even if he gave birth secretly, he also knows the situation of the ninja world like the back of the back. In particular, the Konoha ninja village he built with Senju Hashirama, he knew exactly what talent came out, who defected, and why. Hehe, Madara-sama, you really exalted me, but the cells of the first-generation Hokage-sama are indeed very domineering. Most of the human body research materials over the years can't bear it, and they died directly. Only a few people survived. Orochimaru stepped out of the darkness, licked his dry lips, and smiled femininely. Chapter 313 Are you ready to be killed a third time? The face of the praise from the legendary Uchiha Madara of the Uchiha clan, it is still very useful for the genius of Orochimaru. It's just that this smile has just emerged, and the next moment it stiffens. You bastard, dare to use my cells to harm people. Mokuden, wood style, thorn of the thousand woods. Senju Hashirama, who had been persuading her all the time, suddenly moved. The moment his hands clasped together suddenly, a roar rang out from the ground, and a tree thorn, like a spear, directly penetrated Orochimaru's body. The blood splashed, and a shocking blood flower bloomed, causing everyone's pupils to shrink suddenly. Many people present did not expect that Senju Hashirama also had a ruthless scene. Cough, the first Hokage, you should save some energy. If you say who is the most difficult to kill in this ninja world, this stinky snake claims to be the second, and I am afraid no one dares to call it the first. Chinyu said while touching the tip of his nose. Soon, I saw Orochimaru stabbed like a sieve, his body twitched slightly, under the eyes of everyone who was almost sick. A pair of big hands as white as snow protruded directly from the throat to the mouth. Kiba's teeth up and down with both hands, he suddenly exerted force, tearing his mouth apart in full view of the public, and a body covered in saliva slipped to the ground like a boneless body. Such a horrific operation is simply outrageous. Yuck. The sound of retching came from among the Akatsuki members not far away. Facing such a scene, even Conan couldn't help but hug his slightly trembling arms. Is this the monkey's apprentice? It's really fucking disgusting. Senju Hashirama rolled his eyes and said, however, since you can't kill it, then don't kill it. It's not up to us dead people to take care of this kind of thing. Hokage, who instantly became the shopkeeper, the people present finally understood why Uchiha Madara had been despised in the first place. However, you kid, why did you become missing nin? I remember the last time we met, and I was still thinking, next time you should become Hokage. Senju Hashirama turned to look at Chinyu. Seeing this scene, Black Zetsu suddenly came to his senses. If the first Hokage can also be successful in sowing discord, then the plan can be put in order and they will become the ace in the fight against Uchiha Chinyu. The first Hokage, Sama, you don't know, that day Uchiha Chinyu betrayed the Konoha shinobi village, not only secretly hunting the 3 generations of Raikage, the 3 generations of Mizukage, the 3 generations of Kazekage, the even-tailed beast and the human Jinchuriki column force, but also unavoidable. A calamity, but now he has 3-tailed beasts in his hands, and at the same time he plans to fight the 5 big ninja villages. Black Zetsu spitting Shinzi opened, and hurriedly turned on the strongest mouth cannon mode. Lord Hokage of the first generation, as a hero in pacifying the war, you definitely don't want to see the ninja world fall into chaos. Once you let him gather all the 9 big-tailed beasts, who of the 5 countries can fight against him? The slightly long-sounding voice reverberated between heaven and earth. The taste between the lines is simply Akatsuki's reasoning and emotion. If you can, add 2 tears and it's just perfect. Are you finished? The first Hokage was stunned for a moment. The next moment, in full view of the public, he crossed his hips and laughed loudly. Madara, have you seen it? I just said, Konoha is a talented person who killed 3 generations of Raikage. To kill 3 generations of Mizukage, and even 3 generations of Kazekage have not let go, this method is really good. If, one day, you even catch the 9 big-tailed beasts, then, I really want to fight with you to see who is the best. After all, the tailed beasts, there is no pressure to catch them, it's too trivial. Quote. The unbridled laughter reverberated between heaven and earth, causing the huge scene to fall into inexplicable silence. Even Black Zetsu, the most powerful mouthpiece, was stunned. I thought that letting the first generation of Hokage know that Uchiha Chinyu's evil deeds would arouse the heart to clean up the door. I never thought that everything presented in front of me would not develop according to the script at all. The original Hokage, Sama, aren't you resentful? This is the missing nin of Konoha Shinobi Village. Black Zetsu asked with a livid face, unable to restrain himself. So what? I'm a dead man, and I can't handle this kind of thing. The first Hokage rolled his eyes and said, "What's more, he didn't kill Hokage, he had something to do with me." HMPH, Hashirama is right, the ninja world is a world where the weak eat the strong. Killing and being killed are just the way of the strong. Uchiha Madara also snorted coldly, his eyes turned in vain, and locked on Chinyu's body, saying, "Although I don't want to admit it, you did kill me once that day. However, at that time, I was on the verge of death. Even if I used the forbidden technique and burned my last life, I would only return to 2 or 3/10 of the heyday. If you kill me, you will be invincible. Now, I was released by you in pure world reincarnation, but this time I have recovered 50% of my strength. It is not a problem to get rid of the current control." The voice he uttered was like thunder. Uchiha Madara was the first to move, and his hands quickly flipped, forming a series of mysterious spells. When the last magic seal fell, a black light distorted like a phantom of death, escaping directly into the void. Impure world reincarnation solution. Voice fell, and the connection between Uchiha Madara and Chinyu was directly cut off. After all, from the time Uchiha Madara was summoned to the present, Chinyu did not implant a spell to enhance control in their bodies like Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto in the original work. This connection, for ordinary impure world reincarnation objects, may also be forcibly manipulated. But for a legendary ninja like Uchiha Madara, it's of little use. Seeing this scene, Black Zetsu's face was filled with joy, and he hurriedly slapped his ass. "Sir Madara, congratulations on getting rid of the control of this hateful person, but..." Speaking of which, Black Zetsu couldn't help but take a second look at the original Hokage. Now Uchiha Madara is temporarily standing on their alliance front, but in case the first generation Hokage helps Chinyu, the balance of victory has not changed. "Hee, don't stare at me, I'm not involved in this matter. Of course, if this kid knows how to force control, then I can't do anything about it." As he spoke, the first Hokage kept winking at Chinyu. "If you let him, in Orochimaru and Danzo, this kind of disgusting reincarnation at every turn, compare it to the guy who studies the human body. Generation of Raikage, the third generation of Kazekage, and the third generation of Mizukage because of this inconsistency, looked even cuter." However, in the face of this blatant expression, Chinyu just smiled and shook his head, looked at Uchiha Madara and said, "Master Hokage, please stay by the side. I waited for a long time. I thought there were 2 or 3 kittens. There is no way for me to let go of the fight and loosen my muscles and bones." Quote, "I said that if I can kill you once, I can kill you twice, even the third time. Madara, are you ready to be killed by me for the third time?" Chapter 314 I Summon 3. The arrogant person, as my younger generation, is so arrogant, I will kill you today. Uchiha Madara's face sank, and the tyrannical chakra dormant in his body exploded like a frenzy. The breath rose into the sky, and it even set off a hurricane and rolled back into the field. The violent scene caused Black Zetsu to quickly withdraw and retreat, landing on the side of Hanzo of the Salamander and others, and said with a livid expression, "The first Hokage didn't make a move, and Madara-sama took the lead. This is an opportunity for a sneak attack." "Hey, are you listening to me?" Black Zetsu urged, slightly displeased. This time, he even sold his old face, which made Uchiha Madara violent. Once, this living Matsuri product could not support impure world reincarnation, Uchiha Madara returned to the netherworld. What awaits them is the unfathomable Uchiha Chinyu. Orochimaru's voiceless exclamation fell in his ears. "That kid, won't you really learn that trick?" The violent scene made everyone's nerves tense. Even Black Zetsu was no exception, and hurriedly followed Chinyu. It was a scene he was familiar with. Chinyu's hands suddenly moved, and at the moment of flying, Susanoo, a huge tens of meters, showed a posture of 3 heads and 6 arms. Yuhi, the orangutan, burst out from the 6 pupils, and they started their hands in an instant. A series of mysterious magic seals flew down like wheels. When the last magic seal fell, a rolling wave of air swooped down from above the 9 heavens. PFF'd. The blasting sound of the air was incessant, and the huge oppressive force directly tore the clouds. This scene, Black Zetsu's pupils shrank suddenly, as Uchiha Madara's little follower. It certainly knows what that means. Starting point is Tengai Shinsei, heavenly obstacle quaking star, who can't stand it for ordinary people. Hurry up and escape, this kind of battle is not something we can intervene at all. Orochimaru took the lead and retreated. Watching the huge meteorite with a diameter of several hundred meters falling from the sky, the air along the way was even more turbulent like waves. Hundreds of people in the town pulled away like grasshoppers and fled in all directions. It's just that, during this process, people look back from time to time. Uchiha Madara, who was standing in the same place with a gloomy expression, there was a hint of urgency on his face. In their eyes, the fight between ninjas is at most just a fist-fight interaction, casually using ninjutsu. I never thought that Uchiha Chinyu, known as Konoha's blood-colored Asura, would be so shocking as soon as he made his move. Let's start putting meteorites. Looking at the huge battlefield, even the demigods fled with twitching cheeks. Not to mention these little ninjas who have no counterattack. Now, their only thought is to see. Faced with this blow, how did Uchiha Madara, known as the old legend of the Uchiha family, deal with it? Okay, very good. I didn't expect you to even inherit my ninjutsu skills. Today I want to see how you killed me for the 3rd time. Uchiha Madara covered half of her cheeks. The exposed Mangekyo Sharingan, the moment of crazy spinning. The dark blue pupil power exploded like a frenzy. Susanoo dressed in armor like an iron tower. Facing the gigantic meteor that roared down, his hands clenched. Susanoo's sword suddenly, without any fancy. Slanted to the sky. Force split out. PFF'd. The air was torn apart in an instant, and the ground pointed to by the sword's edge was cut abruptly. The fierce chi that he brought up was gushed out like a drill. The next moment, with a thunderous gesture, it collided with the falling meteorite. Boom! The dull and thunderous collision sound was like rolling thunder. The huge meteorite was instantly split open by force under the collision of the slightest reluctance. Above the sword's edge, the fierce astral wind contained in it directly detonated, accompanied by a series of explosions and flames rising into the sky. The meteorite caused by Tengai Shinsei, heavenly obstacle quaking star, quickly shattered inch by inch. A large piece of gravel and dust splashed all over the sky, like a heavy rainstorm. A group of ninjas who fled 500 or 600 meters away looked shocked at the attack that was enough to slash the mountain by slashing the sword at random. Susanoo, transformed by Uchiha Madara, moved again. The sword of Susanoo, held tightly in the other hand, was unsheathed again. The fierce astral wind descended together and ran through the sky. Boom! A low sonic boom suddenly sounded. The air seemed to be penetrated, and the scattered sand and dust in the sky also rolled back around, giving people a feeling that the clouds and mists were seen to the sky. However, it is another Tengai Shinsei, heavenly obstacle quaking star, that is not inferior in size. Facing Madara's violent thrusts, they collided instantly. Boom! The sound of thunderous explosions was completely incessant. The crushed meteorite was shattered again, turning into a sandstorm and falling down at the same time. With gestures, Uchiha Chinyu's attack was resolved. This made Uchiha Madara a smile on his face. This intergenerational confrontation can be regarded as a jackpot. Be careful! Black Zetsu's urgent cry came suddenly. Uchiha Madara was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly looked up at the sky, the sight of which made his pupils shrink suddenly. The meteorite that fell from the sky and rapidly enlarged in his pupils made him feel caught off guard. This Tengai Shinsei, heavenly obstacle quaking star, the horse has become 3. What's wrong? Can't I summon 3? Chinyu smiled playfully, the 9 tomo in his pupils turned in vain, and his right hand suddenly caught it. Gravity pupil tenfold. Boom. Invisible gravity poured down on the meteorite like a frenzy. After the first 2 bought time, the distance between them was not far away. Under the blessing of 10 times the gravity. The power of the swooping rolling increased instantly, and the short kilometer distance was only shortened in the blink of an eye. Without any bells and whistles, it slammed heavily on Susanoo's body. Boom. The dull thunder-like collision sound gave people a posture like destroying the world. The huge impact, coupled with the blessing of gravity, made Susanoo take a beat slower to block if he wanted to react. The ground under his feet was the first to be unable to withstand this mountain-like oppressive force. The next moment, there was a cracking sound, and then it cracked open like a spider web in front of everyone's eyes. From the 100-meter Susanoo, there was a deafening sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. Under the watchful eyes of the public, he was forced to lie on the ground. Trapped in it, Uchiha Madara twitched her cheeks with anger. If he wasn't a product of impure world reincarnation, he would have opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Staged a breathless death. A moment ago, he also threatened to kill Chinyu. Didn't think of it at all, starting with a Tengai Shinsei, heavenly obstacle quaking star, let him fall into the pit of course. Chapter 315 Boom. The huge impact, with a crushing taste, swept the entire town. The buildings passed along the way were torn to shreds in an instant and turned into ruins like paper. Susanoo, who was on the ground, struggled frantically under the hysterical roar of Uchiha Madara. The 6 arms were under the blessing of gravity, and the fingers were like spears, directly buckled on the huge meteorite. Susanoo, who had been crushed to the ground, was lifted up with a bang, and his body even stood up inch by inch. Uchiha Madara with a big hair like Kamui, and Senju Hashirama sitting cross-legged on the side, she couldn't help looking at Chinyu when her face was excited, and said, "Boy, Madara is only 50% or 60% of the strength left in the heyday. However, such an attack is very difficult to defeat him. Do you have any other means?" As Uchiha Madara's strongest opponent and the one who knows him best, Senju Hashirama certainly knows his depths. But he was more interested in Uchiha Chinyu. He wanted to see if this junior could reach their heights. Really? Chinyu sighed, his eyes turned to Madara's body in vain. I originally wanted to warm up, but now it seems that the audience can't wait. The inexplicable words made the expressions of the people present stagnate. The next moment, Chinyu clenched his hands suddenly, his eyes were like hawks, and instantly became as sharp as a blade. Boom! With a heavy step, the ground under his feet shattered, and under the crackling electric arc, Chinyu switched directly to the chakra mode. With the help of body activation, the speed was obviously increased to ultimate, like a thunderbolt, tearing the air and appearing in front of Susanoo outside Uchiha Madara. Without any transformation, the 4 fingers of the right hand suddenly tightened, and under the thunder light, it was like an indestructible thunder light spear, with an indomitable posture, mixed with rolling sound, and stabbed down. Boom! A flat thunder. The splashing thunder light raged and swept away like an electric snake. At the same time, the huge impact made Susanoo, who is 100 meters tall, fly upside down by more than 10 meters in an instant. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he hit the heavy city wall of the town, and then stopped his body with a bang. Looking at this huge body over 100 meters, this violent blow directly knocked it into the air, and many people gasped and exclaimed a monster at the same time. Then I saw Uchiha Madara laughing like crazy. "Ha ha, bastard, if I'm not mistaken, it's Kumogakur's little trick, but it's ridiculous that you want to beat me like this. Really? Chinyu responded with a smile, instantly tensing everyone's nerves. I hurriedly followed the sound, and the thunder arc that was raging around the body suddenly surged, like a frenzy, and poured directly into the right hand. The next moment, the goal was the moment when the transformation between the four fingers turned into one. The sound of puffing and tearing of cloth resounded suddenly, and Shu Liguang, who was swallowing and swallowing, became more and more condensed, as if it had turned into an entity. The whole body is covered with mysterious thunder patterns. Without any bells and whistles, Chinyu took another step forward. Under the blessing of the Raiden Thunder-style instant body, like a ghost, he first appeared in front of Susanoo on Uchiha Madara's body. Figure just stood firm, occupying the pupils of Uchiha Madara. It was a stab from hell. Boom. And with a lightning-fast attitude, he stabbed towards the mighty Susanoo. With the strong light blooming, the arc splashed and raged. A crisp cracking sound suddenly came out, and the cobweb-like cracks spread quickly. Uchiha Madara's face changed at first, and then he suddenly woke up. As Mangekyo's Sharingan turned frantically, roars continued. Fool, get out of my way. The surging pupil power, like a volcanic eruption, exploded directly out of Uchiha Madara's body. The next moment, like a vast ocean, it poured frantically into Susanoo's body. The originally cracked spider web was quickly repaired under this enormous force, and in a blink of an eye, the mighty armor covering Susanoo's body was restored to its original state. Oh, your tortoise shell is also quite resistant. Qinfeng let out a sigh, and the violent thunder light on his body subsided slightly. Susanoo, who was originally bound by gravity, finally broke free, and his huge hand, like a banana, slapped Qin Yuli head-on. However, this rage-filled attack has explosive power that surpasses the limit. However, in the face of all this, Qin Yu stood in the same place as if turning a blind eye. This scene, Uchiha Madara, who had lost all faith in the fight just now, laughed horribly. Boy, you are in a daze at this time, but you have to pay the price with your life. You die for me. The rolling voices give people a feeling of winning. However, in the eyes of Nagato and others, his cheeks twitched slightly. Looking at the ignorance that is known as the legend of the Uchiha clan and can be compared with the god of the ninja world, it seems to see the two of them not long ago. Boom. With a tenacious posture, the big hand that slapped down with lightning speed, passed through Chinyu's body in an instant, and slapped it on the ground again. Boom. The thunderous roar made the ground instantly shattered. The cracked ground and the rolling sand and dust rolled back like a tornado. Uchiha Chinyu returned to normal after rippling ripples. While everyone's pupils shrank, even Senju Hashirama, who was watching the play, suddenly became interested. This should be space-time ninjutsu, right? Senju Hashirama guessed and said to himself, in an instant just now, the aura that existed in this world disappeared without a trace, and after the attack, it recovered again. Isn't this also one of Mangekyo's Sharingan's pupil techniques? You kid, how evil is the awakened bloodline, with so many pupil techniques changes? As the god of the ninja world, he was able to create ninjutsu with a long name that even Uchiha Madara complained about when he was young. I have also seen the second-generation Hokage, Senju Tobarama's time and space ninjutsu, so Senju Hashirama's vision is not comparable to ordinary people. Looking at Chinyu walking out of the scattered dust, the curiosity on his face became even more intense. However, compared to Senju Hashirama, the melon-eating crowd, Uchiha Madara was obviously unable to hold back his breath. At the same time as he roared, Susanoo's 6 arms flew incessantly, and smashed down to Chinyu in a swift manner. All of a sudden, the sound of beating drums can be heard incessantly, only that one in the sand and dust, like a figure walking in a courtyard, walking like a devil, tensing everyone's nerves. The face of Uchiha Madara, who escaped from the trap. There was a crazy attack, and a sturdy tortoise shell. Desperately want to know how to decide the winner. Chapter 316. Like a god and a devil descended. Boom. The dull thunderous slaps echoed in the sky in all directions. Under the tension of everyone's nerves, a figure finally shot out from the dust. The violent scene instantly affected Uchiha Madara's nerves. While roaring, a pair of big hands attacked Shinyu together. Boy, where do you escape? I don't believe that your time-space ninjutsu can be flawless. A legend of the Uchiha clan who are said to be comparable to the gods of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara was indeed furious, but he couldn't take Shinyu down for a long time, and he gradually calmed down despite his anger. In Yinju's eyes, the pair of hands that slammed together with lightning speed were reflected, and his face was hideous. Boom. The powerful slap, the rewinding airflow, swept away like a frenzy. As it rolled away, it brought a suffocating feeling. The place where the slightly raised hands slammed together made Uchiha Madara's face show a hint of ecstasy. Haha, it's successful, don't you like to run away very much? Why don't you run away? Uchiha Madara laughed recklessly. However, as soon as the voice fell, the palms that were trying to merge with each other were slightly raised. The sudden scene touched the nerves of many people. After all, this start was Tengai Shinsei, heavenly obstacle quaking star, which was like a battle between gods and men. But it overturned their cognition. If, even the attacks of Uchiha Madara and other existences, there is no way to suppress Shinyu. Then, the title of Konoha's blood-colored Asura, after this battle, may be in full swing. Feeling the tension coming back from Susanoo, Uchiha Madara's expression stagnated, too late to think, and the remaining two hands pressed down in a hurry. 3 pairs of big hands, like the blessing of 3 big mountains, have the strength to roll on them. However, in the face of this scene, when you put it in your hands again, the slightly raised arc seems to give people an illusion of motionlessness. To cause such a situation, it meant that Uchiha Madara displayed that seemingly incomparable attack, and there was no way to shake Shinyu by half a point. To be unscathed under the rolling of 3 pairs of big hands, it takes a huge amount of strength. Might Dai and Gyujiya, who had been acting as the melon eaters, couldn't help but glance at each other. After seeing Shinyu's godlike strength with his own eyes, an absurd thought popped into his mind. Could it be, that kid has learned the formation of the 8 inner gates? The thought flashed by, and the two hurriedly looked at the moment. The 3 pairs of big hands that were originally closed seemed to be impacted by an invisible force in an instant. The light blue air waves splashed and leaked in his palms like a hurricane. The next moment, the 3 pairs of big hands seemed to be unable to resist, and were instantly stretched. Boom. The huge force feedback directly caused Uchiha Madara to let out a muffled groan. Susanoo took a few steps back and slammed into the city wall again. Looking at Shinyu, who was covered in blue water vapor, Uchiha Madara's expression changed drastically, and at the same time, he drove Susanoo to stand up in a hurry again, and took the awe-inspiring wind with his right hand and threw it out again. However, this time, Shinyu took the lead. The moment when both hands suddenly clenched their fists. There was a long whistle in his mouth. What he has to do now is to see how many doors he can open based on his current physical condition. The 8 inner gates, the 6th gate, the view gate, is open. Boom. The violent air waves exploded instantly like a frenzy. Shinyu took the first step, and achieved a certain level of physical skills, which was enough to reach the level of instant body. Everyone reacted. Susanoo's big hand waved in an instant. Shinyu clenched his hands and fingers suddenly, like a cannonball, tore through the air and slammed out. Uchiha Madara, I hope God will love you and be my whetstone. Morning Peacock. The movement of both fists, the wind is like a tide, the speed of ultimate friction, under the activation of the body cells by the Raiden Thunder-style chakra mode, sparks burst into the sky in an instant. The 100-meter-high Susanoo was instantly enveloped in it. From a distance, it looks like a peacock opening its screen, shaking people's hearts. This is Taiju. Just by throwing high-speed punches and rubbing against the air to form a huge fire fist impact, this kid's Taiju is probably better than Tobirama. Senju Hashirama couldn't help but be surprised. However, when these words came out, the words that fell in his ears pried his nerves. No, for him, this is probably just the beginning. Might Guy and Kosuke rushed to Senju Hashirama's side. Thinking of that, not long ago, they despised Chinyu and privately took the technique of the 8 inner gates as a bet and taught it to Uchiha Chinyu. In their eyes, such advanced physical techniques can only be practiced successfully with perseverance. It didn't take more than 10 years, or even decades, to become a master. It never occurred to me that Uchiha Chinyu, who is known as Konoha's blood-colored Asura, actually only took half a day to open the 6th door. Seeing that look of ease and ease, Might Guy and Gyugia couldn't help but throb in their hearts. I murmured in my heart. This time, they may have accidentally created a body art monster. You mean, this is the beginning? Senju Hashirama couldn't help but linger. The next moment, the battle in the sky seemed to be responding to him. Frantic roar from Uchiha Madara suddenly sounded. Damn boy! Kaden fire style, dust hidden art. The hot fly ash, swallowed out of Uchiha Madara's mouth, passed through Susanoo's body in an instant, and quickly rolled back around. The next moment, like a misty-horned dragon, it rolled and wrapped around Uchiha Chinyu. As soon as the dust approached, as soon as it touched Mars, a series of rumbling explosions were instantly emitted. The flames emerged, intending to engulf Chinyu in an instant. At the same time, with the help of these little tricks to cover the line of sight, to gain a breather time and regroup again. However, the idea just popped into Uchiha Madara's mind. The next moment, a thunderous roar, like a magic sound, penetrated everyone's nerves. The 8 inner gates, the 7th gate, the door opens. Boom! The blue sweat, like a steaming volcano erupting, exploded in front of everyone's eyes. The next moment, the dust that had just approached Chinyu's side rolled back like a frenzy. Looking at Yuhi's blood-like complexion, the blue veins on his face are prominent, like a ferocious centipede, and the outgoing breath is matched with the pair of 9 Tomo Mangekyo Sharingan with Yuhi's blood as blood. The empty and stepping-like figure in front of him gave people the illusion of a god and a demon descending into the world. Is that human being? Ridiculous thoughts popped up in his mind, whether it was the melon eaters present, or even Senju Hashirama, who had been indifferent and only slightly interested. At this moment, he also sat up straight. Chapter 317 Thunderstorm Day Tiger. In the huge battlefield, everyone fell into a dead silence. Looking at the sky, Chinyu, who was like a god, bathed in transpiring blue sweat, had an inexplicable urgency on his face. The dust that rolled back, instantly revealed Susanoo, who enveloped Uchiha Madara. Meters apart, although I was in Susanoo, I felt this indescribable aura, like an invisible big hand clenching my heart tightly. Uchiha Madara didn't have time to think about it, as the dust rolled away. His hands flew up quickly, forming a series of spell marks. The next moment, the mouth bulged, and the fiery chakra rushed in, accompanied by the sound of puffing the air. One after another, the flames of the dragon head, like a gust of wind and rain, attacked Uchiha Chinyu from the air. Kaden fire style, dragon flame jutsu. The distance of more than 100 meters was only in the blink of an eye. As soon as the flames of the dragon head came out, even the temperature around them suddenly soared. Seeing that the attack was approaching, Chinyu moved. Under the eyes of the public, his hands were intertwined like lightning. The next moment, his eyes were instantly sharp like a falcon, and the aura of the whole person was exposed. Hands with special imprints point out from the air. Puff. As soon as he pointed out, the space was shattered like a mirror, and the air ripples opened. The oncoming flame of the dragon head seemed to have a stagnation. The next moment, waiting for everyone to react. The endless aura emanating from the body is like a surging sea, and it gathers frantically. Thunderstorm Day Tiger. Roar. Howling shakes the hills, Longyan reaches Jushao. A giant tiger of dozens of meters condensed in an instant, and the crackling arc raged across the sky, and the bloody mouth suddenly slammed down. With a fierce and unparalleled attitude, he rushed out. Wherever they passed along the way, the flames of the dragon head that filled the sky, like paper paste, were instantly crushed, and scattered like smoke between the sky and the earth. At the same time, the might of the tiger was surging like a tide, under everyone's astonished gaze. As if twisting the space, teleported, and came to Uchiha Madara one step ahead. Boom! The collision sound like thunder pierced the ears, and it went straight to the sky above the 9 heavens. The rolled-up surging waves gave people the illusion of a Category 12 hurricane passing through. The buildings that had been shattered along the way were finally unable to support them under this kind of attack, and they collapsed with a hum. The oncoming wind and sand, the mighty power that swept through the sky, made it extremely difficult for people to even open their eyes. However, in the face of all this, the people present did not take it to heart. It can be said that what they are most eager to see now is the final confrontation between the old and new legends of the Uchiha family. Known as the Uchiha clan, Susanoo, who is absolutely defensive, will win and lose against the mighty ninja technique. Cracked. I don't know who exclaimed, looking at the giant tiger in the majestic Susanoo like a meteor falling from the sky. The seemingly indestructible armor made a crisp cracking sound in an instant, spreading out cobweb-like cracks. The next moment, it burst open like a mirror. The giant vacuum tiger surrounded by thunderstorms collided with Uchiha Madara in an instant. Boom! A dull, thunderous explosion sounded incessantly. The already precarious city wall was destroyed in an instant. At the same time as the earth crumbled, the gravel and dust rolled back, giving people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. Many people who could not escape melon-eating people were even overturned by the oncoming gravel. Senju Hashirama, who has always been calm, stand up straight. Looking up into the sky, the figure bathed in blue steam and crackling arcs was full of disbelief. Successful, he really succeeded. Even I have been training hard for decades, but I have not been able to complete the 7th gate of master. He actually spent half a day learning it. If you let Guy know, his hard training the 8 inner gates, the formation, even the absolute defense of the Uchiha clan has been shattered, he will definitely be full of admiration. Might Dai was so excited that he was incoherent. Genin has always been, but let Guy, shame and ridicule. Although he has always supported the practice of taijutsu, Guy gave Might Dai the feeling that he was groping forward in confusion in the dark road. It can be said that Guy doesn't even have the goal in front of him. However, now Uchiha Chinyu was able to exert the power of the theoretical formation of the 8 inner gates to such an extent. Even Uchiha Madara, known as the legend of the Uchiha clan, was able to directly turn it over. If other taijutsu ninjas know about it, it will definitely become a guiding light. After all, Might Dai's physical strength can't be compared to Uchiha Chinyu. Opening 6 doors is already the limit. Once the 7 doors are opened, the strength of the body may not be able to support it, and the muscles and bones will be damaged. Unless you have the determination to die, the 8th gate is even more difficult than ascending to the sky. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. A hysterical roar rang out in the endless sandstorm. A figure that destroyed half of his body rushed out from the dust. looking at the half of his body that was quickly reorganizing like pieces of clay. This bizarre scene simply gave a shocking feeling. Many people couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. They knew very well that even Uchiha Madara under Susanoo, who had the so-called absolute defense of the Uchiha clan, could not resist this blow. If it wasn't for Impure World Reincarnation's immortality, I'm afraid it would be dead by now. In case an attack falls on them, it will definitely become a pile of meat-chan. Haha, Impure World Reincarnation is really against the sky, but the only flaw is that it can't beat people. Chinyu felt the sourness from all over his body. However, it gives me a chance to open the 8th door. At this moment, the small voice swept the audience like a hurricane. Madara, who was roaring hysterically and seeking revenge for Uchiha Chinyu, was instantly dumbfounded. The breath that suddenly became heavy and rapid, and the eyes that were almost split, were all unbelievable. The mere 7th gate can turn the legend of the Uchiha clan over. If it really opens to the 8th gate, who can fight against Uchiha Chinyu? Once it's time to stand out, who can hinder his pace? Thinking of this, the 5 great ninja villages, the so-called alliances, seemed pale and powerless. Senju Hashirama also had a feeling of being unable to sit still, and he stopped talking. However, before they could react, the situation in front of them changed again. Falling into the eyes, many people were shocked. Chapter 318 Powerful and Despairing. The huge ruins of the town, the sand and dust rolled away. The endless airwaves collapsed like a tide, and the whole world fell into an inexplicable silence. Facing the 8th gate, everyone's breathing became rapid. The scene of entering the goal makes people look stagnant. Originally, the body of the soil that was still rapidly reorganizing after enduring the thunderstorm day tiger, the thunderous blow. The speed of recovery, there was a slight stagnation at first, and the next moment, like a mirror, it suddenly cracked. As the crack quickly spread and opened, the only remaining half of Uchiha Madara's cheek was distorted. You bastard, this time I'm only showing 50% of my strength. Madara, it's already 60 or 70, don't run the train with your mouth full, it's a shame to deceive the juniors. Senju Hashirama suddenly cut in. Uchiha Madara's expression froze, and the roar continued. Shut up, this is a natural fool, but I have 12 points of strength. Black Zetsu, let me show up next time, let me show the strength of the peak, otherwise I will blow you up first. Uchiha Chinyu, I will definitely let you die without a burial. The rolling voice, mixed with hysteria, made the people present look at each other in dismay. Uchiha Madara's body collapsed inch by inch, the huge aura released by Chinyu was instantly annihilated between heaven and earth. Facing Uchiha Madara's eyes full of resentment, Chinyu smiled genially. Next time we meet, I will use the 8th door to let you continue to dance. You. Uchiha Madara suddenly became angry, which was his mantra. However, he, who made others dance all day, has now become the object of others dancing. The gap between the front and the back is too big. However, before he could reply, the breeze that slowly passed by turned the body of Impure World Reincarnation, which he had been struggling to support at the end, into debris and scattered between the heavens and the earth. For a time, the huge ruins of the town were left with only a messy battle trace. Also, those stiff-faced melon eaters. Your name is Might Dai, does the 8th door that kid speak of really exist? Senju Hashirama sighed and couldn't help asking. Might Dai woke up suddenly, feeling the gazes around him, and after opening his mouth, he said with a little excitement, the 8th gate does exist. However, that is the door of death. Once it is opened, you must have the determination to die, and it can be displayed in an instant. It is 10 times stronger than the existence of cage level, and it is above the pinnacle of the ninja world. 10 times the strength of the shadow. There was a sound of gasping for air in the field, and even the pupils of Gyujiya on the side could not help shrinking. However, he quickly reacted, and Gyujiya said happily, "Fortunately, the 8th gate is opened, but there are restrictions on death, 10 times the strength of the shadow. I am afraid that even in its heyday, it is said to have 12 points of strength." Madara was fucked again. Faced with this remark, many people also nodded secretly and breathed a sigh of relief. I am not afraid of many enemies, but I am most afraid that the enemy is too powerful to make people desperate. Uchiha Chinyu, who has opened 7 shocking doors, has made him unattainable. Once the 8 doors are opened, it is too powerful to make people desperate. No, Senju Hashirama, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Don't forget, he is a new legend of the Uchiha family, so he cannot be estimated by common sense. I really hope, next time you are summoned by Impure World Reincarnation, don't confront Uchiha Chinyu who has overcome the dead end. These words, Senju Hashirama of Impure World Reincarnation, that mud-like body, also shattered inch by inch, collapsing between heaven and earth. Like Uchiha Madara, the summoning time was clearly reached. Along with the wind, Senju Hashirama, known as the god of the ninja world, left behind this shocking speech, and disappeared completely without a trace. However, in the face of this remark, the eyes of many people were locked on Uchiha Chinyu's body. His Adam's apple rolled down, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva subconsciously. Chinyu landed on the ground in midair, his eyes suddenly turned, and he swept over Danzo and the others one by one. This glance made them feel like a god of death. The scene just now that was like a fight between gods seemed very complicated, but it was only a few minutes before and after. In the eyes of Danzo, Black Zetsu and others, they thought that this battle was encouraging Uchiha Madara to rise up. Was able to find a flaw and gave Uchiha Chinyu a lightning-quick sneak attack. But I never thought that the imagination is beautiful, and the reality is full of skinny. However, whether it was Danzo, Black Zetsu, or even Orochimaru, without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and ran away. After witnessing Chinyu with his own eyes, the Kamui-like fighting style, whoever gets tougher will die without a doubt. For a time, on the huge battlefield, the 4 people who led this hunt, only Hanzo of the Salamander, known as the demigod, remained. This scene, the Anbu ninjas of a Megakure village who were hiding in the dark, had no time to think about it, and rushed out one after another. Under the belief instilled in their minds, the leader will not retreat, and the only thing that can be done is to fight to the death. Lord Hanzo, let's fight with you. Lord Hanzo, even if we break our heads and shed blood, we won't snort. The voice of the awe-inspiring death sounded one after another in the field. Just a few dozen seconds, there were hundreds of confidants standing around Hanzo of the Salamander. An awe-inspiring aura of death was gathered in an instant. This scene made Akatsuki and the others look embarrassed. Compared with these 2 major power groups, a Megakure Anbu, who are not afraid of death, who are often in strife, obviously cannot compare with them. However, it's not their fault. Hanzo of the Salamander, the confidant of Anbu under his command, all use the dead men of the family power, brainwashed since childhood. Only the leader can decide their life and death, they must not say half a word. It can be said that the difference is not big in ordinary tasks, but in this situation of life and death, all meanings are different. For a time, everyone's eyes were locked on Hanzo of the Salamander. Nagato, Yahiko and Konan fell on Chinyu's side and said in a deep voice, "You must have been tired from the battle just now. Why don't you leave Hanzo of the Salamander to us to deal with?" As the second largest force in a Megakure village, it has been stumped by Hanzo of the Salamander one after another. If it wasn't for Chinyu's repeated efforts to save him, then what awaited them would have already been the demise of Akatsuki. Therefore, in this fight, the old hatred and the new hatred are counted together. Either you die or the rhythm of my death. However, just after these words fell, under the astonished eyes of everyone, they saw Hanzo of the Salamander grabbing the chain sickle around his waist. Under the watchful eyes of the public, he made a shocking move. Chapter 319 _ You all get out. Hanzo of the Salamander's slightly vicissitudes of speech came out, and before everyone's eyes, he fell to his knees on the ground with a thud. The chain side raised in his hand slashed straight to his abdomen. The violent scene was like a samurai cutting the belly, which made the expressions of the people in the field change drastically. However, under this close distance, no one can stop it. The next moment, the scythe instantly pierced Hanzo of the Salamander's waist. PFF'd. Blood splattered, and a large amount of purple liquid overflowed. This is from the village of Omegakure. The unique sandshowfish is highly poisonous. That day, Hanzo of the Salamander, after successfully killing the sandshowfish, took off its poison sac and buried it in his own body. This caused every breath he breathed to be highly poisonous. Just stay in the same place with him for a while. That would be poisoned to death unknowingly. It is for this reason that Hanzo of the Salamander wears this breathing apparatus. Hanzo of the Salamander, known as the demigod, is the place where the poison sac is buried. The violent scene changed Omegakure Anbu's expression drastically. The captain who took the lead was the first to shout in a hurry, "Master Hanzo! Why are you doing this? We can fight to the end." The hysterical growl seemed to confirm the rest of Omegakure Anbu's thoughts. However, in the face of this scene, Hanzo of the Salamander's eyes became brighter and he turned to Uchiha Chinyu in vain and said, "In this life, I, Hanzo of the Salamander, as the supreme leader of Omegakure village, opened up the battlefield of World War II. It is even more pressing against Konoha Ninja Village, and even the 5 major countries. In the Third Ninja World War, it was more about dealing with great powers. It seemed like a glorious sight, but the title of the demigod made me rest on my laurels." The voice of the vicissitudes of life, with a tragic taste, turned his eyes in vain, fell on the 3 Nagato, and immediately laughed loudly. "I am obsessed with the regime, but ignore the importance of my own strength, and I am afraid of a new small force undermining my rule. However, the worst decision I made in my life was to fight with Uchiha Chinyu. You are the enemy. They can escape, but I, Hanzo of the Salamander, have no face to face the clan, and instead of letting the clan under my command be buried with them, I hope you can, let me apologize to me with death." The slightly long-sounding voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Everyone's expressions couldn't help but change slightly, and they looked at Hanzo of the Salamander with a little more respect. Just as he was about to say a few words of admiration, a ghostly body burst out in the underground ruins behind Chinyu. In close proximity, but 2 or 3 meters apart. The man with the bandaged face and the white hair on his face roared with joy while his face was mad. Maiden, shade-style, evil self-destruction fight. As soon as the white figure appeared behind Chinyu, his right hand suddenly probed, and the pitch-black Uzumaki quickly opened, and the fiery light instantly lit up. If I didn't feel wrong, this breath should be the same as Uchiha Madara. As long as this strike hits, the godlike boy in front of him and Akatsuki's 3 leaders will definitely die in an instant. The violent scene made Nagato and the others nervously tense, and they hurriedly pulled away to help, but they suddenly found that their body had become abnormally dull, and an indescribable numbness swept through the whole body. At this juncture, it was impossible to react in time. This strange scene not only happened to the 3 of Nagato, but even Kosuke and Might Dai, as well as other Akatsuki members, noticed something was wrong. Looking at the sudden scene, the man who suddenly attacked, opened his mouth wrapped in bandages, and showed a smile of successful trickery. However, he hadn't seen the victory that he ushered in. The next moment, he saw a big hand, which quickly enlarged in his pupil power with lightning speed. Without any bells and whistles, it was directly buttoned on his face. The next moment, the 5 fingers suddenly exerted force, and the whole body was pulled out from the soil. Like a battle axe, it smashed down directly to the ground, mixed with violent thunder. Raven Thunder style, 2000 streamers of flat abuse. Boom. The thunder-like cracking sound was simply roaring incessantly. The whole ground, as if overwhelmed, collapsed in response. The huge impact force even shattered dozens of meters of rock formations along the way. Like a sandbag, the white-haired man who was hit hard on the ground spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief, his entire sternum shattered and collapsed. That miserable appearance is simply outrageous. Hanzo of the Salamander, who was still performing a sensational scene and chose to commit suicide, didn't have time to think about it, and planned to get out and stand up. But the next moment, the ground with a radius of more than 10 meters suddenly swelled. When the soil turned outwards, snow-white bone spears, like long spears, directly penetrated his body. PFF'd. The sound of the cloth being torn came out, and blood splashed and splattered on the ground, like a shocking blood-colored flower. Hanzo of the Salamander, who was pierced by dozens of bone spears, looked at Kimimaro, who came out in disbelief, and looked at Chinyu with blood spitting out. 4. Why would you know my plan? Why, you are not poisoned. Looking at the huge ninja world, the poison of Sanjiao fish is one of the best. Most importantly, its poisonous gas is still colorless and odorless, capable of killing people invisibly. Ordinary people will surely die if they touch it a little. Hanzo of the Salamander firmly believes that he will be able to kill him by poisoning him as long as he is not out of the realm of human beings. In the eyes of Hanzo of the Salamander, he is different from bachelor commanders like Danzo. He also has a regime under his command that took decades to build. On the occasion of Good Night, I am even more obsessed with this. Get Hanzo of the Salamander to give up these powers, even in the face of Uchiha Chinyu, the monks can't run away from the temple. So, Hanzo of the Salamander is going to put on a good show. With this awe-inspiring attitude of dying, he cut the poison sac on his body. Let the colorless and odorless toxins of Sanjiao fish into the air, and then use words to delay time. In the end, let the last trump card hidden in the dark display a lightning-fast killing move to directly take Chinyu's life. Although, Hanzo of the Salamander has experienced Chinyu's marvelous time-space ninjutsu. But in his eyes, as long as he finds that he is poisoned and his body is a little dull, there will definitely be a flaw in the person. As long as this is caught, Chinyu will surely die. However, now looking at Chinyu, who was completely unaffected, Hanzo of the Salamander's face was full of disbelief. Hanzo of the Salamander, you put on a good show, but it's a pity that you meet me who can't tell the truth. Chinyu said with a dry smile. I forgot to tell you, Master Tsunade, but half of my master, your poison, she has written it down long ago and developed an antidote. Unfortunately, when I came here, I was more afraid of death, so I made several copies in advance, and there was also a form of air volatile agent, which could neutralize the poison you released into the air, the pepper fish. In a word, Hanzo, you died rightly. Chapter 320. Do you like to tickle me? Are you Tsunade's apprentice? Hanzo of the Salamander's expression froze, his face full of disbelief. The Second Ninja World War, a Megakure village was the main battlefield. As a local force, it is even more involved in provoking the Second Ninja War. Hanzo of the Salamander has played against Konoha Sannin many times. Among them, the power of Hanzo of the Salamander comes from almost no solution toxins. The armies of various countries have failed one after another, mostly because of the colorless and odorless Sanjiao toxin. The Konoha shinobi village was spared, and Sannin survived. The most important thing is that they have Tsunade's powerful healing ninjutsu as the backing, and they have the capital of the waves. With Tsunade's talent as one of the best in medical ninjutsu, it was not a problem to develop an antidote for Sancho fish toxin. As Tsunade's eldest disciple, Shizune had already passed on this important antidote to Chinyu in private. You can say that. Chinyu touched the tip of his nose and replied with a thick face. Tsunade, who has always been irritable, knew that he had passively accepted half of his male apprentices. I wonder if he would get angry and tie him back to verify his identity. Jia and the others on the side couldn't help but startled. Soon he saw that Chinyu took out a glass vessel that looked like a smoke bomb with his backhand. Without the slightest hesitation, he threw it directly to the ground. Boom! The glassware shattered instantly, and a slightly sweet smell rolled away with the wind, and soon neutralized the poisonous gas in the field. Boy, you don't even have an affair with Master Tsunade, do you? Kosuke couldn't help asking. However, as soon as the voice fell, he saw a corpse deep in the ruins behind Chinyu. He opened his eyes suddenly, and under the hand seal with both hands, the collapsed chest and abdomen recovered like a balloon. The next moment, he performed the Doden earth-style technique, which was directly integrated into the soil. The violent scene changed the expressions of many people in the field. This person who has been lurking for a long time, they saw with their own eyes. They took a heavy blow from Chinyu in the front, and the sternum was broken. Now that he has suddenly recovered, and even fled far away, this gap is too much. However, when I think about it, I saw that Danzo and Orochimaru just now, all kinds of immortality methods emerge in an endless stream. Instead, let them smile and let them go. It's just that this idea came to Jia and Might Dai's mind just now, and the words that fell in their ears the next moment made their expressions change drastically. Hirako, since you're here, why do you have to leave in a hurry? Chin-Yuju, Tomo Mangekyo Sharingan, turned around abruptly. The endless gravity, centered on him, rolled down like an invisible mountain. Boom! The sound of the earth shaking and the mountains caused the rock formations to sink. Some grounds couldn't bear this tenfold force, and they shattered and spread in an instant. From the ground several dozen meters away from Chinyu, a miserable cry suddenly came. The next moment, through the shocking crack, a figure can be seen trapped in it. However, in the face of this sudden gravitational blessing, Hirako's body repaired tenaciously again. At the same time, under 10 times the gravity, the hands awkwardly formed a series of spells. Steel escape tempering. The metallic luster quickly swept through Hirako's body, instantly metallizing his body. In this state, a weapon that is also metal is not only indestructible, it is hardened and stronger than Kakuzu's Doden earth style. Maiden shade style, hole-sucking hole. Hirako growled in a hurry. He never imagined that Chinyu would be able to reveal his identity in a single sentence, and at the same time he was associated with Tsunade, one of the Sanins. With the black hole unfolding, the surrounding gravity loosened a little. Hirako used the Doden earth-style stealth technique again and ran away quickly. However, this time, because the body is hardened, there is no doubt that there is no need to consider the damage to the body during sneaking. Therefore, the speed has obviously more than doubled, and in a blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Jia and Might Dai suddenly woke up and were about to chase after them, but were stopped by Uchiha Chinyu. Stop chasing him, he is not the tail of the crane of the day. The forbidden technique is not completely successful, but it is enough to be pervert like Orochimaru. Your conventional attack methods can't kill him. Chinyu glanced at the direction Hirako was leaving, patted Kosuke on the shoulder. After seeing Hirako's call, he was able to recover instantly after encountering such a deadly attack. Chinyu thought of a way to overcome the shortcomings of the formation of the 8 inner gates. What's more, the current Hirako has a little use. With that, the last assassin fled. The huge ruins were instantly shrouded in inexplicable depression. Looking at the Hanzo of the salamander who swore to the death and did not retreat, still guarding around Hanzo of the salamander, who had been pierced through his body, a tense atmosphere was created from the bottom of his heart. However, at this moment, whether it was Kosuke and others, or Nagato and others leading Akatsuki, even Anbu from a Megakure village, and even Hanzo of the salamander, who was weak, had their eyes locked on Chinyu's body. You all look nervous. Chinyu suddenly smiled warmly. In front of everyone's eyes, he took a step forward, tightening everyone's nerves like a ghost. All guards, protect Hanzo-sama to retreat. Captain Megakure Anbu roared anxiously. In the backhand, he grabbed the chakra hilt on his back. However, before he could pull out the chakra knife, a familiar voice came from behind. Did you know? If I wanted to kill you, you would already be dead. Chinyu patted Captain Anbu's shoulder with a smile. This calm attitude made his nerves suddenly tense. Before I could think about it, I pulled out the chakra knife with my backhand and poured chakra into it. The waist plate suddenly turned like a hurricane, and the chakra knife in his hand, with a light blue light, slashed towards Chinyu's neck. The violent blow, coupled with the close distance, gave people a feeling that there was no way to hide. Do not. To be precise, facing the attack of Captain Megakure Anbu in front of him, Chinyu had no intention of evading or taking action. That seemingly fierce and unparalleled attack, when it was an inch away from Chinyu's body surface, the crackling arc of thunder splattered away. When the thunder light and the blade collided instantly, and the huge impact force directly broke the chakra knife. Half of the blade was slanted into the ruins not far away under the watchful eyes of the public. Looking at Chinyu, who was standing still like an iron tower, Captain Anbu, who shot angrily, trembled slightly with his hands clenching the chakra knife. What's the matter? Do you all like to tickle me? Chinyu said with a dry smile. Give you a chance, let's all go together.